Karen Buckley, a 24-year-old student, went missing after a night out with friends at a nightclub on April 11th. Born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, Karen was the youngest child and only daughter of John and Marion Buckley. Growing up, Karen was known for her kind and caring nature, always willing to lend a helping hand. This trait greatly influenced her career choices. After graduating from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow, pursued a degree in nursing at the University of Limerick. Her interest in occupational therapy eventually led her to Glasgow, where she enrolled in a master's program at Caledonian University. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and moved into an apartment with 3 other female students who were also new to the area. On April 11, 2015, Karen and her flatmates went to a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their apartment. They arrived around 11:45 p.m. and had a great time. At about 1 a.m., Karen told her friends she was going to the restroom and would return soon. She took her purse and left her jacket on the table where the group was sitting. Her friends continued to enjoy themselves while Karen was away. After a while, they realized Karen had been gone longer than expected and should have returned by then. However, Karen was nowhere to be found. One of her friends searched the club for her but couldn't locate her. Trying to contact her by phone was also unsuccessful. She came with thought maybe Karen had gone home, but it was strange that Karen didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind. The only explanation they could think of was that Karen might have met someone at the club and left with that person. With this thought in mind, they went to bed. However, when they woke up around noon, Karen's neighbors were surprised to find that she had not returned home. They called and messaged Karen on social media, but she didn't respond. Although they had only known Karen for a few months, they knew that this behavior was out of character for her. Instead of coming up with alternative explanations to reassure themselves, they decided to report her disappearance to the police and inform the Buckley family about what had happened. The Scottish police acted swiftly to find Karen, and her disappearance was publicized in the media. Her parents purged anyone with information to come forward. Meanwhile, detectives reviewed footage from the club's cameras and found evidence of Karen interacting with a mystery man. Within 36 hours, on April 13th, the man was identified as 21-year-old Alexander Pacto and was brought in for questioning. He confirmed that he had met Karen at the club and they had gone to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, about 3 kilometers away. Alexander also revealed that they had been intimate. Around 4 a.m., Karen decided to leave Alexander's apartment and head home, despite his invitation to stay until morning. Alexander mentioned that during their intimate encounter, Karen accidentally hit her head on the bed corner, resulting in an injury and leaving blood marks on the sheets. The police reacted ambivalently to this information. While Alexander seemed genuinely open, he also appeared to be anticipating and justifying potential evidence that might be discovered in his apartment. On April 13th, a man reported finding a woman's purse to the police. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the purse was discovered in the park near Alexander's residence, and it belonged to Karen. The purse contained her phone and identification documents. This new evidence lent credibility to Alexander's account of events, suggesting that something might have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. The search for Karen persisted, with hundreds of police officers thoroughly searching parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any potential clues that could aid in the investigation. At that point, Alexander Pacto was the primary suspect, being the last person to have seen Karen. However, investigators kept his identity confidential and did not disclose any information about him. 2 days after Karen went missing, police entering Alexander's apartment with a search warrant, police were immediately struck by the strong smell of bleach. They also observed that the mattress on the bed was the wrong size. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed and in the bathroom, and samples were taken for analysis. Additionally, a toolbox and a large quantity of cleaning supplies were found in the apartment. A police dog trained to detect human remains indicated a potential find near Alexander Pacto's car. While awaiting a search warrant, detectives discovered that Alexander had taken his car to be cleaned the previous day, but the job appeared to have been done poorly. Upon searching the vehicle, investigators found small, dark red spots on the inside of the passenger door and sent samples to the lab for analysis. As the investigation progressed, suspicions mounted that Karen might not be alive, but the search for her continued unabated. After journalists uncovered the suspect's identity, a photo of Alexander Pacto appeared on the front page of a local newspaper the following day. This unexpected move by the press ultimately proved helpful to the investigation. A man recognized Alexander's photo in the newspaper and contacted the police, offering valuable information. He claimed to have worked with Alexander in the past and revealed that Alexander rented a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. This farm was approximately 9 kilometers from Alexander's apartment. The police pursued every lead and investigated this new information. The farm owner verified that Alexander indeed rented a storage space from him for £10 a week. Upon inspection of the storage space, the police discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda, a highly corrosive alkaline substance capable of breaking down organic materials. They also found a bonfire with remnants of a mattress that Pacto had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, the suspect in Karen Buckley's case was arrested. Faced with substantial evidence, Alexander admitted to taking Karen's life, but claimed it was in self-defense. Police reconstructed a timeline of events based on evidence and Alexander testimony. On the night of April 11th to 12th, Karen left the club around 1 a.m. The reason for her departure remains unclear. Her friends reported no argument, stating Karen said she was going to the bathroom and would return. It is also unclear why Karen left her jacket behind, even if she had decided to go home. Officers investigating the case reviewed 1,900 hours of surveillance footage. One recording showed Karen encountering Alexander after leaving a club. They walked together towards his car, where it's believed he offered to drive her home. However, once inside the car, Alexander attacked Karen. He struck her 14 times on the head with a large wrench, resulting in her death. Investigators found dark red stains in the car, bathroom, and on Alexander's bed, later confirmed as Karen's dried blood. After disposing of her body, Alexander planned his next moves, starting with getting rid of Karen's purse, which was later recovered and given to the police. Around 2 a.m., he returned home and did something that shocked the detectives. He took the Karen out of the car and carried it into his apartment. Later, at 8 a.m., he used his phone to search online for information about caustic soda. He then visited a shopping center where he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator mask, and gloves at 9:42 a.m. To get rid of Karen's body, Alexander realized 6 liters of caustic soda wouldn't be enough. He bought more from another store on his way home and put the body in the bathtub. However, since his neighbor would return home around 8 p.m. and he wouldn't have enough time, he wrapped the body in a blanket and hid it in his bedroom. The next day, April 13th, Alexander threw a wrench into the River Clyde, later found by divers. He then visited a nearby shopping center, about 1.5 miles away, where he sought a consultant's advice on a product that could remove bloodstains from a mattress. He also purchased 2 padlocks that day. He took Karen's belongings to a farm and burned them. Then he bought a barrel and took it to a rented warehouse. There he poured in caustic soda and locked the gate with 2 new padlocks. Later that day at 6 p.m. police visited his home and took him in for questioning. Alexander confessed to his crime, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense during a car argument, but investigators did not believe him. They thought he was trying to justify his actions. Police suspected that Alexander killed Karen to cover up another crime and then got rid of her body. However, the body was too decomposed to determine if Karen had suffered violence before dying. In September 2015, Alexander Pacto was found guilty and given a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 23 years. Through his lawyer, he apologized to Karen's family and expressed remorse. Alexander told his lawyer that he was too drunk on the night of the incident to remember why he killed Karen. If he had not pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole in 25 years instead of 23. A wealthy businesswoman, tired of solitude and possessing a significant fortune, met a charming anesthesiologist. He dreamed of finding his ideal partner, From their first encounter, there was a storm of passion between them. Not everyone, however, was pleased with the joy the eyes of this enamored pair. Deborah, the protagonist of our story, is a stylish, successful, and quite affluent woman. Her millions weren't luck. They were the result of her dedication and hard work. She spent years climbing in the interior design industry and eventually founded her own design firm, Ambrosia. Over 3 decades, poured herself into this venture with deep passion for her profession. However, her personal life didn't reflect this success. Although she married 4 times, each union ended in divorce. Despite being a devoted mother to her 4 children, her romantic relationships continually fell short. Having secured her financial future, Deborah yearned for something more essential, the simple joy of familial happiness. Her life took a significant turn due to a family tragedy several years ago when Cindy, her older sister, was killed by Billy Vickers in March 1984. During the trial, their mother testified against Cindy and supported Billy. Consequently, Vickers received a very light sentence and spent only a few years in prison for this horrible murder. Billy and Cindy had 2 kids, and this event deeply scarred them. Following this ordeal, Deborah faced extreme anxiety and developed panic attacks, fearing firearms. Living alone for an extended period didn't help. Despite friends urging her to buy a pistol for protection, she couldn't tolerate having a weapon nearby. Deborah always took great care of her appearance and surrounded herself with beautiful things. She invested considerable time and money in skincare, makeup, and hair care at this point in her life. She owned a variety of stylish items, including Chanel jewelry, Cartier watches, denim clothing, and Gucci shoes. The only thing she lacked was a devoted partner. John Mahan, a central character in our narrative, was born on February 3, 1958 in California. He grew up alongside his sisters Karen and Donna. His father, known for his deceitful and fraudulent behavior, imparted these traits to John early in life. John became involved in deceptive schemes and fraudulent activities to make a living. Additionally, he dealt in illegal substances and used them himself, which led to multiple confrontations with law enforcement and his eventual banishment from California in 1988. John completed his undergraduate studies at Arizona State University, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree. Later on, he joined the University of Dayton's law faculty. His friends nicknamed him Dirty John, due to his ability to effortlessly attract women. John was notably handsome, standing around 6 feet 3 inches tall with hazel green eyes and thick dark hair. His engaging smile particularly appealed to women. After completing his academic journey, John met Tanya Sells, a nurse and esthetist by profession. They got married in November 1990 when she was 25, and he was 31. Their relationship was fundamentally based on falsehoods, as John kept Tanya isolated from his family, alleging their malevolence. Tanya supported her husband while attending medical school in Tennessee and helped him obtain his license as an anesthesiologist. The couple had 2 children. However, over time, their marriage began to deteriorate. Tanya discovered from John's mother and sisters that he had been deceiving her about his past. She also found his secret stash of pills stolen from patients in need, pills he himself was addicted to, which explained his temper. Tanya promptly reported this to the police. Following an investigation, John admitted to all charges but chose to flee the state instead of turning himself in to authorities. He took refuge in a Michigan hotel where the police easily located him. John was found unconscious surrounded by empty pill containers, prompting them to summon an ambulance. While en route to the hospital, he regained consciousness, seized a medication vial, and leapt from the ambulance but was apprehended soon after. Subsequently, he received a 6-year prison sentence in Michigan for resisting arrest and illegal drug possession. However, remarkably, John served only 717 months behind bars. He somehow managed to have his sentence reduced and was freed in 2004. During this period of his life, he met Deborah. She was 55 and he was 59. They both decided to try online dating, which is how they eventually crossed paths. Deborah was impressed by John's online profile. He described himself as a divorce doctor and a Christian searching for love. After a series of disappointing dates, Deborah was pleasantly surprised when she met John. He showed genuine interest in her life, praised her accomplishments, and seemed different from others. Their first date happened in October 2014 at a restaurant called Houston in Irvine, California. John's aim was to captivate Deborah, and he did so by sharing fabricated tales of his past, like working with Doctors Without Borders in Iraq. He mentioned having 2 children and owning multiple properties. Deborah envisioned him as a selfless doctor, devoted to global service. John treated her like royalty, which was exactly what Deborah longed for after seeking companionship for so long. He even expressed eagerness to meet her family. His charming words made Deborah's heart flutter. After leaving the restaurant, they ended up at her penthouse. However, John overstepped boundaries that night. After a few kisses, he tried to escalate things further. Deborah felt uncomfortable with the pressure and asked him to leave. The next morning, John sought to amend his mistake. He called Deborah to apologize, explaining that he had consumed too much alcohol and couldn't contain his emotions. This admission once again raised John's standing in Deborah's eyes, leading them to continue their dates. As their relationship progressed, Deborah and John spent more time together. On their third date, John declared his love and proposed. Deborah was so delighted by their companionship that she overlooked several peculiarities about him. For instance, John consistently wore well-worn medical scrubs, even at stylish events organized by Deborah, and claimed he had no time to change into more appropriate attire. Deborah was unfazed and proudly introduced him as her doctor to friends, posing with him for photos. Their bond deepened, and soon they decided to move in together. Deborah's daughter Jason, who lived with her in the penthouse, was forthright and critical of her mother's partners. She disapproved of John's unkempt appearance, finding it strange that her mother, usually dressed in Gucci, was involved with someone in dirty robes. Jacqueline also noticed John's peculiar interest in the penthouse's art, statues, and paintings, as if he were evaluating their worth. After just 5 weeks of knowing each other, John convinced Deborah they should live separately. They rented a house for $6,500 a month on Balboa Island's waterfront in Newport. Deborah paid $80,000 upfront for several months' rent, while John avoided putting his name on the lease due to tax complications. Deborah was so enamored with John that she covered all expenses herself without informing her children. She couldn't understand why they disapproved of him, as he pampered her like royalty, preparing morning coffee, doing grocery shopping, and striving to simplify her life. Deborah felt she had found her perfect match in John, and hoped that over time her children would warm up to him. Envisioning a harmonious family future, Deborah arranged for John to meet her younger daughter Tara, who was known for having a softer disposition compared to Jacqueline. Tara resided in Las Vegas with her boyfriend, and upon hearing about John over the phone, decided to meet him in person. Tara's visit coincided with Deborah and John's move into their new residence. From their first encounter, Tara felt uneasy about John. His lack of cordiality, combined with his silent, solitary efforts in moving belongings, trying to project a tough exterior, didn't sit well with her. Despite reservations, Tara was willing to give John the benefit of the doubt, yet quickly began observing some concerning signs. John didn't own a vehicle, and although he claimed to have properties in Newport Beach and Palm Springs, he never suggested relocating or even invited them to visit. John appeared to spend most of his days at home, often engrossed in video games. Just before Thanksgiving, Tara decided to snoop through her mother's boyfriend's belongings and found a nurse's certificate with his name, realizing he was not a doctor. When John found out about this, he became furious and threw a massive tantrum. He accused Tara of trying to deprive her mother of happiness, shouting that she wouldn't succeed in separating them, while Deborah just stood there listening. Eventually, there was a big argument and Tara left the house. John used the situation to convince Deborah that her children were only after her wealth. They were waiting for her demise, and thus didn't want to see her happy. On the eve of Thanksgiving, Deborah's mother Arlene, a very religious woman, arrived. John put on an entire religious act in front of her, but received another scandal instead of approval. The holiday ended in another fiasco. Subsequently, Deborah opted to seek guidance from a psychotherapist who recommended establishing limits with her offspring and pursuing a tranquil existence, a suggestion she embraced. She and John made Balboa Island their home, indulging in local eateries, strolling about, and relishing the picturesque views. At times, exhibited youthful exuberance, capturing bare-chested selfies and sharing them with her, engaging in playful activities which rejuvenated her spirit. Deborah was immensely joyful, yet remained apprehensive about John's attire. His wardrobe was limited to aged medical scrubs, loose frayed trousers, and worn-out shirts, whereas Deborah desired her partner to be fashionably attired and complement her way of life. John claimed his finer garments were pilfered during a stint in Iraq. Hence, Deborah escorted him on a shopping spree, acquiring a complete set of high-end designer outfits for him. In early December, John accompanied Deborah on a work-related trip to Las Vegas. By this time, their acquaintance was just under 2 months old, yet they chose to marry. Deborah concealed this development from her children. On one occasion, an unknown woman managed to enter John and Deborah's residence. John seized this incident to persuade Deborah of the need for enhanced security measures. Subsequently, he set up multiple surveillance cameras within their home, which he operated via his smartphone. He extended this surveillance to his wife's office, aiming to monitor her activities. John's objective was to exert total control over their environment. Gradually, Deborah began to inquire about his family background and previous life. For each query, John had an immediate justification or excuse. Despite noticeable inconsistencies, Deborah chose to ignore them, convinced she had met her ideal partner. However, her children remained skeptical. Jacqueline took the initiative to investigate John's activities. Since he didn't own a vehicle, he utilized Deborah's Tesla. Jacqueline installed tracking devices on the car to monitor his whereabouts, but this surveillance didn't reveal anything significant. Then she and Tara engaged a private investigator. The detective soon returned with findings. They uncovered that John had declared bankruptcy, possessed a nursing license, but not one for practicing medicine, and had resided in Arizona, Ohio, Indiana, Tennessee, and California. One address associated with John was the Orange County Jail. When the daughters shared these discoveries with their mother, Deborah asserted that even if these facts were accurate, her affection for him would remain unchanged. In late March, a letter intended for John was received by Deborah. The sender was a former prison inmate, but she couldn't read it, as John quickly grabbed the letter from her. Initially, he accused her of mistrust with a burst of anger, then claimed it was from a pen pal whom he was supporting emotionally. Deborah felt uneasy about this explanation. The following day, with her husband away on work, she decided to sift through his belongings. This search unveiled startling truths about the man she had wed. She discovered that John was an ex-nurse anesthetist who had succumbed to an addiction to pain medication, leading to his arrest and the collapse of his professional life. Additionally, Deborah uncovered evidence of his history as a swindler. Court records revealed that John had previously cheated and stolen from numerous women. He stumbled upon some court files online. They included a search warrant for his storage unit. Inside the unit, authorities found a .38 caliber handgun, bullets, a GPS tracker, syringes, and other suspicious items. That was the moment Deborah realized John's true identity. He was a dangerous individual and an armed felon. He had several restraining orders against him from different women. Most alarmingly, she discovered he had been released from prison on October 8th and met her just days later. Feeling overwhelmed by these revelations, Deborah examined the documents meticulously. She felt both shocked and scared. She realized the potential danger John posed to her and her children. Choosing to act normal temporarily, Deborah waited for the right moment. When John left for the hospital due to back issues, she seized the opportunity. With her family's help, she moved out during his absence. During the packing process, they found more documents belonging to John. These were prints of online comments from other women warning about him. They described John as persuasive and adept at deception. They cautioned others not to be swayed by his attractiveness and charm. Convinced of his instability, Deborah decided to end their relationship and leave. Despite her decision, John kept messaging her, pleading for her to visit him in the hospital. Overcome with guilt, Deborah relented. By June 2015, John had successfully persuaded Deborah to reconcile with him. He offered many justifications for the oddities found among his possessions. He admitted he had hidden his past because he believed a woman like her wouldn't have noticed him otherwise. For this reason, he pretended to be a doctor to impress her, and now implored her help in rehabilitating and salvaging his life. Still enamored with him, Deborah granted him another chance. They relocated together to a new apartment in Irvine. However, this decision deeply troubled her children, leading the couple to maintain some distance from them temporarily. By March 2016, the couple had been married for a year already. For 3 months, Deborah helped John recover from his addiction. However, she was deeply distressed because her entire family disliked him, especially Jason. This animosity was mutual. Matters escalated to the point where her husband forbade Deborah from seeing her daughter. When John discovered that Deborah was paying for Jacqueline's real estate lessons, he reacted spitefully. He called the school to slander Jacqueline in front of her teachers and wrote her threatening and indecent messages, insisting that her mother no longer wanted anything to do with her. He even threatened that one day he would come and harm Jacqueline. It became evident that while John appeared to be recovering, his malevolence and cruelty were intensifying. By April 2016, Deborah's patience had reached its limit, prompting her to file for divorce. She sought a peaceful dissolution of the relationship and began gradually withdrawing money from her bank account for safekeeping. Unfortunately, she kept $30,000 in a hiding place in one of the lower drawers at home. When John discovered this money, he asserted that it belonged to him as well. Realizing that divorce proceedings were imminent, John started showing more aggression. Sensing the danger, Deborah knew it was time to flee. She took some cosmetics and work items and moved to Jacqueline's apartment in Irvine, a location she felt safe due to numerous surveillance cameras around the complex. Deborah attempted to obtain a restraining order. However, the Orange County judge denied her request since there was no immediate threat. John lived in another state and hadn't made any direct recent moves against her. With little recourse, she focused on breaking off the relationship and moving on. After the separation, John relocated to one of Deborah's properties in Nevada. He repeatedly tried contacting her, but she consistently ignored his calls. Then things took a drastic turn on June 11, 2016. That day, as Deborah drove her Jaguar to work, an alarming incident occurred. Her car was stolen from the parking lot while she was at the office. The vehicle was soon found only about a block and a half away, drenched in gasoline, but not set on fire, resulting in only minor damage. Security footage from the area clearly identified John Mayen as responsible for the theft attempt, a stark reminder of his continued threat and volatility despite living in another state. On the evening of August 20th, 2016, Tara came home from work and parked in the lot. As she got out of her car, John suddenly appeared. He attacked her with a knife, trying to drag her back into the vehicle. Screamed for help during the struggle. When John covered her mouth, she bit him hard. A fierce struggle erupted right there in the parking lot. Tara, wearing heavy boots, managed to kick her assailant and knock the knife from his grasp. Seeing a chance, she grabbed the knife and repeatedly stabbed John. She delivered 13 wounds, with the last stab piercing his eye. Trembling with shock, Tara was fortunate that a neighbor saw her and came to help with a towel for her injuries. The neighbor also called the police. John was still alive when paramedics arrived. They found he had a pulse. In John's car, authorities discovered duct tape, cable ties, kitchen knives, and a passport. This indicated he might have planned to abduct Tara and leave the city with her as a hostage. John Mayen was taken to the hospital but died 4 days later at age 57. His remains were cremated and no memorial service was held, as he was universally disliked by those who knew him. Deborah and her children were deeply traumatized by the entire incident. It took some time for Deborah to return to normal life, but she still struggles with guilt for bringing a criminal into their family. Now, Deborah has become very cautious. She carries a stun gun and pepper spray at all times for protection. She has stated that she would never meet someone online again based on this experience. Today we'll delve into the mysterious case of Donata Machado, a twisted cold case from 1984 that was finally solved after almost 4 decades. East Windsor is a township located in Mercer County, New Jersey. Situated in the central part of the state, it is known for its suburban character and proximity to major cities like Trenton and Princeton. East Windsor offers a blend of residential areas, commercial centers, and natural landscapes. The township is home to various parks, recreational facilities, and cultural attractions, providing residents and visitors with ample opportunities for outdoor activities and community engagement. But despite this idyllic setting, this place would become the home of a heinous crime. Donna D. Machado's journey began on October 16, 1964, in the town of East Windsor, nestled within Mercer County. She was the cherished daughter of Betty Lou Thompson Machado and Ronald Wayne Machado. As the years went by, Donna's family expanded with the arrival of a younger sister, Julie Machado, in 1969. Life took a turn when their mother, Betty, found love again and married a man named Garland. Together they formed a blended family. Donna and Julie embraced their new life, with her beloved stepfather by their side. Donna Machado had a zest for life that radiated through her love for cooking and sewing. Alongside her job as a legal secretary, she harbored dreams of a career in modeling. For Julie, Donna was a shining star. Despite the challenges that came her way, Donna never lost her sparkle and continued to embrace life with open arms. Little did she know that her path would take an unexpected and tragic turn, forever altering the lives of those who cherished her. On February 25, 1984, it seemed like a typical Saturday night for 14-year-old Julie Machado, who was relaxing at her family's home in East Windsor, when she noticed her 19-year-old sister, Donna D. Machado's car parked outside. She joined her in the basement. Together, they spent the night watching scary movies until 2 a.m. At that point, Julie went upstairs to her bed, ready to rest for the night. Their mother Betty and stepfather Garland were peacefully asleep upstairs during that time. They were unaware of any unusual sounds or disturbances emanating from the basement. The following day, on February 26, 1984, Donna was expected to go to work at a law firm, so her absence during the day didn't initially raise alarm bells. However, as dinner time arrived and Donna still hadn't returned home, her mother began to worry. Concerned for her daughter's well-being, decided to investigate by venturing downstairs to check the basement apartment. As Betty entered Donna's usually neat and organized apartment, she was greeted by a disarray of items scattered about. It was evident that a struggle had taken place within those walls. The sight of blood-stained clothes peeped together heightened her growing unease, prompting her to immediately contact the police. Once the police arrived at the scene, they meticulously combed through the entire basement, their eyes keenly scanning for any trace that could unravel the mystery. Their diligence paid off when they discovered faint fingerprints near a table close to the bed. Recognizing the potential significance of these fingerprints, they carefully collected them as evidence. Alongside the blood-stained clothes, they also uncovered traces of bodily fluid in the bedroom, an essential clue that held the promise of leading them closer to the identity of the perpetrator and help in finding Donna. In the search for answers, investigators made a grim discovery. In March 1984, when they found Donna Machado's abandoned blood-stained car near a sewer plant roughly a mile away from her home. However, despite this lead, the mystery surrounding her disappearance endured. Investigators meticulously combed through countless records. They diligently interviewed the residents living in the vicinity of Donna Machado's residence, determined to unearth any clue that could lead them to the truth. As fate would have it, the investigation took a significant turn when they suspected a number of people, including Nathaniel Harvey, a former worker at a nearby farm and resident of East Windsor. He had been apprehended and detained for his alleged involvement in a series of assaults and a chilling murder in the Plainsboro area. But all the leads, including Harvey, did not pan out at that time. The significant piece of evidence, the bodily fluid that investigators found in Donna Machado's bedroom, also went for testing. However, the technology for DNA testing was not as advanced as it is today, and the testing conducted at that time lacked the precision needed to pinpoint the source of the bodily fluid. But the investigators didn't close the case and hoped that one day they would come up with some solid leads that would help them solve Donna Machao's murder mystery. The weight of the tragedy became too much for Donna's stepfather, who tragically passed away just 6 months after Donna vanished, leaving the family to bear the weight of their grief alone. The family went to great lengths in their search for the killer. They hired private investigators, trackers, and even sought the help of psychics. They poured all their resources into the effort, spending every last penny they had. Their hope never wavered. They held on to the belief that somehow, maybe, just maybe, their loved one was still alive. They couldn't shake the thought that perhaps she was injured. After exhausting all possible avenues to finding the identity of the killer, seeking solace and a fresh start, Julie and her mother made the difficult decision to move to Texas in 1987. However, their journey to healing was further marred by misfortune when their storage unit was burglarized, robbing them of precious memories. The thieves callously snatched away family photos, cherished mementos, and 16 boxes filled with investigation files, adding another layer of pain. 11 years went by, but there was no news. But on April 2nd, 1995, police officers got a call from a Boy Scout troop about a body they found near Cranberry. It was not in good condition, almost completely decomposed, but when they got the dental records back, they couldn't believe they had found the most important part of the puzzle. They had been searching for the last decade. It was the body of Donna D. Machao, concealed within a carpet in a wooded area near a cranberry farm, not far from where her car had been recovered. After her remains were sent for an autopsy, initial findings indicated that Donna had tragically suffered a gunshot wound to the head. However, as the case investigation progressed, the dedicated experts at the Middle Assault Regional Medical Examiner's Office delved deeper into her remains. Through careful examination, they discovered that her cause of death was indeed a head injury, although it couldn't be definitively determined as a gunshot wound. Nevertheless, the cause of death was amended to evidence of homicidal violence, and her death continued to be classified as a homicide. With this crucial lead unable to yield conclusive results, the investigation gradually reached a standstill, and the case eventually fell into the abyss of unsolved mysteries. In February 2022, Mercer County Prosecutor Angelo Onofre directed the reopening of the Donna Machao case. The case was handed over to the Office of Public Integrity and Accountability Central Regional Cold Case Task Force, a dedicated group within the statewide cold case network established by the New Jersey Attorney General in 2019. As part of the reopened investigation, all relevant physical evidence, including DNA samples, was carefully resubmitted to the state police's Central Regional Laboratory. This step aimed to leverage advanced forensic techniques and technology in the pursuit of truth and justice. Modern DNA technology played a crucial role in shedding new light on the case. The evidence, the bodily fluid which was found from Donna Machao's bedroom, was carefully re-examined, and it conclusively matched the DNA profile to Nathaniel Harvey. Astonishingly, his DNA was the only genetic material found in the room that should not have been present, according to the Attorney General's office. It was a breakthrough that provided clarity and closure to the long-standing mystery. Nathaniel Harvey, born in 1942 in East Windsor, had a troubled past right from the beginning. He had a knack for trouble and found himself behind bars for most of his life. In 1968, he got married, but the identity of his wife is not known. Living in East Windsor, Harvey had a long list of crimes to his name. He was also described as a daring intruder by the West Windsor police, and he had been convicted of assault. It was said that during his crimes, Harvey would sneak into unlocked homes where he would take young women hostage and commit acts of violence. The authorities always had their eyes on him, considering him a potential suspect in their search for justice. One such case was of Irene Schnaps, who was also a resident of East Windsor. During the years of 1984 and 1985, the local authorities were faced with a growing concern as a series of burglaries rattled Plainsboro, West Windsor, and nearby neighborhoods. The authorities were also grappling with the unsolved murder of Irene Schnaps and the perplexing disappearance of Donna Machao, who vanished from her family's East Windsor home. 16 months after Donna Michaud's disappearance, tragedy struck again in East Windsor when Irene Schnaps, a 37-year-old woman who had recently lost her husband to cancer, was killed. The incident occurred overnight on Saturday, June 15, 1985, or in the early hours of the following day. Concerned for her well-being, one of Irene's colleagues at RCA Americom went to her apartment the next morning, June 16, 1985, on Research Way after she failed to show up for work. With trembling hands, he informed the police about the tragic scene that he had encountered. Inside the apartment, a heart-wrenching sight awaited the investigators. Irene Schnapp suffered a barrage of over 15 vicious blows to her head, inflicted by an axe or hatchet. The room bore gruesome evidence of the tragedy, with Irene's lifeless body lying on cloth in her blood-soaked bedroom. Amidst the chilling scene, a crimson-stained footprint on a pillowcase was discovered, becoming a vital clue that held the potential to unlock the mystery behind her tragic demise. Peter Stoesser, a 41-year-old man, stepped forward to share his account with the investigators. As a friendly acquaintance of Irene Schnapp's, he revealed that he may have been the last person to have seen her alive. Shortly after sharing his connection to Irene Schnapp's, Stoesser's life took an unexpected turn. The police began frequent visits to his doorstep and, one Saturday, June 17, 1985, Stillwasser found himself taken to the Middle Assault Prosecutor's office, where he spent the entire day under intense scrutiny, facing a barrage of questions regarding Irene's tragic murder. He confessed to developing feelings of attraction towards her, envisioning a potential romantic connection. However, Irene, still grieving the loss of her husband, expressed the need for time and space before considering any new relationships. As Stoesser eagerly anticipated the right moment to express his romantic feelings, he maintained a friendly connection with Irene. He extended invitations to his lively gatherings, hosting barbecues for neighbors and friends, in an effort to ensure she didn't feel alone. However, their potential relationship was abruptly shattered when Irene met her tragic end, testing suspicion upon Stoesser as the primary suspect. Law enforcement also obtained a search warrant for Stoesser's residence. During the search, they discovered a quilt that bore suspicious-looking stains, possibly blood-related. Additionally, from his car, investigators seized a pair of white work gloves and a metal strip exhibiting reddish spots. Upon conducting tests on the quilt, it was revealed to contain human blood, accompanied by hairs that seemed to match those of the victim. Stoesser, however, maintained that the stains on the quilt originated from menstrual blood belonging to another woman he was involved with. As the investigation progressed, Stoesser underwent a lie detector test, which he did not pass, although the results of such tests were not considered admissible in court. Additionally, it came to light that he had a history of serving time in jail for stalking a former girlfriend. However, the police eventually eliminated Stoesser as a primary suspect, largely due to a significant discrepancy in shoe sizes. Stoesser wore size 12 shoes, whereas a bloody footprint at the crime scene indicated a size 6 shoe. This unexpected mismatch in foot size shifted the focus of the investigation elsewhere. However, on October 28, 1985, the breakthrough in the case occurred. On that very day, Nathaniel Harvey embarked on a rampage through the southern part of West Windsor, ultimately leading to a significant turning point in the investigation. The initial call that reached the dispatch center reported an alarming incident in Dutch Neck Estates. It was a chilling account of a 13-year-old girl who had narrowly escaped an attempted abduction from her own home, and the man covered her mouth in an attempt to take her away. However, startled by the commotion, he fled the scene. After fleeing the home in Dutch Neck Estates, that man broke into another house, probably to hide from the police. He was confronted by the homeowner. He turned on the light and saw Nathaniel Harvey standing there threatening him with an axe. Sensing the imminent danger, Harvey swiftly pivoted, shattering the glass door with the powerful swing of the axe, and ran off into the woods. With the chilling affinity for axes, Harvey had developed a disturbing pattern of wielding these menacing tools to instill fear in his victims. Even when armed with a knife during one of the assaults he committed, he deceitfully claimed to possess an axe, further fueling the terror. It wasn't lost on the astute law enforcement officials that the murder weapon used in the Irene Schnepp's killing was believed to be an axe, adding another haunting connection to Harvey's modus operandi. A short time later, investigators diligently canvassed the area, and their sharp eyes caught sight of Harvey traversing a soybean field and then ran off into the woods. The police swiftly descended upon the scene, converging on Harvey's location near the Princeton Arms shopping center. It was there at the intersection of Old Trenton Road and Dorchester Drive that a state trooper apprehended Harvey. During questioning, police learned of the extent of Harvey's one-man crime spree, confessed to a string of burglaries that had struck fear into the community. However, the extent of his depravity became even more harrowing as it revealed the details of a recent assault. Prior to the tragic murder of Irene, Harvey had abducted a young girl from East Windsor, forcefully taking her to an abandoned building nestled along Dutch Neck Road. He revealed that the victim, who was actually Donna Michaud, innocently stepped out onto her deck to indulge in a cigarette, only to be seized by his relentless grip. After Harvey's arrest, the 13-year-old girl was called to identify if Harvey was the man who attacked her on October 28, 1985. Through her courageous testimony, she ultimately identified Harvey as her assailant. The authorities made a difficult decision not to pursue charges in the case due to the extremely brutal and perverse nature of the attack, considering the potential impact it would have on the victim's well-being. However, a breakthrough came when investigators finally received a search warrant and conducted a thorough search of Harvey's car in November 1985, which was located in the Princeton Arms apartment complex. Inside, they uncovered compelling evidence, directly linking him to the Irene Schnepp's murder. Alongside stolen items from various recent burglaries, a significant discovery was made. A Seiko watch that was positively identified as belonging to Irene and having been taken from her apartment at the time of the tragic murder. This crucial find provided a solid connection between Harvey and the crime. In an intriguing twist, it was discovered that Harvey's wife resided in the same apartment complex as Irene. However, this information had to be kept confidential due to his wife's reliance on state assistance. Additionally, authorities asserted that Harvey initially admitted to the murder of Irene during his questioning at the West Windsor Police Headquarters, where he was confronted with various matters. It was during this intense moment that Harvey requested to speak with his father, who offered him crucial advice to do the right thing. In a surprising turn of events, Harvey then made a confession regarding the Irene Schnepp's murder. Following Harvey's apprehension, the quilt that had been seized from Stoesser, the neighbor of Irene, who was also seen as a person of interest in the murder, was returned to him. Additionally, the glove and metal strip, confiscated from his car, underwent testing by prosecutors, revealing negative results for the presence of blood. In 1986, Harvey was convicted for the murder of Irene Schnepp. However, for years later in 1990, the state Supreme Court overturned his conviction, stating that his confession had been obtained without properly informing him of his Miranda rights. Harvey, who now maintained that his confession was coerced, immediately retracted his statement. This turn of events raised concerns about the validity of his initial confession and ignited a debate about whether he should have been reminded of his Miranda rights after speaking with his father. The question of Harvey's confession became a point of contention as conflicting accounts emerged. According to Avit Kleiner, the attorney of Harvey, he denied confessing to the murder of Irene, contradicting the police's assertion that he had admitted to the crime, even though the confession was not recorded. The initial conviction was overturned based on the court's ruling that Harvey should have been reminded of his Miranda rights after requesting to speak to his father during questioning. In 1994, as the case went to a second trial, the focus shifted to the crucial evidence of blood found at the crime scene. The prosecution presented DNA evidence that revealed genetic traits matching both Harvey's blood sample and the stains on a box spring in Irene Schnepp's apartment. The DNA testing, although still in its early stages, indicated that Harvey could not be ruled out as a contributor. To further strengthen their case, prosecution experts utilized dot intensity analysis, a technique that estimated the consistency between the blood characteristics found at the scene and Harvey's DNA. They determined that such a match would occur in only 1 out of every 1,400 African American individuals. However, the defense experts countered, arguing that the ratio could potentially be as low as 1 in 50. This time Harvey was convicted and received the death sentence. However, this verdict was upheld by a divided state Supreme Court in 1997, with some justices expressing differing views. Justice Alan B. Handler, in his dissenting opinion, carefully scrutinized the 64-page analysis of the DNA presented in the case. He voiced his doubts and expressed confidence that at some point in the future, either the state or federal court would likely reverse the decision. In a surprising turn of events, according to an article in the New York Times on May 15, 2005, Kleiner, the attorney of Harvey, pointed a finger of accusation at Peter Stowesser, a former neighbor of Irene. Although Stowesser was once considered a possible suspect by the police, he was subsequently ruled out. Kleiner implicated Stowesser, who was now 61 years old and residing in Hightstown, in both the Irene case and the murder of Donna Machow from East Windsor, who went missing in 1984 and whose body was discovered in 1995. These claims made by Kleiner garnered significant attention, making headlines in the New Jersey section of the Sunday New York Times. He also strongly disputed the accuracy of the blood DNA evidence presented during Harvey's second trial, claiming it to be flawed and contaminated. Additionally, he demanded further DNA testing on other pieces of evidence collected in the case, suggesting that they could have implicated Stowesser instead. Kleiner raised concerns about missing evidence, including the absence of hair from the quilt. He expressed suspicion regarding the classification of the retrieved hair, noting that it was initially labeled as Caucasian and later had the phrase "and one necroid hair." Kleiner alleged that all the hair evidence, technician's notes, and microfilm have mysteriously vanished, leading him to believe that the hair evidence never actually existed. Capsack, who continued to serve as a prosecutor in Middle Assault County, expressed unwavering confidence in Harvey's conviction, firmly asserting that Stowesser played no part in the crime. According to Capsack, Stowesser was initially considered as a possible suspect in the case, but he was ultimately eliminated as a prime suspect. The decisive factor was the discovery of a size 6 bloody sneaker print on the victim's pillow, which contradicted Stowesser's size 12 foot. Interestingly, the article failed to mention that Harvey himself wore a size 6 sneaker. However, he clarified that Stowesser's involvement was merely circumstantial and not indicative of his guilt. In April 2007, Judge John F. Malone of the State Superior Court made a decision that dashed Harvey's hopes for a new evidentiary hearing and dismissed his habeas corpus challenge. He overturned Harvey's 1994 conviction, originally a death sentence, due to inadequate legal assistance provided to him during the early 1990s. Despite this development, Harvey, 65 years old, would still serve a 70-year sentence for a separate charge. The death sentence he received in 1994 had been reduced to life in prison without parole when New Jersey abolished capital punishment in 2007. Prior to this abolition, Harvey had spent 20 years on death row, although the state had not carried out an execution since 1963. However, late November 2020, Harvey died in the State Woods State Prison in Bridgeton, which eventually closed all the doors of any further investigation. Peter Stowesser was considered a suspect in the murder of Donna Machow. The remains of Machow were found in 1995, approximately a mile away from the location of the Irene crime scene. It was claimed that Machow and Stowesser were both enrolled in classes at Mercer County College during the fall of 1983. It was pointed out that after Machow went missing, Stowesser did not attend the spring session classes that he had previously registered for. However, Stowesser maintains that although he attended Mercer County College, he had no knowledge of Machow or any connection to her. Harvey also was connected to Donna Machow, as the discovery of Donna's remains was in a wooded area near the farm where Harvey had briefly been employed, which raised suspicion. Adding to the puzzle was the finding of her abandoned car near a sewer plant, conveniently within walking distance of Harvey's residence. These curious circumstances were enough for authorities to focus their attention on Harvey, exploring the possibility of his involvement in the case. Finally, in the last week of April 2023, New Jersey Attorney General Matthew J. Platkin announced that the conclusive identification as the person responsible for the assault and murder of Donna Machow. The state's Attorney General said, the case was finally cracked when investigators took a fresh look at this decades-old mystery. Colonel Patrick Callahan, superintendent of the New Jersey State Police, said that as 4 decades have passed, the memory of a young life, cruelly taken away, still lingers, haunting the hearts of those who loved her. The predator responsible callously discarded her remains in a shallow grave, leaving them undisturbed for over a decade. However, time cannot extinguish the burning desire for justice. Even though the perpetrator met his fate behind bars, serving time for another heinous crime, and ultimately passing away in 2020, it does not diminish the significance of this long-awaited resolution. We commend the relentless efforts of the Central Regional Cold Case Task Force and the dedicated state police forensic scientists, who hopefully have brought a modicum of solace to the victim's grieving family after all these years. The determination and dedication of law enforcement and forensic experts serve as a reminder that the pursuit of justice knows no time limit. Today, our story repeats the biblical story of the first crime on earth. As the book of Genesis states, and Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. This occurred after Cain had sacrificed to the Almighty the fruits of the earth and Abel the firstborn lambs. To the disappointment of the older man, God accepted the younger man's sacrifice and rejected his gifts. Driven by selfish jealousy, Cain called Abel to the field and there took his life. But unfortunately, even in the modern world, because of unhealthy jealousy, the older brother can kill the younger one. The end of June 2010 was very difficult for the family of Donna and Samuel Eckerd. Their 19-year-old son, Sean, was missing. The night before, Sean had a fight with his older brother Stanley and left the house, slamming the door. Sean had never previously allowed himself to leave the house for long periods of time without his phone or informing his mother. Late that night, the whole family was alarmed by the young man's disappearance. But officially, the search for the boy began only 24 hours later. Missing person notices with photos of smiling, blonde-haired Sean were posted at all stations, in supermarkets, and along the streets. But even after 2 days of searching, there were no results. The police had their hands up in the air as they continued their search. For more than 2 days, Sean Paul Eckerd was officially missing. Relatives, acquaintances, and a few friends gathered a team of activists who day and night combed local establishments, interviewed random passersby, and minute by minute reconstructed the route of the guy that night. The police, without stopping the search, began to look more closely into the habits and rhythm of the Eckerd family to reconstruct the sequence of events leading up to Sean's disappearance. Donna and Samuel Eckerd married with a history of family relationships. They had 6 adult children from previous marriages. After experiencing difficulties and setbacks in their early unions, they found their safe haven in each other's company and settled in San Diego, California. They rented a large, good-sized family home and attended the local church on weekends without fail. The family was devout and lived a quiet and unsociable lifestyle. A few years after the family moved in, they had a son, Stanley, and 2 years later, a second son, Sean. Donna devoted herself fully to the home and raising her sons, so the brothers grew up in love and care. They both attended a good local school, and on weekends, without fail, the whole family participated in church activities. The eldest children, having reached adulthood, flew away from their parents' nest all over the continent to start their own families. But the Eckerd family was friendly. They kept in touch with each other, regularly called each other, and spent all family holidays together. Sean was a simple and fun-loving boy. He had a bright appearance, charisma, and insight that attracted people to him like a magnet. He knew how to listen and empathize, so he made friends very easily. Stanley, on the contrary, had a more reserved character and was wary of everything new. He was shy, so socializing with people was much more difficult for him than for his brother. They had one common group of friends and classmates, despite the age difference. Together, the brothers were like one, helping each other and always looking out for each other. The boys grew up well-mannered and studied very well. They always had a trusting and friendly relationship with each other. Small jokes about each other were accepted with humor by their parents. Respect was valued above all else in the family. Donna and Samuel raised their children from childhood with faith in God and according to God's laws. The life of the Eckert family flowed in its own way. As the brothers grew up, their interests unnoticeably became completely opposite. The youngest, Sean, played in the music band, and the eldest, Stanley, became interested in martial arts. The life of each young boy was filled with vivid impressions and emotions, which they shared with the family in the evenings. Sean was always first. His stories about music, friends, and upcoming plans took up most of the evening time. When the family gathered before dinner and shared the emotions of the day, everyone listened to Sean. There was no time for Stanley, nor, it seemed to him, was there much to share. No grandiose plans for the future, no exciting stories, not even stories of friends to draw attention to. So Stanley humbly listened to his brother's stories. On one such evening, Sean told his family that he had met a neighbor girl, Mary Jane, a fragile young girl with bright brown eyes, and long blonde hair put Sean in a daze. Through the open window of the house where the girl lived, he heard a magical piano playing. As if mesmerized, he went to the captivating sounds of music and entered the house without knocking. Self-confidence in his own charm allowed Sean to get out of such a funny situation with dignity and cleverly met the girl he liked. She was a few years older than Sean, but this did not prevent them from maintaining a friendly relationship. The soul of the company often organized picnics where Mary Jane was invited. They walked a lot, visited parks and observation decks. The budding adolescent love affair was interrupted by the unfair reality of the adult world. The Eckert family received the sad news of the illness of Dama's elderly mother, Sean and Stanley's grandmother. In search of prosperity, parents tried to take into account the interests of each member of the family. But the decision made fundamentally changes the life of the whole family. Sean did not want to leave his native land, his friends, and his Mary Jane. But the parents' decision had already been made. The Eckerts leave the city where their children were born and raised and move to another state. So in 2005, as fate would have it, the Eckert family settles in the house of Donna's mother in the small town of Spring Hill in Florida, where they begin a new life. The move was like a breath of fresh air for the whole family, because the decision was the right one. Sean and Stanley's grandmother was on the mend. Sean's heart was broken. He missed his band in which he played, his walks with Mary Jane, and hangouts in his favorite city. But it is impossible for life-loving Sean to be sad for long. And after a while, a new life becomes as full as the one he missed. Donna and Samuel safely got a job at the Presbyterian church where they were almost all their time. Donna took care of the children in the nursery, and Samuel helped with the chapel. Over the course of time, the brothers grow close again and make new acquaintances together again at school. Old life seems to be resurrected in a new place. Sean plays in the school band again. Stanley attends a martial arts school that is only a couple blocks from their new home. Despite this new busy life, Sean can't stop thinking about Mary Jane. Every night after class, he locks himself in his room and they talk on the phone for hours. The goodbyes are in the same way, with Sean saying he dreams of meeting again. Each time he promises that after getting his parents' permission, he will definitely come to see her. Whereas the younger brother grew and kept his first love in his heart, the elder Stanley tried to establish himself in the family in his own way. Quiet and calm Stanley, by virtue of his stiffness and modesty, seemed to be deprived of parental warmth and attention. In pursuit of self-expression, he makes a series of bad decisions that will have dire consequences for the entire family. In May 2006, he informs his parents that he intends to drop out of school and devote his life to studying martial arts and creating a martial arts club. But youthful maximalism leads the guy into a bad company, where he begins to engage in petty fraud and try illegal drugs. In 2007, dysfunctional connections eventually led Stanley to arrest. He was caught stealing and charged with felony fraud-related offenses. The news of the elder son's shenanigans deals the first heavy blow to Donna. She ends up in the hospital with a heart attack. But the situation is quickly resolved with the help of a lawyer hired by Jennifer's sister. He skillfully defends Stanley, proving the lack of direct evidence, which allows the guy to quickly go free, receiving only a suspended sentence. This episode greatly frightens Stanley. He feels guilty and closes himself off in the hope of being understood and accepted by his family. Having survived the frightening events that happened to Stanley, Sean does not say anything to his parents about his decisions. During his summer vacation, he takes a job as a waiter. Having saved up some money, he leaves only a note for his mother to go to California to marry Jane. The long 2-day bus ride to his beloved seemed like an eternity. The scenery changed outside the window. The day changed to night, and Sean imagined how at the final station he would see her, his Mary Jane. The driver announced the final stop, and the bus stopped. Sean was ready to run to her, for he had already seen her happy face through the window and her long hair, which she was tucking behind her ears with her fingers. They had spent some of their happiest days together. They'd had picnics just like they'd had in his best high school days. Sean had confessed his love to Mary for the first time, and it was mutual. After another walk, the young people sat down on a bench. Sean felt faint. His eyes went black. He fell unconscious. Sean ended up in the hospital. The young boy was fading away like a match in a matter of days. Mary Jane contacted Sean's sister. Jennifer urgently flew to California. Doctors diagnosed the cause of such a rapid fading of a strong and sturdy guy. Tick-borne encephalitis begins suddenly and very quickly causes complications of various kinds up to inflammation of the brain. A difficult struggle for Sean's life and health began. Doctors fought for the boy's life for a long time. More than a month of coma and 6 months of rehabilitation helped him to return from the other side of the world. Sean had a very hard time recovering for a long time. An ordinary tick bite on a summer walk turned out to be a serious injury for him. Jennifer took her brother back to Florida, where he faced therapy and a long recovery. Mary Jane was left to wait. Again, the only source of communication for the lovers was the telephone. A series of troubles and unexpected illnesses brought the Eckerd family together. Donna does everything impossible to completely rid her beloved son, Sean, from the consequences of a serious illness. She carefully monitors his diet and exercise. Such attentive care leads to a full recovery of Sean and to Stanley's inner resentment and jealousy, which he nurtures in bits and pieces. After a while, Sean regained his strength and returned to his studies in music. In 2009, he finishes his studies and dreams of going to his Mary Jane to return together and introduce her to his parents as his favorite. But Sean's plans are not destined to come true. Stanley introduces his brother to his dream girl, Samantha Rowe. Samantha, a native of Florida, quickly found a common language with the two brothers. Stanley was in love and sympathized with her, but the girl was impressed by the cheerful and sociable Sean. For some time, Stanley actively courts Samantha, and she accepts his signs of attention. Several romantic meetings end with a passionate kiss. Stanley is immensely happy, but Samantha, who said yes to her older brother, is still thinking about her younger brother. Samantha decides to write a message to Sean, in which she confesses her sympathy for him and invites him for a walk around the city. The guy agrees, and they spend the evening walking along the waterfront and talking about Stanley and Mary Jane. Sean does not seek to win the girl, after all. He has long belonged to another. A rejected Samantha writes a message to Stanley and tells him that Sean has been seeing her and confesses that he really likes her too. Stanley was furious. That same evening, he went up to his brother's room where they had a conversation. At first, the brothers talked quietly. Then their words turned into shouts. And then there was dead silence. The parents were at home, but the brothers sometimes clarified relations quite loudly. So they did not see anything special in what had happened. Mom was the first to realize Sean was missing. He hadn't returned her calls. Recalling the evening before, she got Stanley's explanation that Sean had left home after an argument. After 2 days of searching, the police received a frightening call. The caller was Sean's sister, Jennifer. The dispatcher who took the call heard only a woman scream in the receiver. A piercing male moan could be heard in the background. After repeated requests to calm down, the dispatcher finally records the request for help. Jennifer continues to scream. She pleads for help and reports, "Oh damn it, my brother Stanley killed Sean. He's in the house talking to his mother. His father is freaking lying over his dead son who's been buried in the ground since early Saturday morning. Damn it, I'm begging for help." Police officers arriving at the scene of the tragedy observed a horrifying scene. In the backyard of the house, Samuel was kneeling on his knees, 2 hands dripping earth. He was pulling his son's body out of the damp earth, screaming and trying to wipe the earth off Sean. In an instant, a quiet neighborhood filled with sculpted lawns, where the 2 young brothers often waved to neighbors, turned into the scene of a violent tragedy. And now the Eckerd family, who once raised 2 sons, are left with the horrifying memory of digging in the ground only to find one of their sons and watching the other son being handcuffed and taken away. Stanley Eckerd was detained on suspicion of premeditated murder. At his first interrogation, he revealed that he had no intention of killing his brother. In a moment of anger, he struck Sean on the head. The resulting injury caused Sean to fall. Stanley checked his pulse. Realizing that his younger brother was dead, he tied up the body and carried it out the window to bury it on the lawn behind the house. Stanley's words at the inquest, "I buried him. After all, that's what you do with dead people." These words sound like the cold-blooded calculation of a serial killer, not a loving brother. In his defense, Stanley Eckerd said he did it for his mother. He wanted to protect her from the shock she might have received at the news. Afterward, Stanley planned to move his brother's body to rebury it once his parents were gone. Stanley's behavior during the interrogation varied. He cried and confessed what he had done and was obviously sorry, presenting it as an accident, or he blamed Sean with hatred in his eyes. Stanley spoke very harshly and unpleasantly about his younger brother. He called him guilty for all his troubles, and admitted that he had won the rivalry for his mother's and Samantha's love. That same day, Stanley was charged with second-degree murder and taken into custody without bail. 2 days later, Dr. Barbara Wolfe performed an autopsy on Sean's body. She presented to the court the results of the forensic examination, which indicated that the victim's neck showed bruising under the skin and rope marks were present, indicating that the neck had been compressed to make breathing difficult. The examination concluded that the death was the result of an inflicted head injury and asphyxiation. Assistant State Attorney Pete Magrino proceeded to scrutinize the case. On February 25, 2011, the first hearing began, presided over by District Judge Stephen Rushing. On the second row were Stanley's parents, Donna and Samuel Eckerd. They wept as they watched their oldest son being led into the courtroom under escort. On April 9, 2013, the trial began in Hernado Court, presided over by District Judge Anthony Toddy. The defense was led by attorney Alan Hunter, while prosecutor Pete remained on the prosecution side. The main goal of the prosecution was to convince the jury that Stanley had carefully planned the crime. Defense attorney Alan stated that there was a spontaneous fight that led to the tragic outcome. In closing, Alan appealed to the jury to take note of Stanley's attempt to cover up the crime. In the name of good intentions, Stanley Eckerd was charged with first-degree premeditated murder and faced a mandatory life sentence if convicted of that charge. Sentencing was scheduled for May 13th. Stanley's fate was in the hands of District Judge Anthony Toddy, who presided over the 5-day trial. Second-degree murder is punishable by up to life in prison. Stanley Elias Eckerd always said he never intended to kill his brother 3 years ago before burying him in the front yard of the house. Before trial, Eckerd rejected an offer from prosecutors to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for limiting his prison sentence to 20 years. Eckerd remained stone-faced as the clerk read the verdict. The brothers' parents, Samuel and Donna, wept quietly. As the jury left the courtroom, Samuel Eckerd's sobs turned to screams, and numerous relatives gathered around Donna and Samuel. The jury agreed that Eckerd did not plan to kill 19-year-old Sean, but the jury did not completely absolve him of guilt. After deliberating for about 2.5 hours, 9 women and 3 men found Eckerd guilty of second-degree murder. All the while, the Eckerds said they believed Stanley's account of what happened in the early morning hours of June 19, 2010, and criticized the state attorney's office for filing the charges. Later Friday, Samuel Eckerd said Chief Assistant Public Defender Alan Lanter did an excellent job. The family questioned the appropriateness of the sentence. They filed an appeal to appeal the verdict, but were denied. I really can't understand how the jury reached a verdict of second-degree murder in about 2 hours, Samuel Eckerd said. Despite that, our faith was not shaken, he said. One fact was not disputed during the trial. After his brother's death, Stanley pulled his body out of Sean's bedroom window and buried it in a shallow grave in the backyard of the family's Spring Hill home. Samuel Eckerd found Sean's body 2 days later. Assistant State's Attorney, Pete Magrino, began his closing arguments at trial by showing jurors photos of Sean's dirt-covered body lying in a fetal position in the hole. "This is not a detective novel case," Magrino said. He noted that Stanley, when questioned by detectives on the day his brother's body was found, changed his testimony as many as 6 times, saying he initially knew nothing about Sean's death. For 2 days after his brother's funeral, according to Magrino, Stanley sent messages from Sean's cell phone to family members saying that Sean had allegedly gone to California to stay with his girlfriend, Mary Jane. Also on behalf of Sean, he corresponded with Samantha saying that he did not want to communicate, and she should pay attention to Stanley. After hours of questioning, Stanley said that Sean had died during a struggle in the bedroom that morning. He claimed he heard a snap in his brother's neck as they fell to the floor. He then hid Sean's body to protect his mother, Donna, who has a weak heart. He said he planned to tell his father after his mother left on a trip. Those injuries that the defendant inflicted with his hands constitute murder, Magrino said. And he also called attention to testimony and Stanley's statements to detectives about rising tensions over Samantha Rowe. He also called attention to testimony about a conversation Stanley had with his brother and a friend about revenge in the weeks before Sean's death. In that conversation, the friend testified Stanley said that if he was going to kill someone, he would hit the person in the back of the head and bury the body in the yard. That evidence was tenuous at best and could not dispel reasonable doubt, Alan Lanter told the jury. "A crime involves an act with an intended result," Lanter said. "Yes, he was involved in his brother's death, but he didn't kill his brother." Lanter pointed to testimony from a forensic pathologist who said the blow to the head, combined with other factors, Sean's high blood alcohol content and possible lingering brain swelling due to encephalitis, likely led to his death. The pathologist also testified that hitting his head on the bedroom nightstand when the 2 men fell could have been enough to kill Sean. Lanter reminded the jury of the testimony of Donna Eckerd, who said that Sean suffered from severe mood swings after suffering from encephalitis. At one point in her testimony, Donna Eckerd called Sean's death an accident. The jury also could have found Stanley Eckerd guilty of third-degree murder or manslaughter, calling the case a pardonable homicide. Lanter asked jurors not to let gruesome photos of Sean's body and Stanley's poor decision to bury him in the yard distract them from what led to his death. "Stanley Eckerd did something horrible after Sean died," said Lanter, "but he's not a murderer." During the final sentencing, excitement gripped the Eckerd parents. Judge Anthony imposed a sentence of 50 years in prison without parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day had taken 2 sons from them at once. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man and even a brother is clearly beyond the bounds of adequate human response. In the biblical story, the brother-killer Cain was banished from paradise as punishment. But he solved the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. This case takes us to Glicanera, just outside of central Athens in Greece. 20-year-old Caroline Crouch lived there with her 33-year-old husband, Bobish, and their 11-month-old daughter, Lydia. Caroline was described as a compassionate and caring but feisty person, holding a black belt in kickboxing. She adored animals and had adopted a husky puppy from the Marathon Animal Association when he was just 2 months old. She named him Roxy, and as well as Roxy, the couple also had 4 cats. Caroline had moved to Greece from England, aged just 8 years old, and had spent over half her life there. When she was 15, she met her future husband, Charalambos, known as Bobish, on the island of Alonissos, where she had lived since her childhood. Bobish parents owned a holiday home there, which he would visit. Although he was 12 years her senior, the pair eventually began dating. They lived together in a house in Glicanera, and in 2018, the couple made plans to marry. Bobish was a successful and well-respected helicopter pilot, and Caroline had studied statistics at university with hopes to go to catering school one day. A few weeks after the couple's wedding, Caroline found out she was pregnant, But tragically, just 3 months later, she would miscarry. But after this, she went on to give birth to a baby girl, whom the couple named Lydia. Caroline's world revolved around Lydia, and everyone that knew Caroline said that being a mother was absolutely everything to her. Police received a phone call from a house in Glicanera, which would turn out to be the home of Bobish and Caroline. The officers were told a story so horrifying that even the most senior and tenured of detectives were left in complete and utter shock. When police arrived at the home in question, they were confronted by a horrendous scene. Caroline's beloved husky Roxy was dead and had been hung by his lead on the stairs. Baby Lydia was screaming and hitting her mother, trying to wake her up, but tragically, 20-year-old Caroline Crouch was already dead. Her husband Bobish had been handcuffed and restrained. He had tape around his neck, mouth, and eyes. Bobish told police that a gang of men had stormed the home in the early morning hours while everyone was asleep, and a barbaric rampage had ensued. Going off of Bobish's timeline of events, the gang had to have been inside the property for around an hour, arriving there after 1:30 a.m. The gang held a gun to Lydia's head, forcing the couple to show them where the money was stashed. Bobish directed the gang to the money, gave them what they asked for, and begged them not to hurt his family. But despite the couple's cooperation, Bobish said that one of the gang members strangled Caroline with his bare hands, while Bobish was tied to the floor, unable to help her. He said after a while he could no longer hear his wife's cries for help, and shortly after this he lost consciousness and was left for dead. When Bobish regained consciousness, he used the small gap in the tape over his eyes to find his phone and used his nose to dial the last number in his call logs. This number was for one of the couple's neighbors, but because the tape was covering his mouth, all that could be heard on the end of the phone when the neighbor picked up was muffled sounds. The neighbor headed straight over to the house and once inside helped Bobish to call the police. Earlier in the night, that same neighbor recalled hearing Roxy crying, but assumed he must have just been fighting with the cats. When police began their searches of the property, they found that the equivalent of over £10,000 in cash which had been hidden inside a Monopoly box had been taken, along with around £20,000 worth of jewelry. Bobish said the money was stashed inside the home as the couple had recently purchased a plot of land and needed to pay some workers. He thought that someone had either tipped this gang off, or someone inside the gang must have had some prior knowledge about this. The cruel, brutal, and barbaric nature of the crimes sent shockwaves throughout Greece that soon traveled internationally. The police were just as horrified and commented on how rare crimes like these were in their country. Everyone was outraged and panicked, and the community reached out to offer their support to Bobish and the couple's families. Though the couple had cameras all around the house, there was little footage available, as the cameras did not appear to be working or turned on at the time of the robbery and subsequent murder. On an outside camera nearby, they did spot a car driving near to the home around the time frame they were looking at, so at least they had that to look into. Sadly, DNA evidence collected from underneath Caroline's fingernails proved to be inconclusive. There were no witnesses, and no one heard anything, apart from the neighbor that heard Roxy cry. Apart from Babu's account and the camera outside, police had very little to go on. The story spread through the media like wildfire, and soon the whole world would be watching to see who would be arrested for these horrendous crimes. The pressure to solve it prompted government officials to announce a reward of €300,000. 3 days after Caroline's death, every shop, bar, and restaurant on the island of Alanissos closed, as its 2,000 residents laid to rest the woman they had adopted as their own. Baby son went a listening test to identify the language the gang had been speaking. He was able to determine that it was either Albanian or a language from the former USSR. After looking at 150 photographs, he also managed to narrow down the list of suspects to just 10. There was an Albanian gang that had been at the center of some very violent robberies, often subjecting the victims to torture and beatings. In the 6 months prior, there had been several similar occurrences in the same area, and the race was on to find anyone linked or previously associated with this gang. Using their knowledge of the gang they were looking for and Babbitt's list of suspects, police issued a statement about a specific suspect they were looking for. He was described as strong, around 5 feet 5 inches, with short blonde hair, who was a violent abuser who hates women. Police began investigating a potential link between him and another suspect who had robbed the house of Babu's pilot instructor 3 years before. 32-year-old instructor said they were also hunting for another suspect named Yanis, who reportedly worked with the gang too. Shortly after Caroline's funeral, a Georgian man had come to the attention of Bulgarian authorities. He was at the border and had a fake passport on him. After taking samples from him, DNA evidence put this man at the scene of another home invasion that happened just 20 minutes away from Caroline's home and just 4 days before. It was very similar in nature given that both crime scenes were deemed to share the same modus operandi. But just as quickly as he was deemed a suspect in her case, he was ruled out at the same speed when police could find nothing that tied him to the couple's home. Experts were fearful and said that as more time passed by, it was becoming less and less likely that they would ever find the gang responsible. Police sources told the local media that the evidence found at the home was so little, it was as if the burglars had bleached the entire house before leaving. Babiš was frequently in and out of police interviews as they scrutinized his timeline, trying to get more information. He also told the police everything about the couple and their relationship. But Caroline's diary would soon paint a very different picture. She spoke of an abusive and volatile home, and it turned out that Caroline had been trying to leave Babiš for a long time. She first told him she was leaving in July 2020 when Lydia was a newborn. She said she felt miserable and that she was looking for a new home, but she often changed her mind saying she didn't want her daughter to grow up without her parents together. Babiš became even more controlling, allegedly installing a tracing app on her phone and accompanying her to her therapy sessions to listen in. The couple's counselor, Eleni, said Caroline told her she was looking for an apartment in central Athens for her and Lydia, near to a cooking school that she had dreams of attending. Eleni also said that Caroline was terrified of her husband hearing anything outside the room and used to check the doors were shut over and over again. Despite often seeking advice from her counselor, one day, out of the blue, Eleni received a message from Caroline abruptly asking to end their sessions. Later, it was claimed it was more than likely that this message had actually been sent by Babiš. According to Caroline's diary, the pair would fight bitterly and things would often escalate quickly. One diary entry read, "Today my little one is a month old. It's also the day I told Bobby I want to leave. I feel awful." Another read, "I'm thinking of going to my sister. I don't know if I can keep going with Bobby. I love him so much that I can't leave him, even though this relationship hurts me." It is said that Eleni urged Caroline to confide in her mother, but Caroline said she didn't want to disappoint her. 38 days after the violent scene was discovered during Caroline's memorial service, Babiš was approached by officers asking him to come in for some more questioning. He begged to stay, but police insisted, stating they had arrested someone and needed Babiš to identify him. This was all a ruse. The police were actually taking Babiš to the station to interrogate him. His entire story was becoming more and more convoluted and impossible to believe, and holes were appearing everywhere. Alongside Caroline's own words about the toxic relationship and Babiš's bewildering story that not a single witness or camera could corroborate, police already knew that they weren't looking for a gang of people. They were looking at just one person. When the data from Caroline's smartwatch was analyzed, it showed she was in an extreme state of mental or physical stress for 6 minutes around 4 a.m. This revealed that she did not die at the time Babiš had originally claimed. Data from his phone showed him walking up and down the stairs of the house for hours while he claimed he was tied up and unable to move. After 8 hours of intense interrogation and being presented with all the evidence the police had collected, Babiš finally broke. He admitted that the robbery had been fake and that he had been the one to commit and stage the depraved crimes against Caroline and her beloved dog Roxy. Police revealed that they had immediately suspected Babiš of committing the crime after noticing his demeanor when they arrived at the crime scene on the morning of May 11th. Suspicion loomed from the start. Police Chief Petros Safaris said, "But we lacked the hard evidence." Babiš had courted the media, misled the police, and deceived the world and Caroline's distraught and grieving family. As well as Caroline wanting to dissolve the marriage and leave with Lydia, police wondered if there was another potential motive for the murder. Money. Babiš lived a very lavish lifestyle, one people wondered if he could maintain. He and Caroline had recently been on a luxury holiday to Dubai, had spent the equivalent of £47,000 on land, and designed a £140,000 dream home. Just a week before Caroline was killed, Caroline's mom gave Babish €20,000, and sources also revealed that Babish may have been involved in drug smuggling in his helicopter, which was providing him with the money to fund his luxurious life. Caroline's father David does believe there is some foundation to these rumors. He said his daughter had a strong sense of right and wrong, and if she had seen or heard anything about this, she would not have kept quiet. Looking at the timeline of events and the data available, police pieced together what happened that early morning as best they could. At some point in the evening, Caroline had texted a friend, telling them she was leaving Babish. Data from her phone showed that she had tried to book a hotel with her daughter to stay away for the night. At 12:35 a.m., Babish was seen on the living room camera with Lydia, while texting Caroline, who was upstairs. At 1:20 a.m., Babish removed the memory card from the camera inside the property. The couple continued to argue over text for over 2 hours. At 4 a.m., Caroline's smartwatch suggested she was asleep. Just 1 minute later, the watch registered intense pulse stimulation. 11 minutes after this, Caroline's watch detected no further heartbeats. Her pulse rocketed by 50% at 04:05 a.m. as Babish suffocated her with a pillow. Babish then placed Lydia next to her late mother in an attempt to create a more compelling and shocking crime scene. Caroline had died at a completely different time to that Babish had reported. This gave him time to stage the robbery by throwing clothes around and pretending to loot the house. At some point, he drowned 7-month-old Roxy and hung his body from the stairs. 2 hours later at 6 a.m., Babish made the call to report the fake robbery. A doctor confirmed that Caroline would have died in agony, and police said it was clear from the data on her watch she had fought for her life with everything she had. In a court appearance, Babish first described smothering Caroline as a hug, saying she was trying to move away from him as they lay in bed, so he held her tightly. At one point, as her face was shaking on the pillow, her mouth and her nose were resting on the pillow. I kept holding her in my arms until she stopped rocking, he said. It all lasted about 5 minutes from the time I hugged her until the moment she stopped rocking. I tried to wake her, rocked her, but it was in vain. Then I realized what had happened. He then said that he threw her down on the bed and pressed her face into the pillow until she passed out, before realizing he had killed her. His reason for this, he claimed, was to protect his daughter. He said that Caroline was violent and verbally abusive towards himself and Lydia, and that he had acted in the heat of the moment to save her. I never wanted to lie. I did what I did to evade arrest to protect my daughter, he said. It was a devastating and hurtful claim for those that knew Caroline to hear. Lydia was Caroline's life, and she worshipped her. She would simply never have acted in any harmful way towards her baby girl. The prosecutors say the killing was absolutely premeditated, pointing to the cameras that Babish had disabled and removed the memory card from before the murder and Caroline's smartwatch data that suggested she was asleep when she was smothered. Babouz is charged with 2 felonies, the first being premeditated murder while in a non-agitated state of mind, the second being abuse of an animal. The 2 misdemeanors he faces are accusing others of a crime and repeatedly providing false testimonies. One of his lawyers resigned, telling reporters, Babish remains detained in Greece's high-security Korydallos jail, awaiting trial. Sources differ as to the length of sentence he could receive if found guilty, but it has been stated that if the jury is satisfied it was not premeditated, then he could have his sentence drastically reduced. Caroline's death sparked outrage all over the world, but in Greece particularly. It prompted protesters to march the streets, carrying banners reading, "No more domestic violence." Domestic abuse has quadrupled since the country's first lockdown in March 2020, and Caroline's case seemed to force Greece to confront its problems with violence against women, the attitudes of society, the media, and even senior justice officials. The cases of femicide are usually the result of years of domestic violence that has not been treated and has not been answered in the correct way, said Maria Alvanu, who works as a criminologist, lawyer, and women's rights activist. Caroline's grieving parents Susan and David wanted to erase Babish in any way they could, starting by removing the word wife from Caroline's gravestone. It now reads mother and daughter. They were also granted full custody of baby Lydia. Bobbish parents were denied co-custody, but they were granted visitation rights of 5 days a month. Sources say that despite everything, Caroline's parents have a cordial relationship with Bobbish parents and are working together to do the best thing for Caroline. Crouch had so much still to accomplish and so many plans for her future before her life was so tragically and brutally cut short. Her baby girl Lydia is now growing up in her late mother's childhood home, and David, Caroline's father, said, "Lydia is fine and, like her mother, grows more beautiful by the day. She is now walking confidently, eats heartily, and charms everyone she comes into contact with." The case of Lisa Valdez. Lisa Valdez was born on September 6, 1961, in San Francisco, California. She grew up with her mother and brother. Lisa and her mother had an exceptionally close relationship, rarely arguing. As a teenager, Lisa developed a passion for dance and an interest in modern technology. She was an early adopter of emerging technologies, including email, which was still a novelty at the time. This interest in technology would later shape her career path. After graduating from college, Lisa found a job as a software analyst in San Francisco. Her mother then used her savings to buy Lisa an apartment in a desirable neighborhood. Lisa lived alone in the apartment, progressing her career and spending time with her family whenever possible. She also continued to pursue her passion for dance. On May 16, 1998, Lisa, then 36, hosted her mother and some family friends at her apartment for the evening. After the guests departed, her mother helped with the dishes before heading home. Before leaving, Lisa promised to call her mother the next day, but the call never came. Initially, her mother assumed Lisa was simply busy. Since Lisa had dance practice scheduled for the next day, her mother decided to wait. However, the entire day passed without any word from Lisa. After trying unsuccessfully to contact Lisa for several days, Lisa's mother began to worry. When Lisa did not show up for work on Monday, her coworkers called her mother to express their concern. The mother immediately decided to go to Lisa's apartment complex. When Lisa's mother arrived at her home, she saw a group of police officers. Lisa's mother approached the police to ask what was going on and was told that residents had reported a strange smell coming from one of the apartments. The apartment manager investigated, found the door unlocked, and called the police after discovering a body on the floor. Police quickly identified the victim as Lisa. Her body showed signs of trauma, making it clear she had been murdered. The advanced state of decomposition suggested that Lisa had been dead for several days. The police suspected that Lisa had been assaulted due to the presence of her underwear next to her body. The crime scene was marked by extensive blood stains on the floor and bed, with the TV and air conditioner still on. However, the disarray of the apartment was later found to be consistent with Lisa's usual living habits. There was no indication of a robbery, as all of Lisa's valuables, including jewelry, were left untouched. The only missing items were her keys and a gym bag. A peculiar detail was the discovery that the attacker had cut off some of Lisa's hair and taken it with them. Detectives believed that the killer may have known Lisa personally. This theory was supported by the lack of forced entry into the apartment complex, which was secured by a fence and required a key or resident approval for access. Police investigating Lisa's murder began by interviewing her neighbors. Their first lead came when a neighbor mentioned discovering a bent metal door frame and faint bloodstains on her door 2 days before Lisa's body was discovered. The neighbor had previously reported the incident to the building's management, but they had not notified the police. Police are certain that Lisa's murder was linked to a break-in at her neighbor's apartment. It is possible that the person trying to break into her neighbor's apartment was seen by Lisa and killed her, but another theory is that the break-in may have occurred after Lisa was murdered. Police also interviewed the person who cleaned Lisa's apartment weekly. She said that 2 days before Lisa's body was found, she tried to open the apartment door with her key but found it locked from the inside. When she looked through the door, she saw a naked woman lying on the floor and a male voice talking. Assuming it was a private situation, the cleaner quickly left without doing anything. Police suspected Lisa was dead when the cleaner heard a man's voice, and it was her killer who was still in the apartment. The cleaner also reported seeing a black Ziploc bag near the body. An envelope containing cash was found taped to the inside of Lisa's apartment door. The money was for the cleaner, as Lisa always left it with her the day before cleaning. The presence of the envelope suggests that Lisa was likely attacked after her mother left, sometime between midnight and early morning. Neighbors who lived downstairs reported hearing a loud noise coming from upstairs on the night of the attack, followed by someone coming down the stairs. Although they did not see who it was, the neighbors' accounts provided a timeline of events. Police continued to search Lisa's apartment for clues, while medical professionals examined her body. Forensic analysis revealed that a fingerprint on the toilet seat did not belong to Lisa. In an attempt to identify the fingerprint, the police collected fingerprints from all of Lisa's friends and family members, but none of them matched the mystery fingerprint. Detectives therefore suspected that the mystery fingerprint might belong to Lisa's killer. Medical examiners released their report, shedding new light on the case. Lisa's body showed more than 20 stab wounds, but the advanced decomposition made it difficult to determine if she had been sexually assaulted. The medical team also discovered skin particles under Lisa's nails, which were likely to have come from her attacker, and sent them to the lab for analysis. One of the pillowcases showed multiple bloodstains, which upon analysis were found to be a mixture of Lisa's blood and another person's. The police sent the bloodstains to the laboratory for further testing. Police believe the killer may have accidentally injured himself when stabbing Lisa. At the scene, they discovered 2 bandages from a first aid kit in the toilet, which the killer may have used to bandage his wound. Additionally, the killer may have left fingerprints on the toilet seat when discarding the bandages. DNA analysis revealed that the blood on the pillowcase belonged to a man whose DNA was not in the FBI database. Furthermore, the skin particles found under Lisa's fingernails and the blood on her knee were from the same person. Although the DNA did not match anyone in the database, detectives now had a DNA profile of the killer. Police compared the DNA evidence with samples from criminals in the area. They also began to scrutinize Lisa's acquaintances. Lisa's mother mentioned that Lisa had met a man named Albert Ketto and that they had planned to go on a date the day after the murder. However, Albert Ketto had canceled their plans just days before. Police brought Albert Ketto in for questioning and noticed a large cut on his hand. Police considered Albert Ketto a potential suspect. However, Albert Ketto denied any involvement in the crime. Police collected Albert Ketto's fingerprints and DNA samples for further analysis. However, the test results showed that none of Albert Ketto's samples matched the blood found on the pillowcase. Additionally, the skin particles under Lisa's fingernails belonged to someone else. This new information led investigators to expand their search for other suspects. Police decided to look at messages left on Lisa's answering machine in the days before she was killed. Police compiled a list of 40 callers but discovered one unusual message. It came from a man who had called Lisa just hours before the murder. He left a message saying, "You know how it goes. Hey Lisa, are you home?" When police played the message to Lisa's friend, the friend recognized the voice as Albert Robinson, a co-worker of Lisa's. Lisa and Albert Robinson worked together. However, Albert Robinson had expressed romantic feelings for Lisa, but she did not return his feelings. Albert Robinson appeared at Lisa's memorial service a few days after the murder. Albert Robinson claimed that he and Lisa were in love, saying that they planned to get married and start a family. However, Lisa's friends and mother objected to this. Lisa told them that she had no feelings for Albert Robinson and that the relationship between the two was just friends. During questioning, Albert Robinson denied any involvement in Lisa's murder, claiming that he loved Lisa and would never hurt her. However, he refused to provide DNA and fingerprint samples to the police, which aroused suspicion and made him the prime suspect. Police obtained a search warrant for Albert Robinson's home, where they discovered something unusual. Albert Robinson's home contained many photos of Lisa. However, despite the evidence, he continued to deny his involvement. He cooperated by providing his fingerprints and DNA samples to the police. However, they were surprised when Albert Robinson's test results did not match the samples collected at Lisa's apartment. Police eliminated Albert Robinson as a suspect. Due to lack of evidence, the case remained unsolved for many years. The investigation continues, with police waiting for the suspect's DNA or fingerprints to be matched in a database. Over the years, Lisa's mother has used social media platforms to plead for information, but the police have yet to uncover any new clues, leaving the case even more unsolved. In 2010, the FBI used new DNA technology to identify suspects by matching their DNA to relatives in a database. This method was limited to close relatives. On September 2nd, police received a call from the FBI with the news. Although the FBI did not compare the DNA to possible relatives in the database, they did retest the original DNA sample as part of the process. Amazingly, 13 years after the murder, the retested DNA sample was a perfect match. DNA from blood and skin particles found under Lisa's fingernails matched a 52-year-old man named Anthony Hughes, whose DNA had recently been added to the FBI database. Although Anthony had a lengthy criminal record, his DNA was not in the database because he had committed a minor crime. However, a change in California law requires DNA samples from all convicted felons, regardless of the severity of their crimes. As a result, Anthony's DNA was collected after he was arrested for petty theft. The investigation revealed that Anthony's fingerprints were also on file matched those found on the toilet seat in Lisa's apartment. Experts were able to identify the specific finger that left the fingerprint. Prior to the arrest, police searched for additional evidence that linked Anthony to the crime. 13 years ago, police reviewed calls to Lisa's phone before she was killed, but they ignored calls made after her death. Recently, police discovered a call made by Anthony to Lisa's phone just one day after her death. He left a message, the content of which seemed normal and did not arouse any suspicion at the time. If the police had investigated Anthony at that time, they would have found his extensive criminal record. When they went through Lisa's belongings, detectives found Anthony's phone number in her address book, indicating that she knew him. After talking to Lisa's friends, the police learned that Lisa had dated Anthony in high school. The police now had all the information they needed to question Anthony. Since Anthony was homeless at the time and had no fixed address, the police approached cautiously to avoid Anthony fleeing. They arrested him under the pretext of investigating a series of robberies in San Francisco, and he surrendered without resistance. Police began asking about a series of robberies, gradually bringing up Anthony's previous convictions. Eventually, police asked him if he knew a woman named Lisa Valdez. He initially denied knowing her, but when shown a photo, he admitted that they had been high school acquaintances. Anthony also claimed that he had not seen Lisa since the late 1980s. The police pressed Anthony for information about his relationship with Lisa. Eventually, the police produced evidence of his DNA found in Lisa's apartment in 1998. Upon hearing this, Anthony burst into tears. Anthony was restrained as he cried and screamed. He was eventually charged with murder, and detectives informed Lisa's family that her killer had been arrested. However, the trial did not begin until 4 years later. During the trial, Anthony initially appeared confident, but as the trial progressed, his pace changed. He began appearing in court with a Bible and wearing a cross. Anthony's lawyer argued that his client was incapable of committing the murder due to a medical condition that weakened his muscles, making movement extremely difficult. Despite the defense's argument, the prosecution presented strong evidence linking Anthony to the crime scene. This included his skin cells found under the Lisa's fingernails, his blood on a pillowcase, and his fingerprint on the toilet seat. Anthony maintained his innocence, claiming he had not seen the Lisa since the late 1980s. The prosecution, on the other hand, proposed a different scenario. They believed Anthony had contacted the Lisa, visited her home, and attempted to engage in intimate relations with her. When she refused, he became enraged and killed her. As part of the crime, he cut off a portion of her hair and took it with him before fleeing the scene. Ultimately, the jury delivered a unanimous verdict, finding Anthony guilty of first-degree murder. However, the prosecution faced challenges in securing a conviction for sexual assault due to the advanced state of the Lisa's decomposition, which made it difficult to gather sufficient evidence. The charges were reduced from first-degree murder to second-degree murder, which carries a lighter sentence. Anthony was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 16 years. Anthony has been in prison since then and continues to maintain his innocence. Anthony will be eligible for parole in 2031 at age 72. However, Anthony's chances of being paroled are slim, as parole boards typically view refusal to plead guilty as a lack of remorse. Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. Wellington, Florida was known as a village where people who wanted to escape the crime in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach moved to. Wellington had a variety of events and celebrations throughout the year. The Winter Equestrian Festival was a famous event that ran from January to April and attracted equestrian enthusiasts from around the world. It featured various competitions and shows. The Wellington Bacon and Bourbon Fest was another well-attended event that offered bacon-based dishes and bourbon tastings from various vendors. A lot of famous people like Bruce Springsteen and Madonna used to visit a nearby club called Mar-a-Lago. The town itself is a very nice place with good schools, and people feel safe and happy there. In terms of safety and crime rates, Wellington has been reported to be a relatively peaceful and safe community. According to many surveys, Wellington's crime rate was lower than the national average, and it has been listed as one of the safest cities in Florida. But on Memorial Day weekend in May 1990, while everyone else was enjoying parades, barbecues, and picnics, something terrible happened to the Warren family. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950. She grew up in Michigan and loved spending time with her sisters on her grandfather's farm. She enjoyed baking, making art, and painting, especially clowns. The whole family shared her love for clowns, and her parents even had a room dedicated to them. Marlene had her first child in 1965, at the tender age of 15, and named him after her husband, John Arranes. Later, in 1969, she had another child named Joey. Sadly, Marlene became a single mother of two after her first husband, John Arranes, died in a car accident. She later married Mike, or Michael Warren, in 1972. Michael Warren was just 19 and younger than 22-year-old Marlene. They moved from Michigan to South Florida, where Michael's family lived. Michael got a job as a meat inspector, but they also started investing in rental properties, which eventually brought in a lot of money. Marlene managed the rental properties, and Michael quit his job to open a used car lot called Bargain Motors. He sold cars to people who had no credit and couldn't buy them elsewhere. In the late 1980s, Mike and Marlene bought their dream home in Wellington, Florida. However, in 1983, Michael was arrested for tampering with the odometers on his used cars. He pleaded guilty and received probation, but kept his business for a few more years. Mike and Marlene led separate lives, with Mike focused on his business and spending time at the racetrack, while Marlene managed their rental properties. In 1988, tragedy struck again when Marlene's oldest son, John Jr., died in a car accident at just 22 years old. His death caused tension in Michael and Marlene's relationship. During this time, Michael Warren met Sheila King, the wife of one of his employees, Richard Spudkeen. There was an instant connection between Michael and Sheila. However, initially they kept their relationship a secret, even though it was obvious to those around them. On a rainy Saturday morning of May 26, 1990, Michael went to the racetrack while 40-year-old Marlene stayed at home. She was cooking breakfast for her son, 21-year-old Joey, who had some of his friends over. At around 10:45 a.m., there was a knock on the door. When Marlene opened it, she saw a clown holding flowers and balloons, and she assumed it was a gift. She was pretty excited to see a clown at her door, having loved them ever since she was a child. But behind the balloons and the clown costume, the clown held a gun. The clown pulled out the gun and shot her in the face. Joey heard the gunshot, ran to the door, and saw the clown driving away in a Chrysler LeBaron. Marlene was dying on the ground, and a neighbor named Bill Kramer had heard the shot too. Some people ran out, saying that someone had shot Joey's mother. An ambulance was called and Marlene was taken to the hospital, but she died 2 days later on May 28, 1990. Marlene was an outstanding human. Friendly, loving, kind, always courteous, and always respectful. But her end was unfortunate. After Marlene's shooting, saw a clown walking away, but all he could remember was that the clown had brown eyes. Initially, Joey's description to the police was vague, saying the suspect had broad shoulders and big hands. However, he did see the clown drive away in a white Chrysler LeBaron, which was a crucial detail. At first, Michael Warren was a suspect, but he had an alibi as he was at the racetrack. As a result, the police turned their attention to his girlfriend, Sheila Keene, and the more they investigated, the more evidence pointed toward her involvement. There were allegations of an affair between Michael Warren and Sheila Keene at the time of the crime. Michael vehemently denied these. However, investigators were scrutinizing their relationship to identify the motive and opportunity for Marlene's murder. Sheila also went by Sheila Sheltra, her maiden name, and had a criminal record dating back to her upbringing in Central Florida. Sheila was known to be headstrong, some say wild and very attractive. Her long hair was often described as similar to Crystal Gale's. Sheila had a criminal record from a young age, including a shoplifting charge and a theft charge a few years later. Her mugshot showed her smiling, seemingly unbothered by the arrest. People who knew her revealed that Sheila had associated herself with older men and bad influences from a young age. She was married to Richard Spud Keene, a former Ku Klux Klan member who had served time for drug trafficking. Richard was 20 years older than Sheila. Sheila even moved to Georgia to be close to him while he was in prison. After Sheila's husband was released from prison in Georgia, they moved back to Florida, where Richard started working with Michael Warren. Soon the three ex-felons began to spend a lot of time together, engaging in sketchy activities. One such incident involved Sheila dressing up as a prostitute to meet someone who had purchased a car in a motel room. While she was in there, Richard and Michael, who were armed, repossessed the car. Sheila was also spotted holding the buyer at gunpoint, and the trio fled the scene. As time passed, Michael and Sheila grew closer, and Richard faded into the background. Sheila rented an apartment in Pine Ridge, and the residents assumed that she was married to Michael because of the amount of time he spent there. Co-workers of Michael and Sheila told investigators that they believed the two were having an affair. They would go out for long lunches and were very affectionate towards each other. There was substantial evidence suggesting that they were indeed having an affair. Police records quoted Michael's mother recalling an incident where she accompanied Michael on one of his racetrack outings. She sensed something between Michael and Sheila and asked her if she loved him. Sheila confirmed that she did, but Michael responded by saying that he loved himself. During this period, Michael's marriage with Marlene was falling apart. An employee at the car dealership claimed that Michael would come in, furious after fighting with Marlene, and offer $10,000 to anyone who would kill her. There are also reports of Michael saying that he would make someone rich if they got rid of his wife, and they would never have to work again. After Marlene's murder, both Michael and Sheila became suspects in the case. While Michael was the obvious suspect, investigators started to question whether his girlfriend could have committed the crime. The nature of the murder raised suspicions, as most men would shoot their victims in the heart, not in the face. As investigators delved deeper into the case, the evidence started to point towards Sheila instead of Michael, leading them to believe that she might have a motive to commit the crime. In the investigation, finding the white Chrysler LeBaron that Joey saw became the top priority for the police. They learned that a couple had rented the car from a nearby car lot called Payless Cars. When it was time to return the car, they got confused and dialed the wrong number from an ad in the phone book. The ad was taken out by Michael Warren for his car lot, Bargain Motors, and the number listed was his, but the ad that Michael put out looked very similar to that of an ad for the Payless car lot. The couple called the number thinking it was for Payless Cars, and someone at Michael's car lot instructed them to leave the car outside the gate with the keys in the windshield wipers. However, the car was stolen shortly after. On the day of Marlene's funeral, investigators located a Chrysler LeBaron in a Winn-Dixie parking lot approximately 5 miles away from the crime scene. A number of hairs were discovered inside the car, some of which appeared to be from an acrylic wig with orange and yellow fibers. However, the DNA technology at that time was insufficient to identify precisely what the fibers were, as well as the hair samples. In addition to the car, Investigators also found the place where the suspect bought the clown costume, balloons, and flowers. 2 women who worked at the Spotlight Capezio costume shop told police that a woman came in a few days before the murder and requested a clown costume, specifically Ruby's clown costume, an Afro clown wig, Bob Kelly clown makeup, and a sponge nose. Initially, the shop workers asked the woman to return the next day as they were closed, but the woman insisted on purchasing the costume that night. She was described as around 5 feet 8 inches, with brown eyes, long chocolate hair, and wearing jeans and a men's work shirt. The police reported that the shop workers identified Sheila from a photo lineup, stating that she was the woman who came to the store a few days before the murder at closing time. Sheila's potential involvement in Marlene's murder continued to be investigated, and more evidence started to pile up against her. One piece of evidence came from a nearby public photos. Further adding to the suspicion was the fact that Sheila had previously dressed up as a clown. During her marriage to Richard Keene, the couple lived in a trailer park in Pahokee on the edge of Lake Okeechobee. Sheila had become friendly with people around town, including some employees at an auto parts store. On one occasion, she had even dressed up as a clown to entertain them. Despite this mounting evidence, prosecutors didn't feel they had enough to make an arrest. In 1991, about a year later, the investigation heated up as Michael and Sheila became the prime suspects. In an attempt to clear his name, Michael went on a radio show accompanied by Joey. During the interview, Michael denied any involvement in the murder and Joey defended Sheila, who he was surprised was even a suspect. Despite Joey's initial belief that the clown was a man due to its large size, evidence was beginning to point toward a woman. Michael had an alibi that confirmed he was at the racetracks during the time of the murder, leaving Sheila as the primary suspect. However, just when it seemed like the case was going nowhere, a twist emerged. Backtracking in time, in 1987, when Joey was around 18 years old, he was charged with attempted murder. The Warren family hired Christopher DeSantos as their lawyer. After a successful hearing at the courthouse, DeSantos and Michael Warren were walking out celebrating Joey's trial win. Then, Michael casually asked whether someone who hired a hitman to kill their wife would still be able to inherit their estate. The lawyer was taken aback, but answered that the law prohibited a murderer from inheriting, except in cases of manslaughter, or if the murderer was someone else. DeSantos, unfortunately, gave another example that he later regretted. He said that if someone wore a clown suit, their identity would be hidden, making it difficult to get a conviction. He didn't intend to advise Michael to wear a clown suit, but the point was that if identity couldn't be proven, then there could be no conviction. Essentially, DeSantos had given him a recipe for murder. As the investigation into Marlene's murder progressed and suspicions fell on Michael and Sheila, the investigators interviewed DeSantos too because they thought that maybe the clown figure was taking revenge on Joey and his friends. But then this interaction between DeSantos and Michael became a significant piece of evidence. It raised the question of whether Michael had taken the lawyer's advice to heart and used a clown suit to conceal his identity while committing the crime. As the investigation continued, it became clear that Marlene had expressed fear of her husband prior to her murder. She had told people that she wanted to divorce Mike, but was scared he would kill her. This, coupled with DeSantos' statement, suggested that Mike had knowledge of how he could inherit property after killing his wife. Despite this, there were no arrests made in the weeks following these revelations, as investigators needed concrete evidence to proceed. The case remained unsolved as the months dragged on. Despite not acknowledging any romantic involvement, Michael and Sheila's co-workers had their suspicions. A year after Marlene's death, they let their guard down and took a vacation together to the Bahamas. At a fancy hotel resort casino, other couples noticed them come in. Sheila appeared uneasy, while Michael was himself loud and brash. This tipped off the police yet again. Meanwhile, Michael decided to make another appearance on a radio show. And in that radio show, Michael said that he had last spoke to Sheila a month ago, when in reality Sheila was with Michael all the time. After Michael's radio appearance, investigators began to focus on him as a suspect in his wife's murder. They searched his business and obtained a warrant to go through his records. Michael had a history of odometer tampering, and investigators found that he had been doing the same thing at his car lot. They charged him with multiple crimes, including racketeering, odometer tapping, fraud, and theft. Although Michael was sentenced to 9 years in prison, there was still no concrete evidence linking him or Sheila to Marlene's murder. The investigation seemed to a dead end, but in 1997, new evidence emerged that would bring the case back to life. In 1997, a man contacted the police with a lead linking Michael Warren to his wife's murder. The informant was the son of an employee at Bargain Motors who had recently died, and the informant claimed that his father had made a shocking confession to him on his deathbed. According to the informant, his father told him that all the answers to the case could be found by pulling up a vehicle that was submerged in water. He even gave the exact location of the vehicle and claimed to know who planned the murder and where the gun and clown costume were hidden. This was a major lead, and investigators believed that they could finally solve the case by recovering the murder weapon and costume. Divers were sent down to the location and they found the vehicle. But unfortunately, there was nothing of significance inside it. This setback sent the investigation back to square one, and the case again remained cold for some time. In 2002, Michael Warren and Sheila Keene decided to get married in Las Vegas. As the investigation into Marlene Warren's death had come to a halt, the case remained unsolved, but Marlene's parents were convinced that Sheila was the killer clown. However, in 2013, the case was reopened, and Sheila was once again a prime suspect, particularly due to her marriage to Michael. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office received a grant to investigate cold cases, including the Wellington clown murder. They formed a task force with members from the state attorney's office and the FBI. Review the evidence and interview witnesses. The task force submitted new evidence for DNA analysis, which helped them get the indictment. This included DNA samples from different people who were suspects in the case, including Michael and Sheila. It also included the possible DNA samples found in the clown wig and other hair strands that were inside the Chrysler LeBaron. The evidence gathered from interviews and analysis allowed investigators to take a fresh look at the case. Mike and Sheila had started a new life in Abington, a small town in Virginia, where they had reinvented themselves. Sheila had even changed her name to Debbie, and they were living a seemingly happy life, with neighbors describing them as friendly and in love. They had even opened up a popular fast food restaurant called the Purple Cow in Tennessee, just across the border. Investigators eventually tracked down Michael and Sheila at their restaurant. Despite being prime suspects, they were not on the run or trying to hide, and they were still working and living their lives openly. It seemed that they had finally moved on from their past and were doing well. Although Michael Warren was generally described as a laid-back and happy individual, not everyone had a favorable impression of him, especially after an encounter with one of his neighbors that showed another side of him. Apparently, Michael decided to take some rocks from his neighbor's property without permission. But when confronted about it, he suggested that they should be neighborly about the situation. The neighbor replied that the neighborly thing to do would have been to ask for permission first. Michael then responded with insults, calling the neighbor scrawny and using a derogatory term. The neighbor stood his ground and called Michael a bully. As Michael and Sheila lived their seemingly idyllic life in Abingdon, Virginia, a dark secret lingered in the shadows. One night during a party, a drunken Sheila, known to her co-workers as Debbie, revealed a chilling tale of how she had gotten away with murder in Florida. Meanwhile, in Florida, detectives relentlessly pursued the case, utilizing the latest DNA technology to uncover a potential suspect in the murder of Marlene Warren. The evidence pointed to one person, the very same Sheila Keene Warren, or Debbie, who had casually shared her deadly secret with her unsuspecting colleagues. On December 26, 2017, Mike and Sheila were driving back to their hometown of Abington from Vermont in their Cadillac SUV. When they were pulled over by the police, Sheila was arrested but didn't ask why. Instead, she asked if her husband was also being arrested. The reason for her arrest: Sheila had been indicted for first-degree murder with a firearm, the same crime that had been unsolved for 27 years. Despite being a prime suspect from the beginning of the investigation, Sheila had managed to evade arrest until that day. Now she faced the potential penalty of life in prison. As Sheila was being brought into the police station, a video captured the moment, followed by a mugshot. In the mugshot, she is seen smiling, reminiscent of her teenage mugshot when she was first arrested. The contrast between the heinousness of the crime she was being accused of and the nonchalant expression on her face was unsettling. Sheila Keene Warren's lawyer stated that she strongly denied any involvement in the murder. During her time in prison, she wrote numerous letters that showed her belief in her own innocence. Despite the passage of 27 years, and the initial description of the clown being that of a man, the state of Florida was confident that they would secure a conviction, even though the murder weapon was still missing. Sheila had been awaiting trial in jail after her arrest in 2017, while investigators continued to build their case against her. Finally, on April 25, 2023, 59-year-old Sheila pleaded guilty to the crime of dressing up as a clown and shooting Marlene Warren. Although her lawyer still maintained her innocence, he believed that her guilty plea helped her case. If the jury had found her guilty, she could have faced a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison. However, by pleading guilty, she received a reduced sentence of only 12 years. Remarkably, her lawyer even suggested that Sheila could be released as early as 2024 due to her good behavior in prison. With Sheila's confession, the investigators finally solved the case. But do you think that Sheila meant her confession? Or was she just really looking for a deal to cut her sentence? The case of Jessica Dishin. Jessica Dishin was born on May 2, 1982, in the small town of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. As the eldest of 3 children, Jessica took on significant responsibilities from a young age, helping her parents care for her 2 younger brothers while they worked. At age 15, Jessica started working part-time at a restaurant to save money to buy her first car, a red Pontiac. A few years later, she bought the car she wanted. Despite her job, Jessica excelled in school and began planning to attend college, where she hoped to study accounting. In the fall of 1999, 17-year-old Jessica was about to start her senior year of high school. She had also started dating a boy, which made her very happy. On the morning of Friday, September 10th, Jessica's parents went to work, and her younger brothers caught the bus to school. However, Jessica did not leave for school as planned. Later that day, around noon, Jessica's mother returned home from work and noticed something unusual. Jessica's car was still parked in front of the house. The mother went to Jessica's room, thinking that maybe she had overslept and missed school. But Jessica was not in her bedroom. The mother then considered the possibility that Jessica might have gotten a ride to school from her father, so she called him to ask. However, he told her that he had gone to work alone that morning. Jessica's mother suspected something was wrong with her car, so she took out a spare key to try to start the car. When she approached the car, the driver's door was slightly open and Jessica's cell phone was lying on the seat with the numbers 9 and 1 displayed on the screen, indicating that she had tried to call 911. Jessica's shoes and keys were found under the front seat while her textbooks, work clothes, and purse were in the back seat. Jessica's mother was worried about Jessica's safety. It was obvious that she had tried to call for help but was unsuccessful. Furthermore, Jessica could not leave her belongings in the car and leave. Jessica's parents contacted her school, learning that Jessica had not come to class that day. When Jessica's best friend at work called her parents a few hours later saying that Jessica had not come to work, they became even more worried about Jessica. Jessica's parents immediately contacted the police, but the sheriff downplayed the situation, suggesting that Jessica might have wandered off and would return home on her own. Despite Jessica's parents' pleas, the sheriff refused to open an investigation. Undeterred, Jessica's parents contacted relatives, friends, and acquaintances, but no one had any information about Jessica's whereabouts. They then searched the entire town, scouring the area, but there was no sign of her. The next morning, Jessica's parents returned to the sheriff's office to report that she had not returned home. The sheriff sent 2 officers to check Jessica's car. However, the officers searched the car without wearing gloves, potentially destroying evidence. Furthermore, the officers did not search Jessica's room. Feeling frustrated with the police, Jessica's parents sought the help of the local media, hoping to draw attention to Jessica's disappearance and the police's lack of attention. Jessica's family and friends, led by her father and Uncle Stanley, launched a search for Jessica. They also distributed flyers with information about Jessica. Fearing the worst, they focused their search on an area near a river, which was known to be a crime hub. For hours, Jessica's family members thoroughly searched the challenging terrain near the river, but couldn't find any sign of Jessica. The next morning, Jessica's parents were at home and their son was playing in the yard. Suddenly, he rushed inside, saying he had heard a faint cry for help that sounded exactly like his sister's voice. Jessica's father immediately grabbed his gun and ran outside to find the source of the screams. At the same time, his brother arrived and joined the search. They quickly noticed smoke coming from the property of their neighbor, 40-year-old David Brooks. As they approached, they saw Brooks undressing on his property. Jessica's father asked Brooks for permission to search his farm, but Brooks refused and told them to leave. This was not the only unusual behavior Brooks displayed. Before Jessica's disappearance, the two families had a normal relationship. However, soon after, he would drive slowly past their house, staring at them with an ominous smile. After seeing Brooks burning clothes on their property, Jessica's parents went back to the police, shared their concerns, and asked them to come and meet Brooks with the dogs. The police agreed. The dogs were given some of Jessica's clothes to track her scent. They led the police to Brooks's fire pit, but no significant evidence was found. However, the dogs did find black gloves in one of Brooks's sheds that smelled like decomposition. During the search, no concrete evidence was found. Frustrated with the police, Jessica's father contacted the FBI for help. The FBI usually does not get involved in missing persons cases based on the family's request, but this time they decided to investigate immediately. After Jessica's parents presented the case and the family's findings, the FBI opened a full-scale investigation. The FBI proceeded to collect fingerprints from Jessica's room and her car, confiscating all potential evidence for further analysis. Additionally, investigators conducted a comprehensive search of the area using helicopters and volunteers. They thoroughly examined the pond near Jessica's home. The FBI searched Brooks' farm and found a printed photo of Jessica. This discovery led the FBI to strongly suspect Brooks in her disappearance. They also suspected his 35-year-old brother, Joseph, although despite a thorough search, the FBI found no evidence. Due to lack of incriminating evidence, the investigation focused on searching the surrounding area. 17 days after Jessica went missing, police received a call on September 27th. A woman was driving along a road near the river. Noticing something unusual near a tree, the woman stopped to check and was horrified to see a body. She called the police immediately. When FBI agents arrived, they discovered the body of a young woman who had suffered severe trauma. She was missing several fingers and toes. A rope tied around her legs showed traces of red and silver paint. Additionally, some of her clothing was missing, suggesting that she may have been sexually assaulted, leading the FBI to develop disturbing theories about the murder. Medical experts later confirmed the identity and determined that Jessica had been strangled. Her body also showed extensive bruising. Her limbs and fingers had been separated after death, suggesting that she was still alive when this happened. However, the most disturbing fact was that Jessica had survived for approximately 3 days after she went missing. This meant that the police had the opportunity to rescue her. But unfortunately, they did not take any action to do so. After the body was discovered, the FBI re-interviewed Brooks, who changed his story. He initially said he had seen Jessica near her home, but later said he had not seen her. His alibi was disputed by his wife, and he failed a polygraph test, prompting the FBI to arrest him and proceed to trial. The FBI said the likelihood of a conviction was low due to a lack of concrete evidence. While they had some troubling clues that pointed to his involvement, they were circumstantial and inconclusive. As the trial progressed, detectives continued to search for additional evidence. During a re-examination of Brooks' car, they found a rope similar to the one used to tie Jessica up. However, analysis showed no DNA on the rope. Brooks' trial began in January 2003. His attorney maintained his innocence, citing a lack of evidence. During the trial, it was revealed that investigators had found the victim's missing limbs but had not properly preserved them, causing them to decompose and lose potential evidence. The remaining circumstantial evidence was insufficient to convict, and the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision, resulting in Brooks' acquittal. Under state law, he could only be brought back if new evidence was discovered. Jessica's parents were devastated by the outcome. The parents also felt that if the police had done their job properly, Jessica might still be alive. Over time, the case went cold and was largely abandoned, leaving the family without closure. In 2012, a new detective, Lynn Hunt, joined the local police department and was tasked with reviewing unsolved cases. Lynn Hunt began by examining the murder case of Jessica. However, she was shocked to find that the original investigation was poorly handled, with case files containing errors and lacking key information from interviews with relevant parties. The evidence was also not properly documented, forcing Lynn Hunt to start the investigation from scratch 13 years after the crime. Hunt met with Jessica's family and obtained a box of her belongings that had been kept in her car at the time of the murder. One of her brothers, now an adult, had kept the box since the police returned the items to the family. Lynn Hunt was again disappointed by the careless handling of the evidence, as it had not been stored according to protocol. Her efforts paid off when she discovered a crucial document, Brooks' medical examination report, which revealed that Brooks had an IQ of 61, which is considered low. With a low IQ, Brooks may not have fully understood the questions and may have given incomplete answers. All of this led Lynn Hunt to think that this man might not have anything to do with the case. Lynn Hunt began to consider other suspects. Lynn Hunt conducted an extensive review of everyone connected to the case and those living in the surrounding area. This investigation continued until September 2014, nearly 15 years after Jessica's death. The coworker contacted Lynn Hunt with information about an inmate at the Kentucky State Prison who claimed to know who killed Jessica. Lynn Hunt initially dismissed the information as unreliable. Many inmates make up stories to get released early. However, Lynn Hunt verified the information before dismissing it. Lynn Hunt visited the prison and met a man who told her that he had previously shared a cell with another inmate. During conversations, the inmate revealed to him that he was responsible for the murder of Jessica Dishon. The informant revealed that Stanley Dishon, Jessica Dishon's uncle, had a dark secret. According to the informant, Stanley confessed to years of sexual abuse of Jessica while they lived under the same roof. He warned her that if she spoke about the abuse, he would kill her or someone she cared about. When Jessica started dating in the spring of 1999, Stanley became increasingly fearful that she might confide in her boyfriend about the abuse she had suffered at his hands. On September 10th, Stanley visited Jessica at her home when she was alone, and he saw her packing her belongings into her car. He approached her and asked her to end her relationship with her boyfriend. However, Jessica refused, threatening to expose Stanley's actions if he did not leave her alone. As Stanley threatened her, causing Jessica to reach for the phone to call 911. Stanley tried to grab her, but she broke free and ran back to her room. Stanley followed her into her room, striking her before binding her with her own sheets. Stanley then dragged her to an abandoned shed not far from where her body would later be discovered. Stanley held Jessica captive for several days, subjecting her to abuse and torture before ultimately killing her. Stanley then placed her body in a visible location near the road and buried the bloody sheets under the shed. Additionally, Stanley removed some of Jessica's limbs in an attempt to mislead the police, making it seem like the murder was the work of drug traffickers. Lynn Hunt was intrigued to discover that this crucial detail about the missing limbs had never been made public. Only Jessica's closest relatives were aware that her body had been mutilated, which meant the informant couldn't have fabricated this information. Furthermore, Stanley claimed to have buried Jessica's shoe under a broken tree near the shed. Determined to verify the informant's story, Lynn Hunt decided to search for buried evidence. With limited resources at the local police department, she enlisted the help of Jessica's brother and other relatives, keeping Stanley's possible guilt a secret. She did not report her suspected evidence to them. On the first day of the search, no clues were found despite searching the areas described by the informant. The next day, Jessica's brother and Lynn Hunt returned to the scene. On the way, they noticed an abandoned barn on the side of the road and decided to search. Inside the barn, they began digging. Their search uncovered a buried bedsheet. Lynn Hunt collected the evidence and rushed to Jessica's home. Since her disappearance, her parents had left her room unchanged, which helped in verifying the evidence. Upon comparison, Lynn Hunt confirmed that the bedsheet was indeed from Jessica's bedding, as it matched the pattern of the other linens and was missing from her bed. Following this discovery, Stanley was arrested and questioned by police. Although he appeared visibly shaken during questioning, he refused to confess to the crime. Stanley was eventually charged with murder and the case went to trial. This news shocked Jessica's father. The murderer he had been searching for was none other than his own brother Stanley Dishon. As the trial progressed, Lynn Hunt dug into Stanley's past to gather more evidence. She knew that he had assaulted Jessica, but her investigation uncovered that several of Stanley's female relatives had come forward to report that he had sexually abused them as children. Stanley would approach his relatives, claiming he was temporarily homeless and asked to stay at their home. However, when left alone with the young girls in their homes, Stanley would sexually assault them, threatening them to ensure their silence. Based on multiple similar accounts, police deduced that Stanley had been engaging in this behavior for approximately 3 decades. Lynn Hunt knew full well that a conviction for murder would be difficult, given the lack of direct evidence, such as fingerprints or DNA linking Stanley to the crime. Undeterred, Lynn Hunt continued her investigation and stumbled upon a box of old case files that had not been examined before. As she sifted through the boxes, Lynn Hunt was once again frustrated with the police who had originally handled the case. She noticed a letter dated June 26, 2002. A concerned person had written to the police at the time, recounting a story identical to one Lynn Hunt later heard from an inmate at the Kentucky Penitentiary. In the summer of 2002, Stanley was serving a sentence for assaulting a minor family member. While in prison, he confided in a fellow inmate about killing his niece, Jessica. Unbeknownst to Stanley, his fellow inmate was a police informant who soon wrote a detailed letter to the police investigating the case, exposing the horrific events surrounding Jessica's death. However, police believed Brooks was the prime suspect at the time, causing them to ignore other potential leads. This inaction left Lynn Hunt deeply frustrated, becoming frustrated with the lack of professionalism of his colleagues. If the police had done their job properly, this case could have been solved in 2002. After all these years, Lynn Hunt could only hope that Stanley would finally face justice for his actions at the upcoming trial. The process began in 2015 when Stanley appeared in court, pleading not guilty. Jessica's parents were furious. The prosecution believed that a guilty verdict on the murder charges would be difficult due to a lack of evidence. There were also assault charges against other female family members. The prosecution would need these family members to testify in court, sharing explicit details about Stanley's actions against them. Given these challenges, the prosecution decided to offer Stanley a plea deal. In exchange for dropping the death penalty, Stanley would have to plead guilty to both the assaults on his relatives and Jessica's murder. Ultimately, Stanley accepted the deal and pleaded guilty. Jessica's parents, who wanted the truth, were unhappy with this arrangement, but Stanley remained silent in accordance with the terms of the plea deal. Stanley was sentenced to 20 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Since he was 56 years old at the time of his conviction, he could be released at age 71. Kansas City is located in the western part of the state of Missouri. With a population of more than 500,000 people, it is the largest city in Missouri. One of the city's most iconic landmarks is the Kansas City Power and Light District, which offers an array of restaurants, shops, and entertainment venues. Visitors can also explore the city's vibrant art scene at the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art and the Kaufman Center for the Performing Arts. However, amidst all this beauty and excitement, it's hard to forget the shocking crime that once occurred in this very city. Back in the 1950s, in the wealthy Mission Hills neighborhood of Kansas City, a multimillionaire named Robert Greenlee Sr. had everything one could ever ask for. He was a car dealer who owned dealerships across the country. He had made his fortune by introducing General Motors vehicles to the Great Plains in the early 20th century. On February 3, 1947, at the age of 65, His life changed forever with the birth of his son, who he named Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlees Jr. Bobby's mother, Virginia Pollock, was Robert's second wife. The Greenlees family lived in luxury and were devoted to their beloved Bobby. He was not an only child, but he had an elder sister named Virginia who was born in 1941. He also had a half-brother named Paul who was born in 1917. Paul was Robert's son from his first marriage. In 1953, at the age of 6, Bobby was attending the prestigious Notre Dame de Seine, a private Catholic school located at 3823 Locust Avenue in Kansas City. There he learned and grew with his peers. Everything was going fine and the future looked bright for Bobby. However, fate had other plans for the young boy and his family. The morning of September 28, 1953 was like any other day at Bobby's school, Notre Dame de Seine. However, little did anyone know that this day would soon take a tragic turn. At around 11 a.m., Sister Moran, the nun on duty for the day, opened the school door and she was greeted by a plump woman, claiming to be Bobby's aunt. The woman explained that the boy's mother, Virginia, had suffered a heart attack while shopping at the County Club Plaza and had been rushed to St. Mary's Hospital. She went on to say that the Greenlees family had instructed her to take the child to his mother immediately. Without a second thought, Sister Moran went to retrieve Bobby from his classroom. The innocent 6-year-old, trusting of adults, had no reason to question the woman's identity or intentions. As he took the woman's hand, the nun watched as they both got into a cab and drove off. She assumed that everything was in order. Little did anyone know that the woman was not Bobby's aunt, and the events of that day would change the Greenlees families forever. The phone call that Virginia received less than an hour after Bobby was taken by the unknown woman was one that would forever haunt her. On the other end of the line was Sister Martha Anna, another nun from Bobby's school, who had called the family's home to inquire about Virginia's supposed heart attack. The nun was stunned to know that nothing of the sort had happened. Virginia was not in the hospital, and she had not had a heart attack. It soon dawned on both the nun and Virginia that something sinister was at play here, and it did not take them long to realize that Bobby had been kidnapped. After getting off the phone with Sister Martha, Virginia immediately contacted her husband, Robert, and explained to him everything that had happened. Robert was also as shocked and bewildered as his wife was. Without wasting time, he contacted the Kansas City Police Department to report the crime. The FBI was also called in to assist with the situation. Panic gripped the city as news of Bobby's kidnapping spread. The authorities launched a massive manhunt for the missing boy, but their efforts were hampered by the fact that they had no leads on the woman who had taken him. As the hours ticked by, hope began to fade. But then, on the same day that Bobby had been taken, his parents received the first of several ransom letters. The letter was signed by someone calling themselves M, and it demanded $600,000 for Bobby's safe return. The amount of money was staggering, equivalent to over $6 million in today's currency. But the demands didn't stop there. M also insisted that the ransom money be paid, and small denomination notes of 10s and 20s. The authorities were informed of the ransom letter, and they began working tirelessly to track down the mysterious M and secure Bobby's release. The following day, September 29, 1953, brought another ransom letter. This time, the letter came along with a pin that Bobby had been wearing on the day he was kidnapped. Robert, desperate to secure his son's release, decided to go gather the ransom money, and so he reached out to trusted friends and associates for help. One of them was Arthur Eisenhower, the executive vice president at Commerce Trust Company. He was also the brother of the President of the United States at that time. One thing Eisenhower did was to ensure that every bank clerk handling the ransom money made know of the serial numbers on all of the bills. These were later printed in newspapers around the country. The agonizing wait for Bobby's safe return seemed never-ending as his family continued to gather the exorbitant ransom demanded by the kidnapper. During this time, a man called the Greenlees residence multiple times to reassure Virginia that her son was alive. The kidnapper seemed to enjoy his twisted game, even as the family was plunged into despair. Over the course of a week, the family received a total of 6 ransom letters and 15 phone calls. They also agreed to comply with all the kidnappers, however, It would not be long before they realized that they had made a terrible mistake. By the evening of October 4th, 1953, Robert had gathered the staggering sum of $600,000 in ransom money for the safe return of his son. The money was then placed in a duffel bag and taken to a bridge near Highway 40, just east of Kansas City. It was the largest ransom ever paid in American history at that time. Early the next morning, the kidnappers made contact with the Green Leases to confirm that they had retrieved the money and that Bobby would be returned within 24 hours. But as the day went on, there was still no word about the boy's whereabouts. The family waited anxiously for any news, but none came. The Green Leases were left to wonder if their son was alive or if they had been betrayed by the kidnappers. The suspense was unbearable, and it seemed like their worst fears were about to be realized. The next 24 hours would prove to be the most difficult and heartbreaking time in their lives. As the search for Bobby continued, an ex-con and cab driver named Joe Carr was about to play a crucial role in the investigation. He had been hired in the state of St. Louis by a man named Carl Austin Hall to be his personal chauffeur. From what Carr knew, Hall was new in town and was throwing money around like it was going out of style. Hall had rented an apartment, bought new clothes, and was living like a king. Carr was suspicious of Hall's behavior and decided to contact Joe Costello, his boss at the cab company. Costello was a man who had ties with the mob, and in addition to this, he also had connections within the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. The sun had set on October 6, 1953, when Lieutenant Louis Shoulders and Patrolman Elmer Dolan received a tip from Costello about the man flaunting large amounts of money in St. Louis. They immediately rushed to the apartment where Hall was staying and apprehended him. Inside the room, the officers found 2 hefty metal suitcases filled to the brim with cash. It was an unbelievable sight. Hall was then escorted to the Newstead police station in North St. Louis, where the authorities interrogated him about the source of the money. At first, Hall was insistent they had done nothing wrong, but investigators soon began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. They suspected Hall was involved in the Greenlees kidnapping, given the amount of money he had on him. After some interrogation, Hall finally cracked and confessed to his role in the crime. But the most shocking revelation was yet to come. When asked about the whereabouts of Bobby, he revealed the boy was dead. Hall revealed they had not acted alone. He had a partner in crime, a woman named Bonnie Hetty. Together they had hatched the plan to kidnap Bobby and extort his wealthy parents for a hefty ransom. With Hall's confession and a thorough background check, investigators were able to piece together the timeline of events and uncover the shocking details of how the kidnapping occurred. It was a web of deceit and betrayal, with greed at the center of it all. Authorities found out that Hall came from a well-to-do family. He was the son of a lawyer. When his parents passed away, he inherited their 1,100-acre property in Pleasanton, Kansas, along with a substantial inheritance. However, Hall took a turn for the worse as he went on a downward spiral, wasting his fortune getting divorced and falling into addiction. His life hit rock bottom when he was sent to the Missouri State Penitentiary for robbing a cab driver of a mere $38. While in prison, Paul dreamed of one big score that would set him up for life, and that's when he remembered the wealthy Greenlees family. You see, years prior, Paul had attended a military reform academy with Bobby's older, adopted half-brother Paul, and that was when he had gotten to know about the family's wealth. In no time, Paul hatched a plan for a ransom payout. All that was left was to figure out just how to abduct the child. That's where Bonnie came into the picture. Bonnie was a woman of many contradictions. Despite being the beneficiary of a sizable inheritance from her father, she still indulged in prostitution and wild parties. She also seemed to have a thing for criminals. Her first husband was a bank robber who met his end in a hail of bullets from the police. But her second marriage didn't fare any better, and she ended up inheriting a house from the divorce settlement. It was in the bar of Hotel Robidoux, Missouri, that Bonnie crossed paths with Hall. Perhaps it was fate, or maybe just the universe aligning, but their chance meeting marked the beginning of a dark and twisted partnership. As the months passed, Hall gradually revealed his twisted scheme to Bonnie, and to his relief, she was all too eager to participate. And so, in the summer of 1953, Hall and Bonnie began trailing the Greenlees family, like two hungry wolves, stalking their prey. They watched as the family went about their daily routines, hoping to find a weak spot to exploit. At first, they planned to snatch the Greenlees' daughter, Sue, but they soon realized that Bobby, the 6-year-old son, would be an easier target. They knew that they had to act fast if they wanted to make the big score. And with this, the stage was set for the kidnapping that shook the nation to its core. Bonnie had been the one that pretended to be Bobby's aunt and picked him up from school without raising any alarms. Following this, Bonnie and Bobby were then dropped off at a drugstore where Hull was waiting. Paul took control of the situation, driving them across state lines to a vacant field in Overland Park, Kansas. Bonnie got out of the car and walked a short distance, leaving Bobby alone with Hull, who had no intention of keeping him alive. At first, Paul tried to take Bobby's life by using a piece of rope, but the rope was too short. Frustrated and angry, Hull punched Bobby in the face, knocking out one of his teeth. Bobby fell to the car's floor, and that's when Hull pulled out his .38 caliber pistol and shot him at point-blank range. Bobby did not survive for more than 30 minutes after he was abducted. After carrying out the evil deed, both Hull and Bonnie knew they had to get rid of the evidence. They drove to Bonnie's home in St. Joseph, Missouri, with Bobby's lifeless body wrapped in a plastic bag. They then carefully placed the bag in a pre-dug grave in the backyard. To conceal the stench of the dead body, they dumped a large amount of lime onto the bag. Hull then planted chrysanthemums over the grave, hoping to disguise it as a flower garden. Now, when Hull and Bonnie got their hands on the ransom money, they wasted no time in escaping across the state to St. Louis. Their Hull had purchased a pair of metal suitcases to stash the money. He and Bonnie also found an apartment on Arsenal Street, with the view of Tower Grove Park, and there they celebrated their newfound fortune by drinking their hearts out. As the night wore on, Bonnie's drunkenness began to get the better of her, and she dozed off. This was the perfect opportunity for Hull to put another plan he had into action. In the middle of the night, he put $2,000 in Bonnie's purse and slipped out of the apartment with the rest of the loot. Hull then took a cab to the Coral Court Motel in Marlboro, Missouri, and along the way, he picked up a prostitute named Sandra O'Day. He planned to use Sandra's help to divert the police's attention. Before his arrest, Hull arranged for her to fly to Los Angeles and mail a letter he had written to the Greenlees family. Doing this would have thrown the police off his trail. There are rumors that Sandra had also at some point caught sight of the ransom money Paul had been carrying about, and she had been the one that reported it to the police. It is, however, not clear if there is any truth in this. Hull is also believed to have bought 2 garbage cans and a shovel. He then drove a rental car to a spot along the Merrimack River in St. Louis County to hide the ransom money. But unfortunately for Hull, he didn't find a suitable spot to bury the cans, and so he kept the money with him. It wasn't long after this that he was arrested. After all these revelations got out in the open, police spring into action. Bonnie was tracked down and arrested in the apartment Hull had left her in. Both of them were indicted for capital murder and kidnapping, facing the full force of the law for their crime. On October 7, 1953, Bobby's remains were discovered where they had been buried. 2 days later, on October 9th, a solemn funeral was held at St. Agnes Catholic Church, where loved ones and community members gathered to mourn the tragic loss of this innocent boy. Bobby was laid to rest with tears and heavy hearts, forever remembered as a victim of one of the most heinous crimes in American history. As for the 2 kidnappers, justice was swift for them. Because the crime had crossed state lines, the case became a federal one. And on October 30th, 1953, Paul and Bonnie appeared in a court and pleaded guilty to the charges against them. The jury took just an hour and 8 minutes to deliberate before recommending a death sentence. Less than a month later, on November 19, 1953, both Hull and Bonnie accepted their fates and made no attempt to appeal the verdict. They were executed together in the Missouri gas chamber on December 18, 1953, a mere 81 days after the kidnapping. At the time of their death, Bonnie was 41, while Hull was 34 years old. The aftermath of Bobby's kidnapping and murder was not without its twists and turns. Hull and Bonnie's execution may have brought closure to the Greenlees family, but it also brought to light a startling revelation. Now, when Hull was arrested, only half the ransom money was recovered. A total of $312,000 was unaccounted for. It was believed that Lieutenant Shoulders and Patrolman Dolan, the officers who arrested Hall, had stolen the missing money. However, they initially denied this, claiming that they had brought all the money with them to the police station. Eventually, they were federally indicted and convicted of perjury. On April 15, 1954, Shoulders was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Dolan, on the other hand, received a 2-year prison sentence. But this story didn't end there. In a shocking turn of events, Shoulders died in 1962. Once this happened, Dolan revealed to the FBI that Shoulders and Joe Costello, the mob boss, had actually stolen half of the ransom money. Dolan had been too scared to speak up earlier for fear of retribution, and it wasn't until Shoulders and Costello had passed away that he finally revealed the truth. For his cooperation, Dolan received a pardon from President Lyndon B. Johnson in July 1965. With this, Bobby's tragic tale came to an end. As we reflect on the tragic events that occurred in 1953, we are reminded that justice was ultimately served for Bobby, but at a great cost. We must continue to ask ourselves, how can we prevent such tragedies from happening again? So what lessons can we learn from Bobby's case? And how can we use this knowledge to build a safer and more just society for all? Of Esmeralda Riches. Today we will find ourselves in the state that occupies almost 3/4 of the island of Haiti. It is the Dominican Republic. Our story begins on the Aza Coast, one of the most popular beaches of the Dominican Republic. A black Honda Accord stopped in a parking lot by the beach. Music was playing softly in the car as 2 men and 3 girls were talking passionately about general topics. They like longtime friends who had met for a fun outing. All the passengers got out of the car and walked leisurely towards the sea. A grown man called out to one of the girls and took her hand. He whispered something in her ear and she shouted to her friends that she would come back later. The beach was practically deserted in the evening, making it a place of rendezvous and solitude. They hurriedly got into the car and talked for a long time. The man stroked her long hair and touched her plump lips, which, like a powerful magnet, attracted his kisses. A few hours after the walk, the girl returned home and went to bed. The next morning, her mother noticed that her daughter had not come to breakfast. She went to her daughter's room and knocked on the door, hoping that the knock would wake her up. But she was met with silence. The woman entered the room and screamed. At the scream, the girl's father came running in. A terrible picture appeared before the parents. The whole bed was flooded with blood, and in the bathroom, on the floor in a pool of blood, lay their daughter. She was dead. From what they saw, the couple's legs gave out, but the father found the strength to call the police. Around 8 a.m., police arrived at the scene, examined the girl's room, and interviewed the parents. The body was taken to the National Institute of Forensic Medical Examination to establish the cause of death. The parents cried and wondered what could have happened to their daughter at home at night. But unfortunately, the events preceding this tragedy began to develop much earlier and escaped the parents' eyes. Today, before us will be a modern story of impossible love between a grown man and a young girl. She was 16-year-old Esmeralda Riches Martinez, born August 23, 2006, in the province of Leota Gracia, in the family of restaurant owners Elio Rosti and Isabel Martinez Richers. She grew up in a complete, happy family and had an older sister with whom she was very friendly. Esmeralda grew up to be a very pretty and bright girl. She loved to sing, dance, and displayed her special artistry, which she was proud to show in videos for social media. In 2023, Esmeralda was in her senior year of high school and was planning to go to university. She was always surrounded by friends because the girl's cheerfulness attracted not only her peers to her. 35-year-old John Kelly Martinez was among Esmeralda's close friends. John Kelly entered the public education system after passing a competitive teacher's exam and was undergoing induction for new teachers. He was still on probation, which lasted for 1 year. The pupils took a great liking to the new teacher as he treated them like friends and had regular outings outside of school. Despite the fact that John was married to another teacher and had 2 daughters, he devoted most of his free time to his students. For a long time, the teacher painstakingly built a trusting relationship with them, disposing them to him. They were mostly bright and beautiful students, such as Esmeralda. The evening walk on February 12, 2023, was a perfectly normal meeting of teacher and female students outside of school. Esmeralda was the last person John Kelly picked up that evening. He followed her into the house, introduced himself as a teacher, and promised to bring her back home. The group of 2 grown men and 3 young female students then headed to the beach in Teacher Kelly's car. After stopping, everyone got out of the car except John Kelly and Esmeralda. John and Esmeralda were alone for a while, but afterward joined the company. They drank a few beers and took a short walk along the shoreline. Suddenly, Esmeralda felt sick. The girl started bleeding during the walk, forcing them to cut it short and bring her back home. In the morning, her parents found her dead. An autopsy revealed that it was a homicide, but the parents did not get answers to their questions. The National Institute of Forensic Medicine tentatively determined that Esmeralda Rich's death was due to a perineal laceration with severe internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock following violent acts. As a result of the autopsy, the girl's death was classified as a violent death of undetermined cause. However, the question remained, who dared to do such a thing when Esmeralda was in familiar company on a walk supervised by a teacher? Interviews with the girlfriends and a review of the seized phones provided clarity and identified the first suspect. The testimony of one of the girls who had been out with the teacher and Esmeralda that evening was stunning. She said she saw the professor slip 5 pills into Esmeralda's drink while they were on the beach. The initial findings of the police sparked a lot of talk in the Dominican Republic, where abortion is banned. There was a lot of speculation in the community about the cause of Esmeralda's death. Some said she died of a heart attack, while others were sure she died from blood loss caused by the abortion pills John Kelly had allegedly given her. Everyone hoped that the medical examiner's report would put an end to the rumors and speculation. However, all the speculation dissipated when the results of the forensic examination were ready. Upon learning the results, which ruled out the possibility of pregnancy, Esmeralda's relatives were clearly puzzled and very skeptical. The victim's relatives stated that the family was unhappy that the report ruled out Esmeralda's pregnancy because this theory best matched what investigators had found out based on the forensic examiner's tests and findings, as well as the evidence collected during the investigation. After all, a review of Esmeralda's friends revealed many text messages that, although indirectly, indicated the teacher's long-term interest in the student. After the unsuccessful version of pregnancy, the investigation concluded that John Kelly drugged the girl without her consent and roughly abused her on the beach, which led to profuse blood loss and, a few hours later, to the death of Esmeralda. The results of repeated toxicology tests were pending. Given the progress of the investigation, the prosecutor's office requested a coercive measure against John Kelly Martinez and his alleged accomplice, Ruben Murillo Martinez, as they are the main suspects in the young woman's death. John Kelly Martinez was suspended as a teacher for 90 days without pay because of the evidence collected against him. The prosecutor's office requested a year of preventive detention against John Kelly as the prime suspect in Esmeralda's death. Preventive detention is the imprisonment of a person, not as a punishment for a crime they have committed, but as a means of preventing the possible commission of criminal acts by that person for a period of time. New episodes and interviews with witnesses about the student's death, however, have created even more intrigue surrounding this horrific tragedy. After several interrogations, authorities learned that due to severe bleeding, the entire company had to stop several times along the way to help her. But no one took the bleeding Esmeralda to the hospital or called emergency services. Some of these stocks were captured by surveillance cameras where, according to witnesses, the defendants bought alcoholic beverages and Esmeralda and John went into the restroom together. Later, they also went into the pharmacy to buy medicine, water, and feminine hygiene pads. It was later established that Esmeralda had to completely change her clothes at one of the stops because her own were completely soaked in blood. After Esmeralda was taken home, her parents also noticed that she was bleeding heavily. Thinking it was a woman's menstrual cycle, the mother simply gave her daughter a painkiller to help her fall asleep. It was later discovered from one of the girl's cell phones that Esmeralda had sent her friend an audio message in the early morning hours, asking for help and saying, "Please help me, "I'm bleeding." Unfortunately, the friend listened to the recording too late the next day, and Esmeralda was found lifeless on the floor of her bathroom, covered in blood. On February 14th, John Kelly Martinez was arrested by police, and his home was searched the following day. During the search, the clothes he was wearing on the night out with his female students were seized. His cousin, Ruben Murillo, who was the second man present that night, was also accused of trying to hide John's bloody pants. There were many ambiguities in the investigation into the event, and the prosecutor's office should have clarified the situation, rather than making new speculations about an incident that alarmed the public. The public demanded a thorough investigation to determine the real cause of the young girl's death, as many felt that obvious facts on the surface had not been taken into account by the investigators. The investigation involved not only a search of the house where the teacher and his family lived, but also the car in which the crime against Esmeralda may have taken place, triggering the bleeding. The authorities urgently requested the car, but it was discovered that John Kelly's wife had sold it in a hurry. The investigation believed that the hasty sale of the car was an attempt to hide evidence that could prove violent acts. The purchaser of the automobile was Panaga Pillar. After it was learned that a coercive measure would be sought for alleged complicity in the case against J.C. Espinal-Rijo, John Kelly's wife, and Frank Panaga, the new owner of the car, the vehicle was finally inspected. However, other than traces of Esmeralda's blood found in the car, no other evidence was discovered. The court ruling determined that there was insufficient evidence to keep J.C. Espinal-Rijo in jail, and she was released. The investigation continued for several months, and the prosecutor launched his own inquiry, re-interviewing the three girls who accompanied Esmeralda. Their testimony helped investigators reconstruct the events of that night, minute by minute. At 7:30 p.m., Jean Kelly Martinez, 35, and his cousin Ruben Murillo Martinez went to the home of Esmeralda Reaches in Lautra, Bandague, with three other girls in the passenger compartment. The car. John excused Esmeralda from her mother, introducing himself as her teacher and telling her of the exciting evening that awaited her daughter and the other students. Esmeralda went along with him. Turned out that originally the whole group was going to go to the fair with amusement rides, but on the way John changed his mind and altered the destination. Most likely, John Kelly did not intend to go to the fair, but preferred a quiet Mau Beach. On the way to the beach, John stopped the car at a store where he bought a beer. Returning to the car, he asked his brother to sit in the back seat while Esmeralda sat in the front. The man had a thermos with him, into which he poured the beer and added 5 unknown pills to the drink. He offered it to Esmeralda without informing her of the contents of the thermos, but one of the go-offens noticed. Arriving at the beach, the three girls got out of the car, leaving Esmeralda and John Kelly alone. They were alone in the car for about 30 minutes, and their prolonged absence was noticed by Esmeralda's friends. After a moment, without explanation, John appeared and told everyone to get in the car as they were leaving urgently. They had to make several stops along the way because Esmeralda started bleeding heavily. One of the stops was at 9:45, when they stopped at a gas station parking lot. According to eyewitnesses and CCTV footage, Esmeralda used the cafeteria restroom. Esmeralda's classmate said she asked to stop at the gas station because she needed to visit the ladies' room, and when she went in there with her friends, they noticed her clothes were soaked with blood. There was a lot of blood in the restroom, so much so that the girls had to mop the floor. The girlfriends tried to help Esmeralda. They were very frightened and asked the woman working at the gas station if it was normal, and she said it was not normal and advised them to see a doctor immediately. The girls told John Kelly about it, but the man refused to go to the hospital, saying that if he did, he would go to jail. According to the inspection document, traces of Esmeralda Rich's blood were found both in the parking lot and in the service restroom. At the gas station, they also stopped at a pharmacy at 10:21 p.m., where they bought some medication, water, and sanitary pads. Authorities obtained surveillance footage and a receipt for the purchase to verify the fact. At 11 p.m., John Kelly returned Esmeralda to her home. She arrived with heavy bleeding that began minutes after she was left alone in the car with her teacher. On February 16th, an official report came back stating that Esmeralda had been very severely and brutally abused. resulting in severe blood loss and hypervolemic shock. As scary as it sounds, this condition could have been stabilized and medics know how to effectively help a person. But unfortunately, Esmeralda never made it into the life-saving hands of doctors that night. Toxicology testing confirmed the presence in Esmeralda's body of the active ingredient in the pills used to terminate a pregnancy, but it was previously confirmed that Esmeralda was never pregnant. This component is a synthetic gestogen with contraceptive effect when taken orally in the recommended dosing regimen. This component suppresses ovulation and fertilization, which most likely indicates that the teacher, John Kelly, was preparing for intimacy with the student he liked. After repeated medical examinations, Esmeralda's body was finally allowed to be buried. The young girl was buried in the Albano Public Cemetery. As Esmeralda's family and friends said goodbye to her, they described her as a kind and cheerful girl. Her parents bitterly recalled that fateful evening and blamed themselves for entrusting their daughter to a teacher and letting her go for an evening walk with him. On June 4, 2023, after reconstructing the last hours of Esmeralda Rich's life, prosecutors filed charges against math and physical education teacher John Kelly Martinez. On June 12, the La Altagracia prosecutor's office filed an indictment and a request to open a trial against Martinez and his cousin, Rubiel Milo Martinez, with the La Altagracia Instructional Court. The case was scheduled to be heard on August 23, 2023. However, due to the passage of Storm Franklin, the case against the teacher was rescheduled. On November 24, 2023, the judge ordered that John be retried as the sole defendant in the death of Esmeralda Riches. The trial was scheduled to begin on January 9, 2024, but was again rescheduled because only half of the witnesses called were present. The trial is scheduled for February 1st and 6th, 2024, before the Collegiate Court of the Penitentiary Chamber of First Instance of La Altagracia. The defense attorney urged the court to note that his client can only be charged with violence and accuses the parents of not taking action to avoid the death of their daughter, despite knowing about her problem. The prosecution, for its part, presented more than 40 pieces of evidence, including witness testimony and examination reports. During the hearing, the prosecution also heard testimony from pathologists and forensic experts, who showed the audience all the audio and video materials that had been collected during the painstaking and long work to determine the cause of the girl's death. In his closing statement, the defendant tried to make himself look like a victim. John Kelly Martinez admitted that he and Esmeralda were indeed close that night in the car, but he sincerely tried to assure the court and everyone present that everything was consensual. The important fact, he said, was that when he brought Esmeralda home, she was alive and well. The motion to compel specifies that Martinez voluntarily inflicted the victim with lacerations, abrasions, and contusions that resulted in her death, with severe acute external and internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock as the terminal mechanism of death, according to the autopsy report. John Kelly Martinez's speech made no impression on the court or those in the audience. On March 14, 2024, Professor John Kelly Martinez, 36, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for violence. John Kelly Martinez will serve his prison term at the Anamuya Correctional and Rehabilitation Center in He. Rubiel Maro Martinez, cousin of the defendant, charged with accessory after the fact, received a conditional enforcement measure consisting of periodic court appearances. Following the enforcement measure against the professor and his cousin, Rich's family attorney, Raimundo Rosario, said the family was satisfied with the restraining measure and would not file a motion to reopen the investigation. The verdict for Hone eased the pain of Esmeralda's parents a bit. They thanked everyone involved in the investigation and trial. They also indicated that they were satisfied with the verdict. Esmeralda's family did not experience the joy of the teacher's verdict, because the acute pain of losing their daughter was forever lodged in their souls. Esmeralda's mother, Isabel Martinez, said she regretted letting her daughter walk with this blessed teacher and 3 friends. I talked to him on the phone and asked, "Are you a teacher?" And he said, "Yes, I am." And I told him, "Take care of my daughter. I'm going to let her out because she's with you." I was innocent that my daughter was with this man, the mother said. The Ministry of Education provided support to the family and relatives of the deceased girl, as well as to the relatives of the other girls who were with Esmeralda on the day of the tragedy. In their message, They expressed their hope that cases of this nature will not be repeated in the education community and in society at large. With the pain of parents who can never come to terms with their daughter's death, they said it is their turn to fight for justice. A story that began as a fun evening outing with a visit to the beach turned into a night of terror that cost the life of student Esmeralda Riches, who bled to death after lacerations, abrasions, and bruises inflicted by a man whose parents entrusted with the lives of their children. Obviously, everyone involved in the evening's outing has a share of blame. Unfortunately, because of her parents' excessive strictness, Esmeralda was afraid to ask them for help and tell them what had happened. Sometimes we think that it is easier to conceal for fear of punishment or just to remain misunderstood. But what a pity that, in this battle, fear wins, taking precious life. April 4th, 2007, April Jones is born to parents Coral and Paul. She was a bright and happy little girl who was the apple of her family's eye. It was discovered she had cerebral palsy when she was very young and required daily medication. But in spite of this, she lived her life to the absolute fullest, bringing joy to everyone she met. Her family said she ruled the roost with a cheeky nature whilst also being kind and loving. She loved the outdoors and would often be out riding her bike with her friends. She was also a hard worker in school and was popular amongst her classmates and teachers. On September 30th, 2012, April received a glowing report about how well she was progressing in primary school. Due to having such a fantastic school report the previous day, April was allowed to have some extra time to play outside. April was out playing with her friends near her home on the Brynagog estate. At 7:20, a land drove a scene driving away from McClintock at speed. Just 9 minutes later, a frantic 999 call is made. The 999 dispatcher wasted no time by deploying police straight away, and within 8 minutes the first officer had arrived on scene. She spoke to a witness, April's 7-year-old friend who she had been out with. She was able to provide a brief description. The man who had taken April had brown hair, a beard, blue or green eyes, and was wearing a green jacket or jumper, jeans, and trainers. She also described the vehicle, and one thing immediately stood out to investigators. Her friend said that April had gotten into the driver's side door, meaning the car steering wheel must have been on the left-hand side of the car, when most cars in the United Kingdom will have the steering wheel on the right. Following this information, a critical incident was launched by the police. As it was an alleged abduction, the police needed to pursue as many lines of inquiry as possible to try and ascertain exactly where April was, knowing time was of the essence. That day had started like any other. April's older sister described it as being a normal day. April had gone to her swimming lesson as usual, and then skipped out of the changing rooms to head home. Despite it being October, the sun was out and it was a nice warm evening. April's older sister had gone to the youth club, when at around 7:30 p.m. she received a frantic phone call from her mother screaming down the phone that April was gone. As the sun started to set, panic began to escalate. The response from the community was massive and immediate. As news started to spread on social media that April was missing, people began to come out of their homes to try and assist in any way they could, and show support to the Jones family. But this made door-to-door inquiries for the police incredibly difficult, as so many weren't at their addresses and officers were only able to ask them questions once they returned. When her older sister arrived home from the youth club, she was hoping that April would be home by now. Instead, her distraught mother was out looking for her and police were combing the area. As the search efforts continued to mount, the media became aware that a 5-year-old girl had allegedly been abducted. The eyes of the country were fixated on the small little Welsh community, as it had been rocked by something so out of the ordinary. By 10:30 p.m., the police had put out an update saying they were increasingly concerned for April and were appealing for any information that could help find her. Hundreds of local volunteers gathered to join in the search after the news started to spread on Twitter and Facebook. Also high on the priority for the police was helping to support her devastated family. Police revealed more information about the circumstances of April's disappearance and said she was last seen wearing a purple coat and her school polo top. Refuge collection was suspended as workers joined in the hunt too. Hour by hour, more people came out to help with the search, culminating in more than 100 local residents. The town, with a population of just over 2,000, was inundated with volunteers, with some traveling from South Wales and the north of England. Police said they wanted to make sure that search volunteers were used in a coordinated and effective way. April's family weren't allowed to take part in the searches in case they came across something, so the local community stepped up to help. One problem the search teams immediately ran into was the terrain. The extensive countryside, mountains, gorges, streams, waterfalls, and uneven ground made it an incredibly difficult place to search. There were slate mines in the area too, and all of these factors mixed with the rain presented a huge challenge for those trying to find April. An area of more than 60 square kilometers was searched, and there were more than 300 specific search areas. The police knew that if April had been abducted by a stranger, every second was vital to try and find her safe and well. 8 hours on from the initial 999 call being made, the police and community were still out searching, trying to find April Jones. 120 search officers were out and searched through the night. The morning after she had gone missing, they decided to activate the Child Rescue Alert, which puts on notice all police forces up and down the United Kingdom to be on the lookout for any unusual sightings of individuals who fit the description of April Jones and the person who had allegedly abducted her. Information was being distributed to other forces, including descriptions of both April and the alleged abductor, as well as the car her friend saw her getting into. This was the first time the Child Rescue Alert had been triggered nationwide. It had now been 14 hours since she had last been seen, and there was still no sighting of the missing 5-year-old. Missing posters started to go up around the area, and police began to set up roadblocks to stop vehicles. As the investigation continued, escalating, the police force found themselves under mounting pressure from the media to release more information. Press conferences were being held every few hours, and sometimes journalists were given very little notice that they were about to take place. As the search continued, it was the task of Andy John, the detective superintendent, to try and find April's alleged abductor. After the friend of April had been allowed to rest, the police went back to try and get a more detailed description of exactly what she had seen when April went missing. It became clear that April had got into the vehicle with the assistance of the person driving, but it wasn't clear whether or not she knew them. Due to April having cerebral palsy, she wouldn't have been able to get into the car unaided. During the morning of the 2nd of October, just one day after April had gone missing, the information continued to come through, and it all started to point to one individual. A local man named Mark Bridger. He wasn't someone who was known to local police. They received information that Mark Bridger and his vehicle had been in the area around the time the abduction was thought to have taken place. What immediately caught their eye about his vehicle was that it was a left-hand drive, just like April's friend had described. There had been information to suggest that Mark Bridger had actually been part of the search party that was out looking for April. More units were deployed, and the police helicopter was also used to try and find him. They had also received information about 4 potential addresses where he could have been staying. Officers went to the property simultaneously 20 hours after she had been reported missing, but could find no trace of April Jones or Mark Bridger. When they pulled up outside one of the properties, a cottage called Mount Pleasant, at 3:03 in the afternoon, there were no vehicles at the house. An investigator went inside and called out April's name. There was no response. Bridger had only moved into Mount Pleasant 5 weeks before. At 4:30 p.m., the police made an announcement. Mark Bridger had been arrested. Police gave details of the arrest, saying he was detained while walking his dog along the side of the road after being spotted by the police helicopter at 10:42, a couple of miles away from where April had lived. Not once did he lift his gaze to look up at the police helicopter that was circling above him. He had also attempted to alter his appearance by cutting his hair and shaving off his beard. It was about 30 minutes later that Bridger was spotted by a patrol car. After confirming his name to the officer, Bridger turned and said, "I know what this is all about." The police constable asked him, "Where is she?" Bridger replied, "It was an accident. I crushed her with my car. I don't know where she is." He was immediately arrested. Officers described him as being an emotional wreck. Despite being told he didn't have to say anything, Bridger said he needed to talk. "I've been looking for her all night and today on foot because my vehicle is in the garage. It is a left-hand drive Land Rover Discovery. I didn't abduct her. I did my best to revive her. Panicked. I didn't even know until this morning who she was until I saw the television. I just wish I knew what I'd done to her, where I put her. I want to say sorry to the family. There was no life in her. No response. No breath. No response in her eyes. She was just on the seat. I tried to revive her. I would not have dumped her. She is a human being. He was transferred to Aberystwyth Police Headquarters. The station was shut down to all of the prisoners to ensure that the teams could be properly housed there and focus completely on the investigation. Following his arrest, Coral made an emotional plea to the public for their help to try and find April. Alongside Detective Superintendent Reg Bevan, police said the overnight search involving 40 trained police officers, dog handlers, and mountain rescue teams yielded no news on April's whereabouts. They thanked the public for their efforts but warned of the challenging conditions. Police later revealed the operation had been unprecedented in the UK in terms of scale and terrain. Neighboring forces and specialist teams were helping with a focus on over 20 scenes around the area. The operation led to 600 messages from the public to the police, and a search involved 100 mountain rescue volunteers, 100 police specialist searchers, as well as Coast Guards and the RNLI. It was soon time for the police to start questioning their prime suspect, father of 6, Mark Bridger. Shortly after his interview began, he elaborated further about what he had said upon being arrested. He told the officer that April was dead. He said he had run her over, knocking her off her bike, causing her significant injuries. He said in a state of panic, he had put her into the car and then tried to administer CPR, which had failed. He then said he drove off with April in the vehicle. Bridger stated he then lost his memory and wasn't able to tell investigators where April now was. He claimed he was drunk and could not recall what he had done with April's body, but he was sure he had put her somewhere safe. The police made the decision to not release this information immediately as they needed to verify exactly what was true and whether or not Mark Bridger was being completely honest. Now that Mark Bridger had been arrested, police and crime scene examiners were able to secure his home and conduct a thorough search of the premises to try and uncover any clues as to exactly what had happened to April. Upon going into his home, the stench of detergent and cleaning products was immediately apparent, and was unusually hot, indicating there had been a roaring fire in the living room fireplace very recently. On the footage taken of Bridger by the police helicopter, a plume of smoke could be seen rising through the chimney from the fireplace of his home. But despite the best efforts of investigators, there was no sign of April either in the property or any of the surrounding areas. Andy John made the decision to meet with the family of April Jones on the evening of the 2nd of October to disclose the new information that had come to light. They were absolutely devastated by the news that their beloved April was now most likely never coming home. Throughout his interviews, when challenged with the evidence that had been gathered, he would be emotional and unpredictable. Officers believed these emotions were not genuine and pointed to him being both a fantasist and a liar. Mark Bridger's confession that she was now dead left those on the force devastated. They had worked through the night through increasingly difficult conditions, clinging on to any small chance that she might still be alive. April's older sister said that while the name Mark Bridger meant nothing to her, as soon as she saw his face on the news, she recognized him. She often saw him out and about, and he used to live not far from them. As the investigation into the disappearance of April Jones moved into its 3rd day, the police still needed to prove that Mark Bridger had murdered her. The investigating officers needed to establish any contact he might have had with April during the abduction and obtain any forensic evidence they could. When the police seized his vehicle, they could find no evidence of a road traffic collision, and no evidence that the vehicle had struck anybody. Contrary to Bridger's account of April being seriously injured when he put her into the car, forensics could find no blood or traces of blood inside the vehicle. This solidified investigators' thoughts further that Mark Bridger's story of accidentally knocking her off her bike was nothing more than a calculated cover-up of a far more sinister turn of events. As the forensic examination of the car turned up nothing, they turned their attention back to the house, where they believed April had been attacked. They were able to find traces of April's blood inside the home, indicating she had suffered significant injuries at the property. They removed what was left in the fire pit in the living room and were able to find 17 fragments of her skull, and one fragment in the bathroom plug hole, confirming the worst fears of everyone. Police did not believe that April's whole body was burned, but believed the fragments of bone got into the fire and bath during the cleanup. Searches of his house and laptop indicated that Bridger was a highly dangerous and predatory offender. This helped piece together why he had taken April to satisfy his sinister desires. His internet search history showed that he had an extremely unhealthy interest in children. He had computer folders filled with images of child sexual abuse, graphic depictions of rape, and pictures of previous young murder victims, including Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman, two 10-year-old girls who were murdered in Soham, and 13-year-old Caroline Dickinson, who was raped and murdered in a French hostel during a school trip. There were some pictures available on his computer which officers believed had been taken from Facebook and other social media of children in the local area, including April and her older sister. Following this discovery, Jasmine remembered that Mark Bridger had actually approached her on social media several months before April was abducted. She was in her living room on her laptop when she got a Facebook notification. A new friend request had come through. It was Mark Bridger. She didn't know him and showed it to her father. Paul knew him from the early 1990s when they had dated sisters, but he couldn't understand why he was adding his daughter. Coral also warned her not to accept the request. Jasmine deleted him, and that was seemingly the end of it. When the news started to spread that the case was now moving from a missing child case to a murder inquiry, around 150 people attended a church vigil for April, led by the Bishop of Bangor, Andy John, and Reverend Rogers. The despair and disappointment was evident. Reverend Rogers said there was over 150 people there, including the police, and we're very, very grateful to them for all that they are doing. It was very silent in there, and it was a very powerful and very moving service. The town was covered in pink ribbons in response to April's mother's appeal for people to wear her daughter's favorite color. Police renewed their appeal for information over suspect Mark Bridger's movements. Following this, investigators revealed that they had received more than 2,500 calls in response to their latest appeal for information. Prime Minister David Cameron said it was every family's nightmare and urged anyone with information to come forward and speak to the police. The time that officers had to question Bridger was rapidly running out. Police had until 5 p.m. to charge or release him. Although they could apply for a further 24 hours warrant of detention, Bridger appeared in court in Aberystwyth at 3:30, where police were given another 24 hours to question him. Once again, the community came out in full force. Around 450 responded to a call for people with good local knowledge to search the villages around where April had lived. Volunteers were told to keep away from the river, the forest, and places such as mineshafts, which were being searched by the specialist teams. On Saturday, the 6th of October, 5 days after April had disappeared, Mark Bridger was charged with abduction, murder, and perverting the course of justice in relation to the attempt to conceal any trace of her body. The district Crown prosecutor from the Crown Prosecution Service said that following a review of everything that had been gathered, he believed they had sufficient evidence to charge Mark Bridger with the murder of April Jones and that it is in the public interest to do so. I have also concluded that there is sufficient evidence to charge the defendant with attempting to pervert the course of justice and child abduction. This announcement led to mixed emotions. On the one hand, there was relief that the perpetrator had been caught, but also heartbreak not only for the Jones family, but for April, whose life had been taken in the most appalling way imaginable. But who exactly was Mark Bridger? He was born on the 6th of November in 1965 in Sutton, Surrey. He was the second of 3 children, and his father had worked as a City of London police constable. After attending secondary school, he went to Croydon College where he failed to complete a diploma in engineering. Bridger grew into a strong man, a very big build and over 6 foot tall. Accounts from people he worked with described him as sociable, hardworking, and charismatic. Others remarked on his apparent obsession with the military and how he had claimed to be a former Army bomb disposal expert who had changed his identity to protect himself from any retaliation from the Irish Republican Army. He also said he had been a serving member of the SAS. When interviewed by police over April's disappearance, he told them how he had excelled during his military service. But this was nothing more than an utter fantasy. Mark Bridger had never joined the Army or served in the armed forces. Far from being a distinguished veteran, as a teenager he had been in trouble with the police. For example, in the early 1990s he was convicted of criminal damage, affray, and driving with no insurance. In 1984 he became a firefighter in London, but within 6 months he had quit due to what he called personal problems. It was around this time he allegedly split with his partner soon after the birth of their son. The split meant his parents could not get access to their new grandchild, causing a rift from which the family would never recover. Bridger would tell people in later years that his parents were dead. It was at this point that Bridger turned his attention to Wales. He knew South Wales because his grandmother had lived there. He had lived in several places where he had a variety of jobs, including bar work, being a chef, a waiter, a car recovery mechanic, and a forestry worker. After moving repeatedly, he finally settled in Machynlleth. Once there, he had worked a variety of jobs: kitchen assistant as a local hotel, a welder, helping renovate a local guest house, a lifeguard, and a slaughterman in an abattoir. He had 6 children with a number of women, and just days before April was abducted, he had split with his latest girlfriend and was deeply upset about it. He claimed he turned to drink after relationship breakups and had been on antidepressants on and off for 12 years. The attention of women was clearly important to him. Hours before he took April, he contacted 3 women via Facebook, asking if they wanted to meet, no strings attached. They also found in his search history, more disturbingly, at 12:11 p.m., Mark Bridger had looked at a cartoon image from his collection of pictures, showing young girls being sexually abused. One showed a girl bound with gaffer tape being raped by an adult. When his vehicle was recovered later, there was a roll of gaffer tape on his dashboard. The police now had a much more complete picture of what they believed had happened to April. When he abducted her, he wasn't aware that another child had witnessed it. At 8:30 p.m. that night, his Land Rover was spotted arriving at his home in a village 3 miles from where April had lived. Police did not know if this was the first time he'd been home since abducting April, or if he'd driven there directly after abducting her, killed her there, and then went out again to dispose of her body. This sighting may have not been the first time he returned home that day. The next day, shortly before 9 a.m., Bridger was spotted close to a riverbank carrying a black bin bag. A witness would later tell police she thought there was something in the bag. Later, he took his Land Rover into a garage to be repaired and pretended to help look for April before being arrested soon after. Fast-track DNA testing established that April's blood had been found at Mount Pleasant, most significantly on the underside of the carpet in the living room and in front of the wood burner. Police believe he probably sexually assaulted April before brutally murdering her and dismembering her body, disposing of her at various locations. As Mark Bridger had worked as a slaughterman in an abattoir, one theory was that he had used the skills he had gained there to dismember April's body after killing her. Bridger was due before the magistrates in Aberystwyth on the following Monday. The police said they remained focused and committed to finding April, adding that 10 specialist teams had been conducting a systematic and methodical search from daybreak on Saturday. Mark Bridger appeared at Aberystwyth Magistrates Court. A small crowd waited outside and one man threw a bottle at the van that had transported him to court, while others shouted abuse. Bridger was later driven away to HMP Manchester, formerly known as Strangeways. 6 months after April went missing, her family marked what would have been her 6th birthday by releasing pink balloons from the Brynagog Green where she used to play. On Monday, the 14th of January 2013, it was time for Mark Bridger to enter his plea. He pled not guilty to abduction, murder, and concealing, disposing of, or destroying April's body. But it emerged that his case was that he was probably responsible for her death. April's parents saw Bridger in person for the first time since he had abducted their daughter. Coral and Paul would go to every day of the trial, determined to see this awful ordeal through to its conclusion. In March 2013, it was reported by the BBC that the search for April's body was set to end in the coming weeks. Although they hadn't recovered her body, the police and Crown Prosecution Service worked together to push on and prepare their case for trial. The trial was initially arranged for 2 months after the point of charge, giving officers and prosecutors an incredibly tight timeline to try and pull together all their arguments and evidence. When his trial began on April 29th, Mark Bridger continued the same story he had tried to spin in his interviews. He was in denial about his actions and tried to present himself as a caring individual who had tried to help April after the tragic accident he was adamant had occurred. The testimony of April's friend who had witnessed the abduction was to be crucial in countering his story. She said that April had got into the front and then clambered into the back. It just drove off. I didn't know she was going to go in the van. The girl fiddled with her hair and sometimes hugged her bear as she was questioned by Bridges barrister Brendan Kelly QC. Kelly, who like all court officials was not wearing a wig or gown, asked if she had a good view of the Land Rover. "Yes, I did," she replied. "Are you sure that you saw April talking to the man?" "Yes, I'm sure," she answered. It also emerged that Bridger had taken his Land Rover to a garage at 9 a.m. the day after April disappeared, saying he had been in an accident. A member of staff told the court that while everybody locally had been upset about April's disappearance, they found it odd that he was so upset by it all, and that he looked on the verge of crying as he spoke about it. The mechanic said he kept asking how much his vehicle would cost to repair and when he could have it back. He said he appeared nervous and edgy. Another person who had joined the search for April traveled through the village where Bridger was living. She said she had seen him in a lay-by carrying what looked like a black bin liner in his hand. The lay-by was close to the river and less than half a mile from his house, and the evidence just continued to mount. When he spoke to a postman about April, he feigned shock and asked what sort of vehicle the police were looking for, but he managed to contradict himself later when he joined a search party at about 2 p.m., first telling one volunteer he had found out at 9:30 that morning, then telling another he had been searching throughout the night. April's head teacher provided an insight into the relationships he had formed when she gave evidence at his trial. She told the court how he had a history of relationships with young mothers, and there were complex relationships between a number of these families. She had spoken to Bridger at a parents' evening just a couple of hours before he had taken April, when she had seen him talking to a former pupil now in secondary school, which she found strange. April's father also gave evidence as he had known Bridger since the early 1990s when the pair had dated sisters. He remembered Bridger as being a risk-taker who drove like a maniac. He spoke of how he had loaned Bridger a book on SAS survival skills, which he would not return, claiming to have lost it. Paul said he later found it during a visit to Bridger's house and took it back. As Bridger's behavior in the hours before April's abduction had become more predatory, the court heard how he had made an approach to a 10-year-old girl playing near to where April had last been seen. He invited her to a sleepover with his daughter, but no arrangements were finalized. During the police interviews, Bridger maintained that April had not been to his house, but when confronted in court by the overwhelming forensic evidence, he told the jury that images of her laying down in front of the fire had come to him in his dreams. After all the evidence had been presented, it was time for the jury to retire to consider their verdict, and on the 30th of May, they had come to a conclusion. Mark Bridger was found unanimously guilty on all 3 counts. He was sentenced to life in prison with a whole life order. He looked down at the floor as his sentence was handed out and said nothing. Despite knowing he will never be a free man again, he has refused to disclose exactly what happened to April that night, or where her body is, and no more remains of April Jones have ever been found. Many believe that this is the last piece of control he is not willing to relinquish. At the conclusion of his trial, Mark Bridger was described as a pathological and glib liar, a pedophile who harbored sexual and morbid fantasies about young girls. He chose to put witnesses through the ordeal of giving evidence over a lengthy trial that had lasted 4.5 weeks. He could have avoided all of it by pleading guilty in the first instance to the charges that had been leveled against him. Detective Superintendent Andrew John, who had led the investigation, said, in July 2013, it was reported by 2013, the family had a burial funeral with many turning up to pay their respects. As they didn't have a body, the family buried an empty casket pulled on a horse-drawn carriage, with the burial site being the graveyard just yards away from where she had disappeared. They were given ash and bone fragments from the police to bury, and the family also buried personal items alongside. This gave the family a spot they could visit to remember April and be together as a family. In December 2013, the judicial office said that Mark Bridger had lodged an application for permission to appeal. But the following month, they confirmed that he had abandoned his attempt just 11 days before the hearing was due to take place. In November 2018, leading search engine companies announced they were going to make it harder to find child abuse images online. As many as 100,000 search terms would now return no results that find illegal material. Following the horrors that had occurred at Mount Pleasant, the property was later demolished. April's family were there to watch the demolition. Tragically, April's father Paul developed a rare brain disease. The family revealed in February 2018 that the diagnosis had left him unable to remember the murder. His wife Coral told the Mirror that Paul could not understand why April hadn't visited him in hospital. Her family are adamant that she will be remembered for the joy and happiness she brought to so many people and not for the tragic way that she left this earth. On September 4, 1981, 12-year-old Tim Slayton and 15-year-old Jeff Slayton had their childhood abruptly ended when they found their mother, Linda Slayton, damned in her bedroom at their apartment in Lakeland, Florida. She was found lying partially naked, beaten, and with a metal hanger around her neck. Who could have committed such a heinous crime? Could it have been someone close to the family? Or was this a random attack? Today we're looking into the case of Linda Slayton. A case so twisted you'll be shocked when you find out who killed her. So without further ado, let's get started. This is Lakeland, Florida, one of the most populous cities in Polk County. Back in 1981, Lakeland was a place with many thriving businesses and residential areas. These residential areas were filled with duplexes, and most belonged to close-knit families that had a lot of young children and toddlers. The area was also filled with lush green grass at every turn, which made the place seem homely. At 303 North Burnell Parkway, the place where Linda and her two boys lived, there were many duplexes. The family even owned one. However, they hadn't stayed there for very long. Sources said that Linda and her two sons moved from Hartselle, Alabama to Lakeland, Florida, 2 weeks before the incident took place. What could have led to her death? Could it be that she brought in old vengeance to a new place? Linda Patterson Slayton was born on March 8, 1950. By the time she was 16, she was pregnant with her first son, Jeffrey Slayton. 3 years later, she gave birth to a second son, Timothy Slayton. Soon after, she managed to convince the father of her two sons, Frank Slayton, to get married so that they could start a proper family. However, a happy family was far from what she got. Frank turned out to be an abusive husband who would routinely abuse her and the two kids. Plagued by his alcoholism and addiction, he would turn violent whenever he got drunk. Jeff and Tim recalled that their father would often turn into the monster. He was a violent alcoholic and would beat the three of them without any conscience. The thought of filing for divorce soon ran through Linda's mind. And in 1974, Linda Slayton finally became free. She divorced Jeff and Tim's abusive father, Frank Slayton, after 9 volatile years of a marriage. Linda started her new life as a single mom with 2 teenage sons. She tried her best to provide for her family and be there for her sons as a caring mother. Juggling work and chores, it was obvious that she had limited financial capabilities. They didn't have a car, so her sons, Jeff and Tim, would often go to school either by walking or by sharing rides if they were offered one. Apart from school, Jeff and Tim loved playing football, but since they didn't have a right football practice, their coach, Coach Joe, would often pick them up and drop them off at or nearby their home. A week before the 4th of September, Linda was preparing her home to welcome her mother. She wanted her mother to move in since she thought her presence in the house would help get it in order and make it more homely. Her sister, Judy, would also often come by to visit her. During her visits, the sisters would spend their time together over a hot cup of coffee. However, on the 4th of September 1981, around 8:30 a.m., Judy arrived at Linda's apartment to find something she never expected to see. On the 3rd of September 1981, the night before the murder, Jeff Slayton came home from football practice, but when he found nothing to eat at home, he headed over to his grandparents later. At about 9:30 p.m., Jeff reached back home only to find the house empty. Around 11:30 p.m., Linda and Tim, her younger son, came home. She mentioned going to a neighbor's place to play of cards. But before that, she settled in to complete her chores, and Jeff saw his mom during the dishes. Tim, on the other hand, went to sleep. Around this time, her son, Jeff, came up to her and apologized, since the two had fought earlier that day. As they made up, Linda said goodnight to her boys. Jeff remembers saying these words, "I love you, Mom. I'll see you tomorrow." Little did he know those would be the last words he would say to her. September 4th, 1981. Around 8:30 a.m., Judy arrived at Linda's apartment. She went up to Linda's room and knocked on the door twice. There was no answer. She thought Linda might still be in bed, but it was unusual, as Linda usually woke up before the boys left for school. As she made her way out of the house, she noticed something strange. The window in Linda's room had a missing sheet, and on top of that, the window was wide open. Judy returned to Linda's room, knocked again, and this time opened the door to find Linda Slayton's lifeless body. She screamed. This caught the attention of a caretaker near the house, and he immediately called 911. Linda was found dead with a wider clothes hanger around her neck. Her body was partially naked, and she lay right across the bed, with her head down on the floor. There were no signs of struggle. Her cupboard was wide open. Apart from that, all the other things in a room were in their usual places. Within a matter of minutes, the Lakeland police, news reporters, and medical services all arrived. The yellow sign reading, "Crime Scene, Do Not Enter," was plastered all over Linda's home. Tim and Jeff were both awakened by police officers and were asked to leave their home, which was now a crime scene. While Jeff was able to get past his mother's room without seeing her lifeless body, Tim saw his mother one last time, but this time she wasn't alive. The two were then sent to live with their grandparents pending further investigation. Linda was 31 years old when she was murdered. As soon as her sons, Tim and Jeff, were sent away to their grandparents, Sergeant Edgar Pickett from the Lakeland Police Department arrived at the crime scene. He was the one who not only led the case, but also found crucial evidence of the crime scene. At the beginning of the investigation, Sergeant Edgar found a few prints in Linda's bedroom. Most of the prints belonged to the deceased Linda Slayton. However, there was one print that didn't belong to her. It was a palm print. The palm print was found on Linda's bedroom windowsill. It was the same windowsill that had a missing window sheet. To find out what really happened to Linda Slayton, she was taken for an autopsy. There they found several marks and bruises around her arms, shoulders, and neck. Also, when her body was found, she was partially naked, which may have been evidence of sexual assault. After running the autopsy, it was determined that she had been brutally beaten at first, then sexually assaulted, and then strangled to death with a metal clothes hanger from her own cupboard. Of the evidence found, the pawn print was the most crucial, as it could identify the copard on the spot with a match. But forensic DNA analysis didn't exist back then. In order to determine who might have been responsible, the police were forced to overlay her entire family tree. The first suspect was Frank Slayton, Linda's ex-husband. Back in 1975, at the time she divorced Frank, Linda stated that he had an aggressive nature. He was abusive and did not take care of his family. It was no doubt that he would be deemed a person of interest in this case. He was taken in for questioning. However, when the officials looked into his whereabouts the night Linda was killed, they found that he was at home in Alabama. Even then, they remained suspicious of him. The second suspect was Linda's own son, Jeff Slayton. But why did the officials think of him as a suspect? Well, before Linda was killed, Jeff Slayton had a heated argument with his mother. Jeff had a very close, yet distant relationship with his mother. He, being the eldest son, felt the pressure of living in a family with an abusive father and later with a single mom. There were certain times when Jeff and his mother would often get on each other's bad side, but he always made sure to make up for it. On the night of the murder, Jeff made up with his mother before going to bed. The police questioned him about the incident. They even told them to take 2 polygraph tests. When he passed, the police cleared him from the list of suspects. The third suspect was Linda's boyfriend. At the time, Linda, a single mom, had started dating someone. The white male, who remains unnamed, had a close relationship with her and her kids. However, when police ran a background check and polygraph tests, he was cleared. By this time, they were running out of suspects until, by September 2001, they got a tip. Almost a year after Linda was murdered, there was a rumor about a 24-year-old man who committed a similar crime. His name was Jimmy Ulmer. At the time, he was linked to a crime where he pulled a 10-year-old girl through her bedroom window and nearly killed her. When the police ran a check on him, they found that he was convicted of 80 years to prison time. Also, the fact that his crimes in Linda's case were strikingly similar. To top it off, at the time of the murder, Jimmy was found staying in the same apartment complex as Linda did. The evidence found against him made the police think he was the print suspect. But there was a downside. Jimmy had died while the investigation was going on, so it wasn't possible for a DNA match. That would mean they'd have to dig up his body to perform the test. Luckily, Jimmy's mother allowed a DNA test and got his sample. However, once the results came back, there was no match. If it wasn't for the family or the next-door convict, who could have killed Linda? By this time, the days had turned into weeks and then months. In Lakeland, detectives looked at other people as well, but no one was ever charged. And without any new leads, the case turned cold. The Slayton brothers had to face a new reality in life. Their mother was gone, and they had only their grandparents, Clarence and Margaret Harris. While the investigation was going on, Linda's parents and sons held a funeral for her, and soon after, they started to get back to living their lives and regular routines. The brothers went back to school. As time passed, they started to move on from what happened back up 303 North Burnell Parkway. Tim got back into playing football. He even recalls to this day that his teammates and coach were very supportive. When he didn't have a ride back home to his grandparents, Coach Joe would still take him to and from practice. A month later, Tim hung a photograph of his team on his bedroom wall. To him, that picture gave him the motivation to pull past it all and move forward. In the years that followed, the young brothers who just lost their mother grew into men who cared and loved for their own families. Jeff got married and went on to have 2 children. Tim also got married and started a family. As time went by, both brothers would frequently check in with the Lakeland investigators to see what kind of progress was being made on their mom's case. Jeff Slayton still recalls the night that Linda was murdered. "I didn't hear anything, and it's so hard to live like that." Even Linda's neighbors stated that they didn't hear anything unusual the night she was murdered. Despite the fact that Jeff and Tim had each created successful lives for themselves, they made sure that the case was moving forward. Tim reveals this in an interview saying, "No matter how many detectives we had to go through over here, we were going to let them know we are still here and we want to know who killed our mom." 17 years had passed since Linda's passing. But despite the passage of more than a decade, the police persisted in their investigation. By 1998, Sergeant Edgar Pickett had left his position and the Slayton case was assigned to the new investigation team. Detective Brad Grace was assigned to this case. While going through the pieces of evidence, he found unidentified DNA from a Slayton case that had been collected back in 1981. He sent this to the state's major crime lab at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, also known as the FDLE. By 1999, the crime lab at the FDLE was able to break down and develop a full DNA profile of Linda Slayton's unknown killer. After receiving the DNA profile, he then ran through the list of suspects once again. This time, he was determined to get DNA samples from each one. The year was 2001, and Detective Grice thought that the DNA profile match would definitely reveal the murderer. He made certain to speak with the Slayton brothers first. Soon, he managed to arrange a meeting with them. When the brothers arrived, Detective Grice collected their DNA samples and sent them for further testing. When the results came back, there was no match. Soon after, Jeff's name was completely cleared from the case. Frank Slayton was the next subject of investigation. At this point, Frank had given up drinking. Over the years after Linda's passing, he appeared to have lost some of his aggressive and abusive tendencies. Tim and Jeff were also able to meet their father during this time and mend some of the wounds from the past. Frank agreed to send his DNA for testing. The DNA, however, did not match the hypothetical unidentified DNA profile that the detective believed would point to the murderer. Detective Grice submitted the unidentified DNA profile from the Slayton case to the FBI's National DNA Database in 2005, where it was continually cross-referenced with newly submitted DNA samples. He eliminated dozens of suspects through the course of his investigation using DNA evidence. However, he retired in 2015, after spending 17 years on the Slayton case. After Detective Grice, the Slayton case was assigned to new detectives Tommy Hefcock and Russell Hurley. Detective Tem learned 3 years into the investigation that the FDLE had developed a groundbreaking technology that could help in identifying any unidentifiable DNA. Taking advantage of the chance, the detective sent Sissy Moore, a genetic genealogist who worked for the FDLE, the unidentified DNA from the Slayton case. The public genealogy website, GEDNotch, which is run by Sissy Moore, produced a list of people who shared DNA with the unidentified killer after she uploaded the anonymous DNA from the Slayton case there. She then used birth certificates, marriage certificates, obituaries, and social media to create a genetic family tree. As the investigation went deeper, Moore created 3 family tree branches for the murderer, which helped her identify the one person who was most likely to be responsible for the killing of Linda Slayton. The family tree built off the DNA profile showed that he was almost certainly the person who murdered Linda Slayton. It was here that the twist got so bizarre that it even chopped Tim and Jeff Slayton. This was the picture that hung on Tim's bedroom wall, and the person just above his shoulder was Joseph Clinton Mills, often called Coach Joe. The family tree built off the DNA profile showed that he was almost certainly the person who murdered Linda Slayton. After learning the killer's name, Detective Tammy and Russell got on with Joseph Mills' background check. They then uncovered some crimes committed by him. One of them was committing grand theft by forging a will. Even though he was never charged for it, the police did get his palm and fingerprints. And as you may recall, Sergeant Edgar Pickett had discovered a palm print on the windowsill at the crime scene. This meant that the family of the deceased might finally receive closure in the cold case, which had been open for more than 40 years at this time. Investigators compared the palm prints taken in 1981 from Linda Slayton's windowsill to Mills's palm print, and they discovered a match. But detectives still needed to compare a recent DNA sample from the suspect to the DNA from the Slayton case, despite their conclusions. So they made the decision to obtain his DNA for testing without his knowledge. They did this by taking garbage bags from Joseph Mills' house and searching them at the police station for items that could have his DNA. While sorting out the trash, they found a piece of medical adhesive tape in one of the bags that they sent to the crime mob for testing. The detectives looked into Mills' private life in more detail while they awaited the DNA results. He'd spent the majority of his 58 years in Kathleen, Florida, which was only 30 minutes from the crime scene. He had children and grandchildren and was married as well. The results from the crime lab, which were obtained almost 2 weeks later, showed that the unknown DNA that was found and Mills's DNA on the medical adhesive tape were an exact match. In December 2019, detectives arrested Mills and brought him in for questioning. Back in 1981, Joseph Mills was just around 20 years old when he committed the crime. Just 1 day after the murder, police also spoke to him, but it was over the phone. During the brief call, Mills told investigators that he dropped him off after football practice on September 3, 1981, the night before the murder. But police never considered him a suspect. Mills said to the cops during his questioning that Linda Slayton had allegedly invited him over for consensual sex. But the detectives were aware that this was a fabrication. They concluded that he targeted her even before the night of the murder, as he was often seen picking up Tim for football practice and dropping him off at home after practice. Also, the fact that he stayed near this lateness was a matter of suspicion. So what actually happened on the night of September 3, 1981? According to Mills' statement, Mills had just dropped him off at his house after football practice. Later that evening, when no one was home, he returned and broke in through Linda's bedroom window. He then waited for her to go to bed while hiding in her closet. That's when he beat, sexually assaulted, and finally strangled Linda with a wire hanger from her closet. Joseph Mills pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and sexual battery. At his sentencing, members of Linda Slayton's family confronted him and demanded to know why he killed her. All Mills told the court was, "I am a good person. and they didn't receive a response or an apology from him. Mills was given a life sentence in prison without the chance of parole by the judge. Even though the Slayton brothers take some solace from the knowledge that Mills will never escape from prison alive, they're enraged by the fact that he enjoyed all those years of freedom while they spent the majority of their lives without their mother. For Tim, it was something totally unexpected since Coach Joe was a role model for him back in the day. Tim also stated that Mills would often ask him about the case. He'd ask if there was any progress in finding the culprit. But to keep himself off the radar, he extended his help in making it easy for the boys during football practice. To this day, Tim doesn't actually believe that his mother's killer was actually the person he trusted the most. Tim even says, "I've been carrying the killer's picture in my house at this table the whole time and never had a clue." Jeff, who was completely bereaved, still thinks about what life might have been if Linda were still alive. Tim and Jeff remain extremely close after this incident. They frequently visit their mother's grave, and Jeff always lights a candle on the anniversary of her passing. Despite all that's happened to them, they've never stopped trying to live life to the fullest for their mother. This case takes us to South Australia, to the quiet town of Stirling in Adelaide, home to around 2,500 residents. One of those residents was 14-year-old Carly Ryan, who lived there with her mother Sonia and her younger brother. Carly and Sonia were the absolute best of friends and had an incredibly tight bond. Sonia said she was very young when she had Carly and was a single mother struggling to make ends meet, and that Carly had saved her life and given her a purpose. She described Carly as really funny, full of energy and life, and always the entertainer in the house. Her daughter loved having her own style and flair and enjoyed expressing herself through her makeup and clothes. Her friends said she was full of kindness and always an open-hearted person. As Carly entered her teenage years, her friendship groups began to change, and a group of new friends she had made were described as a bit more experimental than Carly. On one occasion, Carly got alcohol poisoning and was admitted to hospital. As soon as she was better and back at home, she told her mother how this had scared her, and it pushed her to make the decision to distance herself from this specific circle of people. Following this, she began looking for more friends, and the new and emerging social media platforms seemed like a great way to do this. Back in 2005, social media and social networking was still very much in its infancy. It was a new age of exciting things that had never been possible before. Being able to meet and talk to people online, all over the world, at any time of the day. And it wasn't long before Carly joined the relatively new MySpace. MySpace fast became the largest social networking site in the world, holding the title for several years. At one point, it was the most visited website in the world, surpassing even Google. She also joined Vampire Freaks, which started as a social networking site and then a clothing outlet as well. Carly would often tell her mom about the new friends she was making online and how excited she was to be talking to so many different people. One of those people was a 17-year-old called Brandon Kane. He went by the username Corrupt Koala and was an aspiring rock musician living in Melbourne with his dad. Carly fell fast and hard for Brandon, and Sonia said whenever she spoke about him, she was gushing. However, Sonia did notice the age difference between her young teenage daughter and Brandon and kept an eye on their interactions as best she could. But Sonia said every time she looked over Carly's shoulder and saw a conversation between them, everything seemed, for want of a better word, normal. The teens would talk about everything, from music to traveling to their hopes and dreams for the future. Brandon started talking to Carly's friends too, and they were all initially excited to see this potential romance blossoming for their friend. Carly and Brandon eventually began a long-distance romantic relationship, talking all hours of the day and night. As Sonia began to warm to the idea of the pair's feelings for each other, Brandon's dad, Shane, also took an interest in the couple too. Shane would often comment and interact with posts the pair would make back and forth, and it seemed that he was approving of the young couple too. Sonia said that Carly definitely felt a gap in her life having grown up without her father, and that Shane seemed to be helping to fill that void. Carly was busy planning her 15th birthday party and invited Brandon to come to her house and celebrate. Although the pair had still not met in person and this would be the perfect time, Brandon called Carly and said that he was sorry, but he wasn't able to make it. Carly was crushed, but seemed to perk up when Brandon made a suggestion. He said his dad Shane would be passing by on a work trip and would love to come and meet everyone on Brandon's behalf. Shane worked in security and his job would often take him around to different parts of various cities. Carly came bounding into the kitchen handing the phone to her mom, saying that Shane was on the end of the line and he wanted to introduce himself. Shane said to Sonia he would love to drop off a present for Carly from Brandon and finally meet the family of the girl his son was so crazy about. Sonia, although hesitant, agreed. As they had all been talking for so long online, it didn't feel like a stranger. Felt like an old friend. On the evening of Carly's party, Shane arrived at her home to meet her and her family. He was in his security uniform and even showed his ID badge to Sonia before he came in. Sonia said he was polite and keen to talk to everyone. She said Carly was beaming to finally be able to meet her boyfriend's dad and get to know Brandon a bit more through the man that seemed to know him best. Shane gave Carly the gift from Brandon, which later turned out to include some underwear and a nurse's outfit. Shane was attached to Carly all night and was behaving in a strange and seemingly possessive way, but Carly remained calm. She valued her boyfriend's dad's opinion and wanted him to like her and her friends and family. As the night drew to a close, Shane said he was going to leave and get a hotel room. Sonia told him not to be silly and he could stay in the spare room, having traveled so far to get there and spent a lot of money doing it. Early the next morning, Sonia was up and getting ready. As she walked past Carly's room, she saw Shane asleep on Carly's bed, fully clothed on top of the covers, with all of Carly's friends in the same room too. Sonia was horrified and demanded Shane get his things and go. He didn't say a word as he left. He just got in his car and drove off. Sonia said to Carly that she no longer cared how much her daughter liked Brandon. There was something seriously unnerving with his dad's behavior, and the whole situation felt very wrong. Carly did confess to her mom that Shane had behaved inappropriately towards her that night. But despite this, Carly was devastated at how things had ended and begged her mom to patch things up with what could potentially be her future father-in-law. But this encounter had unnerved Sonia too much, and after this, she not only cut the internet off and took Carly's phone away, but threatened to call the police. Carly pleaded with her not to, distraught at the thought of not being able to ever see Brandon. Sonia eventually gave Carly her phone back on the condition that any and all communications with Shane ceased. Sonia sent Shane an email saying that if he ever contacted her daughter again, the police would be involved. She was shocked that the email she received back was nasty and vicious, with Shane threatening legal action against her for defamation. He called Sonia pathetic and a gutless bitch, saying that if Carly and Brandon carried on seeing each other, Carly would be moving into their house, and thus Sonia would lose her battle anyway. Almost a month had passed since the birthday party, and on February 19th Carly spent the morning with Sonia, painting her nails and getting ready for a sleepover with a friend. Sonia had spoken to her friend's parents over the phone, and the sleepover had been planned for a while. Carly seemed to be back to her usual self and was looking forward to spending the night with her friend. As she was leaving, Sonia said they gave each other 4 huge hugs. Whenever the one let go, the other would pull in for another hug. Carly said, "Love you, Mom," and headed off down the street. Early morning, February 20th, Port Shoe Bay, Port Elliot, 80 kilometers south of Adelaide. South Australia police received a call, reporting that the body of a young female had been found floating face down in shallow water. A pathologist quickly confirmed that this was definitely no accidental death and the injuries on her body were consistent with being attacked. Around 9 a.m. Sonia was trying to ring Carly, but her phone was turned off. Her teenage daughter was glued to her phone all hours of the day and nights, and alarm bells rang very quickly. As she hung up the phone to try and call again, she received a call from an unknown number. "Is this the home of Carly Ryan? I've just found her purse on the side of the road," the man on the phone said. The location of the purse was a long way away from the place Carly was supposed to have been staying, and she had absolutely no reason to be there. Panic was setting in, and a frantic Sonia rang the home of the friend that was hosting the sleepover. To Sonia's horror, the parents said that Carly hadn't shown up. Sonia called the police straight away. Over the phone, the police informed Sonia that they had just found a body that seemed to match her daughter's description. There was no ID found with or near the body, And so Sonia went to identify the girl, the whole time telling herself it couldn't possibly be her daughter. But she said the minute she saw the nail polish, she knew it was Carly. As word began to spread, Carly's friends would find out by turning on the news and seeing her face on the screen. The community was collectively shattered, and nobody could think of anyone that would want to hurt Carly, let alone kill her. The area of the beach where Carly was found showed signs of a struggle. Her jewelry was broken and scattered around. And police also found the tip of a latex glove and drops of blood on the sand. The autopsy revealed 19 separate injuries, with 6 to 8 of the injuries being blows to the head. Her cause of death was a combination of facial trauma, smothering, and drowning. It also revealed cannabinoids in her blood and beach sand in her esophagus. The police began collecting footage from the cameras outside the surrounding shops. And one camera showed Carly at 07:04 p.m. She was walking down the boardwalk with 2 men. A witness also came forward and described seeing the men that seemed to fit the same description on the beach near to where Carly was found. This was just before 10 p.m. that night. The witness recalled seeing a lone pale blue car in the parking area by the beach as well. Although he couldn't remember the car's number plate, he did remember seeing some sort of security badge with the number 24 on it, and this was in the window by the passenger seat. Neither Sonia nor Carly's friends could give any explanation as to why she ended up on that beach or how she got there. As well as the surveillance footage, police were going through Carly's online interactions with a fine-tooth comb, and the only name that was consistently popping up was Brandon Kane. Amongst lots of messages that showed an infatuation with each other, police also found some odd and out-of-place communication between Brandon and Carly's friends. Emails and messages that, over time, had become increasingly aggressive and nasty. It became clear to detectives that Brandon Kane was extremely manipulative and had been trying to stop her talking to her friends for a long time. The once outgoing and sociable Carly was becoming increasingly isolated from everyone apart from him. Police were not only looking to talk with Brandon, but they also wanted to speak with his father, Shane. As the investigation deepened, Sonia told police about the inappropriate and unnerving incident with Shane at Carly's. Some of the calls were linked to a small suburb called Walkerville, just miles from Carly's home. There was a caravan park in Walkerville, and police wondered if maybe whoever was on the end of the phone had stayed there at any point. Police got a hit. 2 men fitting the same descriptions as the camera footage and driving the same car the witnesses had identified on the beach had in fact stayed at the park in one of the cabins. The vehicle that was with them was registered to an address in Melbourne. Detectives finally had a lead on finding who were now the only 2 suspects in Carly's murder. When the police arrived at the address, they found the blue car outside, with the same security badge in the window that the witness had described. However, the address was not linked to Brandon Kane, and it was not linked to Shane either. It was linked to a 48-year-old father of 3, Gary Francis Newman. 11 days after Carly had been killed, police knocked on Gary's door. He was swiftly placed under arrest and didn't say a word to the police. Officers began searching his house, and as they opened the desk drawer, they found pages and pages of names, passwords, and emails. Gary had more than 200 online personas, 2 of which were both Brandon and Shane. And as police were inside his house, on his computer were other chats open, with more teenage girls he had been talking to. He was logged into these chats as none other than Brandon Kane. He had an extensive amount of fake photos and had also used family members' and friends' details to help him carefully craft numerous profiles. Police said that because he so often used his family and friends and their information, there often seemed to be something to support these profiles as appearing to be real. It's only when you dug deeper, the truth started to unravel. They also found a camera that had been taken from Carly's house on the night of her birthday party. One of these photos was of Carly and Gary, who she thought was Shane, standing next to each other talking. The security uniform he had come to the Ryans' house in, along with the ID badge, were also completely fake. And the boy seen walking down the boardwalk with them on the day Carly was killed was in fact Gary's 17-year-old son, who was believed had essentially been hired to play the part of Brandon that day, although this remains unconfirmed. The evidence against Gary was irrefutable. On the evening before she was set to go to her friend's sleepover, she had actually made plans with Gary, who told her that he and his fake son Brandon would be in town the following day. Having waited 18 months to meet the person she had fallen in love with, Cardi couldn't refuse the offer, and she promised she wouldn't mention it to her mom. After the three met up, Gary drove Carly and his son to Horseshoe Bay, Port Elliot. Based on the evidence, police believe that Carly was violently assaulted by Gary after she had refused his advances. They believe he pinned her down by sitting on her back and pushed her head into the sand, suffocating her. Given Carly's small size and frame, there would have been no way she could have fought him off. It is believed that Carly was unconscious when Gary left her body in the shallow water, clearly hoping she would either float away and never be found, or that it would look like she had accidentally drowned. And it is thought that this whole horrific ordeal was witnessed by Gary's son. What remains unclear, however, is whether his son was involved any more than that. But sound from the beach was found in both Gary and his son's shoes. Forensic experts determined that Carly was alive and fighting for her life for at least 30 minutes on the beach. Almost 3 years after Carly's death, in October 2009, Gary Francis Newman finally appeared in court. Both his and his son's identities were initially not revealed to the public or media. Although the press argued that the public had a right to know who had done this, Gary's identity remained concealed for a long time, and his son's identity remains hidden to this day. Gary asked to plead guilty to manslaughter, but prosecutors would not accept this plea. His now 19-year-old son also entered a plea of not guilty. Throughout the trial, Gary stated that he struggled with bipolar disorder at OCD and was asexual and actually not interested in sex at all. He claimed that he was like a father figure to Carly and that he had only chatted with her through his Shane profile, but never Brandon's. He blamed his teenage son for the Brandon Kane profile, saying it was him that made it and was using it to talk to Carly and to the girls. However, the prosecution said they believed that the Brandon identity was actually operated by both Gary and his son, either in conjunction or at different times. Gary admitted that he had met up with Carly on the day she died and they did all go to the beach together, but he claimed that they had said their goodbyes and parted ways. He told the jury he had offered Carly a lift home, but she refused, and he and his son left her on the beach that evening. He even went as far to say he hadn't even heard about her death until 3 days later, and following this, he had phoned Crime Stoppers to try and help catch the killer. Gary's son, who had been at the beach that day, testified against his father. He said that while the three of them were sat on the beach, Gary made more advances towards Carly. Carly tried to walk away, but Gary attacked her from behind. Although his son denied having anything to do with directly killing Carly, he did admit to helping Gary cover it all up. One of Gary's other sons also testified against his father. He said that when his dad had returned from Carly's birthday party, the same night she first rejected his advances, he was infuriated and angry. He vowed to his sons he would return to Adelaide to fix Carly up. Gary even later bragged to his son about what he had done to Carly on that beach, showing him the bruises on his hands from hitting her. At that time, his son didn't take his father's words seriously, thinking it was all just talk. The jury's deliberations lasted 10.5 hours over 2 days. Many were scared that Gary could walk free. There hadn't been a case like this before in terms of prosecuting someone for a crime which tackled a digital and online issue, and how that would be handled in the courts made people very nervous for the outcome. But the jury came back with a guilty verdict, and Justice Trish Kelly sentenced Gary to a mandatory life sentence, with a 29-year non-parole period. Gary's teenage son, who was a minor at the time of the crime, but a witness to the killing of Carly, was cleared of all charges. The court believed he deserved a second chance, and his identity remains hidden to this day behind a suppression. Justice Kelly said, "It was a terribly cruel thing you did to this beautiful, impressionable 15-year-old child. I say child because that's what she was. A child that fell in love with the idea of a handsome, musically inclined and rather exotic Brandon Kane. The real man was in fact an overweight, balding, middle-aged pedophile. You were obsessed with Carly to the degree that when you couldn't get your own way, you were prepared to kill her." Gary subsequently appealed his conviction on several grounds. One of those was that Sonia should not have been allowed to give evidence at his trial. But after 5 months, this appeal was denied. Carly's case and the extent to which Gary had gone to lure Carly in highlighted the emerging phenomena of grooming catfishing, and online predatory behavior. As social media and networking was still so new, the idea of people potentially abusing these platforms and abusing people's trust online was really something that hadn't been thought much about until this time. There really was a lack of understanding about the way in which platforms like this could work and operate in a potentially harmful way. Sonia said, "If I have to live here without my child, I have to do something meaningful. I have to do something to prevent this suffering." And that is exactly what she made it her mission to do. In 2010, the Carly Ryan Foundation was established. This is a certified online safety program provider under the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner, and it delivers online safety and healthy relationship seminars to students and parents. The organization provides a range of services and support in the areas of internet safety and crime, cyberbullying, connection to resources and counseling, and contributing to law and policy reform. Sonia Ryan is also a member of the Education and Prevention Working Group with the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. Her relentless work saw her become a finalist in the 2017 Human Rights Awards, and she is a previous winner of the South Australian of the Year Award for her continued contribution to the community. Carly Ryan was the first known person in Australia to be killed by an online predator, and this prompted some serious legal changes. After setting up the Carly Ryan Foundation in her daughter's honor, eventually in June 2017, Carly's law would come into effect. This meant that people caught lying about their age online to minors could be prosecuted. In August of the same year, Carly's law was used for the first time when an already convicted pedophile in his 30s was found to be grooming children online posing as a young woman. An even stricter version of this law was then introduced a year later. The year the law came into effect, a patchwork quilt was hung up in Parliament. It was made out of Carly's favorite pieces of clothing and represented the 10-year fight for a much-needed change, and Sonia continues to fight for Carly's name to be remembered and her voice be heard. She hopes that Carly's law will save children from predators online and potentially even save their lives. She said, "I'm sure she's looking down at everything we're doing in her name. It's an incredible legacy for her. And to know she didn't go through that horrendous suffering for nothing. The children will now be saved in her name from terrible harm and suffering. I fought with every breath in my body for Carly's legacy. What else can a grieving mother do? Changes you forever." Case of Anupama Gulati. Some murder cases are so brutal and disturbing that they defy belief. Today, we're looking at a case from India that isn't even documented on Wikipedia. Yet what truly shocked people wasn't just the killing itself, but the horrifying way the body was disposed of afterward. The details are enough to send chills down your spine. This incident is regarded as one of the most gruesome crimes to have occurred in the scenic city of Dehradun, Uttarakhand. So what exactly happened in the Anupama Gulati deep freezer case? Watch till the end to uncover the full story. On October 15, 2010, Anupama Gulati, who lived in Dehradun, Uttarakhand, resided with her husband and their 2 children. Around that time, her phone began experiencing unusual disruptions. Her parents and brother would normally speak to her 2 or 3 times a week, so whenever her phone was switched off for extended periods, it caused them serious concern. Worried about her sudden unavailability, Anupama's brother, S.K. Chaturvedi, began contacting her husband, Rajesh Gulati, to ask about her. Each time he called, Rajesh offered the same explanation. Anupama was either too busy or had stepped out for some work. This situation went on for nearly 2 weeks. During that period, Anupama stayed in regular contact with her brother through email, a detail SK found somewhat unusual. Still, the Gulati family felt reassured, as her messages consistently stated that she was doing well and was happy with her husband and their 2 children. This pattern continued for about 2 months. However, when repeated attempts to reach her by phone failed, her parents asked S.K. Chaturvedi to travel to Dehradun and meet Anupama in person. When Chaturvedi reached Rajesh's house on December 12, 2010, Rajesh reacted with visible anger at the sight of him. He stepped outside and locked the door behind him. Rajesh then told Chaturvedi that Anupama was out somewhere and unavailable to meet. Suspicious of his behavior, Chaturvedi attempted to force his way into the house, which sparked a heated confrontation between the 2 men. Despite the altercation, Rajesh refused to let him enter. Moreover, when Chaturvedi repeatedly questioned him about his sister's whereabouts, Rajesh failed to provide any clear or convincing explanation. After this, Anupama's brother went to a nearby police station and filed a missing person report for his sister, Anupama Gulati. He also informed the authorities that he had attempted to enter her house, but his brother-in-law had refused to let him inside. Finding the circumstances suspicious, a police team accompanied Chaturvedi to Rajesh Gulati's residence. When Rajesh saw the police arrive with him, he appeared visibly unsettled. The officers began asking routine questions about Anupama's whereabouts, but Rajesh avoided giving clear answers and instead attempted to mislead them. However, the police quickly saw through Rajesh's attempts to mislead them and decided to conduct a thorough search of the house. During the inspection, one officer noticed a locked room. When it was opened, nothing appeared unusual at first glance, except for a large standing freezer inside. Since such industrial freezers are usually found in big stores or restaurants, the officers found it highly suspicious. They questioned why Rajesh would need such a massive appliance for a small family household. Deciding to examine it further, the police opened the freezer. Inside, they discovered numerous small black packets. When one of the officers opened a packet, it contained pieces of human flesh. As they continued checking the others, the horror deepened. One of the packets held a human skull, leaving everyone at the scene stunned. After the gruesome discovery, Rajesh Gulati broke down in tears and confessed to the police that the remains found inside the freezer were parts of Anupama's body. Following his statement, the police immediately placed him under arrest. After completing the required formalities, Rajesh was produced before the local court, where officers secured a 5-day police remand for further investigation. According to Rajesh's statement, he met Anupama while studying at Delhi University, where he completed his master's degree in science before going on to become a software engineer. During their university years, the two grew very close, and their friendship gradually developed into a serious relationship. Initially, they kept their relationship hidden from their families. However, they eventually decided to marry, and both families approved of their union. In 1999, Rajesh and Anupama were married in a grand ceremony. After his marriage, Rajesh's career took off quickly, and he landed a job at a big company in the United States. Rajesh and Anupama moved to the US, where they were financially stable and even bought a house. However, Anupama wanted to work too, but Rajesh opposed it due to the visa requirements. This led to arguments between the couple, and Rajesh discovered that Anupama was developing a close friendship with his close friend. This further intensified the tensions in their marriage. In 2006, Anupama gave birth to twin children, which brought some harmony to the household. However, in 2007 to 2008, during the recession in America, Rajesh lost his job. He managed to sustain his family with his savings for a while, but eventually he had to sell his house and return to India with his family. The ongoing arguments between Rajesh and Anupama escalated into a physical altercation, prompting them to take the matter to the family court. The court subsequently ordered Rajesh to provide Anupama with a monthly maintenance to cover her expenses. Rajesh secured a job in a company located in Kolkata, which was distant from his hometown. During this time, Rajesh befriended a married woman in Kolkata, and their bond grew increasingly close. Eventually, they got married in a temple without informing anyone. After his second marriage, Rajesh started living a normal life. He interacted with Anupama in a regular way, went to work every day, and did not let anyone suspect anything about his second marriage. However, Anupama observed Rajesh's behavior and understood that he also had a girlfriend in Kolkata. Despite this, Rajesh and Anupama had numerous arguments about this issue, and Anupama even started discussing divorce. However, Rajesh managed to convince Anupama, and their divorce did not occur. On the other hand, Rajesh was no longer paying Anupama the 20,000 rupees that the court had ordered him to pay due to all these disputes. On October 17, 2010, there was a significant altercation between the two individuals. During this incident, Rajesh became angry over something and forcefully pushed his wife. As a result, Anupama's head struck the corner of the bed, causing her to bleed from the head. Immediately after this, Rajesh was terrified for a few seconds, but then he himself lifted a pillow from the bed and used it to suffocate Anupama. Anupama Gulati had already died, and now Rajesh was trying to find a way to dispose of his wife's body. Rajesh happened to be at home on the 17th, and both his children were at school, so he thought he needed to find a place to hide Anupama's body before the children came back from school. Rajesh took Anupama to the second bathroom in the house and locked it. He then contemplated how to dispose of Anupama's body without arousing suspicion. However, shortly after, his children returned home from school, and when they asked about their mother, Rajesh told them that she had to suddenly go to Delhi. The following day, Rajesh went to the market and purchased a deep freezer, an electric chainsaw, a stone cutter machine, and small black envelopes. He hid these items in another room. The next day, when the children went back to school, Rajesh started cutting his wife's body into small pieces using the electric chainsaw, after closing all the doors and windows of the house. According to the statement given to the police, Rajesh cut his wife's body into a total of 72 pieces and then filled those pieces into black envelopes. After that, he carefully placed each envelope in the deep freezer to prevent the smell of the corpse from spreading. It took Rajesh quite a few days to kill Anupama Gulati, cut her body, and keep it in the freezer. During this time, whenever Anupama's parents or brother called, Rajesh made excuses to avoid them. He also came up with excuses for their neighbors who inquired about Anupama, and he had already convinced both children that their mother had gone to Delhi. In addition, Rajesh had access to Anupama's email, which is why he continued to communicate with Anupama's brother to ensure that those people did not suspect that Anupama was no longer in this world. However, after committing the murder, Rajesh went to the famous tourist destination of Mussoorie in Uttarakhand with his children for a weekend getaway. During this trip, Rajesh would take 2 or 3 envelopes from the fridge and discard them in the gorge or forests along the way. After this revelation, everyone was shocked, and the police also went to the place where Rajesh claimed to have disposed of the pieces of Anupama's body. After quite a bit of investigation, the police found some black envelopes in the surrounding forests and a gorge. Now, after collecting this evidence, Rajesh Gulati was sent back to jail. On the other hand, his twin children were sent to Delhi with Anupama's brother, S.K. Chaturvedi. The court officially granted custody of the children to Chaturvedi on March 7, 2011. However, Rajesh Gulati's father, Satyapal Gulati, filed an appeal against this court decision. But on November 3, 2012, the court dismissed Satyapal Gulati's appeal and awarded custody of the children to Chaturvedi. Additionally, based on the police's evidence, it was proven that Rajesh Gulati had brutally murdered his wife and cut her body into 72 pieces. After a lengthy trial lasting 7 years, on September 1, 2017, Rajesh Gulati was sentenced to life imprisonment and a fine of 1.5 million rupees for the murder. The court announced that out of the 1.5 million rupees to be paid by Rajesh Gulati as a penalty, 70,000 rupees would be deposited in the state treasury, while the remaining amount would be deposited in the names of both children. They will have the right to that money only after they reach adulthood. In 2018, Rajesh Gulati appealed the decision made by the lower court in the higher court. However, no decision has been made on this appeal yet, which is why Rajesh Gulati has been in jail for several years. During the police interrogation, Rajesh Gulati revealed that he has a daughter from his second marriage in Kolkata. This revelation sheds light on why Rajesh had an altercation with his wife Anupama and stopped providing her financial support. This was a highly violent case that made him famous in India. On the night of May 26, 1995, 22-year-old Tracy Brazel went out with 2 of her friends to have a fun night at Kodiak Ron's pub in Everett, Washington. While her friends left after drinks, Tracy stayed back at the arcade to finish her game, but that was the last time they ever heard from her. Despite everything her family did to find her, no sign of Tracy ever emerged. 2 months after Tracy's disappearance, 26-year-old Patricia Patty Berry was reported missing around the same location and in similar circumstances. 8 days later, her lifeless body was found in the woods, leaving her family devastated. What could have happened to Tracy Brazel and Patricia Berry? Were both events connected? Everett is the largest city in Snohomish County, Washington, with a population of over 110,000 people. It is a place known for saltwater beaches, rolling hills, and river deltas, making it a beautiful spot to unwind in nature. Unfortunately for two young women and their families, this lovely town was the backdrop to tragedy and years of grief. Tracy Brazel was born on January 29, 1973, to Bill and Peggy Brazel in Glenridge, New Jersey. Tracy had an older sister, Lisa, whom she loved and emulated a lot as a child. Tracy had a contagious smile, enjoyed reading books, and was eager to learn from a very early age. In 1986, when Tracy was 13 years old, her parents Bill and Peggy started having issues that led to their divorce. Peggy got custody of the girls and decided to move closer to her family in Snohomish County, Washington. They relocated when Tracy and Lisa were 16 and 19 years old, respectively. Bill loved his children and kept in touch with them at Snohomish, despite being separated from his wife and living in New Jersey. Tracy and Lisa continued their education in Snohomish County. Tracy wanted to go to cosmetology school, and even though she was still in her junior year, she worked hard to earn credits. At cosmetology school, Tracy's bright personality made her popular with her classmates, but her best friend was Alana, popularly called Lonnie. Once school was over, Tracy got a job at Great Clips Hair Salon at Mill Creek. At the time, she was already in her early 20s and living independently at Keeler's Corner Apartments in Linwood. Even though Tracy had moved out, she kept in touch with her mother and sister. She would call her mother every day and also called her sister frequently. She maintained her close relationship with Alana, often going out to lunch together. In May 1995, Tracy sent a letter to her family, revealing that she wanted to change certain things about her life. She also enclosed a picture of herself wearing a business suit. Soon after Lisa and Peggy got Tracy's letter, her father Bill visited from New Jersey to check on her. Bill observed that Tracy had chosen to dye her hair platinum blonde. He also learned she was encountering difficulties with a coworker at her workplace. Tracy was going increasingly discontent with the very place she once envisioned as her dream job. And these sudden changes in his daughter's behavior left Bill feeling unsettled. Peggy did not notice anything unusual at the time. She was busy preparing for an overseas vacation with her mother on May 25, 1995, before going to the airport for their trip. Tracy's mother and grandmother stopped by her workplace to see her. A day later, on May 26, 1995, Tracy quit her job unexpectedly. Although the reasons were unclear, Tracy seemed happy about quitting her job and decided to celebrate at night with some friends. Her best friend Alana was out of the country at the time, but Tracy had made plans to meet her when she returned. She went out for drinks with her friends, Dina and David Conlon, who were siblings. They ended the night at Kodiak Ron's pub along Highway 99, where Tracy immersed herself in arcade games. As the clock inched past 1 a.m., Tracy told David and Dina not to wait for her as she wanted to finish her game. Her friends said their goodbyes and left shortly. It wasn't until 1:45 a.m. that Tracy finally left the pub alone. On May 30th, 1995, Alana got back from her trip and started calling Tracy to meet up for their planned lunch, but all her calls went unanswered. She left messages but could not get through to Tracy. Feeling anxious, Alana decided to go to Tracy's apartment to check on her. The front door was locked, and despite repeated knocking, Alana got no response. She eventually gave up and was about to leave when she noticed something that got her more bothered. It was Tracy's car, a white Ford Probe parked peculiarly on the side of the street instead of its usual spot inside of the apartment complex. Alana moved closer to the car only to make another disturbing discovery. The passenger side window was broken, but there was no glass pieces or shards inside the car. Immediately, Alana called Tracy's mother, Peggy, but her line was not reachable when she was vacationing overseas. Alana called another family member about her worries, and together they visited the apartment and checked out Tracy's car. But without any sign of foul play, they assumed Tracy would be back soon and would get in touch when she saw Alana's messages. No one reported Tracy missing because her mother, who normally spoke to her every day, was out of the country and unreachable. and her co-workers at the hair salon were not expecting her since she quit her job. On June 4th, 1995, Peggy's cruise ship docked in Montreal and her phone was working again. When she called home, Peggy got the devastating news that her youngest daughter was missing. She dashed home in a panic and with Lisa's help filed a missing persons report. By then, 8 days had already passed since Tracy was last seen at the pub. The Snohomish Police Department swung into action looking for Tracy. They went to Linwood to examine her apartment and her park. Ford. The police checked for fingerprints inside the car, but found nothing, not even Tracy's prints. It seemed as if someone had wiped the car clean. Not even the shattered glass from the window was found, except for a few tiny fragments on the back seat. The investigators could not get any useful leads, and the police department at the time also lacked funding to do anything significant with the bits of evidence collected from the car. The investigation was at a dead end. But Peggy could not sit back and wait for the police department to be funded. She contacted her friend Andy, a former police officer. He worked with the police officers in charge of the case and helped them analyze some of the evidence. Eventually, one solid piece of evidence emerged. A single drop of blood found on Tracy's car window. Unfortunately, there was no technology advanced enough to test the blood at the time. Once again, they had hit a dead end. And while the search for Tracy was going on, another young woman in the city went missing. Patricia Berry, popularly known as Patty, was born on February 10, 1969. Although no details about her childhood are known, Patty was a single mother working to support her 2-year-old daughter Jessica when she disappeared. In 1995, Patty took up work at a dancer at Honey's nightclub located along Highway 99. She didn't really like her job because she didn't think it was decent enough. But the pay was good and she needed money to complete her education and provide for Jessica. Patty told her mother, Nancy Stransrud, that once she was done with school, she would get a proper job she could be proud of. With her job as a nighttime dancer, Patty would leave her toddler with a babysitter in the evening and fetch her after she got off work in the morning. But on July 31st, 1995, Patty did not show up at the babysitter's house. The babysitter called Nancy, Patty's mother, who immediately felt worried. Everyone knew how important Jessica was to Patty, and it was unthinkable that Patty had simply forgotten to pick up her daughter. They contacted every hospital in the area and the county morgue to see if anyone matching Patty's description had been brought in. Nancy finally called the police and reported Patty as missing. Instead of waiting for the police to take action, the whole family went out in search of Patty. The police sensed the urgency and immediately put out an all-points bulletin without waiting for 48 hours to pass. The investigators found that Patty had gotten off work around 1:30 a.m. on July 31st, 1995. The bouncer on the shift that night at Honey's told investigators that he had walked Patty to her car and noticed she had a flat tire. Someone procured a fix a flat inflator, but it only got the faulty tire half inflated. Still, it was enough to carry her to the nearest gas station where she could fix the tire. With that information, the investigators traced the route they thought Patty would have taken and found a gas station. But a note taped on the air machine at the gas station said the machine was inoperable. This meant that Patty would have been unable to fill her tire there. While the investigators were out interviewing the people at the nightclub, Patty's family was also searching for her. And they would be the ones to stumble on the next important lead. They found Patty's missing car close to a car wash behind a convenience store in South Everett, parked away from sight. They did not touch the car for fear of ruining evidence, but upon peeking inside, they saw a disturbing sight and immediately called the police. The car's interiors were covered in a massive amount of blood. This was no longer a missing persons case, but something much worse. When the police examined the scene, they concluded that someone wanted to conceal Patty's car from sight. They also noticed that the car wash offered air filling facilities, so Patty might have stopped there to fix the tire the night she disappeared. There were drops of blood on the exterior of the car, indicating that Patty was probably attacked when she was trying to fix her flat tire. The massive amount of blood in the interior meant that the attack had continued inside the car. The police searched the surrounding area and found items that belonged to Patty. With a sinking feeling, investigators understood that something bad had happened to Patty. On August 8, 1995, 8 days after Patty had gone missing, Two kids playing in the wooded area just south of Everett Mall saw something so gruesome, they went shrieking and running to the adults. Police arrived to find the lifeless body of Patty Berry, nude from the waist down and bearing 18 stab wounds. Although Patty's family feared she was attacked, the news of her death confirmed their worst fear. According to the autopsy, Patty's killer possibly intended to molest her, and due to the location where her body was found, investigators believe that the killer was someone familiar with the area. The investigators went back to Honey's to retrieve surveillance footage from the night Patty left the club. Unfortunately, the footage was blank from beginning to end, which made the club owners look suspicious. It seemed the club owners were trying to hide something, but as much as the investigators wanted to handcuff them, there was no evidence tying them to the crime scene. Thought was that the club destroyed the video. Their position is that they don't cooperate with law enforcement. Soon after, investigators got a call from a patron, Leslie James, who claimed he had information on Patty. James said he was at Honey's from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. and had spent about 20 minutes chatting with Patty. After leaving Honey's, he drove to a casino 20 miles away, and on his way back later that night, he claimed he saw Patty trying to inflate her tire at a gas station. This was the same gas station with a malfunctioning pump. The police believed James' story at first, because they assumed that Patty had indeed visited the gas station. But James kept changing his story every time the police talked to him, making confusing and suspicious statements. The police put him on top of the suspect list and interrogated him thoroughly. However, there was no evidence to link James to the murder, so the police let him go. As the investigation stalled and police struggled to find a way forward, Nancy forged her own path. She contacted Scott North, a reporter for the Daily Herald, to keep Patty's story alive in the press. Scott published touching articles about Patty that eventually generated a good lead. A new witness connected the police about something he had seen the night Patty disappeared. The witness recounted seeing a man washing off bloodstains at the car wash where Patty's car had been found. He said he remembered the date vividly. It was his sister's birthday, but he never reported the incident, assuming it was animal blood on the car. The witness was asked to describe the man he saw at the car wash, and a composite sketch of the suspect was created. The police released the sketch to the public, with hopes for a breakthrough, but no one came forward to identify the man. The case soon went cold after this, much to the disappointment of Patty's family. Months turned into years, and almost a decade later, in February 2005, the case was reopened by Snohomish County cold case detectives Jim Scharf and David Heitzman. By that time, forensic technology had advanced enough to make something out of the evidence gathered in Patty's car. Investigators believed that the suspect attacked Patty at the car wash. They decided to focus on the steering wheel and set it to the Washington State Crime Lab for analysis. Most of the DNA on the wheel was Patty's, but one ray of hope shone through. Also present on the steering wheel was the DNA of an unidentified male. The newly extracted DNA profile was submitted, the Combined DNA Index System, and in 2008 it provided the long-awaited answer. Investigators zeroed in on a match with a known offender who was already in custody serving time. A repeat offender named Danny Giles. 40-year-old Danny Giles had a long list of offenses on police record, but his DNA was only recently submitted to COITUS after a conviction for indecent exposure. He was a registered molester who was convicted of attempted abuse. His entire adult life had been spent going in and out of prison, starting with an abuse conviction in 1987. Throughout Giles' time in jail, he refused to be managed by psychologists and never participated in any treatment. He was described as psychopathic and posed a threat to women. According to Giles' ex-fiancée, he derived pleasure in threatening her with a knife. One of Giles' cellmates revealed that Giles admired the serial killer Gary Ridgway, popularly known by the moniker Green River Killer, for the number of lives he had claimed. But even the DNA evidence and Giles' criminal history were insufficient to charge him for Patty's murder. The DNA evidence only confirmed that Giles had been present in Patty's car, not that he had taken her life. The investigators started to piece the puzzle together and build a case against Giles. They compared the composite sketch of the suspect to Giles and were astonished by the stark resemblance. They dug through records and discovered that Giles lived in the area where Patty's body had been dumped and was working for a local landscaping company at the time she was killed. But even with all this, they needed Giles to either confess to the crime or deny he was in Patty's car. Detective Jim Sharp researched Giles before meeting with him at the prison. He approached him as if seeking his help on Patty Barry's case, since Giles had lived and worked in the area. Giles said he had heard about Patty's death on TV, but didn't know anything else. He also denied ever being inside Patty's car, and said he was unfamiliar with the area where the body was found. It was clear that Giles was telling lies. Detective Sharp knew that Giles would routinely visit the woods near Everett Mall to dump grass clippings from his landscaping workplace, the same woods where Patty's body had been found. To make Giles confess, Sharp showed him the DNA evidence that proved he was present in Patty's car. Despite being concerned, Giles staunchly refused to confess to the murder. But the detectives now had enough evidence to charge Giles with Patty's murder, so they did not waste time trying to get a confession. Since reopening Patty's cold case, the investigators had suspected that Tracy's disappearance and Patty's murder were linked. Both were young women who disappeared just months apart along Highway 99 late at night. In both cases, their car had been found abandoned, with clear signs that someone had attempted to clean away all traces and fingerprints. While Tracy's body was never found, investigators were certain she too had lost her life to Giles. The investigators again took advantage of advanced forensic technology to crack Tracy's case. They sent a single drop of blood found on Tracy's car window for analysis and were able to extract DNA from it. This DNA also matched Giles' blood, proving that he had been present in Tracy's car as well. However, just as in Patty's case, Giles refused to confess or share any details about what happened to Tracy, but the detectives went ahead and charged him for Tracy's murder. On November 14, 2012, Giles was charged with the murder of Patty Barry and put to trial in Snohomish County Superior Court. After years of pain and loss, Patty's family could finally hope to get justice. Giles was also charged with Tracy's murder, but the prosecutors faced the problem of convicting him without having found Tracy's body. Because of that, Tracy's case was dropped and Patty's case was pursued. After days of hearing, Snohomish County Superior Court, Judge Bruce Weiss found Giles guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced him to 47.5 years in prison. The sentencing brought great relief to Patty's family, especially her daughter, Jessica, who was then in her 20s. She said Giles was the reason she did not get to know her mother and demanded that he be taken away. Tracy's family tried to persuade Giles to divulge the location of Tracy's body, assuring him they had no interest in having him serve more time in jail. They only wanted to give their daughter a befitting burial. However, Giles remained silent all these years. Detective Sharp worked with a psychic in Tracy's case, who said Tracy was dead and her body was dumped in a shaft somewhere. Detective Sharp believed her body was somewhere near the area where her car was found, but the exact location continued to evade the police. The sentencing of Danny Giles brought relief to Patty's family, and also gave hope to Tracy's family that maybe one day they would have the opportunity to give Tracy a befitting burial. The story of Danny Giles only shows how certain offenders should not be carelessly released into society. Giles murdered Tracy and Patty during an 8-month period when he was on the run from authorities for second-degree theft. What do you think should be done to offenders like Giles? How best do you think they should be handled so they do not pose a threat to society? Heartbreaking case of Heather Elvis. Heather Rel Elvis was born on June 30, 1993 in Horry County, South Carolina to Terry and Debbie Elvis. She was described as a determined, vibrant, and free-spirited individual with a big personality. Heather enjoyed doing makeup and aspired to pursue it as a career. She was a talented, cheerful, and seemingly happy 20-year-old girl. Heather was very artistic and often shared her thoughts and interests on social media. She was known to be somewhat rebellious, living her life the way she wanted, without caring much about what others thought of her. After graduating from St. James High School in Mulls Inlet in 2011, and eager to experience her independence, her parents allowed her to move into an apartment in Myrtle Beach with her best friend Brianna. To support herself while studying cosmetology, Heather had 2 part-time jobs, one at the House of Blues in North Myrtle Beach and the other at a Scottish-themed restaurant called the Tilted Kilt in Myrtle Beach. She had a good job, great friends, and a tight-knit family, and everything in her life seemed to be on track. However, like every 20-year-old girl, she had secrets and things that her family did not know about and would not find out about until it was too late. One day in the summer of 2013, Heather was working her regular shift at the Tilted Kilt when an older man caught her eye. This man was Sidney Mora, the restaurant's maintenance worker. Sidney was a 37-year-old married man with 3 children. His wife Tammy was a 40-year-old stay-at-home mother and a part-time travel agent whom he had been married to since 1997. Sidney owned his own maintenance company and would come to the restaurant to repair things in the kitchen. It was no secret that Heather had a crush on Sidney, even though he was much older, and the two of them would engage in harmless flirting at work. Heather would tell her friend Brianna about their interactions and how smitten she was with this man. Heather, who was also very active on her social media accounts, was open about expressing her feelings towards Sidney. It became clear that Sidney was also attracted to Heather, and the two began a romantic relationship. Sidney would often bring Heather coffee and bagels when she was at work, even on his days off. They would text each other frequently, and the relationship soon became physical. Heather was deeply in love with Sidney. She told her sister how much they loved each other and how they envisioned a future together. Throughout the affair, Heather was aware that Sidney had a wife. However, Sidney had told her that he was in an open marriage and was no longer in love with Tammy. He even claimed that Tammy had a boyfriend of her own and they were only living together for financial reasons and for the sake of the kids. Being young and naive, Heather believed every word. Her friends didn't approve of their relationship because Sidney was 17 years older than Heather. And on top of that, he was a married man. He had been married for 15 years to his wife, 40-year-old Tammy. The affair was not a secret at Heather's workplace, and she would often be teased by her colleagues. One of the girls also phoned the restaurant posing as Tammy, looking for Heather. Heather panicked and left work straight away, thinking that Tammy was going to show up. The affair lasted until September 2013, when Heather tweeted, "Once upon a time an angel and a devil fell in love. It did not end well," referring to her relationship with Sidney. Tammy found out about the affair, though it's unclear how she discovered it. People close to Heather said that once Tammy became aware of the affair, it was chaotic. Soon after discovering her husband's affair with the young waitress, Tammy called Heather and demanded that she end the relationship. Tammy then put Sidney on the phone, and he proceeded to tell Heather that she meant nothing to him, that it was over, and that she was just someone who spread their legs, among other insults that greatly undermined Heather's confidence and self-worth. Over the next few weeks, she tried to focus on rebuilding herself and directing her sights on her goals and work. Tammy, however, was only just getting started. Tammy forced Sidney to get her name tattooed above his crotch. She would also handcuff him to the bed at night so that he could not sneak out. Over the next few weeks, continued to send nasty texts to Heather, and she even once called Heather 40 times in a single day. Heather believed that taunting Tammy was the best way to deal with the situation, saying things like, "Why are you texting me? You should be worried about your husband." Tammy would take it a step further and send Heather pictures of both Tammy and Sidney in bed together, getting intimate. It was also reported that Sidney texted Heather again, saying that Tammy wasn't entitled to feel the way she did about the affair and act the way she did because she too had a lover. But this turned out to be a lie. They both agreed to call it quits because nothing good was coming from it. Heather, on the other hand, told Sidney that she wanted Tammy to stop calling the restaurant because she lost hours of work and was sent home because Tammy kept calling. Heather and Sidney last saw each other on November 5th after they agreed to end their relationship. Heartbroken, but remaining determined to move on from the situation, Heather continued to work on herself with those close to her commenting on how she had got her smile back. Things also started to look up for Heather when she was offered a job in a beauty salon, and she was one step closer to her dream job. As for the texts and calls from Tammy, Heather began to get used to them and continued to ignore them, thinking that Tammy would eventually get bored and move on. On November 19th, Sidney and Tammy decided to buy a brand new black Ford F-150 and drive to California with their children to visit Disneyland as a way to rekindle their romance, whereby the trip lasted 3 weeks. Meanwhile, despite Heather's life taking a turn for the better, it would not be long before those around her began to notice that she was gaining weight. So much so that she had to be given a new uniform at work as her usual one no longer fit. Heather went from having a size A cup size on her bra to a size C cup, and she also went from a medium-sized skirt to a large. These are all changes that are typically associated with someone being pregnant. Finally, Heather took a test at work one day, and it came back invalid. It is not known for certain whether or not Heather was pregnant, but it was considered a very strong possibility given the changes in her physical appearance and the fact that she was known to be having a very intimate relationship with Sydney Moore. Her confidence was coming back, and she organized a date with a guy who was closer to her age that she'd been talking to for quite a while. Things were looking good for Heather. On December 17, 2013, Heather went out on a date with Stephen Caldy. They didn't have a specific plan, but wanted to spend some time getting to know each other better. They went out to eat and then drove around looking at Christmas lights, which Heather loved doing during the holidays. Stephen then took Heather to Inlet Mall and taught her how to drive his stick-shift truck. He even took a picture of her trying to drive his car. Heather sent this picture to her best friend, Brianna, and her dad, Terry, who she lived with. The date started at 10 p.m. and ended around 1 a.m. when Stephen dropped Heather off at her apartment. They made plans to meet again the next day for a second date. Regrettably, this marked the last time Heather Elvis was seen. Shortly after returning to her apartment, she received an unexpected call from Sydney Moore, with whom she hadn't been in touch for weeks. During the 4-minute conversation from a payphone, Sydney apologized to Heather, professed his love for her, and revealed that he had left Tammy to be with her. At 1:44 a.m., Heather called her roommate, Brianna, who was away visiting relatives in a distressed state. She informed Brianna about Sydney's confession of love. Sydney initially denied this call until evidence from CCTV footage proved otherwise. Brianna advised Heather to carefully consider the situation and not jeopardize the progress she had made. Heather mentioned she would reflect on it, do some online research, and then try to sleep, although she found it difficult to rest that night. At 2:29 a.m., Heather attempted to contact the number Sydney had called multiple times before, but no one answered. At 3:16 a.m., Heather tried calling Sydney's cell phone, once again with no response. Heather persisted and dialed Sydney's cell phone again, managing to connect this time. The conversation lasted just over 4 minutes, though its content remains unknown. Following the call, Heather drove to Peachtree Boat Landing, a location merely 3 miles away from Sydney and Tammy's residence. Sydney initially denied this call, only admitting to it when presented with Heather's phone records by the police. He claimed to have spoken to her, directing her to cease contacting him. Heather reached Peachtree Boat Landing at 3:38 a.m. and attempted to contact Sydney several times, but received no response. 2 CCTV cameras recorded a vehicle resembling Sydney and Tammy's, moving from their residence towards Peachtree Boat Landing the next evening. Heather's green Dodge Intrepid was discovered parked at Peachtree Landing on the Wackamore River by a local officer. The authorities questioned Heather's father, Terry, as the vehicle was registered under his name. Upon inspecting the car, they noticed that Heather's keys, ID, purse and phone were missing. Terry was permitted to take the car back home. Despite Terry's repeated attempts to reach Heather, his calls went unanswered. When the police visited Heather's apartment, she was not present and she did not report to work. The search for the missing Heather Elvis had commenced. Sydney and Tammy were suspected of involvement in Heather's case based on texts, phone calls, and public statements. They were arrested on February 21, 2014, for kidnapping, obstruction of justice, and indecent exposure. After spending 11 months in prison, they were released in 2015 on a $100,000 bond each. The murder charges were dismissed in March 2016, and the kidnapping charges were pending. The indecent exposure charges were dropped on June 20, 2016. Sydney's trial for the kidnapping of Heather Elvis began. It was revealed in court that Heather may have been pregnant. Detectives found out that Sydney bought a pregnancy test and cigars at Walmart. Later, Sydney called Heather from a payphone and arranged to meet her. Sydney claimed the pregnancy test was for Tammy as they were trying for a baby. However, security footage showed them cleaning their car, burning rags, and having a receipt for a pregnancy test. The kidnapping charge against Sydney ended in a mistrial because the jury couldn't agree on a verdict. There was no evidence linking Sydney to Heather's murder. In August 2017, Sydney faced trial once more, this time for obstructing justice. He was convicted and given a 10-year prison sentence. Additionally, the prosecution intended to retry Sydney for kidnapping at a later date. In October 2018, Tammy was put on trial for kidnapping and conspiracy, 5 years after Heather's disappearance. It was revealed during the trial that Tammy was angry about her husband's affair with Heather, especially when rumors suggested that Heather might have been pregnant in December 2013. A family friend, Donald DeMarino, testified that he saw an image of Heather on Tammy's phone at a family gathering after Heather disappeared. According to Donald, Heather in the image did not seem able to move or speak, causing him distress and leading him to leave the event. Although the image was not shown in court and few details were provided, the prosecution's evidence, including this testimony, convinced the jury to find Tammy guilty in less than 2 hours. She was sentenced to 30 years in prison for both charges, with the possibility of parole after a set period. To this day, they have not revealed what occurred to Heather Elvis on that night in December 2013. Both have been attempting to challenge their convictions for years, claiming their innocence, but without success. Currently, Sydney, aged 47, is imprisoned at the high-security Lee Correctional Institution in Bishopville, with an expected release date of March 31, 2044. Tammy, aged 50, is at the medium-security Leith Correctional Institution in Greenwood, with an anticipated release date of May 9, 2043. Heather Elvis has never been found, and a tribute garden has been set up at Peachtree Boat Landing in dedication to her. Heather's disappearance left a void in the lives of her family and friends, and their pain, unanswered questions, and desire for closure became part of the story of Myrtle Beach. The community came together in search efforts and vigils, united by hope for answers. Heather's story touched hearts beyond the coastal town, highlighting the challenges of love and relationships. As we honor Heather Elise Elvis, let her memory remind us of life's fragility and the need for compassion and understanding. Now we are looking at the disturbing case of the murders of the Pettit family. Formerly known as New Cheshire Parish, Cheshire is a town in New Haven County, Connecticut, United States. With a population of over 28,000, this captivating town seamlessly blends history and modern charm. Like many Connecticut towns, Cheshire originated as a farming and light manufacturing community. However, beneath this peaceful facade, Cheshire became the unfortunate site of a chilling and infamous crime that shook the community to its core. Jennifer and William first met in 1985 when she was a new oncology nurse and he was a medical student at the University of Pittsburgh. They fell in love and got married the same year. Jennifer's passion for helping others eventually led her to become the co-director of the health center at Cheshire Academy. William, on the other hand, became an endocrinologist. Fast forward to 2007, Jennifer and William led a seemingly idyllic life. They resided in a comfortable 2-story home in Cheshire, Connecticut with their 2 children, 17-year-old Haley and 11-year-old Michaela. Despite being a middle-class family, they enjoyed a peaceful life in the affluent suburb. Haley, the couple's eldest daughter, was a remarkable young woman who excelled both academically and athletically. She participated in varsity cross-country basketball and crew, demonstrating her dedication and passion for sports. Alongside her achievements, Haley also devoted her time to fundraising for multiple sclerosis research, showcasing her selflessness and desire to make a difference. Her academic excellence earned her a place in the high honor roll, and she had aspirations to study medicine at Dartmouth College. Michaela, the younger daughter, attended Chase Collegiate School and had her own unique interest. She found joy in gardening and delighted in preparing delicious meals for her family. Inspired by her sister, Michaela had plans to continue the fundraising efforts once Haley left for college, carrying on the family's commitment to making a positive impact. Life appeared to be going well for the Pettit, with each family member pursuing their dreams and contributing to their community. However, their world was about to be shattered by an unforeseen tragedy. Just minutes after 9 a.m., police officers responded to a distressing call. A bank manager at Bank of America had alerted them that Jennifer, after withdrawing $15,000, had claimed her family was held captive by two dangerous men who posed a threat to their lives. Following this, Jennifer then left the bank and climbed into a SUV where an unknown man awaited her. Together, they sped back to the pet at home. Now, upon receiving the call from the bank, the police swiftly dispatched units to the Pettit's home. Acting with the utmost caution, they discreetly established a perimeter of vehicles, ensuring their presence remained concealed. Following protocol, the officers were freeing from attempting any direct communication with those inside the residence. With clear instructions to exercise patience, they awaited the right moment to make their move, aware the situation demanded careful planning. However, by 10 a.m., chaos had erupted. A raging inferno had engulfed the Pettit home, billowing smoke into the sky. Moments later, two figures burst out of the engulfed house, escaping the scene in the Pettit family car. But their attempt to evade justice was short-lived, as the vigilant eyes of the police were already upon them. The chase was on, sirens blaring and adrenaline pumping, as the law enforcement closed in on the fleeing criminals. A mere block away, their reckless flight came crashing to an end, quite literally, as their car collided with a police vehicle. The two men were arrested as Joshua Komischarvisky and Stephen Hayes. The officers couldn't help but notice the lingering scent of gasoline that clung to Hayes. During the subsequent interrogation that followed, both Joshua and Hayes confessed to unspeakable crimes that had taken place that day. Piecing together the information extracted from the two men, the police constructed a timeline of events. It all began on the evening of July 22, 2007, around 7:30 p.m., when Jennifer and her youngest daughter, Michaela, embarked on a routine grocery shopping trip to the local Stop and Shop. Little did they know that their every move was being closely observed by a lurking figure. That figure was Joshua. On the notes to Jennifer and Michaela, Joshua had taken a keen interest in them and trailed behind, carefully shadowing their steps. As the unsuspecting mother and daughter made their way back home, he followed them and carefully noted their address. Intrigued by the sight of the Pettit's inviting residence, Joshua saw an opportunity to fulfill his criminal desires. The thought of burglarizing their seemingly perfect home enticed him, and he resolved to do just that. Meanwhile, inside the Pettit's home, life carried on as usual. Each family member went about their respective activities, completely unaware of the impending danger creeping ever closer. The peaceful atmosphere masked the impending storm that was about to ravage their lives. As the night wore on, the family went to sleep. At 3 a.m., Joshua and Hayes sent into motion the plan to burgle the Pettit family's home. The two men took advantage of an unlocked door and stealthily entered the house. Inside, William, who had dozed off while reading in the sunroom, became the first target of their assault. Joshua seized a nearby baseball bat and unleashed a vicious barrage of blows upon William, abruptly jolting him awake and plunging him into a state of shock and disbelief. Having subdued William, the assailants went down the basement, dragging him along, his body stained with blood. With calculated precision, they tightly secured his wrist and ankles with plastic zip ties, ensuring his immobilization, and then fastened him to a pipe. Perhaps to make William comfortable, they propped him up on some pillows. Meanwhile, upstairs in the bedrooms, William's wife and his daughters were oblivious to the unfolding nightmare. Haley was taken by surprise when Joshua and Hayes barged into her room. Michaela, on the other hand, was with her mother, where she had fallen asleep reading Harry Potter. The intruders wasted no time, swiftly covering Jennifer, Michaela, and Haley's faces with pillowcases, tying their bound wrists and ankles to the bedpost. The captors ensured their captives were helpless. With the family subdued, Joshua and Hayes proceeded with their mission. As the hours ticked by, the two men searched every corner of the house, hoping to stumble upon a treasure trove. However, their efforts proved fruitless, leaving them increasingly frustrated and unsatisfied. The disappointment etched on their faces was palpable, as they realized their mission was not yielding the riches they had anticipated. Joshua and Hayes, in their relentless search for valuables, soon made a discovery. The Pettits had a substantial sum of money in their checking account, estimated to be between $30,000 and $40,000. The prospect of obtaining a portion of this fortune, specifically $15,000, ignited a spark of desperation in their minds. Recognizing that they required Jennifer's cooperation, they devised a plan to coerce her into assisting them to get the money. Joshua and Hayes soon revealed their intentions to Jennifer. As the clock struck 9 a.m., Hayes and Jennifer stepped out of the house and entered the family's SUV, their destination, a nearby Bank of America. Joshua remained behind to keep a watchful eye on the rest of the captive family members. At the bank, Hayes decided to remain in the car while he told Jennifer to enter the building to make the withdrawal. Jennifer obeyed. She made her way inside the bank, and as she approached the bank teller, she calmly requested a withdrawal of $15,000. However, in a desperate bid for salvation, Jennifer seized the moment to reveal the truth. She disclosed that her family was being held captive by two dangerous men who were threatening their lives. The bank teller, taken aback by Jennifer's shocking revelation, immediately sprang into action. With a blend of concern and urgency, the teller discreetly alerted the bank manager about the situation while engaging Jennifer in conversation. It was at this point that the bank manager, realizing the gravity of the matter, immediately dialed 911 and relayed the chilling details to the dispatcher. With the cash in hand, Jennifer hurriedly left the bank and walked to where Hayes was waiting for her in the vehicle. Together, they made their way out of the area. At some point, Hayes acquired gasoline from a gas station, using 2 containers he got from the Pettit residence. Amid these events, the situation inside the Pettit home took a distressing turn. During Hayes and Jennifer's absence at the bank, Joshua committed an unspeakable act. He subjected Michaela to a horrifying abuse that defied all decency. Shockingly, he documented the whole thing on his cell phone. And so when Hayes and Jennifer returned from the bank, Joshua confessed his heinous act against Michaela to Hayes. As a sick form of retribution for what had been done to Michaela, Joshua urged Hayes to take advantage of Jennifer. This horrifying request aimed to inflict further suffering and humiliation upon the Pettits. As the distressing events unfolded, William, bound and helpless in the basement, could hear his wife being violated. Filled with anguish and desperation, he summoned all his strength and shouted. His voice echoed through the house, pleading for the torment to cease. In a flurry of chaotic events, multiple incidents unfolded, while the police maintained the position outside the Pettits' home. William managed to cut himself loose and make a daring escape through the basement window. Meanwhile, as Hayes continued his despicable acts upon Jennifer, Joshua ventured into the basement to check on William, only to discover his absence. In a chilling turn, Hayes, driven by panic, strangled Jennifer to silence her cries. With their deeds complete, Hayes and Joshua took things a step further. They poured gasoline on Jennifer's lifeless body and in parts of the house. Shockingly, they extended their cruelty to the innocent Michaela and Haley, who remained bound and helpless with pillowcases covering their faces. The men doused them with gasoline. Following this, one of the men lit a match, igniting a fire. They made their way out of the house. Meanwhile, William, after escaping from the house, went to seek help from a neighbor. The neighbor was shocked by William's battered appearance and his urgent plea. "The girls are in the house." Despite the swift response from firefighters, it was too late. The house had been badly affected by the fire. Haley and Michaela had succumbed to the deadly smoke before any rescue could reach them. It was discovered that Haley had managed to break free from her restraints and attempted to flee, only to die from the smoke at the top of the staircase. The severe burns on her feet revealed how close she came to escaping the inferno. Tragically, Michaela's lifeless body was discovered still bound to the bed. The home invasion had lasted 7 hours, and William, the only survivor, was left to bear the weight of the grief and loss that shattered his once vibrant family. Now, Despite both Joshua's and Hayes' confessions, each man pointed fingers at the other, trying to shift the blame and paint themselves as mere pawns in a diabolical scheme. As investigators delved into the backgrounds of the perpetrators, a dark and troubled path emerged. The life of Hayes in particular was marked by a long list of criminal activities. His journey into delinquency began during his adolescence when he started experimenting with vices like drinking and smoking. At the tender age of 16, he faced his first arrest, and from there, his encounters with the law became alarmingly frequent. By the time the Cheshire murders occurred, Hayes, who was 44 years old, had been in and out of jail or prison on 26 occasions. While many of his offenses seemed minor, they painted a picture of a man who thrived on illicit activities. When he wasn't engaged in theft or serving time for his crimes, he found employment in various restaurants. Just 2 years before the Cheshire murders, he's found himself behind bars once again, this time for smashing a car window with a rock and stealing a woman's purse. He was eventually paroled in 2006 and sent to Silliman Halfway House, where his path intertwined with that of Joshua, setting the stage for the fateful events that would forever haunt the town of Cheshire. Following this, investigators focused on Joshua's background. Joshua's early life began with his adoption at birth by Benedict Karmachewski, an electrician, and his mother, Jude Karmashevsky, a school librarian. However, even from a young age, there were signs of inner turmoil. Joshua was diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder, a type of behavior disorder in a child marked by defiance and disobedience to authority figures. This condition strained his relationships and led to challenges in school. In an effort to provide him with a more suitable environment, his mother made the difficult decision to homeschool him, occasionally enrolling him in a Christian academy. But as Joshua approached his teenage years, a darkness seemed to consume him. His mother would later claim that he fell under the influence of a satanic cult, although it's unclear whether this was the truth or simply a desperate attempt to explain his troubling behavior. Regardless, at the age of 14, Joshua's life took a sharp turn. He began breaking into homes in Cheshire, targeting an astonishing average of 8 houses per week. The troubles in Joshua's life continued to escalate. In the early 1990s, he faced accusations of abusing his own sister. The weight of the evidence was enough to secure a conviction. Even during the penalty phase of his trial, Joshua's father admitted that the accusations were likely true. Then in 2002, he faced another round of legal trouble, this time for 18 home invasions. During this period, Joshua didn't shy away from sharing the intricate details of each burglary with his defense attorney at the time. He revealed how he would enter people's homes and listen to the sleeping occupants breathe, relishing in the act of invading their private spaces and violating their sense of security. Joshua was eventually convicted of 12 counts of burglary in December 2002. The court handed down a sentence of 9 years in prison, coupled with 6 years of special parole. During his sentencing, Judge James Bentavenga aptly described Joshua as a calculated, cold-blooded predator. After serving his time, Joshua was released on parole in April 2007, leading him to cross paths with Hayes at the Silliman Halfway House, setting in motion the tragic events that would forever scar the town of Cheshire. Now, after the harrowing details of the Pettit family murders emerged, questions began to swirl around William's action during the horrific ordeal. Curiosity lingered as to why he hadn't managed to free himself sooner. Why had it taken over 6 hours for him to break free from his restraints? And why, instead of heading upstairs to the second floor, did he choose to flee out of the house? In a society captivated by tales of heroic men saving the day, the image of a vulnerable and incapacitated father struck a nerve, challenging conventional notions of strength and courage. Well, as the legal proceedings unfolded, both Joshua and Hayes found themselves facing a daunting array of charges. A total of 17 counts ranging from assault to murder to kidnapping were brought against them. However, when the time came from the respective trials, a decision was made to try them separately. Hayes, desperate to avoid the impending trial, made a bold move by attempting to negotiate a plea bargain that would secure him a life sentence. However, the prosecutors, determined to seek the ultimate form of punishment, decided to proceed with the trial and pursue the death penalty. A high-stakes battle was set to unfold in the courtroom where the fate of Hayes would be determined. In a dramatic turn of events, before the trial commenced, Hayes' despair reached a breaking point. He resorted to a drastic measure, overdosing on prescription medication in his cell. His life hung in the balance. As he was swiftly rushed to a hospital, he was eventually stabilized. On September 13, 2010, Hayes' trial commenced. The jury, consisting of 7 women and 5 men, took their seats, knowing they held the weighty responsibility of determining the fate of a man who had committed unspeakable acts. Soon the battle of narratives unfolded. Hayes' defense attorneys argued that Joshua, the co-conspirator, was the true mastermind behind the horrific home invasion, asserting his escalating violence had shaped the course of events. Prosecutors, on the other hand, maintained that both Hayes and Joshua shared culpability for the crimes that had shattered the Pettit family's lives. On October 5, 2010, as the trial drew to a close, the jurors were treated to deliberate. After approximately 5 hours of intense discussion, they reached a guilty verdict. The sentencing phase of the trial commenced on October 18, 2010, with the jury trying to determine whether Hayes should face the ultimate punishment of death or spend the rest of his days locked away in a prison cell. Deliberations commenced on November 5, 2010. The first day of deliberations concluded with the jury in a deadlock. On the following day, November 6, 2010, the jurors reconvened. Defense attorney Thomas Ullman pleaded for leniency, painting a picture of a tormented soul haunted by his own actions, arguing that a lifetime of isolation in prison would be the harshest punishment Hayes could endure. Ultimately, Hayes was sentenced to death on 6 capital charges, ensuring the gravity of his crimes would not go unanswered. Additionally, he received 106 years in prison on non-capital charges, further cementing his severity of his transgressions. Although an execution date of May 27, 2011 was set, the judge acknowledged the potential for lengthy appeals, which could postpone Hayes' execution for an indefinite period. Thus, the date served as a formality, signifying the complex nature of the legal process. Just like Hayes, Joshua's attorneys proposed a guilty plea in exchange for a life sentence. However, prosecutors opted for a trial with the intention of seeking the death penalty. Joshua's trial commenced on September 19, 2011. His defense team placed the blame on Hayes, portraying Joshua as a vulnerable and easily influenced individual who did not have murderous intentions. On October 13, 2011, Joshua was found guilty. The jury recommended the death penalty on December 9, 2011. And during the sentencing hearing, Joshua delivered a statement, expressing his remorse and acknowledged the pain he had caused. He spoke of the everlasting burden he would carry, saying he would never find inner peace and his life would be a continuous reminder of the hurt he inflicted. While admitting his involvement in the crime, he maintained that he did not intend to take anyone's life. William, in his victim impact statement, likened the crime to his personal Holocaust, describing the lasting effects it had on his ability to sleep and trust. The judge assigned July 20, 2012 as the execution date for Joshua, acknowledging that the appeals process could potentially delay the execution indefinitely. Now, during the trials of both Joshua and Hayes, the jury members were confronted with the harrowing evidence that left a lasting impact on their well-being. Autopsy photos depicting the victims' lifeless bodies and disturbing images captured by Joshua on his cell phone as he assaulted Michaela were presented in court. The graphic nature of the evidence and the deeply distressing witness testimonies took a toll on the jurors, causing severe psychological and emotional trauma. In 2015, Connecticut abolished the death penalty, resulting in a change in Joshua and Hayes' sentences. Both of them were sentenced to life imprisonment, effectively removing the possibility of the release from prison. William sank as he received the news of the Connecticut Supreme Court's decision to abolish the death penalty. He believed that the court had exceeded its authority and urged them to consider the emotional impact that death penalty cases have on victims and their families. He emphasized the need for justice and closure, which he felt only the death penalty could provide. However, his pleas were disregarded, leaving him with a profound sense of loss and questioning whether true justice had been served. In the aftermath of the tragedy, William found the strength to rebuild his life. Determined to keep the memory of his loved ones alive, he established a foundation in their honor. It was through this organization that he crossed paths with Christine Pauliff, who would become his second wife. Together they formed a bond, and their love grew. In time, they welcomed a son into the world, whom they named William Pettit III. Despite moving forward, William held a heartfelt wish that people would remember his lost family. He wanted their memories to live on, their lives cherished, and their stories shared. As we conclude the devastating account of the Pettit family murders, we are left with a profound sense of loss and a myriad of emotions. The unimaginable horrors that they endured serve as a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the depths of human cruelty. But as we reflect on this heartbreaking tale, some questions linger. How do we prevent such tragedies from occurring in the first place? What steps can we take as a society address the underlying issues that fuel such acts of violence and destruction? The case of Shel Kovlin. Shel Kovlin grew up on the west side of Manhattan. Shelley's life was marked by a love of learning and academic excellence, earning a degree in wealth management. This degree opened the door to a successful career in Swiss banking. Shel's career flourished, and she became skilled at managing multi-million-dollar portfolios for her clients. However, despite her professional success and financial security, Shel felt unfulfilled. She longed to start a family of her own and become a mother. In an effort to change her circumstances, Shel attended a Jewish singles event in February 1998, where she met a 26-year-old man named Rod Kovlin, who also worked in the banking sector. Shel and Rod were a young couple with many similar interests and ambitions. Their relationship developed quickly despite their significant age difference. They spent all their time together and then decided to get married, feeling that everything was just right. Some people thought they were rushing into marriage, but for Shel and Rod, it was perfect. They had 2 beautiful children, a boy and a girl, and their family was complete. However, their happy life was shattered on New Year's Eve 2009 when she died in a tragic accident. At first, the police thought it was just a freak accident. On December 30th, 2009, 2 police officers were finishing their night shift at a Manhattan police station. They received an emergency call from Rod Kovlin, Shel's husband, who had called in a panic to report that he had found Shel in her bathtub, submerged in blood, and that she was dead. He followed the police's instructions to pull her out of the water and attempt to resuscitate her. However, it soon became clear that his efforts to save her life would not be successful. As Shel's body was cold and motionless, Rod Kovlin covered her with a blanket and waited for the police to arrive. Police quickly arrived and investigated the scene. Upon arrival, they assessed the situation and blocked off at downtown Manhattan Street. Initially, officers suspected that Shel's death may have been a suicide. Inside the apartment, the police found scattered children's toys. Proceeding to the bathroom, they discovered the child wrapped in a blanket by her husband. The bloody water in the tub and the wet floor indicated that Rod Kovlin had recently pulled the body from the water. A bleeding wound on the back of Shel's head was visible. Police found a torn hinge on the cabinet in the bathroom where Shel died, suggesting she fell after losing her grip on the doorknob. Experts concluded there was no forced entry after checking around the house. The detective working the case decided to talk to the family members. During the interview, it was discovered that Shel and Rod Kovlin's 9-year-old daughter was the first to discover her mother's body. Traumatized and shocked by what she saw, she told the police what had happened. It turned out that the night before, she and her younger brother had slept in their mother's bed. Waking up in the middle of the night and realizing that her mother was not there, she went looking for her and stumbled upon the horrifying scene in the bathroom. She quickly called her father, Rod Kovlin, who had recently separated from his mother and was downstairs. He rushed into the bathroom, pulled his wife's body out of the water, and called emergency services. Her account of the events matched Rod Kovlin's, supporting the theory that her death was an accident. The police informed Shel's family of the tragic event, leaving everyone in shock. An autopsy and forensic examination were scheduled for the following day. When the medical examiner contacted investigators to begin the examination, he was surprised to learn that this procedure would not take place, despite being necessary. This left the examiner confused. It was later discovered that a rabbi from Shiel's synagogue had intervened. The rabbi contacted an organization responsible for burying Orthodox Jews, who then asked the police for permission to enter the scene in accordance with the family's religious rites. The police granted permission and a team of rabbis arrived at the scene. They cleaned up the blood in the bathtub and prepared Shiel's body for burial in accordance with the family's beliefs. Unfortunately, this process destroyed all evidence and clues before they could be examined by the police forensic department. Orthodox Jewish tradition considers autopsies unacceptable because they involve defiling the body of the deceased. The rabbi quickly stepped in to support Shiel's grieving family, who were grateful for the rabbi's help. As a result, the family agreed to forego an autopsy and organize funeral arrangements. Shiel was buried within 24 hours, with hundreds of people attending to pay their respects. Shiel's parents questioned the cause of Shiel's death. Police told them that potential evidence had been destroyed during the cleanup. They thought that a fall in the bathtub would certainly have caused the accident. But the possibility of death from such an accident seemed unlikely. The family hired a private investigator to investigate the circumstances of her death and determine whether it was indeed an accident. The private investigator begins by going to the family home to talk to Shiel's relatives and learns that Shiel's marriage to Rod Coughlin is having major problems. Their marriage began to fall apart after their 10th wedding anniversary in 2008. Rod Coughlin frequently changed jobs and developed a gambling addiction, spending a lot of money on gambling. Shiel felt neglected because Rod Coughlin spent a lot of time playing video games. Shiel was also frustrated by the amount of money Rod Coughlin's family spent on his frequent trips, and he was unfaithful to her. Shiel, after discovering his email cheating, she decided to end their marriage and began the process of getting a religious divorce. However, the formal divorce process will take some time to complete. Although they are separated and experiencing strain in their relationship, they has tried to maintain their relationship for the sake of their children. Despite this effort, conflicts and disagreements between Shiel and Rod Coughlin continue to arise. Shiel had recently confided in her loved ones about her grievances with Rod Coughlin, characterizing him as aggressive and hot-tempered. She felt uneasy and monitored. The private detective suspected that Rod Coughlin might have been involved in his wife, Shiel's death due to the complexities in their marital life. To investigate further, the detective aimed to determine if a crime had occurred at the scene where Shiel's body was found. He planned to inspect her apartment, but the door was sealed, requiring him to obtain a court order to gain access. Upon arriving at the scene with New York police officers, the detective attempted to unlock the door with a provided key, but it wouldn't budge. Just then, Rod Coughlin appeared from his apartment, claiming he had heard a noise and came to investigate. When questioned by the police and the detective, Rod Coughlin took the key and easily opened the door. This raised suspicions. Had Rod Coughlin genuinely heard a noise? Or was he deliberately keeping an eye on the situation? The detective searched the apartment for evidence of murder. Shiel's family said she was home on December 31st, but her phone was missing. A phone charger was found, but not the phone that he paid particular attention to the hinges, which investigators believed she had ripped off during a fall. The more he examined them, the more he suspected that, with Shiel's strength, ripping off hinges that were firmly attached to the cabinet was impossible. The detective discussed his findings with the police, trying to convince them that Shiel's death was not an accident, but a murder. However, the police remained unconvinced, citing a lack of evidence. Therefore, they decided to perform an autopsy to conclusively determine the cause of death. This decision caused a difficult debate with Shiel's family. The exhumation took place 2 weeks after Shiel had been buried. Her loved ones were deeply distressed by the decision. In the Jewish faith, exhumation is considered negative and many religious leaders oppose the practice. The family needed time to think about their next steps. They felt the need to find out the truth about their daughter's death, so they agreed to exhume her body. However, the exhumation process was difficult, so the family had to apply for a special order from the prosecutor's office. Even with the family's consent, they still had to make sure that all the necessary paperwork was completed. Once all the paperwork was completed, they proceeded with the exhumation and autopsy. The autopsy results showed that Shield did not die from a fall, but from strangulation, which caused her to suffocate and break her neck. The official cause of Shield's death was revised, and it was no longer considered an accident. Instead, it was officially ruled a murder. The detective's suspicions and efforts were vindicated. The autopsy results were instrumental in prompting the New York Police Department to reopen the investigation into Shield's death. Detectives began scrutinizing new evidence, including phone records and bank statements. They also interviewed everyone who had interacted with Rod Coughlin and Shield. The attorney shared information about Rod Coughlin and Shield during the first divorce hearing in May 2009. Rod Coughlin claimed that he could not afford the money because he was unemployed, but the judge said that he had to give up gambling and electronics. In court, Rod Coughlin's true nature was exposed, and he continued to criticize Shield, making false accusations about her lifestyle, finances, and behavior toward their son. He even called Shield's workplace to defame her. In the subsequent divorce hearing on July 7, 2009, the court banned Rod Coughlin from spending time alone with the children, a ban that remained in place even after Shield's death. The court also denied Rod Coughlin custody of the children and awarded custody to Rod Coughlin's parents through a social worker. This decision likely angered Rod Coughlin greatly. Police interviewed a former caregiver who had cared for Rod Coughlin's children before he fired her. It was discovered that on December 30th, Shield had received an expensive keratin hair treatment that cost hundreds of dollars. The care instructions emphasized avoiding humidity in high temperatures for several days, essentially prohibiting baths or showers. Shield's autopsy revealed no signs of bathing on the day of her death, leading investigators to speculate that she may not have taken a bath. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from the building, which showed Rod Coughlin leaving his apartment at 4 a.m. on the day of the murder, dressed to go out. He returned a short time later. The building's security guard found this unusual, as Rod had never left the building that early. The security guard asked Rod Coughlin if he needed anything, but when he said no, Rod Coughlin returned with the chocolate bars and gave them to the security guard. Investigators believe that Rod Coughlin's actions were intentional to create an alibi, and as a result, he became the prime suspect. Shield and Rod Coughlin were still married, which meant that absent a will or divorce, Rod Coughlin would inherit her estate, which was worth over $5 million. Additionally, on December 31, 2009, Shield scheduled a meeting with her attorney to update her will and remove Rod Coughlin from the list of beneficiaries, which posed a significant threat to Rod Coughlin's rights and provided a clear motive for the crime. All of Shield's assets were frozen in a safe deposit account. It is likely that Rod Coughlin knew about Shield's plans to remove his name from her will, as he may have been monitoring her activities. A review of the surveillance footage revealed that Shield had returned home at 8 p.m. the night before the crime, talking on her phone. However, the phone had gone missing after the crime. The investigators decided to conduct another search of the crime scene, and upon returning to the apartment, they quickly found Shield's mobile phone lying on her bedside table, still connected to the charger. When questioned by the police, Rod Coughlin hired a lawyer, who advised him to remain silent. As a result, investigators had to continue searching for new evidence implicating Rod Coughlin. When they examined Rod Coughlin's phone records, they discovered frequent calls to the number of Deborah Holmes, a married woman with 3 children. 5 months before Shield's murder, Rod Coughlin and Deborah met at a sickbow tournament and began a passionate affair. They often met at sickbow tournaments or played together online. Investigators saw an opportunity to gather information and decided to contact Deborah with a few questions. However, to their surprise, Deborah responded that her attorney had asked her not to cooperate. Faced with Deborah's refusal to speak, the police asked for the name of her attorney. The response revealed that Deborah and Rod Coughlin were the same attorney. As a last resort, the police searched Shield's newly discovered phone for incriminating text messages or electronic communications between Rod and Deborah. All data had been completely erased by a professional. Even skilled programmers were unable to recover the deleted messages. Over time, it became clear that he had succeeded in evading justice. While his crimes may have been well executed, the rabbi's meticulous cleaning of the bathroom was a major factor in hampering the investigation. By removing all traces of blood and other evidence, They destroyed DNA, making it increasingly difficult for investigators to collect evidence. The case stalled because Rod Coughlin confessed to the crime and a lack of evidence prevented the case from going to trial. 5 years have passed since the investigation into Shields' death began, but no arrests have been made. Police have searched for clues and evidence of Rod Coughlin's involvement in Shields' death for years, but to no avail. However, the case took a turn when Rod Coughlin's mistress, Deborah, came forward. She contacted the police, and they invited her to the station for questioning. Deborah had recently broken up with Rod Coughlin, which prompted her to contact the police. She shared information with the police that Rod Coughlin had conspired to gain custody of the children, but because he was a suspect in Shields' death and did not have custody of the children, he could not access the money she left behind. Rod Coughlin hatched a sinister plan to get his hands on Shields' fortune. Rod Coughlin planned to manipulate his 15-year-old daughter into falsely accusing her grandfather, Rod Coughlin's father, of assaulting her. This would result in the grandfather being imprisoned and losing custody of his granddaughter, and Rod Coughlin would give his daughter a large sum of money upon completion of the mission. Meanwhile, Rod Coughlin had been secretly withdrawing funds from the only account he had access to, which was meant for his children's education. His parents discovered that he was misusing the money and were extremely unhappy with his lack of concern for his children's well-being. This led to a heated dispute between Rod Coughlin and his parents. Rod Coughlin's anger towards his parents escalated to the point where he considered harming them. In 2012, he confided in his lover, Deborah, about his plan to have his daughter poison his parents' tea with rat poison. He believed that since his daughter was a minor, she would receive a lighter sentence if caught. Following this, Rod Coughlin came up with several other schemes. He considered burning down his parents' house and trapping them inside by jamming the doors. Rod Coughlin also thought about arranging a fake marriage for his daughter to a Mexican man, which would have forced her to give up part of her inheritance to him. The police were shocked by the details of Rod Coughlin's plans. Deborah secretly collected evidence, storing a large amount of data on hard drives. Deborah realized she was dealing with a psychopath, and she waited until after she broke up with Rod Coughlin to share the evidence with the police. The recordings she collected of Rod Coughlin's conversations with various people. The police now had to listen carefully to these recordings to find conclusive evidence. Deborah's contribution to the investigation was crucial. As the investigators analyzed the recordings, they made a surprising discovery. In a conversation with a friend he met through backgammon, Rod Coughlin casually mentioned that he had keys to Shields' apartment and could enter it at any time. Investigators found that Rod Coughlin was plotting against his own daughter, planning to pin the responsibility for the Shields' demise on her. Thanks to all the information gathered, the police finally had compelling evidence to charge Rod Coughlin with the demise of his wife. On November 1, 2015, Rod Coughlin was arrested. Shields' family awaited the trial of their daughter's perpetrator, but victory was not assured. Rod Coughlin, while incarcerated, shared intimate details of his wife's murder with a fellow inmate. He even reenacted the strangulation, which matched the autopsy results. During the 7-week trial, the jury heard testimony about the heinous crimes he planned to commit, including murdering his wife, targeting his parents, and framing his own children. The jury was horrified by his cold-blooded nature. In March 2019, the court convicted Rod Coughlin of murdering his wife, Shiel. Although there was no direct eyewitness, the overwhelming evidence led to a life imprisonment sentence. With the possibility of parole after 25 years, Rod Coughlin will no longer pose a threat to his family or the people of New York. The unsettling case of Christine Hatfield, an 18-year-old cold case that was finally solved in 2015, thanks to technological breakthroughs in forensic science. Oklahoma City, also known as OKC, is the capital and largest city in the state of Oklahoma, USA. This vibrant and dynamic city offers a unique blend of urban excitement and Midwestern charm. It is a place where modern amenities and a rich history seamlessly coexist. This city is home to major sports teams, including the NBA's Oklahoma City Thunder. Despite the tragic events of the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, Oklahoma City has experienced fluctuations in its crime rate over the years, with crime rates being higher than the national average. and it was in this town that the incident happened, which shook the people to their core. To go back to where it began on February 12, 1989, Christian Hatfield was born to her mother Shannon Hatfield in Oklahoma County. Not much is known about who her father was. Shannon soon became a single mother, and she lived with Kristen's uncles while raising her daughters, Kristen and Faith. In 1997, Kristen was a second grader at Traub Elementary School in Midwest City, Oklahoma. On May 13, 1997, Kristen's mother Shannon Hatfield followed their usual bedtime routine and tucked Kristen and Faith into bed around 11:30 p.m. Little did Shannon know this would be the final moment she would see one of her daughters. She left the bedroom door slightly open and went to bed. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, she heard strange noises coming from the girl's bedroom, though the thought of Faith talking in her sleep came to Shannon's mind. She still went to investigate, but by the time she reached the room, the noise had stopped. Oddly, she noticed that the door, which she had left slightly ajar, was now closed. Reluctant to disturb her daughters during the night, Shannon went back to sleep, a decision she would forever regret. The next morning on May 14, 1997, around 6 to 6:30 a.m., Shannon went to wake up her girls. Kristen's sister Faith was asleep nearby, but Kristen was not in her bed. She was missing. Shannon searched around the house. She asked Faith where Kristen was, but she knew nothing. Kristen's mother immediately called the police to report her disappearance. Except for the faint whining Shannon heard earlier, no one else in the house heard anything suspicious like a scream or signs of a struggle. It's believed that Kristen had already disappeared from her room at that time. Shannon heard the noise. If her mother had looked inside the bedroom when she heard the sounds of faint whining, she would have seen that Kristen was gone. They could have started searching earlier and perhaps discovered something sooner. But this was not realized until the next day when Kristen's mother noticed something unusual. The bedroom door was closed, which was not normal. The police initially considered the possibility that Kristen had left the house on her own during the night. They speculated that she might have gone to a friend's house, taken a walk around the neighborhood, or visited a nearby park. Although it may have seemed unusual, there were cases where children had left their homes at night and wandered around only to be found later. However, in Kristen's case, the police's assumption turned out to be incorrect, and their initial theory was proven wrong. Upon examining Kristen's room, the police noticed that her window was slightly open and found a small blood stain on the windowsill. They searched the house and the yard for clues. Outside, they discovered Kristen's bunched-up underwear against the fence, also stained with blood. It was evident that Kristen hadn't simply wandered off on her own. She had been abducted, putting her in immediate danger. The police understood the urgency of the situation and knew that time was critical. Kristen was last seen at 11:30 p.m. the previous night, and her disappearance was discovered at 6:30 a.m. the next morning, a span of 7 hours where anything could have occurred. The police quickly began searching the neighborhood, questioning neighbors about any sightings of Kristen or any unusual activity during the night. One resident reported hearing dogs barking around 2 to 3 a.m., but didn't find anything suspicious when he investigated. Blood samples from the underwear and windowsill were sent to the lab for analysis. Surprisingly, the results indicated that the blood did not belong to Kristen. It was from an unidentified male. Now, Kristen's mother was a single mom. Kristen and Faith lived in their uncle's house with her. Shannon also had a history of drug abuse. Kristen's uncles and their families were not very fond of Shannon. Considering Kristen's family issues, the police didn't exclude any family members as potential suspects or individuals who might have knowledge about her disappearance. They thoroughly investigated everyone and followed up on every lead and tip they received. However, none of these avenues yielded any significant information, leading to a quick stagnation in the case. Over the years, Kristen's name faded from the public conversation, and she became known as the girl occasionally featured on missing person flyers around town. Nonetheless, her family remained determined to find answers, and the police were equally committed to not giving up on the case. 18 years after Kristen's disappearance, in June 2015, a new team joined the investigation into Kristen's disappearance, taking a fresh approach. They decided to resubmit the DNA samples found on the window and the victim's underwear to the database. With advancements in technology as time passed, they hoped to find a match. DNA analysis was still developing in the late 90s, so someone who wasn't in the system then might be now. Chief Brandon Claves of the Midwest City Police Department had an unwavering determination to solve the case. Detective Daryl Miller also felt a strong connection to it. Miller and Brandon agreed to work on the case together. They possessed a complete male DNA profile from the crime scene, matching the bloodstains on the window and the underwear. Their first step was running the DNA samples through COIDES, the Combined DNA Index System. Unfortunately, they did not find a match, but they remained hopeful. They had a list of approximately 100 men to consider since the DNA belonged to a male. They eliminate individuals who were clearly not involved and focused on those who seemed suspicious. They planned to visit them and collect DNA samples for comparison to the DNA found in 1997. One person of interest was a 55-year-old Anthony Palma, the neighbor who recalled hearing dogs barking around 2 to 3 a.m. on the night of the disappearance. Initially, he wasn't deemed suspicious during the questioning in 1997 when he was 38 years old. Palmer claimed he was at home when Kristen went missing, going to bed around 2 to 3 a.m. after hearing the dogs barking. In 1997, he was questioned due to his proximity to the Hatfield home and his alleged yard work for them, which he oddly denied. He also denied knowing Kristen's mother. In June 2015, investigators decided to revisit Palma. His wife mentioned his emotional reaction to Kristen's disappearance and his familiarity with the family. Palma recalled seeing a white Chevy truck at the Hatfield home the day Kristen vanished. He agreed to provide a DNA sample via a mouth swab. On July 22, 2015, the Oregon State Bureau of Investigation confirmed that Palma's DNA matched the DNA found at the crime scene. As investigators reviewed the old case file, they discovered discrepancies between the information provided by Palmer and the contents of the file. They couldn't find any documentation indicating that his house had been searched in 1997. Detective Miller received the results and he exclaimed, "Anthony Palmer was the killer." The DNA from the windowsill and underwear matched Palmer's, despite his claims of being deeply affected by the case. He had lied to the police. They had never searched his home in 1997, raising suspicions about what might have been found then. Initially, Palma denied knowing the family, but Kristen's mother remembered a conversation with him that left her uneasy. However, in her heightened state after her daughter's disappearance, she hadn't considered him a likely suspect and viewed everyone as strange and suspicious. But the friendly neighbor, Palma, already had secrets hidden in his life's history. Anthony Palmer was born in 1959. The police found out that Palmer had already served a year and a half of a 5-year sentence, long before he even lived beside the Hatfields. During his trial, another woman testified that Palmer had drugged and assaulted her when she was 17. This revealed a pattern of troubling behavior. Authorities then delved into Palmer's past and found disturbing incidents. In 1980, he was suspected of breaking into his girlfriend's sister's bedroom, assaulting her and escaping before getting caught. The police saw his truck parked nearby but lacked evidence for an arrest. He violently assaulted and attacked his landlord, leading to a conviction for assault and battery. Shockingly, Palmer had been living near the Hatfields' home for 7 years. Christian was just 1 year old at the time he had moved there. Authorities were both thrilled to connect him to the case and stunned that he had been right under their noses all along. The impact on the family could only be imagined. Returning to the case by October 12, 2015, the investigators had gathered enough evidence to interview Palmer. They asked him if he remembered anything unusual about the day or even before Kristen's disappearance. Palmer responded by denying any involvement with Kristen or her family, except for seeing a white truck in front of their yard. He claimed that he typically spent his time working on his yard and fixing neighbors' bikes, but denied calling the kids over to his house. He mentioned having a daughter named Christy, who often played with the neighborhood kids. When asked if he had seen Kristen and her mother Shannon around the neighborhood, Palmer claimed to have seen Kristen playing with another girl named Crystal, but he couldn't recall the specific time frame. He stated that he was generally cautious around people and didn't pay much attention to who was there. Palmer denied having any interactions with Kristen, never recalling helping her with her bike or talking to her. He asserted that he didn't know Kristen or her family and wasn't aware of how long they had lived there. On the night of May 13, 1997, Palmer said he didn't leave his house. He mentioned that his dog barked at the back fence, assuming it was due to the presence of other animals or dogs in the area. Palmer didn't investigate further and simply called the dog inside before going back to bed. Palmer expressed suspicion towards Shannon for leaving the house, believing that she should have stayed in case Kristen returned or received a call. Palmer brought up Shannon's drug use and mentioned allowing her brother, who was helping search for Kristen, to stay at his place temporarily. When asked if Shannon's brother confided in him or provided any useful information, Palmer denied it. During the interview, the investigators confronted Palmer with the DNA evidence. His DNA was found on the windowsill of Kristen's room and on the underwear discovered in the backyard. Despite his earlier claims of never being in the backyard or having any contact with Kristen, Palmer's repeated denial and lack of explanation for his DNA being present raised suspicions. Although there could be legitimate reasons for his DNA to be found in someone else's backyard, Palmer's previous statements contradicted the evidence, leaving him with no credible explanation. After 18 years, on October 12, 2015, the same day after his interrogation, Anthony Palmer was arrested and charged with the kidnapping and presumed first-degree murder of 8-year-old Kristen Hatfield. During the trials in 2017, he pleaded not guilty, but on October 13, 2017, he was found guilty. On November 27, 2017, the jury convicted him and he received a life sentence without parole. Surprisingly, he chose not to appeal his conviction, which is unusual for someone claiming innocence. Despite multiple opportunities, Palmer refused to disclose the location of Kristen's remains. Shannon, Kristen's mother, wrote to him in prison 3 times, but he asked her to stop. On January 11, 2019, Palmer was strangled to death by a cellmate who was serving a life sentence for first-degree murder. He was 59 years old. Although Palmer likely knew where Kristen's remains were, the family still hoped that someone else might have received that information and will come forward. Shannon displayed compassion by expressing forgiveness and not wanting Palmer's life to end in such a manner. The case was considered solved, although the location of Kristen's body remained unknown. One lead suggested her body might be buried in a neighboring town, but a search yielded nothing. Palmer's house was thoroughly searched inside and out, but no evidence was found. Inside the house, they did find children's teeth, but they belonged to Palmer's own daughter, as he had kept them after playing the tooth fairy. Kristen's family chose to forgive Palmer for what he had done, hoping that their forgiveness would lead him to reveal the location of Kristen's body. Unfortunately, he never did. She had already expressed her forgiveness in a letter to Palmer, wishing he would find it in his heart to provide the information they sought. The abduction of Kristen Hatfield was a case that made the alliance of forensic science with criminology more substantial. But Kristen's body is still not found. Case of Cat West. Cat West was born on February 15, 1975, in the small town of Davie, Florida. She was the only child of Nancy and John Jonathan Martin. As a child, Cat always wanted a sibling, but her mother's health problems made that impossible. This has made Cat West so attached to her dolls. She treats them like living creatures, sings to them, and cherishes them. Cat West was a popular student in school, admired for her good looks and friendly personality. She was very active in extracurricular activities, particularly sports and dance. However, during the teenage years, signs of bipolar affective disorder begin to appear, characterized by depression and anxiety, alternating with periods of hyperactivity, persistently elevated mood and agitation. Only later did her parents realize their daughter's condition, but it was too late. By then, she had turned to alcohol to cope with her emotions. It wasn't until she sought treatment for her addiction that doctors discovered the underlying issue, a bipolar disorder. Despite overcoming her dependency on alcohol, managing her bipolar disorder proved to be a much more daunting task. She was on multiple medications, which caused unpleasant side effects and made her feel unwell. Eventually, the disorder was brought under control, but Cat West had to continue taking medication. Kat West wants to get married and have children, but her personal life is full of hardship, possibly due to her past mental illness and addiction. However, Kat West is a charismatic and attractive person, has many admirers, is often the life of the party and shines in the spotlight. Growing up, Kat West aspired to be a model. She actively pursued her goal, spending time attending auditions and exploring different looks. She was especially attracted to Marilyn Monroe, an actress of the style of the 1950s. Kat West has watched many of Monroe's films, collected her posters, and imitated her style and image. Interestingly, Kat West bore a resemblance to her idol, which she proudly acknowledged and cherished. Although her dream of becoming a famous model didn't come true, Kat West's photos were frequently published in local magazines, earning her some recognition, a fan base, and occasional recognition on the streets of her hometown. At the age of 28, she met her life partner, William Jeffrey West. William was born in 1970 in Alabama, came from a typical family. From a young age, he had aspirations of a career in the military or law enforcement. As a diligent student and active sports enthusiast, he was robust, fit, and incredibly focused. In the early 1990s, William joined the U.S. military, initially serving as a military police officer. His dedication led to a promotion as a military recruiter responsible for enlisting individuals into the Army and Navy. He was eventually promoted to head of a recruiting unit, spending 20 years of his life in military service. William pursued higher education alongside his military career, earning a bachelor's degree in public relations from the University of South Carolina. He then went on to study criminal justice, eventually earning a master's degree. William is a calm and goal-oriented person who likes to keep a low profile. He was a devoted family man, marrying young and having 2 children. After retiring from the military, he became a corporal in the police department of a university town, where he was responsible for ensuring the safety of the campus community. He approached his duties with seriousness and responsibility, never having to use his service firearm throughout his career. Kat West and William first met in the mid-2000s, when William was still serving in the military and married to his first wife. Despite their vastly different personalities, William is a quiet and serious military man, and Kat West is a bubbly and outgoing blonde, and they feel an immediate attraction to each other. In 2004, William, a married man at the time, met Kat West. Despite their 5-year age gap and Kat West struggles with alcohol addiction, but they quickly fell in love. William soon filed for divorce to be with Kat West, and in less than 5 months, they got married in Las Vegas in 2005. After getting married, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Lola. They moved to Sarah, Alabama, William's home state, where Kat designed their custom-built home, adorning their bedroom with portraits of her idol Marilyn Monroe. Neighbors described the Williams as a happy couple, despite their very different personalities. Kat West was known for her bold fashion sense, always striving to look stunning and attractive. She loved being the center of attention, often seeking compliments and admiring glances. In contrast, William appeared more reserved and serious, a trait likely developed during his long military career. Kat West's life is a complete contrast to her glamorous appearance and her everyday reality as a housewife. Despite her efforts to make it big in modeling, her career failed to take off after her marriage and the birth of her daughter. Focusing on creating a cozy home and raising her children became her top priorities. However, her domestic life wasn't fulfilling and she yearned for attention and recognition. With the emergence of social media in the late 2000s, she began sharing pictures online. She was inspired by Barbie and Marilyn Monroe, but gradually became more daring and provocative. Her husband was surprisingly supportive of her new hobby, often serving as her photographer. Eventually, the hobby became a profitable business, earning her income through paid subscriptions. A typical evening found they shopping for prepared seafood, fine brandy, and absinthe from a local supermarket. They would pick out scented candles from a nearby store to set the mood for a romantic evening. Surveillance cameras caught them seemingly carefree and happy as they made their purchases, unaware of the tragedy that was about to happen. After a fun dinner and a few drinks, Kat West began transforming into her online persona, Kitty Cat. She asked Williams to take some intimate photos of her, first in lingerie and then without clothes. Williams agreed and took several revealing shots, which were later posted on Kat West's private online profile, accessible only to her fans. A romantic evening that seemed to end in a night of passion instead led to a tragic ending. The next morning, January 13th, around 5 a.m., a young neighbor of the Williams was on her way to work. Although the sun had not yet risen, it was light enough outside for her to notice something unusual as she passed the Williams house. At first, she didn't realize what it was, but as she slowed down, she saw a nearly naked woman lying motionless on the road. She also thought she saw someone standing on the doorstep of the house, but they quickly disappeared into the shadows when they noticed her approaching. During questioning, the neighbor was unable to definitively state whether she saw Kat West's attacker enter the house or flee down the street. The neighbor, who was shocked and unsure of what to do, hesitated to approach the body. After returning home, she informed her parents, and together they called emergency services to report the distressing discovery. At the operator's request, the neighbor reluctantly approached the body while waiting for help to arrive. She identified the body as Kat West and checked for a pulse, but unfortunately, there was none. Kat West's body was cold and stiff. Kat West was found lying face down on the sidewalk, wearing only a bright pink bra top. There was a pool of blood under her head. Nearby was a bottle of wormwood wine with some of the wine spilled on the road and blood stains on the bottle. A short distance away lay her smashed smartphone. Due to the quiet residential area, there were no other witnesses to the incident, which remains shrouded in mystery. Kat West's car was last seen around 8:30 p.m., and the time her body was discovered at 5 a.m. A key figure who may be able to shed some light on the events is Kat West's husband, Mr. Williams. The investigation is ongoing, with Detective Michael Melhoff being one of the first to arrive at the scene. When the detective arrived at the house where Kat West's body was found, Williams answered the door. He seemed anxious but claimed he didn't know what was going on. When asked about his wife's whereabouts, Williams said he had just woken up and couldn't find her in bed. The detective then told him that a woman's body, identified by neighbors as Kat West, had been found near the house. The man put on a jacket and followed the detective outside, where he confirmed that the body was indeed his wife. However, his reaction was surprisingly calm. He didn't show any extreme emotions, such as crying or screaming, which raised some suspicions. When questioned about his whereabouts and activities during the night, he said he had slept soundly because they had been drinking the previous evening. When asked what he thought might have happened to his wife, he simply shrugged and suggested it could have been an accident. The man also shared some information about his wife's medical history. He said she had bipolar disorder and took medication for it. He also mentioned that she struggled with alcohol and sometimes behaved erratically when she was drunk. He noted that she would occasionally jump on their backyard trampoline, but sometimes missed it and injured herself. A search of the house did not turn up any signs of a struggle or violence. However, some items in the kitchen suggested a recent gathering. 2 plates with leftover food, 2 glasses, and a half-empty brandy bottle were on the kitchen table. Under the table, police found Kat West's high heels and a pair of panties the same color as her bra lying on the floor. However, some bloody napkins in the trash and an open bottle of detergent raised suspicions. Williams claimed that on the evening in question, Kat West had been drinking heavily, which he disliked. After a photo session, he wanted to move to the bedroom for a more intimate setting. He took a short shower and returned to find Kat West still sitting at the table, drinking absinthe straight from the bottle and texting someone on her phone. Williams was angry that she ignored his requests to put away her phone, and he tried to take it from her. A minor scuffle ensued, during which he accidentally elbowed Kat West's face, causing her nose to bleed. Williams explained that the blood on the discarded napkins could have been the blood from his wife's nose that night. He stated that he took the phone from his wife and threw it out the door. Believing his wife would calm down and join him in bed, he claimed to have been unaware of what happened next until the police arrived at his door asking about Kat West. Williams speculated that his wife might have gone outside to retrieve her phone and brought the absent bottle with her to finish it. He suggested 2 possible scenarios. 1, that she fell, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and froze to death, or 2, that someone attacked her. However, he could not explain why his wife went out wearing only a bra without any clothes. He attributed this behavior to her being intoxicated from the absinthe. Williams's story raised suspicions due to its inconsistencies and lack of detail, which he attributed to intoxication. However, the investigation was hampered by lack of evidence and no witnesses. The autopsy revealed that the 42-year-old woman died from a severe head injury likely caused by the absinthe bottle found nearby, combined with hypothermia. Her blood alcohol level was extremely high, suggesting severe intoxication can impair breathing and increase the risk of loss of consciousness. Initially, it seemed that the circumstances of Kat West's death were straightforward. She had been heavily intoxicated, gone outside to search for her phone, and taken the unfinished bottle of absinthe with her. It appeared that she might have lost her balance while reaching for her phone, fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and ultimately died from the injury and exposure. The presence of the blood-stained bottle near her head and the phone nearby seemed to support this scenario. Yet, the investigation discovered that this explanation was overly simplistic and potentially staged. Experts determined that the head injury was caused by the bottle found next to the body. However, forensic analysis revealed that if the victim had fallen by herself, the bottle would likely have rolled away from her head rather than remaining parallel to it. The bottle was found to have both Kat West's and her husband Williams's fingerprints on it, as well as some unidentified smudged prints. Further investigation led to a different conclusion. The theory presented in court suggested that Kat West and Williams had an argument. In a fit of anger, Williams allegedly struck her with the bottle, causing a fatal injury. Panicked, he attempted to stage an accidental fall and cleaned up the blood in the house, but failed to dispose of all the evidence. Evidence supporting this theory included a fitness app on Williams' phone, which tracked his movements. The app showed that Williams was active in the house until midnight and again early in the morning before the police arrived. This contradicted his claim of being asleep, leading police to speculate that he was trying to conceal evidence during these times. A neighbor who discovered the body recalled seeing a male silhouette on the doorstep of the house in the early morning hours. However, due to the dim light, she couldn't be certain if it was Williams or someone else. She also couldn't determine if the person entered the house. This information piqued the investigators' interest, especially given Kat West's online persona, Kitty Cat, which had attracted many male admirers who paid to see her revealing photos. This theory suggests that a highly devoted fan may have been responsible. As a homemaker, Kat West often received messages from various men, including some with inappropriate proposals. However, she kept her distance, and there were no explicit threats or harassment found in their communications. A few persistent fans who lived in other states were quickly ruled out as suspects. Despite this, mysterious footprints were found on the doorstep, which didn't belong to the homeowners, but they vanished on the lawn and their origin remained unknown. Friends, relatives, and neighbors described the Williams family as a happy couple, and he knew her online activities under the name Kitty Cat. While some might have seen it as unusual, he treated it as harmless fun. Their social circle was unaware of Kat West's online persona, just as most of her followers didn't know her real-life identity. Williams firmly denied ever abusing his wife, saying he loved her so much that harming her was impossible. However, they frequently argued, and a text exchange from January 12th revealed a heated dispute. Kat West criticized Williams for not matching her energy and temperament, suggesting they might be incompatible. Despite the lack of direct evidence, Williams remained the prime suspect. Following his arrest, his family and defense attorneys rallied to his defense, believing he was innocent. They insisted that he could never hurt his wife. After his arrest, Williams was unable to afford the $500,000 bail and had to stay in custody until his trial, which took almost 3 years. He was offered a plea deal, admitting guilt in exchange for a reduced sentence, but he refused, maintaining his innocence. The trial, which began in November 2020, drew significant media attention. This publicity put pressure on the judges and jurors. By this time, the possibility of a third party's involvement in Kat West's death was no longer considered. The prosecution argued that all the evidence indicated that Williams was responsible for his wife Kat West's death. They believed that, fueled by jealousy and intoxicated, he hit her with a bottle, causing fatal injuries. In an attempt to cover his tracks, they suggested he staged the scene to look like an accident and removed evidence from the house. In contrast, Williams' defense team claimed that Kat West's death was an accident. They pointed out that her extremely high blood alcohol levels would have impaired her balance and coordination. Kat West's mother testified in support of Williams, describing her daughter as eccentric but stressing that Williams loved her unconditionally and would never harm her. She also appealed to the court to consider the well-being of their child, Lola, who had already lost her mother and now risked losing her father. On January 11, 2021, the jury delivered a guilty verdict for involuntary manslaughter. As a result, Williams received the maximum sentence of 13 years in prison, taking into account the time he had already served. Notably, if he had accepted the initial plea deal offered to him, he may have already been a free man by now. Unfortunately, all of Williams's appeals, led by his lawyers, have been unsuccessful thus far. Jennifer Sophia Martellise was born June 8, 1975. At the age of 7, she lived at 1204 East 98th Avenue in a duplex in Tampa with her father and stepmother. She was a second-grade student at Shaw Elementary School, which was only 1 mile from her home. She was described as a good student and very well behaved. Her parents had recently divorced and her mother had legal custody of her. On November 15, 1982, about 3 p.m., Jennifer asked a friend to watch her as she continued to walk home from school because she was scared. Her friend turned away for a moment and Jennifer disappeared around 15th and 109th Avenue, just 1 block from her home. After her disappearance, both sides of her family accused one another of hiding Jennifer, but eventually all her relatives were ruled out as suspects. Authorities suspected Thomas Peter Wilnicki had something to do with her disappearance because he was a family friend who Jennifer knew and trusted. He also lived in the other half of the duplex where she lived and had an extensive criminal history for drug possession, theft, and minor assault. When questioned by police, he claimed to be a psychic and to have a vision of Jennifer's abduction and murder. He gave a 22-page rambling statement that he had psychic feelings about her case. He said she was abducted and strangled by 2 men. One of them, he said, was in his 40s and had a criminal history, and the other was a blonde man in his mid-20s whom Jennifer knew and trusted and whose conscience troubled him deeply after her death. Thomas also appeared obsessed with the blonde man's teeth. Several times he repeated that the man's teeth were beautiful, perfect, and white, but his own teeth have been described as bad. Strangely, Thomas himself matched the description of the blonde man in some ways. An expert analysis stated that those words were that of a confession, but he denied this. Thomas had a arrest in Tampa dating back to 1976, and in 1991, he was charged with possession of heroin and sentenced to prison. He agreed to a polygraph test and failed. However, this may have been because he was taking medication to prevent seizures. To this day, Thomas has never been charged in connection with Jennifer's case, but in 2010, he was charged with pouring piping hot cocoa on his roommate over a dispute. Years later, another person of interest arose. A woman named Anna, who was 10 years old at the time of Jennifer's disappearance, reported that she thought Steve Wisnowski could have been involved. She said she lived on Rankin Air Shaft Road near him, but he also had a second home in the Tampa area, just 5 blocks from Jennifer's home at the time of her disappearance. He also owned a brown vehicle that was seen in the area when she was abducted. The brown vehicle he owned was one he used to drive from Pennsylvania to Florida. She says he was a bad man and did some horrible things to her and her sister, who sadly has since committed suicide. She says she recalls when Jennifer went missing because Steve had an article about the little girl. She also stated that he claimed to know her because he had another home in Tampa, just 5 blocks from Jennifer's home. Steve had been to Tampa alone without his wife and son at the time she went missing. When he returned, there was a large hole dug on the property, and he pulled a very large garbage bag out of his trunk and disappeared into the woods with it. Anna says the hole was later filled in. 2012, 30 years after her disappearance, Police in Fayette County obtained search warrants for 6 properties related to Steve, who has since passed away. One at 622 Rankin Air Shaft Road and the others on Gilchrist Road. All the properties were in the area of heavily dense woods. A forensic anthropologist, along with his grad students and police, dug at a site in a heavily wooded area on Rankin Air Shaft Road but didn't find anything. His home there has since been torn down and a new home built at the site. Jennifer's Aunt Nancy wanted to do something to raise awareness of the case, so she started writing a movie. She called it She Could Be You, and the movie has more than 160 scenes. The family rented the duplex where Jennifer lived and redecorated her room with stuffed animals, just as it was in 1982. Her mother self-published a book about it in 2011 titled Jennifer, Where Are You? As of today, Jennifer has never been found. No arrest has been made, and this case remains unsolved. Case of Kaylee Mandotti. Kaylee Anita Mandotti was born on August 26, 1998, in Webster to TAC Mandotti and Allison Steele. The family was well off, with Allison being a scientist and TAC working as an international executive director at MGM Resorts. After her parents divorced, Allison remarried NASA engineer Lawrence Butin, who lived in Houston. Despite her parents' separation, Kaylee maintained a strong relationship with her father, regularly communicating with him. Her stepfather also adored Kaylee and became like a second dad to her. Kaylee was not only a grateful and loving daughter and granddaughter, but also an excellent student, team member, sister, and friend, known for her infectious laughter and kind heart that could light up any room. Kaylee excelled academically and was actively involved in various extracurricular activities in school, including horseback riding, piano playing, and theater performances. She was also a dedicated Girl Scout and enjoyed spending time with her friends and family, whether it was hiking with her parents or running around the neighborhood. After graduating with honors from Clear Creek High School in League City, Texas in 2016, Kaylee went on to study communications at Trinity University in San Antonio. With her dark hair and radiant beauty, she quickly became popular among her peers. Leading the football team's cheerleading squad and making many friends, Kaylee was always eager to try new and exciting things, from exploring uncharted territories to participating in extreme sports. Her love for animals led her to volunteer with an animal therapy group, where she found joy in helping others. During a football game, Kaylee met Mark Houghton, a 22-year-old athlete and professional baseball player. At first, she didn't notice him as she was already smitten with someone else. However, Mark was immediately captivated by her charisma and striking features, particularly her large black eyes. Mark and Kaylee's first 2 meetings didn't go smoothly, but Mark didn't give up. By September 2017, they had officially started dating. From the start, their friends and acquaintances thought they were a mismatched pair because they were both emotional and had short tempers. Their relationship was lacking in compromise and was characterized by heated arguments and confrontations from the beginning. The young couple's passion often turned to jealousy, leading to frequent quarrels. Friends who witnessed their relationship reported that Kaylee often had bruises on her arms and legs. A close friend shared a particularly disturbing incident, in which Kaylee was too afraid to retrieve her phone from Mark and asked the friend to do it for her. Things eventually escalated to a frightening point where Mark became aggressive, threatened violence, and even pulled out a gun. Kaylee was aware that her boyfriend Mark had a jealous temper, and their loud arguments were frequent. Although she never wanted their fights to be public knowledge, she acknowledged that she wasn't blameless in their disputes. However, on September 24, 2017, her roommates intervened, calling the police around 1 a.m. after hearing loud noises and Mark yelling threats from Kaylee's room. When the police arrived, they found Mark alone in the room. Kaylee refused to press charges, downplaying the incident as just a lover's quarrel. Nevertheless, her friends suspected that Mark's anger issues were fueled by substance abuse and reported his violent threats, including an incident where he threatened to throw Kaylee off a balcony. Despite their tumultuous relationship, Mark and Kaylee had moments of deep love and affection. However, their bliss was short-lived, as their argument at the Malaluna Music Festival in San Antonio on October 29th, triggered by the unexpected appearance of Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, demonstrated. The fight was so intense that they left the festival early. Mark's black Mercedes arrived at a hospital 6 hours after their friends last saw them. He rushed out of the car, frantically waving and calling for help. In the front seat, medical staff found an unconscious, semi-nude girl. The car was in disarray, with Kaylee's clothes scattered around. She was slumped forward, resembling a lifeless doll. The medical staff rushed Kaylee to the emergency room on a stretcher. Mark told them they had taken illegal substances before attending the festival, which helped doctors treat her for a possible overdose. She was later transferred to a medical facility in Kyle, Texas, where a nurse specializing in intimate assault cases examined her and found additional bruises on her arms, legs, and ear. The autopsy revealed that Kaylee died from blunt force trauma to her face and head, indicating she was a victim of a deadly attack. The police then launched an investigation to find her killer. Mark became the main suspect since he was the last person seen with Kaylee that night. Although there was no concrete evidence linking him to the crime, Mark's behavior during police interviews raised suspicions. He changed his story multiple times, contradicting his initial account. Surveillance footage also showed him and Kaylee at locations he had previously denied being at. Additionally, interviews with Kaylee's friends and family revealed a history of aggressive behavior towards her, with one of her sisters even admitting to being terrified of him. Kaylee's mother, Allison Steele, has filed a lawsuit against Trinity University, accusing the institution of failing to protect her daughter from Mark's attacks. The lawsuit, filed in Becker County District Court, also names Mark Houghton as a defendant. It claims that Mark's assault led to Kaylee's death, motivated by jealousy. The lawsuit alleges that Trinity University's staff, administration, and campus police were aware of Mark's erratic behavior during his relationship with Kaylee. Despite this, the university took no action to protect Kaylee in the weeks leading up to her death, even though Mark had threatened to break her face or cause her serious harm. A Trinity University spokesperson declined to comment on the lawsuit's allegations, citing the ongoing legal process. Mark was banned from campus for a year due to an incident in his dorm room, but he repeatedly violated the ban. During investigations, it was discovered that Mark had a history of violent behavior towards his girlfriend, Kay, including threatening to harm her sisters and others. Her sisters reported that Mark had threatened to throw one sister off a balcony and shoot her ex-boyfriend's brothers. Mark had an arrest warrant issued against him, and he surrendered in February 2018. He faced multiple charges, including criminal acts, intimate violence, and abduction, but pleaded not guilty. The trial regarding Kaylee Mandotti's death began in December 2019. Prosecutors argued that Mark's volatile temper led him to fatally assault Kaylee, in a fit of rage, causing her severe injuries. They claimed that Mark then waited 6 hours before taking her to the hospital. Mark's defense team suggested that Kaylee's death might have been caused by factors other than Mark's, such as the banned substances found in her system, which could have led to a spike in blood pressure or head trauma during intimate activity. Kaylee's mother described her daughter's injuries as extremely severe, comparable to those sustained from a fall from an airplane. The injuries covered her entire body, from her head to her toes, including bruises, red marks, and scratches. The only areas that were not injured were her back and the back of her legs. Dr. Susanna Dana, the forensic pathologist who performed Kaylee's autopsy, presented graphic evidence, including photographs of the victim's injuries. These images revealed a subdural hematoma, type of bleeding in the brain typically associated with traumatic brain injury on the right side of Kaylee's brain. Dr. Dana testified that Kaylee suffered severe cranial and facial injuries, including a dent in her skull and extensive bruising and trauma to her face. She also found bruises on Kaylee's eyelids, jaws, mouth, gums, lips, and cheeks, as well as hemorrhages in both eyes. Dr. William Anderson disagreed with Dr. Dana's conclusion, stating that the autopsy results were inconsistent with the idea that Kaylee was attacked. Instead, he believed that Kaylee's injuries were more likely caused by a fall and subsequent medical treatment. Defense attorney John Hunter argued that the prosecution lacked concrete evidence to explain what happened to Kaylee on the night in question, and that it was impossible to prove Mark's involvement. He highlighted Kaylee's history of drug use, including her prior treatment for substance dependence at a hospital. Jason Wallach, a professor, testified that Kaylee's blood contained a high level of MDMA, also known as ecstasy or mol, on the evening of October 29, 2017. The concentration of MDMA in her blood suggested that she could have suffered a minor head injury, which could then be exacerbated by the drug into a life-threatening condition. John Hunter suggested that a drug can affect individuals differently, leading to varying physical reactions, such as increased body temperature or electrolyte imbalance, which can cause loss of consciousness. During the trial, Mark Houghton testified that he and Kaylee Mandotti had an argument and engaged in intimate relations in the car before she passed out. He claimed that their intimacy was consensual and involved rough sex, which included strangling her at her request. However, the origin of the bruises on Kaylee's body remained unclear. Kaylee's mother, Allison, was convinced that Mark Houghton was responsible for her daughter's death. Despite being charged with her murder, Mark Houghton maintained his innocence during the 2019 trial. The defense argued that Kaylee's injuries were caused by hospital staff during resuscitation efforts, which led to a mistrial due to the jury's inability to reach a verdict. The case was presided over by Judge Raymond Angeline in the 144th District Court. Following the mistrial, Bexar County District Attorney Joe Gonzalez expressed disappointment and announced that he would review the case. Kaylee's parents decided to conduct their own investigation, focusing on a small bruise near Kaylee's ear. They believe that Mark Houghton might have hit her head against the car window, causing the bruise. Kaylee's parents collected evidence, including autopsy reports and photos, and obtained 3 affidavits under oath. This led to Mark Houghton's arrest on charges of aggravated intimate assault and criminal mischief. The timeline of events presented in the investigation highlighted Mark Houghton's alleged lies and the evidence that led to his arrest. During the trial, the prosecutors portrayed Mark Houghton as a manipulative and controlling boyfriend who constantly called Kaylee and took her phone away. 2 weeks before her death, Mark Houghton pushed Kaylee against a brick wall and trashed her dorm room. Kaylee then asked for space, and Mark Houghton began sending her dozens of messages, threatening to end his life. The couple attended a festival where they argued over Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. Mark Houghton then took Kaylee to a deserted parking lot, where they stayed for over an hour. Prosecutors suggested that it was there that Mark Houghton attacked and killed Kaylee. Kaylee's family thanked the Texas Rangers for their work in bringing criminal charges against Mark Houghton. The prosecution considered presenting a video recorded by Kaylee's parents, but ultimately withdrew it due to potential complications. Mark Houghton was convicted of aggravated assault causing harm that led to the death of Kaylee Mandotti. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison with a $110,000 fine and restitution to Kaylee's family. He was also barred from contacting over 20 individuals involved in the case. Now over 30 years old, Mark is serving his sentence in Wilkes County Jail, eligible for parole in 2033. Although the conviction brought some closure to Kaylee's family, they felt the sentence was not enough for their loss. In the second trial, Mark faced additional charges, including aggravated assault and criminally negligent homicide. The prosecution presented a more comprehensive case against Mark, but the family was still dissatisfied with the outcome and sought a retrial. Kaylee's tragic story highlights the devastating impact of violence on young people and her family's quest for justice. Despite the conviction, Kaylee's family felt that the verdict did not serve justice for their daughter. In 2019, Kaylee's mother, Allison Steele, successfully lobbied the Texas legislature to expand the missing persons alert system in Texas. She also founded the nonprofit organization, Kaylee's Calling, aiming to consolidate missing persons alert systems. Additionally, she established a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing public information about the Clear Alert, an emergency broadcasting alert in Texas for individuals aged 18 to 64. Indians were informed that Mark Houghton had trashed her dorm room, giving him continuous access to her, and making her vulnerable to manipulation. Despite being acquitted of the charge of ending a life, Mark was found guilty of aggravated assault, causing bodily harm. The family expressed satisfaction with the verdict, feeling relief that the legal proceedings had concluded, allowing them to begin the healing process. Losing a child is an agonizing ordeal, and sadly, It was a heart-wrenching journey that Kaylee's parents had to endure. Allison said they are still completely devastated by the loss of Kaylee and asked those of faith to pray for her family, friends, and for justice in this matter. On June 5, 2000, at 1 p.m., Sharon Anschutz, a 54-year-old woman, was shot and killed at the John Butler Dry Cleaners on Isley Bridge Road. Additionally, there were no arrests made for an extended period of time, which caused complete panic in the neighborhood. The culprit remained unidentified for more than 20 years, but the investigation was revived in 2022 by a reconstituted cold case unit. A team of meticulous investigators and forensic specialists worked to unearth the long-hidden truth. They carefully re-interviewed both new and old witnesses and assessed forensic data. After 20 years, the murderer was finally apprehended. How did that fateful night's events transpire? Why did the investigators decide to reopen this long-closed case in the eyes of the justice system? Greenville County, South Carolina is a bustling and populous area. More people live there than in any other county in the state. The county seat where important decisions are made is located in Greenville. What distinguishes Greenville County is its emphasis on education. Greenville County is the largest school district in South Carolina. Students learn, develop, and make plans for the future here. Greenville County is more than just choices and schools. Another attraction is the natural beauty, which includes peaceful landscapes and undulating hills. This place has a very welcoming community. Tragedies, though, can happen even in this peaceful paradise. The unsolved case of Sharon Anschutz, which persisted for almost 20 years, left a lasting impression on the town. Saw the birth of Sharon Anschutz, daughter of Leslie Franklin Kellogg and Leona Rosetta Skester Prince. Sharon developed into a strong, driven adult. She brought warmth and a work ethic that was characteristic of the Midwest. Having grown up in northern Michigan, alongside her sisters, Sharon Anschutz grew up in Michigan. She also grew up alongside her brothers. She inherited kindness and a desire to make the world a better place from her early years. At exactly 21 years old, on July 12, 1966, she gave birth to a son named Frank. Public access to her and her son's relationship is currently restricted. Sharon relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, in her mid-40s, where she established herself and had additional children. She also had 2 other sons, Walter and Michael, and a daughter, Christina. She was employed at the John Butler Dry Cleaners on Isley Bridge Road, which would subsequently serve as the scene of a tragic incident. Locals knew the small dry cleaners on Isley Bridge Road. Neighbors chatted while dropping off for picking up their laundry at this communal hub. 54 years old Sharon Anschutz, the woman in charge of this dry cleaning establishment, was well known for her diligence and congenial demeanor. She was a beloved member of the Greenville community, having grown up in Michigan. Sadly, on June 5, 2000, Sharon was shot and killed during a robbery at her dry cleaning. Greenville County was forever altered by this tragedy. The killer of Sharon remained a mystery for more than 20 years. The quiet upstate town of Greenville, South Carolina, was horrified to learn of Sharon's horrific murder. On June 5, 2000, during the late summer twilight, dry cleaners were getting ready to close as the sun was setting, creating long shadows on the empty streets. Sharon arranged the counter as usual. She had no idea it would get dark on this typical evening. Among the friends and regulars that evening was an unexpected presence. A certain 44-year-old man had visited the dry cleaners. He occasionally performed strange tasks around the store, such as emptying the trash. His intentions on this fateful evening were, however, not pure. This man was going to rob the dry cleaners. He watched the company's activities in silence, waiting for the ideal moment to strike. With every task he completed in the days preceding the crime, he got closer to his malevolent objective. On the evening of June 5, 2000, he suddenly made contact with Sharon with malicious intent. Sharon stood up for herself and her dry cleaning company during a terrible ordeal. There was a gunshot at the end of the conflict that reverberated throughout the community for years. That fateful night, silence was shattered by a gunshot. The beautiful Sharon Anschutz was killed by a senseless act of violence. Her life of kindness and hard work came to an abrupt end when she was shot in the back. As the gunshot faded, the gravity of the situation hit home. Once the killer realized how serious his act was, he left shock, terror, and sadness in his wake. Tragically killed in a place where she had brought so much jewelry, Sharon lay behind the counter in the pool of her own blood. The neighborhood was shocked by the tragedy that night. At 1:30 p.m., a customer discovered her dead and called 911. The dry cleaners, which was once a cozy and welcoming place, turned into a somber reminder of the darkness that can be found anywhere. Sharon's work ethic and steadfastness were deeply mourned by her colleagues, friends, and family. While the murderer was at large, local authorities began a vigorous investigation. They wished to stop such a horrible act from occurring in their neighborhood, send Sharon's assailant to prison, and provide closure to her bereaved family. Despite their best efforts, the murder investigation into Sharon Ansitz stalled. In the dark, the killer had eluded capture. Following the disaster at John Butler Dry Cleaners in June 2000, Greenville County was in disbelief following the murder of the community's beloved Sharon Ansitz. Justice had to be served. The early investigation into this horrific murder demonstrated the resolve of law enforcement, as well as the community's optimistic quest for answers. When first responders arrived, the investigation started. The offender was the subject of an instant manhunt by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office. A thorough search of the crime scene was conducted for evidence, and witnesses who lived nearby were questioned. It was clear from the beginning that solving this case would require unwavering perseverance. One of the detective's biggest problems early on in the case was the absence of a suspect. With minimal evidence, Sharon was killed in the shadows. Still, the investigation was shaped by the possibility of a robbery. According to early witness accounts, the intruder intended to loot the dry cleaners. It seemed as though Sharon Ansitz had been violently robbed while attempting to defend her business. As investigators tried to find the person responsible for this horrific act of violence, this information further complicated the case. It was necessary to gather and analyze copious amounts of evidence for the initial inquiry. Every square inch of the crime scene was examined in search of hints about the perpetrator. Investigators looked for physical evidence that might provide a breakthrough, such as DNA and fingerprints. Questions were asked of witnesses at the dry cleaners. Their crucial testimony provided important details about the pre- and post-crime activities. They described the events of that night, including Sharon Anschitz's terrifying encounter with her attacker. Sharon Anschitz, who touched many lives, was mourned in Greenville County while law enforcement conducted an investigation. Her co-workers, friends, and family were in mourning. The community stood by Sharon's family during the investigation and promised to pursue justice. The outcome of the case depended on their determination. As leads dwindled and witnesses grew more elusive, the case stagnated. Sharon's loved ones remembered her, but her killer remained a mystery. The case was eventually filed under cold case. Leads dried up, witnesses moved on, and the trail of the criminal became more bleak every day. The prolonged investigation caused suffering for Sharon's friends, family, and community. This terrible crime's perpetrator was unknown for more than 20 years. Victim Sharon Anschitz continues to exist. She was a representation of strength and hope. It was hope that justice would triumph and the truth would come to light. For more than 20 years, Greenville County, South Carolina was plagued by her cold case. A renewed quest for justice in the summer of 2022 brought this long-dormant investigation back to life. The tipping point was the new cold case unit of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, which debuted in the summer of 2022. Sheriff Lewis established a specialized unit in 2020 to look into cases that remain unsolved, such as the Sharon Anschitz cold case. His objectives were to resurrect past investigations, assess the evidence, speak with witnesses again, and employ fresh techniques. The pursuit of justice for victims of unsolved crimes was revitalized by this cold case unit. The community was assured that every case would be taken seriously and that no effort would be spared. The Sharon Anschitz cold case reinvestigation started by detectives reaching out to witnesses of the June 2000 incident at the dry cleaners in an attempt to gather information. They confronted witnesses whose memories had faded. Regardless, reconstructing the crime and the attacker's actions required careful consideration of their testimonies. These extra interviews shed light on the events of that evening. The murderer's meeting of Sharon Anschutz was revealed by witnesses. Their memories, though fading, were essential to solving the mystery. Technology and forensic evidence were scarce early in the case, but over time, forensic science developed. This gave the reinvestigation team the opportunity to assess the evidence with state-of-the-art techniques. Forensic specialists meticulously examined crime scene material using modern methodologies in order to uncover new information. Ballistic testing and DNA fingerprinting were repeated. Although exhausting, it resulted in a breakthrough. Old clues were re-examined and new leads surfaced as the investigation went on. Witnesses who were interviewed again disclosed the attacker's goals. The horrifying events that transpired at the dry cleaners were re-examined and determined to be an attempted robbery gone wrong. Investigators also looked into the connections of Roger Keith Hudgens, the key suspect who died in 2008. The breakthrough in the Sharon Anschutz cold case was the result of diligent work, fresh interviews, and advanced forensic analysis. Investigators determined that Sharon Anschutz was killed by 44-year-old Roger Keith Hudgens at the beginning of January 2023. Testimonies from witnesses and forensic evidence shed light on that fatal evening. Horrible things happened as a result of Hudgens' plan to rob the dry cleaners. In the Sharon Anschutz cold case, no one was taken into custody despite this effort. Hudgens is the culprit, the investigators concluded, but he passed away in 2008. It provided closure to the victim's family and addressed inquiries from the community. The crime and its aftermath will always be associated with Hudgens, even though he was never charged with it. The case was resolved after years of investigation, law enforcement, and community commitment to the truth. The story demonstrates that a community can crack even the most challenging cold case, even though no one was arrested. Greenville County was prepared for the Sharon Anschutz cold case trial after 20 years of uncertainty. Justice had produced findings that would go to trial. This trial would prove law enforcement's and the community's commitment to justice, as well as provide closure for the betrayed. Roger Keith Hudgens, the main suspect, went on trial even in death. His actions on that fateful day in June 2000 were gaining legal attention, even after he passed away in 2008. The personnel at the dry cleaners knew Hudgens, a local, from Sharon Anschutz's tragic robbery. Witness accounts and forensic evidence would be used by the prosecution to discredit Hudgens. As the trial started, the courtroom was filled with anticipation. The prosecution meticulously gathered testimony from witnesses about that terrible night. They gave a detailed account of Hudgens and Sharon Anschutz's meeting prior to the crime. The forensic evidence that was re-examined was crucial to the case. Experts in ballistics attested that Hudgens' weapon was used in the killing. His DNA was found at the crime scene, which provided strong evidence in his criminal case. To undermine the prosecution, the defense made a move. They questioned witness accounts, saying that memories had become hazy with time. To cast doubt, they also questioned the chain of custody for the evidence. For justice and closure, Sharon Anschutz's friends, family, and co-workers were present. Weeks of court cases, talks, and introspection led up to the moment of truth. The jury unanimously found Roger Keith Hudgens guilty of killing Sharon Anschutz. The verdict that provided closure to Sharon's family and confirmed the community's and law enforcement's commitment to justice reverberated throughout the courtroom. Despite his passing, Hudgens will always be associated with the senseless crime that left the town scarred. Roger Keith Hudgens was found guilty and his sentencing commenced. A sentence that was appropriate for the crime was what the prosecution sought. The defense, on the other hand, asked for mercy, pointing to Hudgens' innocence and lack of criminal history. The trial came to an end when Hudgens was found guilty of the tragedy that occurred that evening. The sentence's symbolic meaning conveys a strong message of justice. The Sharon Anschutz cold case trial served as a tribute to the perseverance of a community in cracking a cold case. It demonstrated the resilience of justice and truth. Some criminals leave an indelible mark on the people they wronged. Roger Keith Hudgens' life was connected to Greenville County's most horrifying incident in the Sharon Anschutz cold case. Roger Keith Hudgens was familiar with Greenville County. Hudgens' birth date is September 13, 1955. He had a good local reputation. He was well known for frequenting the dry cleaners, where the old case started. Hudgens performed strange jobs at the dry cleaners over the years. Every now and then, he removed the trash. On February 17, 2008, Roger Keith Hudgens passed away. He passed away due to medical issues. Any legal action against him was terminated by his death because he would never face justice. His name was still connected to the unsolved case of Sharon Anschutz. Even though he would never be held responsible, justice would always be associated with him and his deeds. On Sunday, September 15, 2019, two fishermen were engaged in their daily work near the aqueduct, the Neuquén Province's breakwaters in Argentina. The Lime River was approached by them on the same day. They remained composed until they witnessed something that was beyond their understanding. When the water floated the remains of a young girl's body, specifically limbs and a skull, frustrated, the fishermen contacted authorities who quickly arrived at the scene. Laura Lopez, a young girl from Plodio, was quickly recalled by officers, had been missing for less than 3 days. Her physical form was not familiar. The police were unsure of her identity and continued their search in the area to discover any indications of the victim's identity. In the same river, they came across a torn-up fabric bag, tights, and shoes undergarments. It was evident that the girl had been a victim of sexual assault, not just murder. Police contacted Laura's relatives after finding the clothing and inquired if they knew about it, would be able to spot it. The officers were unaware that the investigation would uncover the truth about the case. The method used to commit the crime was even more gruesome than what had been initially suspected. Plodio, Argentina, was the birthplace of Laura Lopez on November 11, 2000. Her elder sisters, Melissa and Damaris, who were 18 years old when she was born, loved her from the first day. Laura's mother passed away when she was only 3 years old, and all 3 siblings were left as orphans under the care of their father. Despite his initial efforts to provide for the family, the father eventually became addicted to alcoholism a few years later. Despite the challenges she faced, Laura was known for her sweet and loving nature. That's why her sister began referring to her as Cielo, a nickname that everyone who knew her would call her. She was referred to by her. The girl's father was laid off years later, necessitating them to find more work. At 18 years old, Cielo began vending fried pastries during the day. She went to high school in the evening, and during her free time from studying, she spent doing something else. Ensure the well-being of her nieces and nephews. At the onset of her schooling, she had aspirations of finding a good job to restore her financial stability. A sense of stability has been bestowed upon her family. Unluckily, something took place that prevented this from happening. Cielo and Damaris spent the entire day on September 12, 2019, drinking tea with each other. Damaris finished renovating the house. Her sister joked that she had never made tea like her before. Either way, it's a good thing. It was a pleasant day. Cielo later attended school, where her peers observed something sporadic about the routine. She chose to sit at the back of the class instead of her usual spot and left after 20 minutes, the conclusion of the lesson. A friend greeted Cielo as he returned home at approximately 11:30 p.m. They spent some time conversing, drinking a few drinks and taking selfies for social media. At 3 a.m., they said their goodbyes and Cielo admitted to feeling tired but having a plan for the future, to go to sleep. A message was sent by Melissa to Lisa the next day, inquiring if she had sought medical attention for her ear issues. She was unresponsive, anxious. Melissa contacted Damaris to inquire about Cielo's presence, which led to concern, the sisters of Cielo. She was nowhere to be found and her phone was switched off. They contacted the police as they found no evidence of her presence for several hours. They were informed at the police station that they had to wait for 48 hours from the last news item. Cielo was last seen by them before they filed a missing person report. The officers speculated that she might have had a boyfriend, as it was believed to be common. Adolescents encountering a situation. Saturday was characterized by the absence of life to Cielo. The report was only accepted by the police at that point, leading to a search. Sadly, it was already too late. The Lemay River's breakwater area was the location where two fishermen were working on Sunday the 15th. Plotier is just 15 kilometers away from where Cielo calls home. They remained composed until they encountered something that caught their attention. A young girl's body, including limbs and a skull, was said to be found floating in the water. They promptly informed the authorities about this. Upon arrival, the officers observed that the brutality had been extinguished with great force. The body is the subject of discussion. It was apparent that the person in question had a thorough understanding of knives. The search for clues in the area was ongoing, with detectives still searching for any leads. The individual affected, a fabric bag, leggings, and underwear were discovered in the same river, but completely destroyed. They came across 2 rings while conducting their search. Finally, officers searched the riverbed and found a blood-stained knife. Cielo's family was soon referred to by them. Damaris spotted the attire upon her arrival at the location, and without hesitation, she took action. Without hesitation, she confirmed that it was her sister's property. The fishermen discovered Laura Lopez's limbs and skull in the shallow waters downstream from where they accidentally found her. The discovery of a young woman's body in Lemay River was made by firefighters around 11:30 on Monday. It had already been entrusted to the Forensic Expert Corps for examination. The autopsy was performed by Dr. Carlos Scordillo. He ascertained that the death was caused by a severe blow to the head, leading to internal bleeding, a throbbing of the brain. A blow to the back of her head caused her to become unconscious. Cielo endured 2 to 4 hours of agony. She could have survived if she had been treated properly. Furthermore, her arms were found to have bruises, indicating that she had been beaten and had some facial trauma. Struggled her way towards the attacker. Cielo's sister's fears were validated by the forensic expert. The discovery of intimate wounds on her body was a clear indication of sexual assault. He also said that the recognizable marks of cuts on her neck, arms, and legs mentioned that the culprit had a history of approaching on kitchen knives. The assailant's lack of medical or anatomical knowledge was emphasized, which further intensified the problem. The roster of suspects. The detectives were unaware of the individual accountable for this terrible crime. After 3:00 a.m. on Friday, they analyzed Cielo's mobile phone and discovered that it was lost. Her contact had been with a man named Alfredo Emilio Escobar, a mechanic by profession, was 28 years old. He and Cielo were both students in high school, and he had a passion for hunting and fishing, inspiringly enabling him to wield a knife. The distance between the girl's home and his house was 2.5 kilometers and/or 20 blocks, which made it convenient. The reception of signals from the antennas is potent. The girl was contacted by this person 4 times on September 13th at 3:16, 3:22, and 3:36 a.m. The man. At that point, the antennas established that they were both at home. Then both mobiles were activated in the vicinity of the girl's abode. The phone of Cielo headed towards the city center and arrived at Escobar's residence by 5 a.m. The girl's WhatsApp story featured an alien emoji and her phone was still being tracked down. The man's dwelling was where I found him. At 5:52 a.m., the girl's mobile phone ceased to function. There was no communication from her thereafter. The records also indicated that Escobar had not re-entered his cell phone until 11:05 p.m. the following day. A day that, in China Muerta, where Cielo was hiding, the antenna of a nearby telephone pole detected the phone during this time. Subsequently, the remains were uncovered. Escobar came back home at 12:05 p.m. on September 15th. The video was captured by 13 cameras, which cover both city cameras and private residences. The stores were also examined. 2 individuals whose names were revealed were shown in specific recordings from the early morning of September 13th. The physical features were reminiscent of those of Cielo and Escobar. The young girl's mobile phone was in a state of mobility at the same time. Escobar was the only suspect in this case without a doubt. This man was recognized by one of the agents during the investigation. He reminisced about encountering him on Highway 22 a year ago, which was the way they were crossing to meet up with their families, the towns of New Cane and Plody. A patrol car was hit by a young man who had been driving at velocities of over 80 kilometers per hour. The hour is a crucial one. He refused to be arrested, and a lawsuit was brought against him. Escobar was on the brink of going to court for that incident, but now the charges were completely different. The situation is distinct and has a greater gravity. At 8:30 a.m. on September 17th, a police patrol was present at the scene, which was roughly 30 meters away from Escobar's residence, had been working diligently. A young man who looked like the suspect was spotted driving away from a Fiat Ducato minibus that they had observed, exited. He was immediately recognized by the police based on his physical attributes, including his face shape, facial features, and hairstyle. He entered the house and later emerged with two adults around 60 years old. The trio got into a vehicle heading towards Highway 22 without any suspicion. Police chased the vehicle for a while and found it stopped in an area of nowhere. The zone is situated roughly 30 meters away from a bridge that connects New Cane and Cipolletti. The elderly man and Escobar exited the vehicle simultaneously. The police proceeded to ask for identification. Escobar was accompanied by his father and another man while his mother was in the car. It was evident that they were attempting to escape the city. The young man did not hesitate to undergo the procedure, but was visibly anxious. Shortly after, Escobar was brought to the police station and his vehicle was seized. Following that, he was subjected to a medical examination. The examination revealed swollen areas on the knuckles of his right hand's fingers, consistent with the use of a punching hand. He sustained cuts and bruises on the palm of his right hand. Cielo's death occurred on the same day as a few days before. These findings led to Escobar being charged with the rape and murder of the girl. Despite his request to remain silent, he was detained in custody for 6 months. There was a fear that he might escape or interfere with the investigation. On September 1st, the first search warrant was issued at the Estrada Street residence, the location where the Escobar family made their home. The property was sizable, incorporating a construction site and 2 buildings in the back. Upon entering the sleeping area where Escobar was present, officers discovered fingerprints on the walls. The use of luminol to check them resulted in the discovery of bloodstains. A cloth stained with blood was also found by officers during the search. The situation worsened as they walked to the building that was behind the residence. Crumpled vegetation was found to have blood spots. Blood was also present on the gates, the right handle of a cart, and on one end of an infrared emitting device. A device. It was in this place that the blow that caused Cielo's death occurred, as could be seen. The search team found blood stains at the location and then examined samples for comparison. The blood of the girl in Escobar was present. The fluid found on Cielo's body was also examined through DNA analysis. The lawyer representing Escobar stated that rape charges should not be brought up until the outcome is determined. We were seized. Nonetheless, the outcomes were achieved in a short time frame. The Ministry of Health Central Laboratory scrutinized the samples collected during the outbreak. The victim and accused genetic profiles are matched in the search. At the time of his arrest, Escobar was wearing sneakers and a knife was discovered at the river's bottom. They were also examined. Cielo was found to have DNA matching on both items. The victim's genital area was examined using 3 swabs. Escobar's DNA was compatible with one of them. As a result, investigators could already be certain that this individual had sexually assaulted the victim. The girl was killed, dismembered, and disposed of the corpse. The confirmation was made by law enforcement officials during a press conference on September 21st. Prosecutor Juan Agustin Garcia said he believed Escobar was guilty of the crime. He accused Cielo of murdering him to cover up his rape and stated that he could be prosecuted in the event of a guilty verdict, could be sentenced to life in prison. Similar to this, more evidence was still required. Technology played a significant role in Escobar's discovery. Even though he did not plead guilty, the court ordered the seizure of his mobile phone, and he was required to furnish the access code. Scrutiny. Despite having Cielo as one of his contacts, it was discovered that he had removed her from the conversation on the night, the disappearance of her. The victim's call history was deleted by him, but their social security number was not removed. Dialogues with the media, the suspect's actions on September 11th, 12, and 13 were also revealed during the investigation. Visited the social media site to check out pictures shared by Cielo. Escobar maintained his innocence despite the evidence against him. Nevertheless, the evidence indicated that he was accountable for the murder. Ultimately, a conclusion was reached concerning the events that transpired on the night of the crime. On September 12, 2019, Cielo departed from school at approximately 8 p.m. After spending time with a friend, she stated that she was tired and would go to sleep. Sleeping is the purpose of this. She was contacted by Escobar at 3:40 in the morning, and they started a conversation. She and Kim were not friends, but she agreed to meet him, and they went back to his house. The events that occurred inside the house remained unanswered. Nonetheless, the research indicates that Cielo refrained from having personal encounters with Escobar. In a fit of rage, he sexually assaulted her. He took his own life out of fear that she might report him to the authorities. He escorted her to the backyard, hitting her on the head twice. Cielo was alive at that point, and Escobar acted cruelly by hiding her body for several hours. In order to avoid being caught unawares, he also shut down his phone. Cielo's body had been lying in the shed for almost a day, and she passed away due to the injuries. The body was dismembered with a sharp knife that Escobar had hidden in his kitchen. He loaded the body parts into his Fiat Ducato minibus and drove for 15 kilometers to reach his destination, the area where the breakwaters are located. He came back to the location and turned on his phone, feeling relieved and contemplating. The conclusion was reached. This case has become a public concern for the entire city. Nukin has strongly denounced the accused. The statement made by Escobar's younger sister, who is 23 years old, was the most powerful. She posted a message on her social media profile that addressed both her brother and the victim. The publication was met with a range of responses. Some people sympathized with her situation, while others accused her of complicity. In the midst of these assaults, they requested that Cielo and her team remain attentive. Her family is a part of it. Melissa subsequently got in touch with Escobar's sister, expressed her gratitude for the message, and requested an explanation. It's time for people to cease attacking the girl since she has no history of harm. The criminal case was immediately pursued by the prosecution. The initial court proceedings were conducted in the Provincial Legislative Assembly. According to the Nukin prosecutor, Escobar was fully responsible for his actions. The girl was allegedly killed through gender-based violence, in addition to other charges, the act of rape. In the same hearing, professionals who were involved in the examination of the attire discovered in that case. The river, in conjunction with the remains and evidence found in the man's house, provided their testimony. Testimonies. Florencia, Cielo's closest friend, was the most unexpected. She stated that Escobar had been sending messages to the victim for several months, inviting her to join him, to socialize and enjoy a drink. Despite this, they had never met before. She stated that she had been acquainted with him for 5 years and was aware that he didn't have it, a highly commendable standing. Parties at Escobar's house had been a regular occurrence over the years. The house was strewn with alcohol and psychoactive substances. Intimate liaisons were openly shared by couples. According to Florencia, she had advised her friend against dating Escobar on multiple occasions. The girl consistently replied with a refusal to respond and an inability to reply to his messages. The defense questioned why she had not suggested blocking Escobar's number. In response, Florencia stated that her friend had made the decision and she didn't want to dictate anything. Her life. They exhibited the girl's surveillance camera footage while she was on the stand, the day that Cielo went missing. They exhibited her a recording from IR at 4 a.m., which showed 2 individuals standing on opposite sides of the screen, individuals heading towards the central district of the city. Florencia reluctantly acknowledged that it was Cielo. She affirmed that her sneakers, jacket, and walking style were unmistakable. The girl also recognized Escobar. The testimony of Escobar's friend exposed his impulsiveness, as the judge accused him of infidelity. His behavior was marked by substance abuse and womanizing tendencies. His ex-partner was also present in court. According to her, their relationship ended in a negative way many years ago. She reported him to the authorities as she believed he had burglarized her home and stolen money. When she reached out to him to ask for the money back, he ran after her friend who was with her. The defendant attempted to defend himself after examining the testimonies. Escobar pointed to his friend, who sold him illegal substances, as the actual offender. The offense committed. That night, I was in a state of unconsciousness. My admission is that I have committed the act of removing blood and discarding it. He stated to the local media that he had not committed murder. According to him, he was intoxicated that evening, and this individual was also under the influence of drugs in his residence with Cielo. After hearing a scream from one of the rooms, Escobar immediately went to investigate what had taken place. The blood was visible and he proceeded to clean it up. He aided his friend in disguising the body. He expressed gratitude towards them for allowing him to share his supposed story at the end. The truth is what matters most. Despite the lack of evidence, this statement was not validated. Escobar was the lone suspect. He stated in his closing argument that this man exploited the fact that they betrayed the victim's trust by being somewhat familiar with her. He orchestrated the cruelness of his behavior and the gruesome method of disposing of the remains. Alfredo Emilio Escobar received a unanimous verdict after the jury deliberated for only 40 minutes, convicted of raping and murdering Laura Cielo Lopez, aged 18. The charge that the latter one was brought up was made worse because it was aimed at hiding the attack. The issue of gender violence was a part of it. Due to these reasons, he was given a life sentence with no chance of release. The Cielo Lopez law, which was passed by the Neuquén provincial government, has been in effect since then. Strive to eradicate violence against women. All ages, including students and teachers, are required to receive training on gender violence. Fortunately, he was not forgotten, and a life sentence is reassuring. The victim cannot be brought back to life by involving society and the family, as per Marcelo Henriques, the family's lawyer in Velasco. Karen Moore, a 52-year-old Caucasian woman from Davie, Florida, left her home at 7 p.m. on June 26, 2001, the day before her birthday, and she would never come back. Christina, her 8-year-old daughter, would return from summer camp the following day in honor of her mother's birthday, but her mother would not be there to welcome her home. Where might Karen have gone to? Was there any criminal activity surrounding her disappearance? Will she ever return? Christina had been looking for answers to these questions for 22 long years until now. Davie, a cozy suburban community in Florida's Broward County, offers the warmth of a close-knit neighborhood and the vitality of Western-themed attractions. Both tourists and locals find the city's year-round sunshine, mild weather, and the close proximity to beaches to be attractive features. Due to Davie's position as the center of several university campuses, it is well known for housing college students. Davie offers an abundance of recreational opportunities, high-quality education, and friendly neighborhood living. It is in this beautiful city that our case starts today. On June 27, 1948, Thomas Stewart Moore and Olga Charlotte Moore welcomed a daughter into the world. Karen Elizabeth Moore was the name they gave her. She had a sister named Pam as well. Growing up, Karen loved playing the piano, sailing, hiking, and cooking. Since she was a young girl, Karen has had a strong interest in travel. Nobody would have imagined that one day she would leave and never return. She earned her associate's in art degree in 1968 and her bachelor's in science with a nursing major in 1979. 53 years old Karen Elizabeth Moore and her husband were divorcing in 2001. She had a restraining order against him. Christina was their 8-year-old daughter, and Karen was granted full custody of her. Prior to her disappearance, Karen worked as a nurse at the Boca Raton retirement community, Edge Point Estates. And despite working full-time, she never wavered in her commitment to giving Christina a good upbringing. She made certain Christina had the most enjoyable years of her life. Christina recalls Karen as a loving mother as well, even though she worked as a nurse. Karen made out time to spend with Christina by taking her to the zoo and engaging in other activities. She simply wanted to give her daughter a happy and healthy childhood. However, the happy picture of this family would soon change into a sad one that was full of unanswered questions. On June 27, 2001, Karen was to turn 53 years old. To celebrate with her mother, Christina returned from her Girl Scout camp, but Karen wasn't home to welcome her. When Karen failed to pick her up, Christina knew that something was wrong. Karen was a nurse, so it was conceivable that she was preoccupied at the office. However, Karen was always available for her daughter and would have sent someone else to pick up Christina if she had to go to work. It was a very strange situation. The story that followed grew eerier by the hour as the day passed by. Around 6:30 p.m. on June 26, 2001, Karen paid her neighbor's son to mow her lawn, and that was the last time anyone had seen her. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, she left the house in her white 1999 Saturn. Nobody knew why she had stepped outside or where she might have gone. After waiting for hours and she still failed to show up at the house, Pam Kleiss, Karen's sister, called the police. Pam revealed that on the day Karen vanished, she had asked her ex-husband to pick up Christina from camp before she left for work. She then later had a quick conversation with her neighbor's son before leaving the house. Nobody knows what happened after these incidents. The following day, she had a job to report for. Keith Kreidel, the executive director at Edgepoint Estates, the retirement community where Karen worked, mentioned Karen's 8 years of reliable and responsible work history. Because Karen cared so deeply about her work, if there was ever an urgent task, she would have notified the establishment. Everyone, including her, was aware of how much Christina meant to her. There was no question that Karen did not leave on her own accord. Was this merely a distressing accident? Or was there another factor at work here? The search for Karen Moore was hampered by the police's limited resources and growing suspicions. Tracking her car was the first thing they needed to do. Karen was driving a white 1999 Saturn four-door with a license plate due to CHU when she mysteriously vanished. On the back of her car was a sticker for Indiana State University. Every detail of this information was made available to the public. A woman soon reported seeing the same car in South Miami-Dade County. According to a tip given to Davie Police Department Detective James Franquiz, but the information was unconfirmed and unsupported by any other witnesses. In a last-ditch effort to move the case along, the police published a missing poster that described Karen's appearance. She was depicted on the posters as having brown hair, brown eyes, and glasses. She was described as being 5 feet, 4 inches tall. The police were searching for leads to find Karen's whereabouts but were having no luck. Her home's initial inspection was a sufficient indicator of bad news. Her entire wardrobe, luggage, and even her phone were discovered at home. A closer inspection of her home revealed no indications of trespassing or forced entry. The detective surmised that Karen must have left the house voluntarily, but it was still unclear why she had left. Detective James Franquiz informed the public that Karen Moo's phone and financial records were being investigated by the police. He immediately ruled out theft or robbery when her bank account and credit card showed no activity. This implied that Karen was in a terrible situation. Since she still had all her necessities at home, she would have needed money to support herself right. The police were asked by Karen's family to use a helicopter to look for her, but they were unable to do so because they were in shoe of Karen's possible route. Karen Moore had completely disappeared without a trace. Despite the Moore family and the entire police department posting missing person posters with rewards, days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months and months turned into years as Karen's family waited for her to return. Years and years passed, but Karen never came back. Although Christina, her daughter, got married and had kids of her own, Karen's fate from that day remained a mystery. On January 6, 2023, Mike Sullivan and Michael Rodriguez, who were leading the Sunshine State sonar team in searching the nearby water bodies in Broward County, were joined by Britton Lockhart, a scuba diver and the owner of the YouTube channel Depths of History. They discovered a car in a Davie retention pond with the aid of cutting-edge sonar technology. The entire team realized they had struck car wheels in the water when Michael saw his underwater sonar system start to light up. They searched for the car for about 15 minutes before finding it. Britton dove to inspect it and discovered an open trunk and a license plate buried beneath 3 feet of muck. Although they were confident that they had discovered something significant, they were unsure of its specifics and whether it was connected to any prior cases. The Davie Police Department was immediately contacted by Britton Lockhart. Karen's mysterious disappearance occurred 22 years ago, but Davie police hadn't forgotten about her. They had to send the divers back into the water when they got to the scene the following day. The car was extricated from the water and taken for additional inspection. The vehicle Karen was driving when she vanished matched the description of the car. Karen's COS license plate was discovered to be covered in dust. It was a significant finding in this 22-year-old case. The puzzle was beginning to come together. 2 bones were discovered inside the vehicle, and it was later determined that Karen Moore had been there when it crashed into the lake. They at last learned what had happened to Karen Moore. Even though the entire search mission was broadcast live on YouTube, Lockhart and Rodriguez were unable to discuss the specifics of the case. The search teams and even the Moore family were barred from giving interviews about the case because the police suspected foul play. Even though the whats, hows, and whys of her mother's disappearance have been a mystery for 22 years. Christina has now received closure on the matter. Karen mysteriously vanished, leaving Christina in the custody of her family. There could never be a replacement for the warmth and closeness she experienced with her mother. In her early years, she experienced frequent ups and downs. She even spent some time in foster care. She would miss her mother during these times and pray that she would be found or come back to her. Every life moment that every little girl hopes and dreams, to have their mother with them. My own birthdays, when I got engaged and married, now I have 2 kids. They didn't get to know their grandmother, Christina heartbreakingly said in an interview. Without a doubt, Christina and her mother had a close relationship. She posted on TikTok in 2021, even after all these years. Lamenting how she wished she had had a little more time with her mother, Christina finally learned the fate about her mother after 22 long years. Although Christina was unable to find all the answers to the questions that had troubled her for years, she was nonetheless grateful to the police and search teams for allowing her to bring Karen back home and allow her to be laid to rest in peace. The investigation into Karen Moore's disappearance is still active and ongoing. Davie police informed Fox News Digital via email that they had met with the detectives but were unable to comment further due to concerns that doing so might compromise the investigation's chances of success. The next round of pressing inquiries surfaced following the discovery of Karen's remains in the pond. What caused Karen to fall into the pond? What was the purpose of this crime? Assuming the police's suspicions are accurate, who was to blame for Christina and the Moore family's 22 years of suffering? There is still hope for Karen now that she has come home after 22 years. A partial success was achieved thanks to the police department's commitment and technological advancements in Sonos systems. Even though the answers currently seem hazy, Karen's justice could be right around the corner. Do not be afraid to speak up if you know anything. Your knowledge could be crucial to solving a long-standing mystery. Was Karen's death a result of an accident or something more nefarious? For the Hallback family, a reminder that nightmares can filter into reality. For Teresa Hallback, October 31st, 2005 was another day at the office. As a freelance photographer working for Auto Trader magazine at the time, she received a call to shoot a few photos at the Abray's Auto Salvage. She was never seen again. First reported as a missing person on November 3rd, 2005, a large-scale search began for Teresa. On the afternoon of November 5th, 2005, her Toyota RAV4 SUV was found partially concealed in Avery's salvage yard. Investigators later discovered blood in the vehicle. Charred bone fragments and teeth were also found in a burn pit on the same property. Her car keys were in the room of the property owner, Stephen Avery. Born on March 22, 1980, Teresa was one of 5 siblings. Her parents, Richard and Karen, raised her on the family dairy farm. When she was 8 years old, her father sadly passed away. Karen eventually remarried Richard's brother Thomas, and together they raised their blended family. Teresa was an outdoorsy girl who aspired to work for National Geographic as a photojournalist. Friends described her as having an uncanny ability to make everyone feel welcomed. She was dedicated to her studies, making summa cum laude with a degree in photography. After graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay, Teresa continued to work with Pierce Photography, whom she interned with during her college days. She started her own business, Photography by Teresa, and operated out of the Pierce studio. She traveled extensively, and to supplement her income, she took on freelance jobs for Auto Trader magazine, taking pictures of vehicles that were put up for sale. It was this job that led to her untimely death. All the evidence found pointed to one person, Stephen Avery. Avery had contacted Teresa to set up an appointment to take pictures of his sister's minivan. According to records, she was last seen at 2:30 p.m. that afternoon. This was later confirmed by Stephen's nephew, Bobby, who told police he saw the car enter the salvage yard. Avery was initially charged with a weapons violation as a convicted felon. On November 11, 2005, he was formally charged with the murder of Teresa, kidnapping, sexual assault, and mutilation of a corpse. The blood found in the SUV proved a positive match for Avery's. A set of car keys belonging to Teresa found in Avery's room. All the while, Avery maintained his innocence, alleging the police were trying to frame him. He was in the middle of a civil lawsuit with Manitowoc County for $36 million. Stephen Avery, war on July 9, 1962, is a Manitowoc County native raised in Wisconsin alongside his two brothers, Charles and Earl, and sister Barbara by parents Dolores and Alan. He dropped out of high school with reports suggesting he had an IQ of 70. Stephen was no stranger to the law. In 1981, he served 10 months in jail following the burglary of a bar. A year later, he pleaded guilty to animal cruelty after pouring gasoline on this pet cat and tossing it into a bonfire. For this, he served another 9 months. In 1985, he threatened his cousin Sharon Morris by forcing her off the road and thereafter pointing a gun at her. He later alleged that he wanted her to stop spreading rumors. She'd filed a report alleging that he exposed himself on several occasions and was meeting in the front yard. Although he received a 6-year sentence for his crime, he was granted bail and released. However, it was a case of mistaken identity that hadn't locked away for nearly 2 decades. Penny Bjernston reported that she'd been walking along a beach near Two Rivers when she was attacked and assaulted on July 29, 1985. Police believe the description she gave had a striking resemblance to Avery. She went on to choose his photo during an interview with police and later picked him out during a suspect lineup. He was arrested and charged with the attack on Bjernston. A state-appointed forensic official claimed that a hair frown on Avery's shirt was consistent with the victim's. This evidence led to his conviction in December 1985. All this despite a staggering 16 witness testimonies and a time-stamped receipt to prove his whereabouts at the time of the assault. Stephen was convicted of rape and attempted murder and sentenced to 32 years in prison. Avery maintained his innocence and appealed in both 1987 and 1996. Both appeals were denied by the higher court. In 2001, though, Stephen made contact with the Wisconsin Innocence Project. The organization took on the case, and in 2002, Stephen was exonerated after DNA evidence proved he was innocent. It was later learned that another man, Gregory Allen, committed the crime and did, in fact, confess to it in 1995. Deputies allege that Sheriff Deputy Thomas Kokorek received a call and said, "We already have the right guy. Don't concern yourself with it." Allen and Steve bore a striking resemblance. Allen also committed a similar crime in the same area that Jensen was attacked and was under police surveillance, but he was not considered a suspect. Allen was not even called up as a suspect in the lie-up. After 18 years, Stephen walked out a free man on September 11, 2003. He then went to file a civil lawsuit against former Sheriff Thomas Korkorak and former District Attorney Dennis Vogel to the tune of $36 million. His freedom wouldn't last long. When Teresa was reported missing, searches were conducted in the salvage yard. This was the place she had last been seen, as confirmed by Stephen's nephew, Bobby Gassie. Stephen claimed that he'd spoken to Teresa when she came by to take the photos, and then she left. Apart from the bone fragments, while in jail, Stephen's younger nephew, Brendan Dassey, was also questioned in relation to the murder. Brendan, who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, was interrogated by police without parental supervision or a lawyer being present. Brendan confessed to investigators that he and Stephen first assaulted Teresa before murdering her. They then burned her body to destroy evidence. I go down to put it up aside, tear it up, pull it, cut it where? I'll just throw it. He was charged in March 2006 as an accessory to the murder. He later recanted his statement, claiming that he'd been coerced by detectives. Brendan was charged with the same crimes as Stephen, although there was no physical evidence linking him to the crime scene. Stephen was convicted in March 2007 and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Later that same year, Brendan too was found guilty and given a life sentence with the possibility of parole in 2048. But there was not to be a cut and dry solution to the murder. The conviction sparked controversy. It was a sensational case. Stephen was the first of the Innocent Project's 174 insinuated convicts to be charged with a violent crime after being released. This caught the interest of aspiring filmmakers Laura Ricciardi and Moira Dimos. Making a Murderer premiered on Netflix in 2015 and created a media maelstrom. The documentary, which took 10 years to research and produce, profiled the case of Steven Avery. The series chronicles the case timeline, beginning with Stephen's wrongful conviction in 1985 and subsequent exoneration, civil lawsuit against the men at Toa County, and the arrest of Stephen and Brendan in regard to the murder of Teresa Halbach. It received both praise and criticism from critics and those directly involved with Teresa's case. The story, caused on an international level, has driven to division and public opinion. A petition to have Stephen and Brendan pardoned was drawn up and sent to the White House. It garnered over 128,000 signatures, but still failed to make any impact. The White House stated, as the convictions were made in a state court, the president had no authority to pardon either defendant. There are those who firmly support the innocence of Stephen and Brendan. These include his immediate family, who have supported him and also pray for the real killer of Teresa to be found. Sandy Greenman, Stephen's ex-fiancée, is one such person. Greenman has been his avid supporter, going as far as to start a Facebook page to garner support and give exposure to the case. She described him as a model inmate. Greenman stated that people take a perverse pleasure in tainting Stephen's name. People like to say Steven Avery has been violent all his life, which is not true, she said. Most notably, though, was the support offered by Kim Kardashian. The socialite has been using her influence to advocate for a fair justice system. Having come across the case on the social media site, her interest was piqued. Although she's made appeals to the governor, even her level of influence has no sway. However, she hasn't given up and hopes to seek justice for both Stephen and Brendan. The other half feels Stephen is where he belongs. On that side of the coin is Jody Stachowski, another ex-fiancée. Jody initially pledged her support in Stephen's innocence during the documentary. Afterwards, she alleged that she had lied and it was all an act. Jody went on to explain to Nancy Grayson in an interview that he threatened to kill her and her family. He alleged that he wanted revenge on all women after his life was wrongfully stolen from him. Stephen is the one person I can't trust. He's a monster, she said. The show also ignited a debate regarding the perspective covered by the documentary. For the supporters of Stephen and Brendan, they feel the points most significant to the trial were highlighted. Dean Strang, one of Stephen's attorneys, agreed that the documentary covered enough to give the public a chance to judge for themselves. He disagreed that the series was subjective. As for the relatives of Teresa, they say the show saddened them. The Halbachs stated the show sought to entertain and seek profit from their loss. Teresa's aunt, Kay Giordana, and cousin-in-law, Jeremy Fournier, both stated that the show was one-sided. Former Calumet County District Attorney Ken Krantz alleges he was not given a chance to tell his side of the story. The filmmakers denied this and claim that he refused to give an interview. In an interview with People magazine, Krantz alleges the documentary has left out key pieces of evidence. These include Stephen using a fake name when calling Teresa. DNA belonging to Stephen was found on the SUV's hood latch, and a ballistics report showed that the bullet found in the garage was fired from a rifle owned by Stephen. Krantz further alleges that prior to her murder, Teresa had once before made a trip to the Avery residence. When Stephen answered the door with only a towel on, she said she wouldn't go back because she was scared of him. In response to criticism from Krantz and other officials, the filmmakers said they'd given prosecutors the opportunity to answer questions. They believed that the documentary was a fair representation of the case and covered the most consequential evidence given during the trial. The documentary had its desired effect. It poked holes into the narrative of Stephen Brendan's case by exposing allegations of police and prosecutorial misconduct, evidence tampering, and witness coercion. At the outset, Stephen called out the police for trying to frame him. This to avoid the county paying out the $36 million lawsuit he filed. Stephen believed his lawsuit would be undermined if he was convicted of another violent crime. To avoid a conflict of interest, Manitowoc County gave neighboring Calumet County authority over the handling of the case. Part of the deal, however, was that Calumet could use resources which included personnel from Manitowoc. The key in Stephen's room was found by a Manitowoc sheriff's deputy after several searches of the property. Another allegation made was regarding the blood evidence found in the car. Stephen and his defense team believe it was blood used from his prior conviction. Given credence to this scenario were the claims made by the defense. According to the Avery defense team, the vial containing Stephen's blood had been tapered with and a puncture hole was visible on the stopper. The prosecution combated this claim by testing the blood for a preservative not found in fresh human blood and found none. Avery's defense team brought in an expert witness who stated it was not possible to tell if the negative result meant there was none of the preservative present or the typology to test itself was inconclusive. The documentary shone a spotlight on the men who have interrogation with regard to Brendan Dassey. Dassey was just 16 years old during the interrogation. Firstly, he was interviewed without the supervision of a lawyer or parent. It's understood that both he and his mother consented to the interrogation. But what piqued the interest of many was that Brendan had an IQ of 73, classifying him as intellectually challenged. Many have argued that his intellectual disability left him open to suggestion, particularly when it was shown that the re-technique of interrogation was used. The re-technique has been criticized for producing high rates of false confessions, especially from juveniles and the mentally impaired. The technique is used to make the suspect comfortable and eventually confess to crimes through familiarity with the interrogators. The interrogator then proceeds to tell the suspect that the evidence shows that the suspect did commit the crime. Dassey allegedly agrees with the interrogators during the interviews, but later recants at his confession. He accused his first defense team of collaborating with the prosecution to get him to confess. He's also claimed the coercion was used to elicit a confession from them. Both Stephen and Brendan have appealed their convictions, but have been denied innumerable times and remain in prison. The defense teams of both men have exhausted their efforts in trying to get retrials on both men's charges. Following the making a murder documentary and the public outcry regarding Stephen and Brendan's innocence, significant new developments have occurred in both their legal teams. Professors Lauren I. Ryder and Stephen Dryson of the Northwestern University Center on Wrongful Convictions of Youth are representing Brendan. They too began with numerous appeals and have come up against many hurdles, but have refused to give up just yet. Meanwhile, Stephen's appointment of Kathleen Zellner has shaken up the case and given further hits to the prosecution's claims. His previous lawyers, Deems Trang and Jerry Buting, have taken their newfound fame and gone on tour to promote and bring attention to the case of Stephen Avery. Zellner, considered a trailblazing trial lawyer, has been responsible for overturning 19 wrongful convictions. Her dogged determination and careful analysis of cases has seen her uncover missing evidence that helped exonerate her clients. Most recently notable, she was a consultant for Johnny Depp and his defense team during his trial. Zellner hit the ground running when she was appointed to Stephen's defense team and firmly believes her client is innocent. One of the first things she put to rest was the alleged confession of Joseph Evans Jr. Evans alleged he was responsible for killing Teresa and trying to frame Stephen. Zellner stated that it was a not-so-subtle attempt at publicity. Previously, Evans played snitch and allegedly wrote a 9-page letter to media outlets, claiming he heard Stephen confess to the murder. This time, though, it seems he wanted in on a portion of reward money to make his life in prison more comfortable. However, his claim is not gaining the traction he expected. In August 2016, Zellner filed a motion demanding new scientific testing be done. Willing to pay for the extensive testing, Zellner intended to use this evidence to prove that Stephen had been framed. The theory was that 3 different burn pits showed evidence of human remains being burned. A particularly significant find was thought of a human pelvic bone fragment, a bone that was given to the hull box as part of Teresa's remains. This action, claims Zellner, was proof that Teresa's remains were planted in Stephen's burrowing pit. The defense, however, didn't get the opportunity to test these bones as they were not disclosed to them. This was a Brady violation according to Zellner, meaning that evidence which could have helped exonerate Stephen was not disclosed in the proper manner with regards to the criminal case. Crucial evidence was just out of their reach. Zellner remained relentless in her pursuit for justice. She approached the case with a new angle, one that could potentially point to a new suspect in the case. Being unable to test the bone fragments, Zellner opted for forensic testing of the Dassey family computer. What she found on it was damning. Pornographic images of women in various stages of torture, violent images and videos depicting women as victims. All these images were allegedly accessed at times when Bobby Dassey was at home. Furthermore, Zellner pointed out that Barbara, Bobby, and Brendan's mother, along with Stephen's sister and her husband, Stott Tadich, were trying to get rid of evidence that could implicate Bobby. The forensic team were able to download 2,449 pages of data from the computer to a CD-ROM to present as part of the motion for a retrial. On it were all the searches, videos, and photos accessed by Bobby. Bobby is the older brother of Brendan and the nephew of Stephen. He was also the key eyewitness for the prosecution at Stephen's trial. He alleged that he last saw Teresa going to his uncle's house, and when he returned from hunting that afternoon, did not see her or the car again. Added to these claims are the allegations of his half-brother, Brad Dassey. Brad is alleged to have said he believes his uncle is innocent. He also made claims that his stepmother, Barb, and Stephen's brother-in-law, Scott, wiped the computer, deleting all pornographic material. Allegedly, Barb has filed a harassment suit against Brad, following a conversation they had about tracing deleted files from a computer, which some believe is, in part, to ensure Brad remains silent about his knowledge. For Bobby, though, the final nail in this coffin could be the evidence that exonerates Stephen and, in turn, Brendan. An affidavit that he drove by Bobby and the other man while en route to deliver newspapers. When he passed the duo a second time, Bobby allegedly stepped out in front of his car to stop him. Thomas swerved to avoid him and continued on his morning route. He said that Bobby's eyes showed he was not pleased to see him there. Following the discovery of the SUV, Thomas realized the significance of the find and contacted police. He told them everything he'd seen that morning, and their response was, "We already know who did it." He provided his details, but he'd never heard back from them. For Zellner, this provides a contradiction to the prosecution's key witness. If proven true, which she's confident about, Bobby's testimony would be false. Zellner believes the rejection of all the crucial evidence in favor of Stephen denied him a fair chance to prove his innocence years ago. The newly filed motion is still with the appeals court and is awaiting an opinion or decision to be read over in November 2022. Stephen Avery continues to maintain his innocence. Kathleen Zellner, in her own words, says she represents the wrongfully convicted and added, "If you lie to her, she will find you out." Could Stephen be the scapegoat to a bigger conspiracy? Is this all a conspiracy to discredit Stephen's claim of improper police procedure, or was there a monster truly hiding within Stephen all these years? 21 years old Ashley Parlier and her parents, Reese and Sherry Parlier, got into a fight on Sunday, June 12, 2005, and she angrily stormed out of their Battle Creek house. Ashley was still missing after a week, so her family filed a missing persons report. All searches for her whereabouts for more than 10 years were fruitless. It wasn't until years later that her family and the police finally received the information they had been frantically looking for. What possible places could Ashley have gone? what ultimately allowed what had happened to her to be discovered. Stay with us as we reveal the mystery behind this cold case that finally became solved after 18 years. According to the 2020 census, Battle Creek, which is located in Michigan, has a population of over 50,000. The city has a variety of recreational areas and historic sites, which helps to create a tight-knit neighborhood where people get to know one another by name and take part in adventurous activities, despite its friendly and welcoming atmosphere. Battle Creek faces serious safety concerns because its violent crime rate is significantly higher than the national average. The community's distress over Ashley Parleer's disappearance in 2005 was worsened by this situation. A case that left the locals shaken and looking for explanations. Ashley Parleer was birthed into the world on October 16, 1983, to the joy of her parents, Russell and Sherry Parleer. She was the second child in the Parleer family. Her early years gave the impression of a young girl who was reserved. This was more a function of her inherent nature than a lack of enthusiasm for life. In fact, Ashley's older sister, Nicole, used to make jokes about how she had an unshakable faith in people. Ashley, who had dark brown eyes and a smile that revealed her slightly misaligned but utterly endearing teeth, tried to see the best in everyone. She really believed people were just as she imagined, good-hearted. Nicole recalled, despite having a mild mental disability that limited her cognitive functioning to that of a 12 to 14-year-old, Ashley never allowed that to decide her life. She had aspirations of getting her very own car began to take shape with each paycheck. She withdrew a small portion of her earnings, daydreaming about the independence a car would provide. Nevertheless, despite Ashley's optimism and ambitions, life had other ideas. For someone as trusting and kind as Ashley, the world was sadly not prepared to return her kindness because the unexpected twists of fate lurked in the shadows. No one knew she was about to face a tragic end that would make her optimism for a better future dim. 21 years old Ashley Parleer had a slim build and weighed just under 100 pounds. She stood at 5 feet 9 inches. Even the smallest physical change was bound to be significant for someone of her stature. This was especially true for her adoring parents, who on the fateful day of June 12, 2005, noticed an odd bump on their daughter's body. Ashley's parents' first worries centered on her well-being because of her kind nature and exceptional mental capacity. The potential health repercussions added to their concerns, and they were eager to have her examined. They believed that prenatal care was crucial if Ashley were to be pregnant. Nobody, least of all Ashley, found the realization, the worries, or the discussions that followed easy. After a heated argument, the atmosphere in the Parleer home in Bedford Township's urban neighborhood grew more tense. Ashley was distraught and hastily left the family home. She didn't take a lot of things, but she did have about $700 in cash. She didn't have a car, a license, a phone, or a credit card, so this money was her only option. Initially, it was assumed that Ashley's departure was due to her needing a break some time to settle down. Spend a day or two at a friend's house if possible. This hope was clunted by the Parleer family. However, a growing sense of dread crept over the Parleer family as the minutes turned into hours and the hours into days. The family's optimism slowly gave way to panic. Every missed call and every knock on the door that was in Ashley's troubled her family and made the once bustling house quiet. The Parleer family couldn't wait any longer as the days went by and their worst nightmares started to materialize into a terrifying reality. They decided to call the police and file a missing person report for Ashley after realizing something was seriously wrong. Their expectations are replaced by grief and anxiety. Detectives started looking into Ashley Parleer's mysterious disappearance right away. The evidence appears scanty at first, in the hopes that someone had seen something or heard anything that could lead to her whereabouts. The public was shown a picture of Ashley wearing a checkered shirt with blue jeans and brown leather sandals. Although Ashley Parleer had a distinctive and memorable physical appearance, her emotional state before going missing was a major cause for concern. The case became more complicated as a result of her unplanned pregnancy, vulnerability as a result of her mental capacity, and the significant argument she had with her family just before she vanished. There were numerous reported sightings of Ashley coming from the Houghton Lake region, which seemed like a promising lead. Hopes for her safe return temporarily eased the family's desperation. This glimmer of hope, however, was fleeting, as each reported sighting proved to be a dead end, leaving the family and the detectives frustrated. The detectives then focused on Ashley's parents, Sherry and Russell Parlier, who were the people Ashley was closest to, particularly as a result of the delay in reporting her disappearance. Her parents came under suspicion. Russell willingly agreed to a polygraph test and passed. Sherry refused to, citing her health issues. Sherry was later reported to be displaying early signs of Huntington's disease. Ashley's sister, Nicole, emphasized how unusual Ashley's extended absence was and how out of character this behavior was for her. After the heated argument, the family had simply assumed she was cooling off at a friend's house and had been waiting for her to return home. This foolish assumption caused them to delay calling the police, complicating the investigation. As the detectives made attempts to contact Ashley's ex-boyfriend, who was thought to be the father of her unborn child but whose identity has not been made public, the web of suspicion grew. He was dating another woman at the time who was also carrying his child. Despite not being exonerated, there was no evidence linking him to her sudden disappearance. The investigators ran into numerous leads as they dug further. Some have speculations that Ashley might have had a fragile mental state. In an effort to find information that might offer some sense of closure, this prompted the police to search grimly for a body, but they turned up nothing. Another theory claimed that Ashley had been robbed, but that was disproven by the fact that nothing had changed regarding her social security number. The depressing reality set in as each day went by. Reluctantly, the detectives came to the conclusion that Ashley might have been the victim of murder. They believed she had passed away. Despite the best efforts of the Battle Creek Police Department, the case grew colder with each passing year. Numerous officers investigated Ashley's mystified disappearance over the course of 18 years. They had several persons of interest, but no hard evidence against any of them. So the case went cold again. In a shocking turn of events, the case was turned over to the Sheriff's Department in 2020 due to rumors that Ashley may have been murdered outside of Battle Creek City. The mysteries appeared to be at a standstill until 2021, when an unexpected development rekindled the case's hopes of being solved. But as the years passed, the light of hope faded. The once hot case soon became a frozen mystery because the trail of leads had grown stale. The leads had almost completely disappeared despite the investigators' best efforts, leaving them in a chilly state of uncertainty. The investigation into the disappearance of Ashley Parlier had once more produced no fresh leads, no conclusive proof, and a plethora of unanswered questions. Every so often, a sudden jolt of unexpected information can rekindle hopes of solving a protracted mystery in the complex web of cold cases. That opportunity presented itself in the Ashley Parlier case from an unexpected source. When they got a call from Pennsylvania law enforcement, Calhoun County officers were surprised. It happened that detectives from Pennsylvania were interrogating 44-year-old Harold David Hallman III in January 2021. Harold was not just any suspect. He was suspected of being a serial killer. The investigators working on Ashley's case were immediately interested in this revelation. They wondered what information about Ashley's disappearance could possibly be revealed by questioning such a notorious felon. It's possible that the name Harold David Hallman III doesn't immediately come to mind, but he has a dark past. Harold, who was born on November 29, 1978, spent some of his teenage years living with his father in Germany. However, young Harold opted to remain in Germany with a girlfriend as his father relocated to Turkey. Although from the outside he appeared to be just another young man. Looks can be deceiving. Harold committed his first known murder at the age of just 20. A 21-year-old Air Force colonel's son named Joseph Whitehurst was his victim. Whitehurst's body, which had been brutally attacked with a club, was found outside Ramstein Air Base. Harold admitted to killing him while in German custody for a different charge. He claimed it was self-defense. Harold was given a lenient 6-year sentence and a reform school because of his advanced age and a schizophrenia diagnosis. Harold later made his way back to the United States, where he settled near Battle Creek Lakeview and worked as a truck driver. He became involved in the tragic 2005 disappearance of Ashley Parlier around this time. Years later, a mother of two named Tiana Phillips disappeared on June 13, 2018. During Harold's interrogation 3 years later, he said he hadn't intended to kill Tiana Phillips. He merely felt the urge to murder. Another woman, Erica Schultz, comes next in the year 2020. On December 6th, she disappeared. Her disappearance and murder was linked to Harold via phone records, and he casually compared her murder to a typical day at the park. When he was finally caught, he was injured along Pennsylvania railroad tracks. Harold saw his actions as sins requiring atonement. While in the hospital, he admitted to killing both Schultz and Phillips. Later, while he was in prison, he wrote a letter to his estranged wife, where he detailed his crime against Phillips. This was a devious attempt to demonstrate his devotion to his wife. Harold, interestingly, had a pattern. He would attack, making sure his victims were unconscious, and then leave their bodies in isolated places. His victims would vanish and sustain head injuries. He committed horrifying, organized crimes. The reasons behind Harold's sinister ideas and actions were marquee. He had sophisticated theories about how power works and was interested in learning more about serial killers. He thought that relationships have a clear power dynamic where one person is dominant and the other is submissive. When his wife failed to play the submissive role, he looked elsewhere for that dynamic. When questioned, Harold was able to recall all the specifics of his crimes. He was very familiar with them. He acknowledged that if he wasn't caught, he would kill once more. After identifying two of the victims, Deanna Phillips and Erica Schultz, whom he had killed, Pennsylvania detectives investigating the horrific crimes committed by 44-year-old serial killer Harold David Hallman III discovered another unexpected revelation about Ashley's case. During interrogation, Harold shocked the officers by requesting that the cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier be combined. He hoped to avoid several trials. The detectives were taken aback by the mention of Ashley Parlier. They hadn't discussed her case during their conversation. Their initial confusion gave way to increased curiosity. Harold might be able to shed some light on Parlier's disappearance. When detectives pursued the Parlier angle further, they encountered a startling confession. Harold openly admitted that he was curious about murder. "I just wanted to see what it felt like," he said to the detectives. For him, there was no activity or substance that could compare to the feeling of ending someone else's life. He committed his violent acts as a result of his grisly curiosity. His words painted a picture of a mentally troubled person. The detectives immediately contacted the Calhoun County Police Department to inform them of the startling confession's discovery and to update them on the case's progress. The detectives investigating Parlier's case went to question Harold right away because their curiosity to learn more details from him had piqued. Their further inquiries verified Harold's connections to Ashley Parlier. Records showed that Harold lived in Battle Creek from 2002 to 2009, a time frame in which he communicated with the missing young girl. The police put together a chilling timeline after doing more investigations. Ashley had sought shelter with Harold in Emmett Township, Michigan, following a dispute at her home. She told him about her family's worries and her pregnancy. This visit, however, took a tragic turn. The two got into a heated argument, and he started attacking Ashley. He soon carried her away to the isolated Pennsylvania hills, which was a quiet area. He then took her life there. Although Harold's admission deepened the tragedy, it also brought about closure in some ways. He remembered throwing away his blood-stained clothing and leaving Ashley's remains in Newton Township's northern area. Harold provided more information about his friendship with Ashley Parlier while the questioning was still ongoing. His admission made it clear that they had first met at an event where her parents were also in attendance. This coincidental meeting resulted in a conversation between the two of them, opening the door for a closer relationship later on. He also described how things played out on that crucial day when Ashley argued with her parents. Ashley had contacted him, not because he had any preconceived plans, but rather because he appeared to be someone she had trusted when she went to see him. Ashley confided in Harold about the pressure from her parents to get a pregnancy test. Harold's admission that he was the father of Ashley's inborn child shocked the detectives. Anyways, after the news of a potential pregnancy from Ashley, The atmosphere became tense and the two had a confrontation on the evening of June 13th, 2005. In the midst of their argument, Harold lost his cool. He struck Ashley uncontrollably, knocking her out. He then took her about 10 miles out of the town center to a remote place where he described as an overgrown field in Michigan. This isolated location, which had a nearby garage or possibly a deserted house, served as the setting for a depressing story. Harold recalled the unsettling atmosphere created by Ashley's motionless body in the back of the car and the quiet surroundings. The fact that there were no passing cars confirmed his impression that this was the perfect spot to put Ashley's life to an abrupt end. He recalled the incident, explaining how he took Ashley out of the car and, in a fit of rage, killed her to ensure she would never live on the earths again. After that, Harold left for his house and removed all of the evidence. Later, he dumped his bloody clothes at Meijer, a well-known American superstore where he was employed at the time. Uncomfortably, Harold continued to be involved in Ashley's case after that. He acknowledged returning to the location years later and finding Ashley's skeletal remains. His admission was followed by an apology to the Parlier family. He expressed regret for Ashley's murder in particular, saying it was the crime he regretted the most out of all the ones he had committed. The Ashley Parlier case involved police work that was nothing short of relentless. Despite the case's many difficulties, they persevered in their pursuit of information and led for almost 2 decades in an effort to return Ashley to her family. So, when Harold Holman's confession surfaced, authorities had reason for optimism. They asked him to specify the precise location where he had left Ashley's remains in order to verify his account. This wasn't just any other case for both the officers and the prosecutors. It was extremely demanding in terms of time and resources. Over the years, there have been a number of detectives involved in the investigation who have all been committed to learning what really happened to Ashley. Their search went well beyond the boundaries of the city when local leads dried up. They traveled all over the country, contacting potential witnesses and looking for any leads in diverse locations like California, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. Detective John Pignataro from the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department, Detective Dave Fominga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez from the Michigan State Police made up the strong investigative team. Thanks to their combined efforts, they eventually arrived at a wooded area along a 6.5-mile road in Newton Township, just south of Battle Creek. On March 30th, 2022, there was a lot of searching going on. Almost 24 officers searched the area for hours in an effort to find Ashley, but they were unsuccessful. Locals mentioned that the landscape had drastically changed since Ashley's disappearance, which added another level of complexity. What was once a farmland had been divided up and sold over the years to different owners. Despite the focus of the search and the optimism expressed in Harold's confession, a significant obstacle materialized. Harold had trouble remembering the precise location where he had left Ashley after all these years. He struggled to locate the location because of the changes brought on by years of development in the area. The hunt for Ashley continues despite the absence of any remains. The police are still fully committed to solving this heartbreaking case, and they do so in the hopes that that day will come. Considering the degree of such investigations, Harold Holman's trial in connection with Parlier's case followed a fairly straightforward course. It's crucial to remember that Harold had already been found guilty of killing 2 other women by the time he went on trial. The proceedings were hampered by this dismal track record. Even with these prior convictions, it was surprising to hear Harold express a real fear of the death penalty. Prior to the trial, he had been detained at the Luzerne County Jail. He chose a wise legal course in February 2023 when he pleaded guilty to Ashley Parlier's second-degree murder. He entered the plea as part of a deal with the district attorney's office in Luzerne County. He had consented to help the Calhoun County authorities find Ashley's remains. In exchange, he would be spared the imminent threat of the death penalty. Both the defense and the prosecution presented their cases during the trial. The prosecution emphasized the seriousness of Harold's crimes, particularly in light of his prior convictions, while Harold's defense likely focused on his cooperation with the police and his plea agreement. The most anticipated testimony was Harold's own, so to speak. Even though no new testimonies were mentioned, his prior confession was carefully examined, and its significance was clear. The conclusion was inevitable. Harold, the man who had killed multiple people, would not be eligible for parole. Instead, he would serve 2 life sentences plus an additional life sentence. Even though Harold's legal journey appears to be coming to an end, Ashley's case still needs to be resolved. The Calhoun County Sheriff's Office is still looking for information that could lead to the discovery of Ashley's remains. One has urged to contact the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office directly at 269-781-0880 if they have any information about the case. They are still as committed as ever to getting the information they need. The family of Ashley Parlier was plagued by the case for almost 2 decades. Sherry and Russell, her parents, tragically passed away in 2020 without ever learning what had become of their daughter. Nicole, the sister of Ashley, was suffering more and more. She discovered that Ashley had been betrayed by Harold after she had sought refuge with him. Nicole's sorrow was evident. She bemoaned the fact that her parents weren't able to hear this, as she thought back on the tragedy and suspicion that surrounded her family 18 years ago. Nicole made friends with the sisters of the victims. They stood as one, sharing their common grief and concentrating on remembering their loved ones rather than the men who had taken them away. Nicole firmly stated in an interview, "We're going to remember how they were good people." The family now has closure, and even though they are still looking for Ashley's remains, they are also aware of the heartbreaking truth. What could have compelled Harold to carry out such a wicked deed, and how did he avoid capture for so long? Ardith Wood, a stunning 27-year-old, was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent. She was on the path to earning a doctoral degree in philosophy from Waterloo University while simultaneously working as an editor for a philosophy journal. Ardith's dream of becoming a professor was about to come true. The summer of 2003 arrived. Ardith decided to spend her vacation visiting her family in Ottawa, Canada. She had a wonderful time with her loved ones, going on walks together and cooking at home. On the morning of August 6th, the young woman went for a run. When she returned, her thoughtful parents were already waiting for her with a delicious breakfast dessert. It was a warm and sunny day, so Ardith decided to go for a bike ride. Her brother kindly allowed her to borrow his bicycle. The girl promised to be back in a couple of hours. That day, her mother planned to go shopping before lunch, awaiting her daughter's return from the ride. Ardith loved cycling along the picturesque route through the forest, past the river and cliffs. This trail was popular among local cyclists. It was always peaceful and safe here, but not this time. 27-year-old Ardith never came home. Her mother was worried about her, and then a heavy downpour started. The woman understood that her daughter wouldn't be riding in such weather, but time passed, and she still wasn't back. The family set out to search, assuming the girl might have fallen off her bike and needed help. Bike paths wound through the entire city, and they didn't know which direction Ardith had gone this time, so her relatives searched all over town. Their efforts were fruitless, and when it got dark, they went to the police. Due to the bad weather, the search was postponed until morning. The next day was no news about Ardith. One of the largest search operations in Ottawa's history began. It involved rescuers, police officers, dog handlers with their canines and helicopters. In total, about 1,000 people, including numerous volunteers. Ardith's family actively participated in the search, posting flyers with the girl's photo all around the city. But the first few days yielded no progress. The police turned to the public for help. Soon a call came from a local resident. She said that on the day of Ardith's disappearance, she was in the forest on the bike path and saw a creepy guy with a bicycle there. The witness described him as a young man with a pleasant appearance, well-dressed, but behaving extremely suspiciously. His conduct was frightening. It turned out the stranger had tried to push the girl off her bike and drag her into the bushes. Fortunately, other people appeared on the trail. The perpetrator fell behind and she managed to escape quickly. After this incident, she no longer felt safe on walks and stopped cycling alone. According to the girl, it happened in an area called Green Creek. She suggested that the stranger might have attacked Ardith as well. The eyewitness was invited to the police station to create a composite sketch. She described the suspect as a young man, 20-30 years old, light-skinned, dark-haired with a beard and glasses, pleasant-looking and athletically built. The sketch was shown to Ardith's family, but they didn't recognize anyone familiar to the missing woman. Many men wore similar glasses and beards at the time, so suspicion could fall on anyone. The investigators decided not to publish the portrait in the media, fearing a wave of false calls. The police constantly asked local residents for help, showing Ardith's photo. Law enforcement was confident. Such a bright, beautiful girl with a memorable appearance couldn't have gone unnoticed. Someone must have seen her and could provide a lead. This assumption proved true. 16-year-old Laura called the police. She said that on the day of the disappearance, while riding past on her bicycle, she saw Ardith on the bike trail. The missing woman was sitting on a rock, seemingly resting. When Laura rode further, she heard a scream. Turning around, the girl saw Ardith arguing with some guy. Laura didn't know what to think. Maybe it was just a lover's quarrel. Ardith wasn't calling for help. And then she went into the woods with that man. Laura wanted to find out what was happening, but got scared. Seeing the approaching storm, the 16-year-old witness hurried home. As she was leaving, she thought she heard someone screaming. The police invited Laura to the station to show her the composite sketch of the stranger. She recognized him. According to the girl, it all happened around 1 p.m. in the same place, Green Creek. Later, the police received several more calls from girls who had encountered this creepy guy on the trail. He attacked them, but the victims were lucky to escape. One woman's call particularly stood out. She recounted how an attractive stranger approached her during a walk. They had a pleasant conversation, but suddenly his behavior changed drastically. The men started grabbing her, but the woman managed to push the attacker away with her bicycle and quickly flee. She didn't even look back, afraid he would catch up. After returning home, the woman told her family about the incident and warned her loved ones to stay away from that place. Oddly, none of the girls who were attacked reported it to the police. The search for Ardith concentrated around the creek area. Soon, her bicycle was found, indicating the police were on the right track. Meanwhile, the investigators received another call that became a breakthrough in the case. A man, without giving his name, reported an unpleasant incident in the forest. Terrible accident. Allegedly, he didn't want to harm our Defoteca life. Confused, he decided to get rid of the body. The stranger carried the girl across the creek, dug a small pit and buried her there, covering the grave with branches. Then he hung up. The police managed to trace the call. It was made from a phone booth 20 minutes away from Ottawa. Law enforcement rushed there, hoping to find witnesses or lift fingerprints or DNA from the receiver. But disappointment awaited them. Someone had thoroughly wiped the handset. Neither eyewitnesses nor surveillance cameras could be found. The search for Ardith continued in Green Creek. Dogs trained to detect the smell of corpses arrived at the scene. Soon, the worst fears of the family and the police were confirmed. With the help of the dogs, they managed to find the missing woman's grave, located between two trees in a quiet, picturesque spot. Coming closer, the detective saw the half-buried naked body of the girl. Likely, the criminal was startled by someone, which is why he buried the victim so sloppily. Criminologists started examining the crime scene, but unfortunately found no evidence, no fingerprints or DNA. The medical examiner confirmed it was Ardith Wood. She died a horrific, agonizing death that didn't resemble an accident at all, contrary to what the stranger said in his conversation with the police. The cause of death was drowning. Algae were found in her lungs, so the girl was still alive when she ended up in the water. Despite the body being found naked, the medical examiners didn't find unequivocal signs of rape, although they didn't rule it out. The police believed the crime was sexually motivated. In their opinion, the stranger hunted girls in a deserted place for this purpose. Otherwise, what else could have driven him? The detectives needed to catch the criminal urgently to avoid new victims. They were convinced he had attacked several girls and had already killed one. How far could the maniac go? The police decided to publish a composite sketch of the suspect in the media, asking the public for help in identifying him. Investigators received about 4,000 calls with leads and began processing them, which took a lot of time. On September 10th, the police released important information about the suspect. It turned out that the girls who saw the stranger in the forest had noticed one detail. He had an eagle tattoo on his left shoulder. This was a crucial lead that could help track down the criminal. The media published a sketch of the tattoo, after which several calls came to the police. People reported acquaintances with bird tattoos on their faces, necks, or backs. However, this information led nowhere. In April 2004, while processing another batch of calls, investigators came across an important clue. A man claimed he knew the killer. The person lived in the area and was riding a bicycle in the Green Creek vicinity of the time of the crime. The detectives were interested in this information and invited the specified suspect for a conversation. When the guy entered the police station, the investigators were amazed. He matched the criminal's description both in appearance and age. During the conversation, the young man was noticeably nervous. He said he often rode his bike along that trail, not understanding what the issue was. When the police asked him to show his shoulder, an eagle tattoo was found there. It turned out that the man had previously had problems with the law. He became the prime suspect. The interrogation lasted 3 hours. The entire time, the suspect answered questions defiantly and aggressively. He said about himself, "I'm like a scorpion under a rock. You never know what I'm going to do." The guy had no alibi, but couldn't say what he was doing on the day of our death's disappearance. However, he denied involvement in the girl's murder. There was insufficient evidence against him, so the suspect was released, but placed under surveillance. A few weeks later, he was invited for questioning again. The detectives had gathered a lot of information about him and carefully prepared their questions. They also suggested the young man take a polygraph test. The suspect agreed and easily passed all the tests. The police couldn't believe it but had to let him go. Got all suspicions. The investigation had reached a dead end. The Ottawa police announced a $50,000 reward for any information that would help solve the case. It was the largest amount law enforcement had ever offered under similar circumstances. Soon, about 5,000 calls with leads came in, which the police began to check. One portion of information mentioned the name Christopher Myers, which caught the investigators' attention. It turned out he had previous convictions for selling prohibited substances. Colleagues described 25-year-old Chris as a quiet, non-confrontational, and even inconspicuous guy who worked as a janitor. His face was remarkably similar to the composite sketch of the suspect. Moreover, he had the same beard. The police were delighted, thinking they had finally found the right man. But it turned out Christopher had an alibi for the day of our death's disappearance. The landlady of the apartment he was renting claimed that on August 6, 2003, the young man was at home in the morning and then went to work at a restaurant. This surprised the police because a year had already passed. How could the woman remember the details of that day so clearly? Another problem arose. Christopher didn't have an eagle tattoo on his shoulder. Although witnesses insisted they had seen this tattoo on him, maybe he had it removed. The detectives were convinced this was the person they needed and had to prove it. A few weeks later, another similar attack occurred. In the evening, a girl who closely resembled Ardith was walking alone across a bridge when she heard someone walking behind her. Turning around, she saw an attractive man on a bicycle. The girl had no intention of making acquaintances or talking and asked to be left alone. The man rode past her, and just as she sighed with relief, the stranger turned his bicycle around and rushed straight at her. There was no one around who could help. The attacker jumped off his bike and forcibly dragged the victim into the bushes. The girl screamed very loudly, which seemed to frighten the assailant. He fled. The victim went to the police. Other investigators took on this case. Everyone assumed it was an attempted robbery, and the detectives investigating our death's disappearance found out about the incident much later. In May, another attack occurred on a tall blonde woman similar to the missing person. The girl was returning late in the evening from a party when a stranger approached her and tried to strike up a conversation. She asked to be left alone. Then he started asking for help, claiming he was lost. The girl explained where he should go, and he left. She breathed a sigh of relief, but literally 10 minutes later, he attacked her from the bushes. The assailant furiously began strangling her, twisting her neck. At that moment, the girl thought it was the end, but she continued to resist, screaming, hitting him, biting. Her screams attracted the attention of the residents of the building, who came out to see what was happening. This frightened the criminal and he fled, but this time he made a serious mistake. In his haste, he dropped his phone. Investigators established that the mobile belonged to Christopher Myers, whom they suspected in the Odd Death murder case. The puzzle came together. Chris committed all the similar crimes. He chose girls with similar appearances, blondes, and attacked them. Christopher was brought in for questioning, but he wasn't in a hurry to confess to the murder. He said he had never been to Green Creek, had never seen our death, and wasn't involved in the other attacks. Chris complained about mental health issues and uncontrollable aggression, but insisted he hadn't caused physical harm to anyone. The detectives noticed he had crooked teeth and persuaded him to take a polygraph test. The test lasted 5 hours, and Chris failed it miserably. But despite this, he still continued to claim his innocence, saying the polygraph was wrong. Since the results of the lie detector test weren't considered evidence, the suspect had to be released. For the next 5 months, detectives gathered evidence against him, interrogating everyone who knew Christopher, relatives, friends, colleagues, and his ex-girlfriend. It turned out Christopher was born into a dysfunctional family of alcoholics. His difficult childhood was accompanied by the development of various mental disorders: attention deficit disorder and schizoid disorder. Chris was taken from his birth family and adopted by another couple. The adoptive parents treated the boy with love, but he was uncontrollable. They couldn't cope with raising the troubled child and returned him to the orphanage when Chris turned 12. As he grew older, he seemed to become an ordinary, normal guy. Christopher graduated from school, entered university, socialized with friends, and lived in a dormitory. But his roommate considered Chris abnormal. He told creepy stories that frightened her. Eventually, she kicked him out of the room. Chris's ex-girlfriend revealed that he loved cycling along the trails of Ottawa and was fascinated by the picturesque scenery. She also disclosed his main secret. Christopher enjoyed temporary tattoos. For a while, he had the exact image of an eagle on his shoulder. The girl was shown a sketch of the tattoo, and she confirmed that he had the same one on his left shoulder. Christopher was summoned for questioning on October 13, 2005. He was placed in a very cramped interrogation room. This time, the conversation was conducted by burly men who pushed their chairs right up against Chris. All this put tremendous psychological pressure on the suspect. The investigators started with simple words. "We know everything about you, Chris. We know it was you who killed our death." Christopher responded evasively. 3 hours later, he began to give testimony. Confused and inconsistent, Chris admitted that he was in Green Creek that day and met our death. Struck by her beauty, he decided to get acquainted. He started giving compliments, chatting nicely, and then invited the girl into the woods, and she agreed. Once there, Christopher began hugging and kissing her, showing the detectives exactly how. And then, according to him, it all ended. Ardith recoiled from him. Apparently, she didn't like his manners. She ran away but fell into the creek. Christopher tried to save the girl but failed. He wanted to portray himself as a hero, but this absolutely didn't correspond to his subsequent actions. For some reason, he pulled Ardith's body out of the water, undressed it, and buried it. When the policeman stated that Chris was going to be charged with murder, he immediately retracted his words. "No, I never met her. It was a joke. I took all the information from the newspapers." The detective had to have a serious one-on-one conversation with him. Eventually, Chris confessed to killing Ardith. He even drew a map with the trails in Green Creek where he met the girl. On it, he marked another person, Laura, who saw him with the victim in the forest. Laura recognized the suspect as the same man she had seen then. Christopher was arrested on October 20th, 2005. He agreed to go to the crime scene to recreate the events. But when they arrived at the indicated trail, Christopher suddenly declared that it wasn't the right location, claiming everything happened elsewhere. although everything matched. Christopher had an unstable psyche. He would give testimony and then retract his words. Later, he also confessed to other attacks on girls. He was charged with additional crimes for these offenses. At the trial, the lawyer stated that Christopher was just a troubled young man. At first, the accused denied his previous confessions. But later, on the advice of his defense attorney, he decided to make a deal with the investigation and plead guilty. On January 8, 2008, 5 years after the murder, the defendant confessed to the crime but refused to disclose the motives and details. Later, he also admitted to the other attacks. The prosecution believed that on that day, Chris wasn't on the forest trail by chance. He was stalking his prey like a hunter. He attacked several girls who were lucky enough to escape. The likely motive was sexual assault. Ardith was unlucky that day. She was Christopher's type, an attractive blonde. He tried to get acquainted with her, but something went wrong and an argument broke out between them, which was overheard by a teenage girl riding by. Under some pretext, the killer managed to lure Ardith into the woods. There, he attacked her, started undressing her, intending to rape her. To save herself, the girl ran away and jumped into the creek. Chris rushed after her, caught up, and drowned her, then buried the body. The victim's parents agreed with the prosecution's version. According to them, Ardith was a good swimmer and couldn't have drowned in the creek. In their opinion, the defendant deliberately drowned the girl. However, it remained a mystery to them how Christopher managed to convince Ardith to go into the woods with him. As part of the deal with the investigation, Christopher pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a right to parole only after 10 years. In 2020, he filed a relevant petition, but the commission rejected it, recognizing the high risk of repeated crimes against women. In 2007, a plaque in memory of our death was installed on one of the centuries-old oaks in Green Creek Park. And in 2017, during a powerful thunderstorm, just like on the day of a murder, lightning struck the same tree. The oak suffered serious damage, and experts didn't believe it would survive. But a miracle happened. The mighty tree withstood. It still grows as a living monument to the girl who was killed nearby. Julie Minogue was born on July 19, 1982, in the quaint town of Goshen, New York. She was raised by her devoted parents, Gerald J. Minogue and Sandra Barish Dopper, alongside her two siblings, Allison Barati Corcoran and Peter Gerald Minogue. Growing up, Julie excelled in her studies, attending the respected Monroe-Woodbury schools before graduating from Monroe-Woodbury High School. She continued her education at Orange County Community College, broadening her knowledge and embracing new opportunities. After completing college, Julie worked as a dedicated medical assistant at Connecticut Coastal Obstetrics and Gynecology, while also finding fulfillment in many other areas of her life. She maintained an active lifestyle, often running and walking to stay energized. Above all, she was deeply devoted to her two sons, Nicholas Keith Turner and Sean Michael Turner, who were the center of her world. Details about her marriage and husband remain unclear. As a single mother, Julie's love and commitment were evident in the strong bond she shared with her children. In 2017, she found love again and began a relationship with Ewan Anthony DeWitt of Roxbury. The couple welcomed a son, Luke Anthony Minogue, in 2019. However, over time, challenges surfaced in their relationship, ultimately leading Julie to part ways with Ewan in 2021. She relocated with her sons to a condominium on Salem Walk in Milford, keeping their well-being at the forefront of her life. By 2022, her eldest son, Nicholas, was 21 and had honorably served in the Coast Guard. Sean, 17 at the time, was a spirited high school senior, thriving both personally and academically. Her youngest son, Luke, whom she shared with Ewan, was 3 years old and brought constant joy to their home. At 40, Julie appeared to be building a stable and fulfilling life with her 3 boys. But tragedy was imminent. Late on the night of December 6, 2022, 17-year-old Nicholas Minogue was jolted awake by piercing screams. At first, he stirred but did not fully wake, brushing off the sound as distant noise from the neighborhood. But the screams intensified, becoming sharper and more desperate, and Nicholas quickly realized something was terribly wrong. Fearing for his mother's safety, he rushed downstairs. In the dim light, he was confronted with a horrifying sight. A man holding an axe and his mother lying on the floor, covered in blood. Amid the chaos, Nicholas heard the chilling words, "You didn't believe me?" echoing around him. Overcome with fear, he sprinted back upstairs and locked himself in a room, desperate to protect himself. He immediately called 911, frantically describing the terrifying scene he had just witnessed. To further secure the door, he pushed a heavy chair against it, creating a makeshift barricade. With his heart racing, he pushed open his window and cried out for help. Police arrived within minutes and made their way inside, but overwhelmed by fear, the teenager jumped from the window. As he landed, he heard officers from the Milford Police Department shouting, and he realized it was law enforcement, not the intruder. Authorities soon located the shaken teen and brought him to safety. Inside the home, officers made a heartbreaking discovery. In the kitchen, Julie Minogue was found lying in a pool of blood. She had suffered multiple deep wounds to her face and skull. Nearby, officers noticed a large axe resting on the stove, grim evidence of the brutal attack. In the living room, 3-year-old Luke sat motionless on the couch, stunned and silent. He neither cried nor spoke, appearing completely frozen in shock. An officer remained with him, offering reassurance and comfort until more personnel arrived. After the tragedy, Julie's body was transported to the Connecticut office of the chief medical examiner for a detailed examination. The autopsy later concluded that she died from multiple chop wounds and blunt force injuries to her head, torso, and limbs. The autopsy's detailed findings offered critical insight into the brutality of the attack, helping investigators better understand the circumstances of her tragic death. Police secured the axe recovered from the stove and thoroughly processed it as evidence. Determined to identify the perpetrator, officers carefully examined the surrounding area for anything that might advance the investigation. Inside the home, they conducted a comprehensive search, methodically inspecting each room for clues connected to the crime. The disturbance soon drew concerned neighbors to the scene, and a tense atmosphere settled over the community as residents gathered nearby, anxious to assist authorities in any way possible. As neighbors gathered, one resident stepped forward with unexpected but valuable evidence. Ring camera footage from outside his home at Long Meadow Complex. Officers quickly reviewed the recording, hoping it would reveal something significant. In the footage, they saw a disturbing image, an individual walking with an axe, matching the description Nicholas had given. The sight energized investigators who recognized they might finally have a strong lead. They immediately began working to identify the man captured on camera. Later that same day, December 6, 2022, the case took a dramatic turn. A distressed woman contacted police, her voice shaking as she relayed a horrifying confession from her son. She told authorities that he had just called her and admitted to killing his girlfriend. The urgency in her words prompted an immediate response from law enforcement. Determined to unravel the truth, they swiftly tracked down the woman and engaged her in conversation. It was then revealed that the man responsible for this ominous confession was none other than Ewan DeWitt, the 42-year-old man who was once in a relationship with Julie. With this vital information in hand, the police dialed Ewan's number, hoping to engage him in a crucial conversation. However, their efforts were met with resistance as Ewan abruptly hung up the call. So it was important for the police to look into Ewan's history, which they believed could provide them the vital information needed to proceed further. Born in the town of Roxbury in 1979, Ewan Anthony DeWitt possessed a diverse range of interests and pursuits. As a talented athlete, he pursued his passion for ice hockey and even reached the level of playing semi-professionally. Ewan's thirst for knowledge led him to obtain a bachelor's degree in history from Siena College, showcasing his intellectual curiosity. He was not a person who would be satisfied with a single vocation, so he also embarked on the journey to become a firefighter. Additionally, Ewan also shared his expertise as a personal trainer. In 2006, Ewan was arrested in Connecticut for driving under the influence and traffic offenses. He pleaded guilty, resulting in a suspended prison sentence and probation. After this, Ewan DeWitt's journey took an inspiring turn when he joined the prestigious ranks of the U.S. Marine Corps in 2009, where he embarked on a path as a skilled weapons specialist and non-commissioned officer. He served his country for 5 years and attained the rank of Lance Corporal in 2011. In a remarkable photo from his time in the Marines, Lance Corporal Ewan DeWitt is seen in action as a machine gunner. The picture shows him courageously operating a powerful M250 caliber machine gun on a vehicle during an important defense of the Amphibious Task Force naval exercise. The event took place on December 3, 2011, aboard the USS Chima. With his leadership qualities and expertise, he assumed the role of a machine gun section leader in the esteemed 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. He dedicated himself to his duties, serving multiple tours in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and other classified locations with his dedicated brothers. Ewan and his brothers' inspiring story was captured in a 2015 article in the Register Citizen highlighting their collective efforts to restore a piece of history. Ewan's life took a darker turn when he faced legal trouble. In November 2019, the Milford police arrested him for assaulting a victim, which resulted in a protective order being issued by the court. The case remains unresolved, as court records revealed that it was still pending. With his next court date scheduled for April 14, 2023, Ewan maintained his innocence by pleading not guilty. He was released on a $20,000 bond, awaiting the judicial process to unfold. Ewan's troubled past included a disturbing incident in which he was arrested for his actions towards Julie shortly after the birth of her son. Reports stated that he had thrown a large object at Julie Minogue and had also destroyed her phone to prevent her from calling for help. Fearing for her safety, Julie sought refuge at a neighbor's house and contacted the authorities. The incident highlighted the alarming nature of Ewan's behavior and its impact on those around him, adding another layer of intensity to the unfolding events. In 2021, he faced charges of assaulting emergency personnel and a female in Wake County, North Carolina. Court records indicated that he pled guilty and received a combined jail sentence of 95 days, although the exact duration of his incarceration remained unknown. These encounters with the law showcased a pattern of concerning behavior, raising further questions about Ewan's character and past actions. Behind Ewan's troubled history, a darker pattern of violence emerged, specifically targeting Julie Minogue. Several protective orders were filed against Ewan due to previous instances of domestic violence. These orders were issued in November 2019 and January 2021 and were put in place to safeguard not only Julie, but also the children who were present during those incidents. One such incident involved Ewan being intoxicated and engaging in a heated argument with Julie. According to a statement provided by the victim's son, Ewan had thrown a playpen at Julie's head, which resulted in a distressing injury. While Ewan was in rehabilitation, Julie took steps to file a restraining order, seeking protection from his harmful actions. Despite this, Ewan was granted visitation rights, which left a lingering sense of unease and concern about the safety of those involved. In addition to their troubled relationship, Julie and Ewan DeWitt found themselves entangled in family court cases beginning in 2021. It all began when Julie filed a petition for child support for their son Luke in August 2021. In October 2021, a judge ruled in her favor and ordered Ewan to provide financial support. As tensions continued to escalate, Ewan took Julie to court in December 2021, seeking resolution regarding visitation rights. The court intervened and granted supervised visitation for Ewan in April 2022, with a scheduled hearing in April 2023 to further address the matter. These legal battles shed light on the complexities and challenges faced by Julie and Ewan as they navigated their post-relationship dynamics. As the investigation progressed, new details were revealed that on November 14, 2022, just 3 weeks before her death, Julie took a decisive step by visiting the Milford Police Department to file a complaint against Ewan. She alleged that he bombarded her with over 200 text messages within a span of just 2 days, despite the existence of a protective order that explicitly forbade him from contacting her. Officer Scott Nablin listened to Julie's concerns and diligently collected evidence of the text messages from her phone, further solidifying the case against Ewan. In a heartfelt plea for protection, Julie Minogue expressed her deep concern for her safety and the well-being of her children in a sworn affidavit submitted on November 17, 2022. Determined to put an end to the ongoing abuse, she stated, "I don't believe I should endure this mistreatment any longer." Fearful of the consequences, she detailed the relentless harassment she faced. Julie Minogue also wrote in the document that Ewan has got himself into a lot of trouble with drugs and alcohol, and I'm scared he's going to kill me. Officer Nablin, resolute in his pursuit of justice, meticulously crafted an arrest warrant alleging Ewan's violation of the protective order. The document, filled with crucial details, was reviewed by a supervisor, ensuring its accuracy and validity. They made sure that the arrest warrant application contained the requisite probable cause to support the charge that the text messages sent by Ewan DeWitt violated the modified protective order that was issued on January 15, 2021. On November 21, 2022, the court reviewed the warrant application and it made its way to the Milford State's Attorney's Office. However, the story took an unexpected turn as the Assistant State's Attorney, committed to thoroughness, sent the warrant application back to Officer Nablin and requested further information before proceeding. In this delicate dance between law and justice, every step forward demanded meticulous attention to detail. However, on December 1, 2022, Julie Minogue successfully obtained a civil restraining order from a judge. In the hearing, which lasted about an hour, Julie presented evidence of the text messages, Ewan's struggles with substance abuse, mental health issues, and a history of violence. She expressed concern for Ewan's well-being, describing his bipolar rage and erratic behavior, and emphasized the importance of him receiving proper treatment and therapy. Julie firmly believed that Ewan should not be allowed around anyone until he had received the necessary help and support. Recognizing the imminent danger she faced, a no-contact restraining order was swiftly issued on December 1, 2022, providing a legal shield against any further interaction with Ewan. This order took a darker turn when, 5 days later, Ewan killed Julie with an axe in her condo. Now, all the evidence indicated that Ewan was the main focus of the investigation, and the search for him intensified as the police tirelessly canvassed the area around the Salem Walk condominium, leaving no stone unturned. Their efforts led them to a dive bar on Ocean Avenue in West Haven, where they sought the assistance of the local community. They approached patrons, informing them about the ongoing investigation and urging them to notify the authorities if they spotted Ewan DeWitt. It was during this concerted effort that two observant individuals caught sight of a person who matched the suspect's description. Eager to aid the investigation, they immediately flagged down the police, providing crucial information about the suspect's whereabouts. Engaging with one of the witnesses, who preferred to remain anonymous, police learned that the individual had witnessed someone resembling the suspect wandering around the parking lot for a brief period. Eventually, the suspect entered a food truck located in the parking lot. Acting swiftly, the police converged on the scene. Without incident, they apprehended Ewan DeWitt on December 6, 2022, bringing him into custody and moving one step closer to uncovering the truth. The police initiated a rigorous interrogation of Ewan in the early hours of December 6, 2022. Initially, Ewan maintained a stoic silence, withholding vital information. However, after hours of intense questioning, a breakthrough occurred. Ewan finally confessed to the gruesome act of taking Julie's life with an axe. He revealed that he had silently entered the house through the kitchen window, concealing himself in anticipation of his victim's arrival. When Julie eventually entered the kitchen, he launched an attack, wielding the axe with deadly intent. It was during this horrifying moment that Nicholas, Julie's son, descended the stairs and confronted the scene. Overwhelmed with fear, Ewan fled, leaving the axe behind on the gas stove. Ewan's admission sent shockwaves through the investigation, bringing forth a chilling account of the tragic events that unfolded that night. During Ewan's initial court appearance in State Superior Court in Milford on December 7, 2022, Assistant State Attorney Alana Paul informed the judge about new developments in the case. She revealed that Ewan had fully admitted to the incident, but even without that admission, she believed the evidence against him was substantial. Attorney Paul highlighted the presence of surveillance footage and the testimony of Julie's son, who had observed part of the incident. Given the seriousness of the case, Paul argued that a significant bond was necessary. Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, Judge Arden Groggins set his bond at $5 million. The judge expressed concerns about Ewan's history of disregarding court orders and emphasized the importance of public safety. In light of the circumstances, Ewan was placed on suicide watch with a hearing scheduled for December 14, 2022 to further address the case. Finally, it was the day of the final decision. On December 14, 2022, in addition to the murder charge, Ewan DeWitt faced multiple other charges brought forth by the Milford police. These included criminal violation of a protective order, criminal violation of a restraining order, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By levying these charges, law enforcement sought to address the broader scope of Ewan's alleged actions and their impact. A hearing was scheduled for Ewan's pending criminal cases on April 6, 2023. He has yet to plead. Prosecutors stated that Ewan already confessed to the murder of Julie Minogue. However, no further information has been released by the police about the hearing. In the statement, the family expressed their determination to take action and ensure that those who neglected their responsibilities are held accountable. They also expressed their hope that this case would serve as a catalyst for improved protections for individuals facing domestic violence and abuse. With their unwavering commitment, the family aims to bring about positive changes and prevent such tragic incidents from occurring in the future. This case involved a combination of diligent efforts by law enforcement and the heinous acts of a killer who killed his ex-girlfriend in a rage of anger. On July 8, 1987, the haunting words, "Murder on Elm Street, Carlsbad," shattering its peace. The mystery around 38-year-old Donna Sue Hyatt's murder and her nameless killer left the detectives grappling in a desperate quest for answers. Each step in the investigation led to a web of confusion finally arriving at a dead end. Who could have committed such a heinous crime? Why secrets lay concealed within the seemingly peaceful facade of this suburban haven? Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, where we shed light on mysterious cases across the country. Today, we are looking at a 36-year-old disturbing homicide which was finally solved. Beneath the sun-soaked desert skies, nestled in the heart of enchanting New Mexico, lies the small and captivating city of Carlsbad. Life here moves at its own rhythm, and this laid-back pace allows the residents to connect deeply with nature and their beautiful surroundings. Wide open spaces and warm southern hospitality define the essence of community. Carlsbad is a place where traditions run deep and where the scent of homemade barbecue wafts through the air. Imagine the horror that's unleashed when a violent crime occurs in a place like this, making everyone a potential suspect. Donna Sue Black Hyatt was born on a late summer day on August 28, 1948, in Carlsbad, Eddy County, New Mexico. To parents Roger and Sybil Black, she possessed an undeniable spirit that touched the lives of those around her. And as she grew, her personality only became more radiant. Donna attended New Mexico State University in Carlsbad. Guided by her unwavering faith, she became an active member of the First Baptist Church, finding solace and strength within its walls. She was also involved with the Christians Women Club, where she formed lasting connections and brought joy to everyone she met. She became a devoted mother to two beautiful girls, Michelle Perry and Angela Hulsey. She was beautiful inside and out, loved by her family and cherished by the community. Her story of love and faith sadly ended in brutality when her life was abruptly taken away, leaving families scared. The fateful night of July 8, 1987, one of Donna's daughters came home late. As the moon cast its pale glow on Elm Street and the clock inched closer to 11:40 p.m., the girl went around the house looking for Donna. To her shock, she found her mother lying lifeless in a large pool of Sue Hyatt had been assaulted and killed in her own home. She was 38 years old. The daughter made a frank call to the police that same night, and with it, the wheels of the investigation began to turn. The police searched the crime scene for any clues that could unveil the murderer, but whoever killed Donna was no amateur and had carefully covered all tracks. The detectives could only find traces of DNA that they hoped would lead to a potential suspect. With no breakthroughs at the crime scene, investigators attempted to retrace Donna's last moments, looking for any shred of information. Witnesses came forward, saying they had seen Donna leaving a nearby store with a tall Caucasian man around 9:15 p.m., the same night she died. Questions gripped the detectives. Was he a predator lurking in the shadows, biding his time until the opportune moment presented itself? Or did Donna's path intersect with another individual that night, a chance encounter that took a fateful turn? The haunting hours between 9:15 p.m. and 11:40 p.m. held the key to unraveling Donna's fate. However, there were too many possibilities and not enough leads. There was no way of knowing if she had invited the killer inside, if the killer had followed her home and forcibly entered, or if the killer simply had a key. These theories meant everyone was a suspect in the eyes of justice. The autopsy report revealed that Donna had been stabbed using a sharp blade of some kind. The experts analyzed the DNA, found it at the crime scene, and discovered that it did not belong to Donna or any frequent visitors of the house. The DNA of this unidentified person gave some initial hope to figuring out the killer's identity. But unfortunately, the police database showed no matches for the profile. The days turned into weeks and weeks into years, but no tips came in and the investigative wheels slowly ground to a halt. The man who's seen with Donna that night became an enigmatic figure, a phantom whose identity remained elusive. Each lead was pursued, yet like whispers carried away by the wind, the trail grew cold, fading into the shadows of time. Decades passed. Fateful night lingered in the collective consciousness of the Carlsbad Police Department. 36 years later, in 2023, Detective Joey Longcroft and Detective Tim Nice were ready to breathe life back into a long-forgotten case. They began reviewing the cold homicide case to find the elusive killer. Aware of the recent advancements in forensic technology, the detectives took help from genetic genealogy. In the realm of genetic genealogy, DNA, the building blocks of life, are the threads that connect past and present and can unearth criminals by exploring their familial ties. Crime scene evidence from Donna's home on Elm Street, carefully collected and preserved for over 3 decades, found its way into the hands of a meticulous scientist at Othram, a private genetic genealogy company in Texas. They used forensic-grade genome sequencing, or FGGS, to build a digital DNA profile of the suspect. Othram's team meticulously scoured online genealogy databases to find a match for the profile. Finally, in the labyrinth of ancestral records and hidden bloodlines, a name rose to the surface. Michael Ruff Wigley. Michael Ruff Wigley, from the city of Vegas, Texas, was born on March 6, 1959. At the tender age of 19, he was stationed at or hood as a soldier. But behind the facade of military discipline lurked a hidden malevolence that would shatter many lives. One of his early victims was Sandra Bellman, an innocent 18-year-old newlywed. But her journey through blissful matrimony was brutally cut short on July 18, 1980. Found near Copperas Cove, Texas, her lifeless body bore the scars of violence. It was revealed that she was beaten to death. Wigley was immediately arrested after the incident, and his indictment took place on October 1, 1980, where he was charged with the murder of Sandra. But the horrors did not end there, as there was an even darker revelation, a charge of assault against a Keeling woman committed on June 30, 1980, just 18 days prior to Sandra's murder. Soon enough, Wigley found himself confined within the cold embrace of the Coryell County Jail, bonds totaling $50,000. He was eventually released from prison and lived the life of a free man, but fate had other plans for him. On October 11, 1989, Wigley was driving along the northbound lane of US Route 60 in his 1978 Ford Mustang. Wigley's mind may have wandered, for he did not slow or stop at the railway intersection, despite the warning wails of an oncoming Santa Fe railway train. The fatal collision that followed was so powerful that the train carried the remnants of Wigley's Mustang for 0.6 of a mile. Michael Ruff was 30 years old when he lost his life. He was buried in the Llano Cemetery in Amarillo, Texas. Upon compiling relation to the existing case evidence, Detective Langrath and Detective Nice identified Wigley as the prime suspect. Through a series of interviews with family members, they were able to prove Wigley had been present in Carlsbad, New Mexico around the time Donna was murdered. Even though he had already died and would not get the punishment he deserved, the investigators were keen to prove his guilt without a doubt and close the cold case. Finally, they obtained a warrant to exhume Wigley's body in Amarillo. Working with tandem with law enforcement officials in Amarillo, Wigley's once-forgotten grave was unearthed and the remains were quickly sent to Othram for analysis. The stage was set, the pieces were in motion, and the dance with destiny use of kinsnip testing. The experts at Othram tested Wigley's DNA against the profile created using crime scene evidence. The city of Carlsbad went its unwavering support in the form of financial assistance. The results were generated on April 11, 2023. Unsurprisingly, his DNA held the undeniable markers that led him to the crime scene and proved his guilt. It was a perfect match. Michael Ruff Wigley, though deceased, was accused of claiming Donna Sue Hyatt's life in 1987. Detective Joey Landgraf and Tim Nice of the Carlsbad Police Department emerged as the unsung heroes who had tirelessly pieced together the fragments of a decades-old puzzle. Their unwavering commitment and foresight proved instrumental in finally bringing closure to a haunting chapter in the city's history. Carlsbad Mayor Dale Janway expressed heartfelt appreciation for the officers and detectives from 1987, who valiantly responded to the haunting scene that fateful night. Their role in preserving the crime scene's integrity and diligently collecting crucial evidence was the pivotal factor that allowed the case to finally be solved 36 years later. It is our sincere hope that the recent efforts and the efforts of those involved in 1987 can bring some small form of peace and closure to the family of Donna Sue Hyatt and the community of Carlsbad, Janaway said. Tawny Marie Baird was born in June 1993 to parents Dana Anderson and Casey Baird. Her parents would separate when she was 1, but remain cordial, with Casey talking to his daughter all the time and spending holidays with her. Her family said that Tawny was a natural leader and someone that loved having a full social life. Her father remembered she had so many loyal and loving friends, it was like an entourage of people that just gravitated towards her. She lived in the city of Holiday just on the outskirts of Salt Lake City, Utah. She enrolled at Salt Lake City Community College and was working as an accounting assistant. She was ambitious and had big dreams of being a famous singer and hoped to one day live in California by the beach. When Tawny was 17 years old, she and a group of older friends were driving around and smoking marijuana in a car when a police officer pulled them over and searched the vehicle. The officer found more weed and drug paraphernalia in the back seat. One of her friends said Tawny took the rap for everything, knowing that because her friends were older, they would likely have faced harsher consequences than her. She was charged with a Class B misdemeanor possession of a controlled substance. Her father Casey was concerned, having had his own experience with substance abuse, and decided to seek out his daughter's probation officer. He requested that she be given random drug tests, but the probation officer said he could not order this, and the issue was subsequently referred to the juvenile court. Tawny was taken into the Division of Child and Family Services custody and placed in foster care with her aunt. After this, she was put into a youth treatment center for 90 days, where she would meet Victoria Mendoza. Victoria had had a lot of troubles in her life. She had lost her father to suicide when she was just 10 years old, and would offer and run away from home and skip school. She was frequently in and out of youth centers and facilities for various reasons. As well as losing her father, her mother was now terminally ill with cancer and she and Victoria were living on next to no money in a one-bedroom apartment in Ogden. Dana said her daughter was in a very vulnerable place when the pair met. This was not Victoria's first time in a juvenile facility, and as this was Tawny's, Tawny felt very drawn to Victoria, feeling protected by her. Family and friends said it was very much a case of opposites attract. Victoria was a lot quieter and could get jealous easily, and as Tawny was described as more playful and flirty, this often caused friction between the pair. One thing they did have in common, though, was a love of music, both often writing lyrics and songs for each other. What had started as a friendship soon blossomed into a romance, and the pair were inseparable. Tawny was released from the facility after her 90-day stint was up, and a month later, Victoria was let out too. Victoria and her dad Casey went to pick Victoria up, and Casey recalled that the second he saw Victoria, he was confused at how opposite the pair were, and said his gut instinct left him feeling a little wary of his daughter's new love interest. He said that although there was something about Victoria that made him feel uneasy, he knew it meant a lot to his daughter, and he accepted the relationship. Dana welcomed Victoria into the home too, and everyone embraced the new couple. Her best friend Lacey said that Victoria was quite rough around the edges, but it was clear that they had a really strong connection and were very in sync. They would frequently post on social media showing a couple very much in love. But as with many cases and lives, social media is not normally an accurate representation of the real world. The turbulence in the couple's relationship was growing ever more, and they would break up and get back together very often. When Victoria cheated on Tawny with one of her friends, Victoria uploaded a video to YouTube begging Tawny to take her back. Pair again reconciled. Victoria was initially very close with Tawny's family. Casey saw her like another daughter, and he and Dana supported her through her mother's terminal illness diagnosis. Casey was even in Victoria's mother's home when she passed away. Victoria then moved into Tawny's family home permanently. Victoria was working hard on rebuilding her life and her future. Tawny's grandmother said she paid to have some of Victoria's tattoos removed, and the family were encouraging and helping her to prepare for her very first job as a security guard. But soon, the fighting and volatility moved into the house, and Daly would often intervene in the arguments between the pair. Although the fights were escalating, she never thought Victoria would take anything any further. Tawny's grandmother said that the couple's relationship had become very codependent and unhealthy. Victoria was overly protective and resented Tawny having relationships with other people, but the pair put on a facade of acting like everything was okay. This all changed when Tawny turned up at the house with a cut and a bleeding lip and a missing front tooth. Dana knew instinctively that Victoria was behind it and said she was calling the police. Tawny begged her mother not to, knowing that because Victoria was now over the age of 18, the punishment would be a lot more severe. When Casey noticed that his daughter's tooth was missing and that Victoria had scratches on her face, he said that he was suspicious something much darker was going on. But the pair insisted the injuries were caused when a fight had broken out at a party and nothing else was said. Her grandmother stated, "Victoria knew how to manipulate all of us. She knew what to say." After Tawny had her tooth knocked out by Victoria, her best friend Lacey felt sure that would be the turning point that made her walk away, but she acted like nothing had happened and the pair continued on. By 2014, Tawny and Victoria had now been together for 5 years and would often travel to Ogden to visit relatives. And on October 17th, 2014, they did exactly that. During the night out, the couple had yet another altercation. Victoria spent a lot of the night in the bathroom before returning and demanding they both leave. The evening subsequently came to an abrupt end. Victoria, Tawny, and Lacey all got into the car and set off home. Victoria sat in the back seat, still visibly angry about something that seemed unknown to everyone else. Tawny dropped Lacey at her door. "I love you," Lacey said. "I love you too," said Tawny, and the best friends parted ways. What happened next remains unclear, but according to Victoria, another argument broke out, and this time, Victoria pulled out a knife. She started stabbing Tawny while she was driving, before Tawny drove into a parking lot. At 2484 East Avenue in West Ogden, Victoria continued stabbing Tawny, culminating in a total of almost 50 injuries. Victoria then phoned several people, including her friend Aaron, just after midnight on what was now October 18th, telling him what had happened. The police received the call and were dispatched to the parking lot. Authorities said who made the 911 call remains unclear, but it is thought that it was by one of the people that had been called by Victoria. When authorities got there, Victoria admitted that she had pulled a 4-inch knife from her front pocket and stabbed Tawny in the heat of an argument. Police asked where the weapon was, and she told them it was still inside the car. Tawny was slumped in the car with stab wounds to her whole body. She was pronounced dead at the scene. It was determined that Victoria had pushed Tawny's body over to the passenger side of the vehicle before driving a while longer before calling her friend. Victoria was charged with first-degree murder. Her bail was initially set at $100,000, but it was soon revoked and she was denied it altogether. Her initial plea was that of not guilty, and she threatened to take her own life during the hearings. But with the evidence already so strong and the police only gathering more from friends and family, her lawyers advised that she change her plea. Victoria Mendoza eventually pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder felony charge. Casey, along with other family members, begged 2nd District Court Judge Joseph Bean to put the 23-year-old in prison for the rest of her life. Judge Bean said his hands were tied and he couldn't impose anything other than a 16 years to life sentence because it was not an aggravated murder case. The Board of Pardons determined that Victoria will not get the opportunity for a parole hearing until after she has served almost 24 years in the Utah State Prison. This will be dependent on several assessments and psychological evaluations. While in prison, Victoria started a TikTok account and a YouTube channel, despite this being a violation of the Utah Department of Corrections visitation policy. In a statement, a spokesperson said no one was aware of these recordings and the matter is being addressed and is currently under investigation. 99% of her domestic abuse I did not know about. I still carry so much guilt. Things I wish I'd known and things I wish I could have done. I believe she would still be here today had I truly understood all that was going on. On September 29, 2006, in St. Patrick's Church in Glasgow, United Kingdom, detectives discovered the body of a young woman. Little did they know, this crime was just the tip of the iceberg. Their investigation led them to one of the ruthless serial offenders in the country. Peter Britton Tobin was born on August 27, 1946, in Johnstone, Scotland. He was the youngest of 8 children in the family of Marjorie and Daniel Tobin. Early on, Peter exhibited a difficult character, prompting his parents to send him to a boarding school in 1953 when he was just 7 years old. However, this seemingly did not yield much benefit. Later on, he was sent to a correctional institution. After completing this period, Peter moved to Brighton, England. There he started a relationship with Margaret Mount, a 17-year-old typist who found his personality irresistible. In August 1969, they got married. However, Peter soon revealed his cruel and controlling nature. Besides that, he was involved in criminal activities and was convicted and imprisoned for theft and forgery a year later. This led Margaret to divorce him in 1973. In the same year, Peter married Sylvia Jeffrey, a local nurse who also fell for his charm. That year they had their first son and named him Ian. Tragically, their daughter, Claire, died shortly after birth in 1974. Grieving over their lost child and suffering from Peter's abusive treatment led Sylvia to leave in 1976 with their young son. Decades later, when Peter was in his 40s, he pursued new romance again, this time with Kathy Wilson, who was only 16 years old at that time, vulnerable and impressionable, which made a tease for him. Together, they had a son named Daniel, the couple's only child. They married in 1989 and moved to Scotland. Proved challenging. Kathy couldn't go outside freely due to her husband's control over every aspect of her life. His violent behavior continued, reaching significant levels. Consequently, isolation exacerbated her living conditions. The young woman mustered the courage and chose to flee with her son in the late 1990s. It's uncertain if Kathy's departure triggered the worst aspects of the man's character to emerge. However, from this moment on, Peter unleashed a terrible side of himself upon the world, ready to cause much harm. Unfortunately, his path intersected with that of a lovely girl named Vicky Hamilton. Vicky was born in Scotland in 1976. She was the second child of Michael and Janet Hamilton, a married couple who had previously welcomed their firstborn daughter Sharon. Later, and Lindsay joined the family. Nevertheless, serious disagreements between the spouses led to divorce being the most appropriate decision. Vicky, Lee and Lindsay stayed under their mother's care and moved to South London. The eldest daughter, Sharon, remained in Bathgate, BTHG, but this distance didn't hinder Vicky and Sharon from maintaining their close relationship. When Vicky turned 15, Sharon saw it as a good opportunity for her sister to take a step towards independence, a desire many teenagers have. After traveling alone by bus to Scotland for a weekend visit, Vicky was supposed to return home to her mother's house. It marked her first solo trip by bus. Sharon viewed it as a small yet significant adventure. On Saturday, February 9th, 1991, The sisters went shopping and engaged in continuous conversation. Sunday was typical, except that Vicky felt apprehensive about her return trip. The evening of February 10th was cold and snowy. Vicky ensured she had enough money for the fare and reviewed the bus route one last time with her sister before they hugged each other tightly. Standing at the bus stop, snacking on a bag of chips across from the police station, it was there Vicky's path crossed with Peter's fatefully. He forcibly dragged her into his car and committed unspeakable acts, raping her and then taking her life either out of malice or to prevent her from reporting him. Peter retained possession of the girl's purse. When Vicky did not arrive at her mother's house and there was no communication from her, her family began searching for her frantically in desperation. Simultaneously, they alerted the authorities about her absence. Once the police began investigating the disappearance, V's face became one of the most recognizable in Scotland. The search operation grew into one of the largest in the country's history. Amidst this uproar, Peter opted to relocate to southeast England, specifically to Margate, where he settled into a charming house with a garden. There, Peter brought Vicky's lifeless body. He wrapped her remains in plastic and concealed them beneath a layer of concrete. He then covered everything with soil. Neighbors thought he had dug a sandbox for his young son, who was 3 years old at the time. Peter's name never surfaced during the initial investigation into Vicky's disappearance. The police found no leads on Vicky's whereabouts and considered her a likely runaway, viewing her as an unhappy teenager due to her parents' divorce. Their theory of voluntary disappearance was reinforced on February 21st, 1991, when Vicky's purse was discovered near the main bus station in Edinburgh. Peter, always one step ahead of authorities, created this false lead and completely diverted the course of the investigation. Detectives spent 2 fruitless months searching in London. It is known that Vicky's mother died soon after. Over the next decade, Vicky's family and town residents continued to follow the case closely. But despite listing more than 7,000 names in the file, taking nearly 4,000 statements and presenting about 500 documents along with 380 potential pieces of physical evidence, all efforts led to a dead end. The case was eventually shelved. The next young woman who encountered Peter was Dina McNichol from Essex. She had a brother and 3 sisters. Her father was a jazz musician, and her mother had tragically died many years prior in a car accident. By age 18, Dina was known as good-hearted and cheerful, a wonderful friend. She had just completed high school and held great hopes for her future. On one hand, possibly, she aimed to take a gap year for travel. On the other hand, she aspired to attend university. However, nothing was certain, because although Dina had applied to several institutions of higher education, she hadn't yet received any responses. During the first weekend of August 1991, Dina attended a music festival in Hampshire. There, she met a young man named David Tremlett. Between dances, they discovered they liked each other. On Sunday, August 4th, they spent the night together in a tent. The following day, Dina assisted him in dismantling the tent, and they agreed to hitchhike back home separately. However, since part of their route was the same, they decided to hitchhike together. Tired but happy, the young couple hit the road to catch a ride. That's when Peter appeared and offered them a lift. David got out of the car first, and Dina wrote down his phone number before saying goodbye. Alone with the unknown driver, Dina was about to experience a real nightmare. On that same Monday, August 5th, 1991, Peter repeated his previous crime as with Vicky. He used Dina's scarf as a gag. After committing the crime, Peter withdrew money from Dina's account at ATMs in Hampshire and Sussex. When her relatives noticed someone withdrawing money from her account, they immediately suspected something was wrong. Her family knew how carefully she saved every penny and what she planned to use that money for, either traveling or continuing her education. Days and weeks went by with no word from Dina. The worst part for her family was living in uncertainty. Though unspoken aloud, everyone was sure something terrible had happened. After all, if Dina were alive, she would have returned home or called to explain her absence. As for Peter, he left Margate without saying goodbye or explaining anything. Later in 1993, he settled in Hampshire, specifically in a rented apartment in Leek Park. He argued that he wanted to be closer to his son. On August 4, 1993, two 14-year-olds went to visit a local woman, but found she wasn't home. They decided to ask other neighbors if they had seen her around instead. As a result, they knocked on Peter's door. The man saw a unique opportunity and invited them into his home to wait for the force they were looking for. They saw that the man's 5-year-old son was in the mistook him for a friendly person and agreed to enter. There is another version about the reasons for this meeting, which suggests it was not accidental. The two girls came to Peter's home in response to a request for a babysitter that the man had made. They trusted him because when they arrived, they saw his son and stayed to look after him. Everyone agrees that when the child fell asleep, Peter tied them up, threatened them with a knife, and forced them to drink alcohol. He then beat and raped them, injuring one of the girls. Just when they thought their lives would end at the hands of this extremely cruel man, a boy woke up. This saved them from suffering the same fatal fate that befell Vicky and Dina. In an effort to keep his son from realizing what had happened and understanding what kind of father he was, Peter decided to leave the apartment with the child. According to some reports, Peter left around 2 a.m., but before that he turned on the gas in the kitchen, hoping to complete his monstrous task. However, the girls regained consciousness and managed to escape. They went to the police and reported all the abuses committed by Peter, whom they described in detail. Peter returned his child to his mother and joined a religious sect called the Communion of Jesus under a false name. He hoped to go unnoticed there, but in the meantime, media published his photograph provided by police, making his face widely known. Due to mass media coverage, information about this man started pouring in, and his car was also identified thanks to BBC Crime Watch program. He was located, and after 40 days on the run, he was captured in Brighton. He appeared in court on May 18, 1994, where he pleaded guilty to sexual assault and indecent acts against two young girls and was sentenced to 14 years in prison. However, Peter did not serve his full sentence and was released in 2014 at the age of 58. Immediately after his release from prison, he went back to Scotland, aiming to relocate from the area where he was registered as a sex offender. For a while, he managed to stay off the radar until 6. Under a false name and posing as a homeless person, he knocked on the door of the Church of St. Patrick in Glasgow. To avoid getting exposed, he adopted the name Peter McLaughlin. Dennis and Katie Curran, a married couple from the church's charitable group, recall that evening vividly when a homeless man sought shelter. Despite his vulnerable appearance, Katie had an uneasy feeling about him. Peter was brought up as a Catholic and soon felt at ease in this church. His apparent begging served as an effective disguise because it only aroused sympathy from parishioners, with few paying much attention to him. Consequently, he roamed freely around the church, an ideal hiding place for him. However, his predatory instincts stayed intact. Being in a sacred place held no significance for him. Calculating every move meticulously, Peter displayed eagerness to assist in church repairs. After about 6 or 7 weeks, he asked the priest if he could join the maintenance staff. At that time, people facing financial difficulties often sought refuge in churches. It was through such circumstances that Angelica Clark crossed paths with Peter. Angelica was a 23-year-old woman from Poland who came to Scotland during the summer of 2006. She wanted to spend her summer break working to earn money and fund her language studies back home. She lived at the parish house of St. Patrick's Church, where she also worked as a cleaner. Peter took an immediate liking to her and somehow convinced her to help him with various tasks occasionally. On Sunday, September 24, 2006, Angelica spent several hours assisting him in painting a shed. Some parishioners noticed them together before Peter attacked her at the back of the chapel. Leica Brown, 47, and her husband Andrew, 46, who lived in a multi-story house overlooking the church, heard a woman scream through their open windows. In her statement afterward, Leica described it as a brief scream that sounded like someone being forcibly restrained. It was so eerie that it compelled her to get up from the couch and approach the window, but she saw nothing. The scream heard by the Browns coincided with the moment when Peter caught the young girl off guard as she stood her back to him. He struck her forcefully and dragged her to the back of the chapel, where he continued to beat her. After she lost consciousness, he raped her and then inflicted several knife wounds. He hid the body in the basement under the floor near the confessional. At this point, Angelica was still alive. Several hours passed, and parishioners began to notice that the young girl was missing. That's when Dennis informed his wife, Katie, about Angelica's unusual disappearance. The police quickly initiated an investigation and started interviewing members of the community one by one. During these interviews, it came to light that Peter was the last person seen with Angelica, albeit disguised as Pete, a homeless laborer. Eventually, he became the prime suspect. Officers went to question him, found no evidence linking him directly to Angelica's disappearance, so they continued their investigation. Aware that it was only a matter of time before they discovered the body and traced everything back to him, Peter fled to London. By this time, Detective David Swindle had joined the investigation. He soon began to suspect that this case wasn't merely a disappearance. Based on their findings and collected testimonies, Detective Swindle believed it was unlikely Angelica would be found alive. Finally, on September 29, 2006, authorities discovered her body in the chapel. This news shocked British society due to both the nature of the crime and the location chosen by the perpetrator for hiding the body. Examining the girl's injuries led Detective David to suspect that this wasn't Peter's first crime. However, he didn't yet know how horrific and dangerous this individual turned out to be. Further revelations were inevitable. DNA found at the crime scene and on Angelica matched data in the United Kingdom's National Criminal Intelligence Database. That's when they learned exactly who they were dealing with. A man whose actions indicated deep-seated brutality and criminal sophistication. The individual they were looking for turned out to be Peter Tobin, whose fingerprints had been discovered at the crime scene. Consequently, the first step for the authorities was to publish his photograph in the media. His image was distributed nationwide, and the Scottish police reached out to the Metropolitan Police, initiating a search across the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, in London, Peter attempted to conceal himself by going to a hospital and pretending he had heart problems. He claimed he had chest pain and weakness on the left side of his body. Identifying himself as a plumber named James Kelly, he was examined by Dr. Nick Lasso. However, something about his demeanor and behavior raised concerns for the doctor. Initially avoiding eye contact, a behavior atypical of most patients, Peter became suspicious when tests failed to reveal any clear physical cause for his alleged pain. The doctor's suspicions were confirmed by a nurse who recognized Peter from a photograph that had been circulating in the media. As a result, both the nurse and doctor contacted the police. This phone call significantly altered the course of the investigation. On September 30th, police officer Alan Murray was dispatched to the hospital in London. Peter was taken into a room so Alan could speak with him. Immediately following this encounter, Peter was arrested. Although initially only charged with violating the sex offender registry, this approach allowed officers time to build a criminal case against him. Under Detective David's leadership, evidence gathered led to Peter's trial for crimes against Angelica in late March 2007. Despite substantial evidence against him, Peter denied committing violent acts against her, claiming instead they engaged in consensual sexual activity. He also denied providing false information to police and hospital staff. After 6 weeks of legal proceedings characterized by lies and manipulations on Peter's part, the truth finally prevailed. He was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment, but with the possibility of parole after 21 years. Detective David and his team were convinced that there was more to Peter's story. While the trial was ongoing, detectives delved into Peter's life. They gathered additional evidence and compiled a dossier. This was done with the involvement of various law enforcement agencies across the country. To avoid harming or interfering with Angelica's case, they preferred to conduct their work confidentially. The joint police operation was known as Anagram. Part of their work involved connecting missing persons cases to places where Peter had been. During these investigations, they established 2 precise links, one in Bathgate and another in Margate. Several weeks later, a search was conducted in Peter's old house on the coast. They found a knife with DNA samples hidden in the attic. However, there was nothing else there. Then they went to the house where Peter lived in Margate. There, it became clear they were dealing with a serious criminal offender. Investigators dug up a sandbox in the garden of the house, one that Peter had made for his son. And shockingly enough, they found a female body there. But that wasn't all. When they continued searching at the same location, they found another body. A woman's handbag was also discovered at the scene, which the team preserved for DNA analysis. Forensic experts worked diligently to establish the identities of the two victims, determine their ages, and estimate their dates of death. They also analyzed traces from the handbag. These genetic traces were very strong, but initially yielded no matches in the National DNA Database. However, on June 1, 2007, there was a crucial breakthrough. The DNA matched Peter's fingerprint. This development proved monumental for investigators who deemed it necessary to move forward decisively in this direction by November. On August 14, 2007, authorities confirmed that one of the bodies found belonged to Vicky Hamilton, who disappeared at 15 years old. During her first independent, her family had been waiting for answers for 16 years. Later, it was announced that the second body belonged to 18-year-old Dinah McNichol, who was hitchhiking home after attending a concert. On September 1, 2008, the Royal Prosecution Service contacted Peter's lawyers and charged him with the murder of Vicky, leading to his trial. Officers had to restrain Vicky's father, Michael, after he saw Peter face to face. Michael later admitted he simply wanted Peter to know he was there to defend his daughter's name and protect her memory. After a month-long trial on December 2, 2008, Peter was found guilty of Vicky's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The trial for Dinah took place in December 2009. On December 16th, after the defense failed to provide evidence exonerating their client, the jury found Peter guilty of Dinah's murder. He subsequently received his third life sentence. On November 22, 2007, it was reported that Tobin had been attacked by fellow inmates. He sustained minor injuries. Shortly before this incident, the serial killer had confessed to a total of 11 murders. Recently, on October 8, 2022, Peter passed away in the hospital. Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, described by residents as the all-American city and a beautiful, quiet place to raise a family and settle down. Fond du Lac is French and means the bottom or the far. Under 43,000 people that call Fond du Lac home live Tim, Eve, and Tamika Nance. Eve and Tim had met at a friend's party in 1992 when they were both 16 years old, and their relationship moved fairly quickly. Friends said they both had great senses of humor and were very charismatic, bonding straight away and loving to laugh and entertain people. They soon moved out of their parents' home and into an apartment together. Found out she was pregnant a short while later, and the pair started planning their wedding. In 1994, when Eve was 9 months pregnant, she was attacked outside of the couple's apartment by a man trying to steal her purse. Tim heard this and ran outside with a gun. In all the commotion, he shot the attacker in the foot. The wound wasn't fatal, and despite Tim and Eve's protests of self-defense, Tim was placed under arrest. As Tim was being taken away by officers, Eve went into labor and their daughter Tamika was born as Tim was being booked into jail. Tim would remain in jail on assault charges for almost a year, and when he was released in 1995, on the way home he and Eve stopped at the courthouse and finally got married. Eve was very close to her younger sister Tina, with Tina moving into her sister's home in 1995. 2 years later, Tina gave birth to her daughter Justice. Justice and Tamika were more like sisters than cousins, and the whole family were a tight unit. In 1997, would be arrested again, this time on a drugs charge, and he served 3 years for this offense. When 2002 came around, Tim and Tamika would make the move to Fond du Lac. Although Tim found finding work difficult due to his previous convictions, he worked a variety of odd jobs over the years. Eve was the main breadwinner and worked with those with mental health issues. Tim was happy to stay at home and look after Tamika as well as her cousin Justice. Tamika recalled, Tim was a popular man and had a lot of friends in the area, frequently hanging out at local bars and playing pool at the weekends. Time spent away from the home was an issue in the couple's relationship, mainly due to the fact that, according to friends, Tim was well known to be a ladies' man, and this accounted for a lot of his time away. Although Tim had previously tried to cover his tracks, The cheating was becoming more and more blatant, and was well aware of his many affairs. They would row a lot about it, and physical fights would often break out, with Tim even fracturing Eve's leg one night. By 2013, the couple had been married for 15 years, but Tim started up yet another affair. When Eve came home and found the pair in bed, she punched Tim in the face. Everyone was urging the couple to end the marriage, with Eve's brother asking why she was staying with him. Eve said she would rather have some of Tim's time than none of it at all. Tim told a friend he was having his cake and eating it too, and the relationship carried on as it had been. Later that year, on a typical Tuesday in November 2013, the usually quiet police department received a call from Eve Nance. Tim had gone out on Friday evening and not returned home. Eve was both worried and annoyed that he wasn't returning her calls. Many wondered if Tim had disappeared to go and meet another woman, but although all of his friends could attest that it wasn't unusual for Tim to leave home, it was unusual for him to drop out of contact completely, especially for 4 days. The police arrived at the couple's home, and Eve told them she was becoming concerned that something bad had happened to him. She told officers that the last time she had seen him, they had had yet another fight, and Tim had stormed out of the house and gone to Milwaukee, just over an hour away. Eve gave them a theory as to why he could be missing. She explained that one of the ways Tim made his money was by dealing drugs. Over time, Eve claimed the longer he was dealing, the more he was using drugs himself. Although he hadn't been using for a while, she was worried he may have relapsed and accidentally done something to himself, or done a drug deal gone wrong and someone had hurt him. Police knew that Tim's record wasn't clean and wondered if drugs was at the root of what had happened to him. But once they started talking to people that also knew Tim, a very different picture was painted. One of Tim's good friends, Tasha, said at one point he dealt a little weed, but he most definitely was not a hardcore drug user. The idea of him disappearing from the family home to go on a drugs binge seemed totally unbelievable. Authorities contacted Tim's cell phone provider, and to their concern, there had been no activity for days. It had now been 2 weeks since Eve said she last saw Tim, and the police were having little luck in finding any leads. They could draw no conclusion other than he had been met with foul play. Friends of Tim elaborated more on the fights between the couple and said that Eve had threatened her husband on several occasions, even brandishing a gun at him and the woman he was seeing. But they all acknowledged that Tim was far from perfect himself, and the relationship was on a downward spiral. The more his friends talked, the more everyone became more and more convinced that if something had happened to him, it was something to do with Eve. His friend Tasha said, another, more thorough search of the couple's house found a hole in the wall in the bathroom, while authorities were sure had come from a bullet. Fond du Lac Police Detective Bill Ledger noticed that the shower curtain liners in the bathroom were brand new and seemed out of place. Eve was asked to come to the station to clarify a few more things. She admitted that although she knew about the many affairs, she denied being bothered by them, saying she accepted who Tim was, and that was just how their relationship worked. She also denied ever threatening Tim and didn't involve herself with his business outside of the family home. But now the police had found a bullet hole, and had witnesses that could attest to Eve threatening him on many occasions with a gun. But although they now suspected Tim was dead, officers had yet to find a body, and they didn't have a weapon either, which meant they didn't have enough to arrest Eve for murder. They did, however, have enough to suggest probable cause. Probable cause requires that the police have more than just suspicion, but not to the extent of absolute certainty that a suspect has committed a crime. Eve's lawyer was fighting for her release, arguing that holding her without charge was a violation of her constitutional rights. After a week, Eve asked if she could talk to the investigators, as she now had a very different story to present. She told police that there had been an altercation at the house that night, and when she had tried to walk away by going into the bathroom, Tim had followed her. She said he was the one waving a gun around and started hitting her. In the process of her trying to get the gun away from him, the gun went off and Tim was shot twice in the chest, she claimed. The detectives asked why she didn't think to call 911, but Eve said she went blank, and instead of doing this, she took all his clothes off, wrapped him in plastic film from the windows and a shower curtain, put him in the car and drove away. She said she had tossed the gun and empty shell casings out of the window on Highway 41 en route to the woods, where she would ultimately leave Tim's body. Where Tim's phone ended up remains unknown. She gave the police a rough location as to where they could find Tim, and a search quickly got underway. That same evening on Thanksgiving Day, 2013, Tim Nance's body was finally found. He was naked, lying frozen in the snow in the fetal position, almost 50 miles away from his home. An autopsy later revealed that Tim had died as a result of 2 gunshot wounds to the head, not to the chest, and he had been shot sometime on November 1st. Police and prosecutors firmly believe that Tim was actually in the shower at the time he was shot and did not see the attack coming. The medical examiner testified that both shots could not have been fired at close range during a struggle, as Eve had said, and the placement of one of the bullet holes in the wall appeared to confirm this. During their investigation, police also obtained a video of Eve and her sister Tina buying supplies at a store at about 7:30 p.m. on the same day Tim was killed. Tina picked up shower curtain liners and curtain hooks. They argued that the curtain liners were replacements for the ones now covered in Tim's blood. Authorities believe that Tina had helped to conceal the crime. Phone records showed that Eve had called Tina 5 times just minutes after Tim's death. Officers also argued that Eve wouldn't have been able to move Tim's body without help, and this was where Tina came in. Eve was arrested and charged with murder, and Tina was also placed under arrest. A judge set Eve's bail at $100,000, which was soon increased to $300,000, and $50,000 was set for Tina. In January 2016, 39-year-old Eve Nance stood trial, and she pled not guilty. A big part of the prosecution's case was that Eve claimed that Tim was shot in the chest during a fight, but the medical examiner clearly showed that the 2 bullets had entered into Tim's head. The medical examiner also talked about the placement of the bullet hole, which they said showed inconsistencies in Eve's account. And according to the prosecution, the motive was simple: rage and revenge. After years of threatening with him, she had finally done it. They argued that Tim had been taking a shower, hence him being found without clothes on, and Eve had ambushed him and shot him without warning. The prosecution described it as an execution, but according to some experts put forward by the defense, was suffering from battered person syndrome. After years of infidelity and a volatile and violent relationship, this had pushed her to her limits. Although she had reacted in anger, it was also in self-defense, something which friends of Tim strenuously denied. Tim and Eve's daughter, Tamika, however, said that her father was always the aggressor and wanted things his own way all the time. Less than 2 weeks later, the jury had reached a verdict. They sided with the prosecution. Eve was found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. The judge believed that some leniency should be given under the circumstances of everything that had been put forward. When it was her time to speak, Eve turned around to face her daughter Tamika and said, "I love you. Whatever happens here today, I love you very much." Several people spoke on Eve Nance's behalf, including Tamika, who said, "My mother is not a monster. She is a wonderful person. I miss my father. I can't lose her too." Eve told the judge that she had loved her husband since the first time she saw him, and she still loved him. She said she had no excuse for what she did. No one except the district attorney Eric Toney spoke on behalf of Tim. He said Tim was everyone's best friend and had turned his life around. In Tina Yule's case, she was found guilty of hiding a corpse as party to the crime, aiding a felon, and obstructing an officer. Fondue County Circuit Judge Peter Grimm ordered Tina spend 24 months in prison with the condition of probation for 5 years. If the conditions of probation were not met, would have to spend another 4 years in state prison and then have 5 years extended supervision. Even Tina both filed appeals against their decisions, but both appeals were denied. What happened on that day back in November 2013 can never be known for sure, but what is known is that a young girl essentially lost both of her parents in a terrible way. What actually happened, how it came to be, and the events leading to Tim dying in the bathroom that night remain unconfirmed. Stories of the couple's relationship is contradicted by friends and family of both Tim and Eve, but many of Tim's friends said they didn't want Eve get life in prison because they knew Tim wouldn't have wanted it, and said that had he survived the shooting, he would likely have forgiven her. Eve Nance will be in her 60s when she becomes eligible for parole. The case of Sylvia Marie Likens was born on January 3, 1949, in Lebanon, Indiana, USA, to carnival workers Lester Likens and his wife Betty Likens, formerly Grimes. She was the third of 5 children, with 2 older twins, Daniel and Diana, and 2 younger twins, Benny and Jenny. Sylvia's younger sister Jenny had polio, which left her with a significantly weakened leg, causing her to limp noticeably. She had to wear a steel brace on her leg to help her walk. Sylvia's parents had a tumultuous marriage, with constant moving and financial struggles. They worked at carnival booths throughout Indiana during the summer, selling candy, beer, and soft drinks. To help out, the Likens children would often travel with their parents, but Sylvia and Jenny frequently stayed with relatives, mostly their grandmother. This arrangement not only kept the young girls safe, but also allowed them to have a more stable education. From a young age, Sylvia took on various responsibilities, including babysitting, running errands for neighbors and friends, and completing household chores like ironing clothes. In doing so, she earned some money, which she used to buy things for herself and occasionally shared with her mom. Those who knew her described Sylvia as a friendly, confident, and charming girl. She had long, wavy, light brown hair that fell just below her shoulders, and her friends affectionately called her Cookie. Despite her vibrant personality, Sylvia was self-conscious about her smile due to a missing front tooth, which she lost during a childhood accident while playing with one of her brothers. Sylvia loved music, particularly the Beatles, and was very protective of her younger sister Jenny, who was shy and less secure. The sisters frequently visited a local skating rink where Sylvia would assist Jenny, holding her hand as Jenny relied heavily on her stronger leg. In June 1965, Sylvia and Jenny Likens were living with their parents in Indianapolis. The following month, their mother was arrested and jailed for theft. Shortly thereafter, their father arranged for his younger daughters to stay with Gertrude Bernese, a mother of 2 girls, Paula and Stephanie, whom the Likens sisters had met at Arsenal Technical High School. Gertrude promised their father that she would care for the girls as if they were her own until his return, which was expected to be just after the 4th of July celebrations. The Likens sisters, Sylvia and Jenny, moved into the Benici home at 3850 East New York Street. Their father, older brothers, and eventually their mother went on the road with a carnival on the East Coast. As part of the arrangement, Gertrude Bernese would receive $20 a week to care for the sisters until their family returned in November. At first, things seemed normal at the household. Sylvia got along well with Stephanie, bonding over their shared love of popular music and helping with household chores. The Likens sisters regularly attended Sunday school with the other Bernese kids, and the pastor often commended Sylvia for her kindness and respect for sacred matters. However, when the payments for hosting the girls started coming in late, Gertrude's frustration mounted, and she began to mistreat them. This mistreatment involved physical punishments with thick objects, which eventually escalated into regular beatings, starvation, and humiliation. Sylvia faced the brunt of the abuse. Gertrude and her daughter Paula repeatedly accused Sylvia of engaging in inappropriate behavior with boys, which led to Gertrude physically kicking Sylvia in the groin and Paula physically attacking her. The girls were forced to eat food they disliked, and Sylvia was even beaten by Stephanie's boyfriend, Randolph Hubbard. Daily life at the Banfi residence was brutal. Violence escalated over time. Paula's attacks on Sylvia were savage, including punching her in the face and breaking her own wrist. She targeted Sylvia's mouth and eyes, then used her cast to inflict more harm. The sisters faced relentless verbal and psychological abuse, including Gertrude's cruel accusations of promiscuity and forced attacks on each other. The abuse of Sylvia didn't only come from the Banovsky family. Coy Hubbard and his friends would visit Gertrude's home, tormenting Sylvia physically and verbally. Gertrude and her kids would join in, inflicting harm. Neighborhood kids would beat Sylvia using her as a punching bag, and Gertrude would humiliate her, forcing her to undress and perform sexual acts for their entertainment. Gertrude expelled Sylvia from school as punishment for stealing a gym suit, which Sylvia had done because Gertrude refused to buy her clothes. This cruelty led to severe physical abuse, including beatings with a police belt and kicks to the genitals. Despite Stephanie's attempts to intervene, Gertrude continued to torment them, inflicting further pain by burning their fingertips with matches and whipping them. A few days later, Gertrude again employed the police belt to repeatedly whip Jenny after she allegedly stole a single tennis shoe from school to wear on her stronger foot. Due to the escalating frequency and brutality of the torture and mistreatment, Sylvia gradually became incontinent, a condition for which she was denied access to the bathroom and forced to wet herself as further punishment. On October 6, 1965, Gertrude confined Sylvia to the basement, binding her with rope. She often kept Sylvia naked, providing her with minimal sustenance and frequently denying her water. Sylvia was consistently tied to the stair railing in the basement, her feet barely touching the ground. The Banfi family would occasionally interrupt their physical and emotional torment to watch their favorite TV shows. Neighborhood boys would even pay 5 cents each to view Sylvia's body on display, participating in her humiliation, beating, burning, and mutilation during her captivity in the basement. Gertrude and her children restrained and silenced Sylvia, then submerged her in a bathtub of scorching hot water. Next, they rubbed salt into her injuries. After this incident, an anonymous caller, who was the father of a neighborhood boy named Michael John Monroe, contacted Arsenal School to report that a girl with severe skin lesions was living at the Banvi household. Since Sylvia had been absent from school for several days, a school nurse visited Gertrude's residence to investigate. Gertrude claimed to the nurse that Sylvia had run away from home the previous week, and that she was unaware of her current whereabouts. She also alleged that Sylvia's skin lesions were a result of her poor personal hygiene and that she was a negative influence on both her own children and her sister. The school did not pursue any further investigation into Sylvia's whereabouts or well-being. In mid-October, John Benazzi Jr. subjected Sylvia to a cruel and sadistic prank. He offered her a plate of soup, only to swiftly pull it away as she attempted to eat with her hands, which was difficult for her due to her severe malnutrition. Afterwards, Gertrude permitted Sylvia to sleep upstairs, but warned her that she must not wet the bed. Before going to sleep, Sylvia quietly asked Jenny for a glass of water, hoping to avoid dehydration. However, the next morning, Gertrude found that Sylvia had urinated on herself, and as a punishment, forced her to perform a humiliating and degrading act, masturbating with a glass bottle in front of the Banbi children. Shortly thereafter, Gertrude shouted for Sylvia to return to the kitchen, then ordered her to strip naked before proclaiming that she had branded her daughters, and now she was going to brand her. Gertrude began carving the words, "I'm a prostitute and proud of it," onto Sylvia's abdomen with a heated needle. When Gertrude was unable to complete the markings, she instructed 14-year-old Richard Hobbs to finish etching the words into Sylvia flesh while she took Jenny to a nearby grocery store. In what Hobbs would later insist were short, light etchings, he continued to brand the text into Sylvia's abdomen as she clenched her teeth and moaned. Richard and 10-year-old Shirley forcibly took Sylvia to the basement. There, they attempted to inflict a burn on Sylvia's body, specifically beneath her left breast, using an anchor bolt to create a mark resembling the letter S. However, due to their mistake of applying part of the loop in reverse, the resulting deep burn scar would instead look like the number 3. On that grim night, after enduring terrible abuse, Sylvia told her sister Jenny that she knew Jenny didn't want her to die, but she was sure she was going to die. The next day, Gertrude woke Sylvia and forced her to write a letter while dictating its contents. The plan was sinister. They intended to deceive Sylvia's parents into believing that Sylvia had run away from the Banvi residence. The content of this letter was intended to frame a group of anonymous local boys for extensively abusing and mutilating Sylvia, after she had initially agreed to engage in sexual relations with them. After writing the letter, Sylvia was again tied to the basement stair railing, while Gertrude finalized her plan to abandon her in Jimmy's forest with the help of John Jr. and Jenny. Gertrude offered Sylvia cookies, but she refused, saying, "Give them to the dog, I don't want them." Enraged, Gertrude forced the cookies into Sylvia's mouth, and then she and John brutally beat her, targeting her stomach. On the morning of October 26th, Sylvia's condition had deteriorated. She could hardly speak or control her movements. Gertrude brought her to the kitchen, propping her against the wall, and tried to feed her a donut and a glass of milk. However, Sylvia struggled to hold the glass, which further infuriated Gertrude, who tossed her to the floor before returning her to the basement. Soon, Sylvia became delirious, repeatedly moaning and muttering incoherently. When Paula asked her to recite the alphabet, Sylvia couldn't get past the first 4 letters and was unable to stand up from the floor. Sylvia faced neighborhood bullies in the basement. She pointed out familiar faces shouting names. After a failed attempt to bite a rotten pear, Jenny reminded her she couldn't feel her teeth, having lost one at 7. Exhausted and desperate, Sylvia tried to escape but collapsed. Gertrude punished her brutally, striking her head and knocking her out. Shortly after, at 5:30 p.m., Richard Hobbs returned to the Banfi residence and rushed to the basement, where he found Stephanie crying and cradling Sylvia's frail, wounded body. After their mother instructed Stephanie to clean Sylvia's body, she and Richard decided to give Sylvia a warm, soothing bath and dress her in fresh clothes. They laid her on a mattress in one of the bedrooms, where she whispered her final wish, for her father to be by her side or to be taken home. After suffering severe punishment and weakening from starvation, Sylvia finally succumbed to her injuries and died. When Stephanie realized Sylvia wasn't breathing, she attempted to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, while Gertrude hysterically screamed at the children in the house that Sylvia was faking her own death. Initially, Gertrude struck Sylvia's lifeless body with a book, yelling at her that she was lying and pretending in a futile attempt to rouse her. Soon, overcome with panic, Gertrude instructed Richard Hobbs to call the authorities from a nearby payphone. When the police arrived at the address around 6:30 p.m., Gertrude escorted the officers to the bedroom, where she revealed Sylvia's brutally beaten and mutilated body lying on a dirty mattress. She then handed over the letter that Sylvia had been coerced into writing. Gertrude claimed to have cared for the young girl for over an hour before her death, applying antiseptic to her wounds in a futile attempt at first aid. According to Gertrude, Sylvia had run away from home with a group of teenagers, returning to her house that afternoon, bare-chested and clutching the note. Having declared to everyone in the house that Sylvia's death was meant to happen, Paula looked at Jenny and calmly said that if Jenny wanted to live with them, they would treat her like their own sister. Following instructions she had received before the police arrived, Jenny recited the rehearsed version of the events leading up to Sylvia's death before whispering to the officers to take them away and that she would tell them everything. The formal statement from Jenny Likens led to the arrest of Gertrude, Paula, Stephanie, and John Jr. Benazzi on suspicion of Sylvia's murder just hours after her body was discovered. That same day, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs were also arrested and charged with the same crimes. The 3 older Benazzi children, along with Coy Hubbard, were placed in a nearby juvenile detention center, while the younger Benazzi children and Richard Hobbs were held at the Indianapolis Child Guardians Home, all detained without bail pending trial. Initially, Gertrude denied any involvement in Sylvia's death, but only a day into her detention, she confessed to knowing the children and acknowledged that her daughter Paula and Coy Hubbard had physically and emotionally abused Sylvia. Gertrude also admitted to forcing the girl to sleep in the basement on approximately 3 occasions when she had wet the bed. When an officer suggested that the probable reasons for Sylvia's incontinence were her mental distress and kidney injuries, Gertrude became evasive. Paula showed no remorse, signing a statement that admitted to repeatedly beating Sylvia. She also confessed to fracturing Sylvia's wrist and committing other brutal acts, including pushing her down the basement stairs 2 or 3 times. John Jr. confessed to whipping Sylvia once and frequently using his fist to abuse her, also admitting to burning her with matches on multiple occasions. The autopsy of Sylvia's body revealed over 150 separate injuries across her body, and she was severely emaciated at the time of her death. The injuries varied in location, nature, severity, and healing stage, including burns, severe bruises, and extensive damage to muscles and nerves. Her vaginal cavity was swollen and nearly closed, although an examination determined her hymen was still intact, debunking Gertrude's claims that Sylvia had been 3 months pregnant and the accusations of prostitution and promiscuity. The official cause of Sylvia Marie Likens' death was determined to be a subdural hematoma, resulting from a severe blow to the right side of her head. The doctor also noted that the shock she sustained, primarily due to prolonged and severe injury to her skin and subcutaneous tissue, as well as chronic malnutrition, contributed to her demise. By the time her body was discovered, rigor mortis had fully set in, suggesting that she may have been deceased for up to 8 hours prior to discovery. Interestingly, although the autopsy revealed that Sylvia had been recently bathed, possibly post-mortem, this action may have accelerated the loss of body temperature and subsequent onset of rigor mortis. In May 1966, Gertrude B. Sess, her children Paula and John, and 2 neighborhood youths, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs, were tried and convicted of neglect, torture, and murder in relation to Sylvia's death. Following 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Gertrude B. Sess guilty of first-degree murder, sentencing her to life imprisonment. However, she was paroled in 1985. Paula was convicted of second-degree murder and released in 1972. Hobbs, Hubbard, and John were found guilty of manslaughter, serving less than 2 years in the Indiana Reformatory before being granted parole on February 27, 1968. In Indiana, the brutal murder and torture of Sylvia Likens is considered the state's worst crime. A seasoned investigator from the Indiana Police Department with 35 years of experience described it as the most sadistic case he had ever encountered. Sylvia tragically lost her life on October 26 in Indianapolis, Indiana, USA. Her parents were expected to return for her and her sister in November, but unfortunately, Sylvia passed away before their arrival. Sylvia and her sister Jenny lived in fear of reporting the escalating abuse and neglect to family members or school authorities. They worried that speaking out would worsen their already desperate situation. Jenny, in particular, struggled to overcome the urge to inform family members, fearing that Gertrude would retaliate by subjecting her to the same torture and abuse as her sister. Additionally, Jenny faced harassment from neighborhood girls who ridiculed and occasionally beat her whenever she mentioned Sylvia's situation. The middle-aged Bessesi couple, along with other families in the neighborhood, had suspicions or had witnessed signs of the girls being mistreated, but they were too afraid to report it to the authorities. Consequently, no one intervened to stop the abuse the Sylvia sisters suffered, and tragically, no one was able to rescue them from their horrific ordeal in time. In the aftermath, all those responsible for her torture and murder received prison sentences, although some did not serve their full terms. However, they cannot escape the guilt and horror they inflicted, which will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Just before 3 p.m., 6-year-old Faye Marie Swetlick skipped off the school bus from Springdale Elementary School. She met her mother, Selena, and they walked the short distance back home, talking about their days. Faye was described as bright, funny, and lively, with bundles of energy. Selena called her her magical little fairy that always wanted to play and have fun. Her mother said she loved everyone and everything, and always wanted people to be as happy as she was. Selena said her daughter was always the first one to give a compliment, even randomly to people she's never met before. We couldn't go anywhere without her stopping 3 or 4 different people to compliment them, be it their hair or if a color looked good on them, and she always wanted to make new friends. When they got home, had a small snack before she went out to play in the yard, something she did a lot, with neighbors confirming they often saw her. Selena was regularly checking outside and keeping an eye out, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A neighbor reported to having seen Faye running towards a shared fence with Napa Auto Parts sometime between 3:30 and 4 p.m. At around 3:45 p.m., Selena checked outside again. Her daughter Faye was gone. After running around to all the neighbors, making several calls and searching the area, she phoned 911 at 5 p.m. Minutes later, the police arrived at the house, and by 5:30 p.m., 50 responders would be on scene. Everything was moving at a rapid pace, and at 6 p.m., the Federal Bureau of Investigation got involved, as well as the community springing into action. Everyone wanted to help, but police urged citizen volunteers to stand down and let the professionals handle the search. Chad Swetlick, Faye's father, was soon informed that she was missing, and FBI agents would soon be at his house to search it. But Faye wasn't there, and phone records would later confirm that Chad was at home at the time his daughter had gone missing. Officers had already started going door to door and asked neighbors with security cameras to contact them and turn in any footage. The FBI provided a helicopter, and K-9 officers were deployed as well. Despite all of this, Department of Public Safety's Chief Byron Snellgrove said at the time, there did not appear to be enough evidence to point to this being an abduction, and Faye's disappearance didn't meet the criteria for an Amber Alert. At 7 a.m. the next morning, a hotline was set up and almost 300 tips would come in. Police would follow up on every lead, but nothing came back. More than 250 officers and investigators from agencies across the country had now joined in the hunt for Faye. Roadblocks were set up around the Churchill Heights area, and every car coming in and out was searched. It had now been almost 24 hours since Selena had made the 911 call. A press conference was held to share some more details. Authorities still didn't know if Faye had simply walked away from her home and become lost, or maybe injured, or if she'd been abducted. But by now, it was seeming less and less likely that the 6-year-old had gone off of her own accord. Investigators released footage from the local school bus to show everyone what Faye was wearing that afternoon, hoping to generate some more leads. She was wearing polka-dot rain boots and a black t-shirt with the word peace on it. During their intensive search, authorities interviewed a number of people, including Selena, her live-in boyfriend Carter, and Faye's father Chad. At this point in time, police said they weren't ruling anyone out, and one of the detectives said there were no clear suspects. But members of Faye's family would soon be cleared after searches of homes. Analysis of phone records and alibis ruled everyone out. On February 12th, police released an image of 2 cars seen leaving the area Faye lived in around the time she was last seen. But the drivers of the cars were quickly located and ruled out as well, and the police were back at square one. There was still no sign of Faye and no clues pointing to where she might be. The morning of Thursday, February 13th, was the scheduled day for the bins to be collected and emptied. Officers quickly needed to do one last search before any evidence in anyone's bin was taken away. While they were searching through the bins at the homes around Piccadilly Square, they found something at number 602, and clearly just in time. They described the evidence as critical but didn't immediately reveal what it was. Whatever they had found, it led them back to the woods. After quickly pulling together and remapping the route and area they needed to focus on, less than half an hour later, the search for Faye Sweatlick would come to a devastating end. Byron Snellgrave was looking through the wooded area once more when he found her body in a shallow grave, less than 200 feet from her home. It would later be determined that she had died of asphyxiation just hours after she had been abducted and her body had been moved. A mere matter of minutes after Faye was found, officers were alerted to something else back at Piccadilly Square. A man had been found, bleeding and dead on his back porch. He was not identified, and police initially kept quiet about whether or not there was a link between the two. The man that had been found on his porch would soon be revealed to be 30-year-old Cody Scott Taylor. But who was he, and what link, if any, did he have to Faye? Those who knew Cody said he was a loner who constantly had a negative outlook on life. They claimed that Cody had described himself as someone that lived without hope, was asexual, and an incel. He lived with a roommate who he worked with, and his roommate said that Cody had expressed feelings of depression as well as suicidal thoughts, and he mostly kept to himself. Cody had enrolled at the University of South Carolina at Columbia and studied mathematics, but there is no record of him graduating, and according to some sources, he dropped out in 2009. Aside from a few traffic violations, he had no history with the police. He had moved between jobs a lot, but was working at a wing stop alongside his roommate at the time. As soon as they found Cody's body, police began to piece everything together and connected the dots over the coming hours and days. Although he seemingly had no link to Faye in any way, the evidence the police described as critical was found in the bin that belonged to his home. Investigators believe that Cody took Faye from her yard, but it remains unconfirmed how he abducted her and whether he used any kind of force or lured her away. It is believed that he asphyxiated her in a matter of hours after abducting her and somehow managed to conceal her body in his apartment for 2 days, without investigators finding her when they searched the place twice. On February 12th, while searching the area, police had actually knocked on the door of Cody and his roommate. Cody wasn't home, so officers spoke to his roommate and took a look around. A full laundry bag was in the house, one which his roommate identified as Cody's, and detectives took a DNA sample from it. They also noted that Faye's missing persons poster was lying on a table. After they were done with the search of the property, Cody's roommate's alibi had checked out. the investigators left. When Cody returned from work that day, his roommate recalled him acting in a strange and erratic way. His roommate would also soon realize that since Faye had been missing, the apartment had started to develop a strong and odd smell. He said he initially dismissed the odor as being cheap air freshener that Cody was using to try and conceal the smell of weed, but his roommate did note that Cody never actually used air freshener, and this in itself seems strange. Later that day, just before 6 p.m., police returned to search the pair's apartment again, this time hoping to get an interview with Cody, which they did. When he was asked about his whereabouts, he was unable to give them a strong enough alibi. He said he was sleeping at home, alone. Officers left again, finding nothing out of place. But they would soon realize that same day, a surveillance camera was collecting footage which would become invaluable. The footage showed officers going through the wooded area in their search for Faye. At around 1 a.m. on what was now February 13th, the same camera picked up something else. It captured a light coming from a spot in the same area of woods. Someone police would later confirm was Cody Taylor. 6 hours later, just before 7 a.m., cameras picked up Cody walking through the streets and going to a Walmart on Augusta Road. He wandered around the garden department for about 20 minutes, telling an employee he was working on his garden but didn't know what to buy. According to sources, Cody's roommate was emphatic that Cody had no interest in gardening. He also told investigators that Cody rarely had discretionary money but had just gotten some money from his workplace in the hours before the trip. The employee at Walmart would later tell police Cody grabbed random seeds from a display and appeared to have no plan for his garden. Around 10 minutes later, he paid for several bags of soil and fertilizer, plus a box of Pop-Tarts, and left. Cody then booked a ride through the app Lyft. According to the driver, Cody made him feel very uncomfortable, and when the driver casually asked if he was doing some gardening, he dodged the conversation. While driving, they went past some police and other media who were out looking for Faye. The driver asked him if he knew her, and Cody replied, "I don't know her and never met her before." About 40 minutes later, at 7:47 a.m., the camera that had picked up Cody moving around in the woods in the dark also captured more in the same spot. Police determined that Cody was carrying one of the bags of soil he had just purchased up into the woods where he would bury Faye. He stays for about a minute before heading back down the hill without the bag. When the police searched the bins of Cody's home, they had found a child's polka-dot rain boot and a ladle covered in dirt. Following this huge find, they headed to the woods to conduct another search. CCTV footage showed the moment that KC Public Safety Director Byron Snellgrove discovered Faye's partially buried body next to her other tiny polka-dot boot. A white plastic trash bag was wrapped around her neck. Cody Taylor then stood on his back porch and slit his throat with a knife. As well as the CCTV and the evidence found in Cody's bin, they would soon gather more. When Faye's body was examined, she was found to have Cody's DNA under her fingernails. Her DNA was also found on the ladle along with Cody's, and both sets of DNA were found in the black laundry bag. All endings, evidence, and facts point to the exact same conclusion. Cody Taylor abducted and murdered Faye Marie Swetlick and was the sole perpetrator of this horrible case, said Byron Snarlgrove. They also believe that Cody acted alone. It was announced that Faye's funeral expenses would be covered by a funeral home, and on February 21st, a public memorial was held for her. Hundreds of people, including first responders and officers, turned out to pay their respects, with many wearing pink and purple, Faye's favorite colors. In Selena's words, the sparklier, the better. Faye loved getting letters and writing notes, so journals were set up and her family wanted everyone to write a few words or draw a picture in colorful pens. It would take a year for the authorities to officially close the case. It's impossible to know exactly what happened that afternoon and why it did. Police confirmed that all the evidence pointed one way, but sadly, there are still so many more questions that can never be answered. No motive has ever been determined for the crime and likely never will be. Cody left no suicide notes or any other information in his home indicating why he had done this. Multiple agencies have tried to access the data from Cody's phone but have not succeeded, and no evidence was found on his computer. While KC police concluded their part, the FBI investigation is still ongoing, as is a review by the State Law Enforcement Division. In July 2021, the director of Casey Department of Public Safety, Byron Snellgrove, who played such a vital role in Faye's case, announced his retirement after more than 35 years in law enforcement. In a shallow grave on the morning of February 13th, 2020 will never ever leave me. This tragic case has taken a toll on officers who were dedicated to finding her. Nearly 1 year later, they haven't forgotten the disappearance and murder of Faye Marie Swetlick immediately became and always will remain incredibly personal for each of us. Faye's death evidently had a profound impact on the community in which she lived, one that will continue to be felt for a long time to come. Springdale Elementary School unveiled a buddy bench that had been dedicated in memory of Faye. In Selena's eulogy for her daughter, she asked that people continue to honor Faye's memory through love. Something she said was the most important magic. She asked that they try and be a little more like Faye, to be more kind, to compliment a stranger, to dance in the rain, to stop and smell the flowers, to just show a little bit more love to everyone you meet. Joey Lynn Offutt was born October 11, 1973 and lived in Sykesville, Pennsylvania. She was described as a very trusting, naive, and religious woman and was a mother of 3. On July 12, 2007, at approximately 4 a.m., her neighbors awoke to a loud explosion at Joey's home at the 90 block of Fugate Drive. They discovered that her house was on fire and called 911. After the fire department extinguished the blaze, they found the body of Joey's 6-week-old infant in the bathtub deceased. But Joey was nowhere to be found. Investigators couldn't determine the infant's cause of death, but they were able to determine that the baby had been dead before the fire started. Investigators stated that the fire had been arson, set with an accelerant, and a gas can was found inside the home. Joey's purse and identification were located in the rubble. Thankfully, her 2 other children, aged 2 and 9, were not home at the time of the fire and were with other family members. Raw hamburger meat was found on her kitchen counter with maggots in it, and tests revealed the meat had been out for 7 to 9 days. Police found Joey's car 4 days later in State College, Pennsylvania, parked at the Nittany Gardens apartment complex several hours away from her home in Sykesville, where she had previously lived with Alexis Brolin, the father of her 2 youngest children. There was no sign of her at the scene, and nobody at the apartment complex remembered seeing her recently. The car was backed into the parking space neatly, and her loved one stated she was not a good driver and couldn't have parked it so well. Also, the driver's seat was pushed far back, but Joey was short and petite. 33-year-old Joey suffered from a speech impediment and developmental disabilities. Several years prior to her disappearance, a psychologist had said Joey had the mind of a 14-year-old. Her family says she was a very loving mother and would have never left her children intentionally. However, her family said she did have trouble keeping jobs and relationships. Alexis and her had a very rocky relationship and were not ready to live together. So Joey and the children lived in a home her mother had bought for her while he lived in Clearfield. Alexis told authorities he had been at Joey's house on July 3rd and they got into an argument because he did not like her giving the baby a bath in a dirty sink. The next day, Alexis called Joey's house several times and didn't get an answer, and messages were never returned. He said Joey had a problem with handling any sort of critique and would shut down for a day or 2 after arguments. He figured she was just giving him the silent treatment when he could not reach her. On July 5th, Alexis returned to Joey's house and again, she didn't answer the door. That same day, a neighbor thought he saw her walking in the neighborhood with a stroller. The neighbor told authorities that he greeted her, but she ignored him and kept walking, and this was the last sighting of Joey. Over the next few days, Alexis says he went to her home again and noticed her car was missing. Her mother also continued to try to get in touch with her during this time. On July 11th, Alexis and the nurse from the state home health, who had been trying to reach Joey to examine her son Lex, met at Joey's house and noticed the baby's car seat and diaper bag were still in the same place inside the house. Alexis left another note that read, "He will call the police if he does not hear from her soon." On July 12th, the day of the fire, Alexis reported her missing. Neighbors told police that Joey's car was in the driveway at 3 a.m. 1 hour before the fire occurred. The only lead authorities had was prior to her disappearance. Joey had been frequently meeting with people she met on the internet. In 2006, Joey's mother had discovered her daughter was talking to a man online who wanted her to pose as a model and film some pornography. Sherry feared Joey might be endangering her children's safety and went to discuss the matter with her daughter. They got into an argument and the police were eventually called, leading to Joey being let out of the home in handcuffs. At this point, Joey was court-ordered to undergo counseling before she could get custody of her children again. After Joey went missing, police found posts on an internet group for single mothers that she had made dating back to 2005. In the post, she said Alexis was a former drug addict and felon and that she had filed a protection order against him. However, police were unable to determine if her online activity was related to her disappearance. Authorities believe she met with foul play and is most likely deceased, but they have had no substantial leads. In 2016, she was declared legally dead at her mother's request. Her children and family still seek answers to her disappearance, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Tisa Gant was born July 6, 1970 and graduated from Titusville High School and then from Brevard Community College. At the age of 36, she would go missing on January 2, 2007. Strangely, a few days before her disappearance, Tisa filed sexual assault charges against a man named Edwin Morris after he reportedly sexually assaulted her near South D. Leon Avenue. Tisa was very nervous about filing charges because she was afraid that Morris would retaliate against her for telling the police what happened. Despite these circumstances, police initially believed that Tisa left of her own accord. Her family, on the other hand, has never believed this, and they did not believe she would voluntarily be out of touch with them. As the investigation continued, police eventually began to think that foul play was involved. In 2008, police conducted a search of Morris's property but found nothing. Her purse, which contained her belongings, would eventually be found in 2010. It was in a ditch on W.C. Stafford Street and had weeds growing through it. It was likely there from the very moment Tisa vanished and was only a half-mile from Morris's home. A subsequent search of the surrounding area turned up no other evidence. Over the years, tips would come in and there would be at least 4 different searches and digs of different areas. Also in 2008, police would search a home at 1158 D. Leon Avenue as well as Morris's home. Ground-penetrating radar showed anomalies, but digging the area revealed nothing. In 2011, a home at 900 Gilbert Street, which is right around the corner from D. Leon Avenue, was searched and a week later they were at the same address again. In 2011, a vacant lot near Gilbert Street was investigated. The search was brought on by new leads in the case, but still no evidence was uncovered. Edwin Morris is currently in prison on unrelated charges and has a lengthy criminal record. Tisa's family said that they believe that more than one person knows what happened to her. On September 3, 2021, Titusville police announced they were searching the vacant lot for evidence following an anonymous tip. This is the same area that was searched during previous years, located near the home of Edwin Morris. Police have not revealed what prompted them to return to the property, nor have they revealed what, if anything, was found. The investigation is ongoing, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. This case takes us to the large market town of Solihull in the West Midlands, England. Home to around 125,000 people, one of which was 22-year-old Renee O'Day. Fleeing the war zone in Syria, she had moved to England with her 2-year-old son to meet her mother Kaula and stepfather Mohammed, who had been living in Solihull for 16 years. Described as intelligent and independent, she quickly became well known in her community and was always doing various things for charity and people less fortunate than herself. Her Aunt Noah said that she had a beautiful singing voice and had big dreams of releasing her own music one day. As soon as she entered the UK, she enrolled in college, and between that and raising her baby boy, there was never a dull day for Reneem. Her aunt recalled how excited she was to be attending college. It was a fresh start for her and her son, and she couldn't wait for what was to come. While studying at Solihull College, she met Jan Baz-Taran. He too had recently moved to the UK but had actually lied about his age in order to move over. He was permitted entry into the country as a minor fleeing a war zone, declaring his age to be under 18. He was actually 21 years old. He enrolled at the same college, and as soon as he met Raneem, he quickly began pressuring her to date him. Initially resistant, Raneem eventually agreed, and the pair began a relationship in 2016. He would tell her, "When I saw you, I said, this is mine." Despite the relationship being turbulent from the get-go, the pair married less than a year later in an Islamic ceremony. The marriage was not recognized by UK law, and Raneem's family said they begrudgingly gave their blessing. Raneem's aunt said that her niece later revealed the terrifying threats that had made her agree to marry him. Jambeza told her that if she didn't marry him, he would finish her family, as well as Raneem. After the wedding, Raneem confided in her family that she realized she had made a big mistake, but didn't know how to get out of it. Already a possessive and controlling person, Janbaz was now becoming violent, and he quickly began appearing on the police's radar too. Raneem, once so close to her family, was seeing less and less of them, and the visits people made to her flat were now few and far between. Janbaz was telling anyone that would listen that Raneem was causing the issues and was mentally unstable. Even with everything going from bad to worse, Raneem continued studying at college, working hard and making sure her biggest priority, her son, was getting through nursery. Soon Janbaz would be removed from the college when Raneem told teachers about his real age. Raneem was faced with a huge shock when she learned of his very secret life back in Afghanistan. It turned out that Janbaz had another wife who was pregnant, and they already shared 3 children. In 2017, after a long time building herself up to do it, Raneem ended the relationship. Janbaz had been openly bragging about his second life with his friends, laughing at the fact that neither wife knew what was going on. Infuriated that Raneem had left him, Janbaz's harassment was now totally relentless and out of control. Raneem had moved in with her mom, and Janbaz took to sleeping outside her address for 12 consecutive nights, with the neighbors often chasing him away from the street. Raneem told people that she felt her days were now numbered. Her family rallied around her and held a meeting with Janbaz in which he agreed to stay away from Raneem. This had no impact, however. Although the police were frequently called to intervene and Raneem would tell them that she felt like she was in danger, she often declined to take it any further than that. A year would pass and things would only get more dangerous for Raneem. In early August 2018, with the help of her mother, Raneem obtained a non-molestation order against him after Janbaz broke into Kaulah's home and smashed Raneem's phone up. Her aunt said that Raneem had finally found her strength and told the solicitor everything, from start to finish. The court injunction was filed on the 16th of August 2018. This prevented Janbaz from coming within 100 meters of her. Raneem finally felt like her life was back under her control. Her hard work had paid off, and she gained good results from college as well as her certificates and was excited to start looking for jobs. Raneem and Kaular spent the day visiting family, shopping, and ending up in a shisha lounge in the evening. Little did they know, Janbaz had been following them all day in a van he had borrowed from his workplace. After hiding and watching them for a while, he walked up to the pair and an argument broke out. He snatched Raneem's phone from her and hit Kaulah before she hit him back. The fight continued for a while with people looking on. Janbaz was eventually escorted out of the restaurant and set off in his van. He then drove to his father's supermarket and grabbed a 12-inch steak knife. After the fight at the shisha bar, Raneem called 999. She told police that despite the court order against him, Janbaz had followed her there and assaulted her and her mother. This court order, unfortunately, could not be found on the police's system. Raneem said that she felt her and her mother were unsafe and that they needed help. Where should they go and what should they do? After this, Raneem and Kaulah were also asked to leave the restaurant as well, and they waited outside on the streets for the police to arrive. Half an hour later, she phoned the police again to say she had left the shisha lounge, and she and her mother were now on the way home. Raneem asked the police whether they were going to take any action and was told that they would need to see her first. While they were driving home, Janbaz returned to the shisha lounge armed with the knife and after realizing the pair had left, set off in his van looking for them. At 11:42, she made a third call asking where the officers were and that she was waiting outside of her house on North Down Road. Another call would go through. Police advised Raneem to go to her mother's house, lock the doors and call if Janbaz turned up there. In a final call just after midnight, Police phoned Raneem to say that the officers couldn't get out that night and they would see her at 8 a.m. She expressed concern that the matter was going to be left until far too late, begging them to see her. In that moment, while the phone call was still connected, Kaula started screaming as she noticed Janbaz coming out of the bushes towards them. Raneem says repeatedly, "He's here. I can see him." Janbaz launched at Raneem and began stabbing her in a frenzied attack. Kaula jumped in to try and protect her daughter, but Janbaz turned the knife on her as well. Raneem's half-sister and stepfather, Muhammad, came running out after hearing the screams, only to see the women lying on the ground and Janbaz running away. In the next few minutes, authorities poured onto the streets. There was nothing that could be done, and both Raneem and Kaula were pronounced dead at the scene. The head of the West Midlands Police CID described the scene as one of the most brutal and heartrending he had seen in 150 homicides and all his years on the job. Neighbors were now coming out of their homes reporting to have been woken up by the noise, with some saying they saw a man driving away in a white van. Janbaz had discarded his bloody clothes and knife before changing into a red jacket and shaving off his beard. Just a short while after attacking Raneem and Kaula, he was captured on CCTV in a takeaway called Pepe's on Beardwood High Street, calmly ordering some food. The only suspect police had was Janbaz Taran, and a huge manhunt was now underway to find him. Police were using everything at their disposal to try and track him down, including a £5,000 reward, and they dramatically increased their presence around certain areas to, in their words, provide community reassurance. Janbaz's van was soon located and forensic analysis quickly began on it. Police searched several addresses linked to Janbaz seizing computer equipment and mobile phones, but he was still nowhere to be found. He would be on the run for 4 days and was now one of Britain's most wanted criminals. Soon, a member of the public saw him and tipped off the police. Officers detained him in an alleyway using pepper spray, and finally, they had Janbaz in handcuffs. The amount of phone calls Raneem had made to the police that night was concerning to the public, and people wanted answers as to why no one came out. The police said they had done their absolute best. On the 8th of September 2018, Raneem and Kaula were laid to rest in a joint service attended by hundreds. Following brief submissions by prosecutors Annabelle Darlow QC and Jody Anderson, Judge Paul Farah QC told Janbaz, "You will be back here before the court on October 30th for a plea and trial preparation hearing. Your trial has been fixed for March 4th next year." But in December 2018, Janbaz appeared at Birmingham Crown Courts. He pleaded guilty to both murders. The judge described the murders as significantly premeditated and sentenced him to life in prison with a minimum term of 32 years that he must serve before he can even be considered for parole. The Independent Office on Police Conduct started an investigation into the actions of the West Midlands Police on that night, after the police referred themselves to them. Muhammad Salim said his wife was a wonderful woman who worked hard to make the home a welcoming, happy place filled with love and good memories. Renee Modi came to England looking for a better life for her and her baby boy. She was met with an awful end after fighting for her freedom and life for so long. Nor said of her niece, just by looking at her, people forget their bad day. She was always smiling, full of life and socializing. Nor now cares for her son and talks to him about Raneem all the time. She is determined to not let her niece and sister's death be in vain and works hard to raise awareness for domestic violence and abusive and coercive relationships. Clashendra Denise Hall was born March 30th, 1976 and went by Clea. She got along well with her family and was ranked as the top student in her graduating high school class. In fact, she had never even stayed out late without permission from her parents. She loved children and sometimes worked in the nursery at her local church. In 1994, she was just 2 weeks away from graduating with honors at Watson Chapel High School in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and was looking forward to getting the commencement address at her graduation ceremony. She had a summer internship lined up in Boston, and that fall she would have been heading off to Tennessee State University's pre-med program, where she would pursue her dream of becoming a pediatrician. But that all changed on the evening of May 9, 1994. Clea had an after-school job doing clerical work at the home office of Dr. Larry Amos at 5309 Fawcett Road in Pine Bluff until 8:30 p.m. Dr. Amos was a 43-year-old executive director of Arkansas Federal Child Care Nutrition and Educational Services. As usual, once Clea was done helping him out around his office, which was located above the garage, she would call home and have one of her parents come pick her up, which was only a few blocks away. On May 9th, Clea was dropped off at work by her mother, L'Oreal Hall, just before 5 p.m. and asked if she would be picking her up from work as usual, and she said yes. Clea called home at 8 p.m. and asked her mother if she had any phone messages, which she didn't. She then told her mother that she would be working a little past 8:30 p.m., which was when her shift usually ended, and that she would call her when she was done. After the conversation, her mother fell asleep. When she woke up just before 1 a.m., she realized her daughter had never called for her to pick her up. Laurel then quickly called Dr. Amos. He said that Clea clocked out at 8:30 p.m. and was picked up by someone but did not see who was driving and couldn't give a description of the vehicle. However, no one else had been scheduled to pick her up, and Clea told a coworker she would be walking home, something she didn't ordinarily do. Once Laurel was awake and her daughter was not home, she stayed up the rest of the night worrying. By morning, when she hadn't shown up, her parents thought she might at least go to school that day because they felt she would never miss that. Her younger brother headed to Watson Chapel, but sadly she was nowhere to be found. At this point, her parents called the police to report her missing, but were told since she was 18, they would have to wait at least 24 hours. Her parents spent the rest of the day exhausting their resources looking for her, and by 5 p.m., they had waited long enough and drove to the Pine Bluff police station and reported her missing. Clea did not have her purse, identification, extra clothes, or any money on her when she vanished. Clea's family hung up flyers around town and contacted the news, while police eventually searched the area, including Dr. Amos's office, but found no clues that could point to her whereabouts. Police also searched her boyfriend's car and home, but found no clues. He took a polygraph test and the results were inconclusive. Dr. Amos was questioned, but refused to take the polygraph test. Dr. Amos described Clea as a very sharp, very efficient person that he, his wife, and 3-year-old son had grown fond of. Some people say that he had an infatuation with Clea. After Clea was reported missing, a lot of suspicion began to surround Dr. Amos. Not only was he the last person to see Clea alive, he left town for 2 days on an alleged business trip to Dallas and was not formally questioned by police until May 13th. Reports say that he was uncooperative with police, hired a lawyer, and refused to speak to her family after a week. He also remodeled his home multiple times after she disappeared. Amos initially claimed that he never actually saw Clea leave and only heard the garage door closing, followed by the sound of her climbing into a vehicle. But Amos then changed his story and claimed he saw Clea looking out the window for her ride before exiting the house once the vehicle arrived. A few weeks before her disappearance, a male friend of Clea's had dropped her off for work, but was met with a hostile reaction from Amos. He said, "You know, I don't allow courting on my property." Clea then told him that he was not her boyfriend. Clea's father, along with many others, would also allegedly witness him tearing down some of her missing persons flyers. 18 years later, in 2012, the Find Our Missing TV show profiled Clea's story, which prompted a fresh investigation into the case. 2 witnesses came forward who claimed they did renovations on Amos' home shortly after Clea went missing. One of them recalled seeing traces of blood on some insulation, while the other remembered smelling a terrible odor while filling a hole in the backyard with cement. Police executed a search warrant to search Amos' home and recovered 4 pieces of evidence. A crime scene technician packaged up the evidence and took it to the local police department. The evidence was forgotten about for over a month, but was eventually sent off to the state crime lab for forensic testing. However, all of it came back negative for blood. It's been almost 28 years since Clea disappeared and her dreams were snuffed out. And as of today, this case remains unsolved. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.